The European Cricket League is proudly brought to you by Dream 11, HCL Software, La Junta de Andalucía, Paramatch and Norcane. And the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme. The European Cricket League is the Champions League of European Cricket, 7 groups, and only the group winners qualify. We've already seen Group A. Group B started yesterday, and it was time for the English invasion. The English clubs setting the pace, but there's still a race. There's 3 clubs playing catch-up, and we know that anything can happen, and probably will. The last day of group matches in Group B today before we hit finals again tomorrow. I'm Mr. Maximo, this is Peacock Friday, and this is the European Cricket League, and it starts right now. Buenos dias, good morning, good morgen, and dobre rano, wherever you're watching from around the world. Great to have your company once again. It is ECL time. It's the Champions League of European Cricket, and we're into Group B starting yesterday, and we've got 5 matches coming your way today before we have to say goodbye to yet another team. The 4 remaining teams will play in finals day tomorrow for Group B. The top 2, of course, get the double chance. Only the winner can return in week 4. Mr. Maximo here, Vinny Sandhu, on a beautiful sunny morning on the Costa del Sol. We're going to start the day with Group B match number 6. So it's going to be Prague CC of Czechia taking on the Mechelen Eagles of Belgium. A little while ago, at the other end, Ian Ramage had the 2 captains, and let's see what happened at the coin toss.
Prague, you're a home team, you will toss the coin, yeah? Mechelen, you're the away team, so you will call. There you go. Andalucía has been called. It's come down European cricket, so you've won the toss.
We'll bowl first.
Okay, toss won by Prague, who will bowl first.
So Kushal Mendan of Prague CC wins the toss, wants to bowl. I can see why, because they did win on the chase last night. Wasn't that a cracking game where Prague CC overcame Huddinge of Sweden to get their first victory at ECL 24. Now, I do think Ramakrishnan is a guy, they've got to push him up the order. He's just looking too good down there. So maybe a few minor adjustments. Their bowling and fielding pressure has been really good, though. The tank, Riddick Tomar, is not in the side this morning. Suffered that head knock last night. Sending him our best wishes. Safety first there for Riddick. But Mechelen Eagles, the only team not to take a point out of opening day. They're playing catch-up. They're essentially playing for survival. But they did have a tough draw yesterday playing the 2 English clubs. I think Arafat Afghan took that 5-wicket haul. He can also contribute with the bat. They just need a few more leaders to step up if they're going to stay alive in this competition. Conditions pretty nice, expecting a maximum temperature of 18 degrees. Plenty of sunshine, currently about 11. The wind's a bit of a factor. It'll pick up during the day, and typically it's behind the bowler. So some of the batters having a few problems trying to hit straight. Rico Fu is standing by. Rico, this should be a cracking game. 5 start the day, only 4 will go into finals day. Let's get ready for match number 6 in Group B. Prague CC winning the toss. The Czechs want to send in the Belgians. Time for some Belgian ball. It's over to you.
Thank you very much to Vinny Sandhu. And yes, hello everybody. Happy Peacock Friday. Yes, we like to do things differently on a Friday here on the European Cricket Network. Peacock Friday, go on, put on those Hawaiian shirts and add a splash of colour to this day. And I know celebrations in a number of places today. Baba Marta in Bulgaria, and Mariti Sor is also being celebrated in Romania. It's a day which is all about sharing some love, some health, some happiness, some respect, and some gratitude. And, well, that's what the teams, I think, will be doing here as well. Well, I'll tell you who needs some love is the Mechelen Eagles. As you heard from Vinny Sandhu, haven't managed to pick up any points so far in the 2 games that they've played. And that's why Prague CC, 70 to 30% favourites going into this one. Prague CC, they had a very good win late yesterday in what was a seesaw type of match, but getting that win over Huddinge. So this one is an important game for the Eagles. They need to start their campaign somewhere. Remember, tomorrow, believe it or not, will be finals day for this Group B, and only 4 teams will be there. One of them will miss out, and at the moment, if you look at the way the standings are looking, it's the Mechelen Eagles that are sitting in that dangerous position. The 2 English teams sitting top The joint on 7 points. Wimbledon have a better run rate than Hornchurch. Prague CC, courtesy of that win against Huddinge yesterday, are in third with 4 points. Huddinge, well, they have managed to pick up points from the 2 losses that they've had. They've got 2 points, but the Micklin Eagles are yet to register some points. Here we go. The battle of bat versus ball. First delivery, it's a leave, and it will be a wide. Kurumchima, he retains his number 1 spot. And a slight change at the other end. It's Sinwari Mujib who's been given the number 2 position. He's the non-striker. It's the Beast bowling first up, Sudesh, and he starts with 2 wides. Sudesh Wickramasinghe, he bowled a fantastic over yesterday first up, took 2 wickets, only conceded 3 runs, never came back. Didn't matter though, they still went on to win the match. Very good morning to all of our viewers around the world. Namaste, salam alaikum, sasri akal, aibawan, vanakkam. Everyone watching our fan code. Well, he hits this out and probably a little bit lucky he doesn't hit it any better because there's a fielder who's just in that position. A little bit of luck maybe is what the Micklin Eagles need. A little bit of luck, a little bit of things to go their way. And who knows, they could get their first win. And if they were to win this one, it would really bring this group back to life, wouldn't it? Prague CC will be believing though with that 1 win that if they could go for the day and at least keep picking up points, then that should see them return tomorrow. Should. Wide ball. It's a good opportunity to wish our men in black, the umpires, a very good morning as well. Buenos dias to Joe Foster and Nilkesh Patel. Tyrone Peters is the 3rd. And we saw Ian Rummage, the tournament referee, at the coin toss. It's a little bit better. It's a few appeals, but nothing from the bowler. It'll just be a dot. Couple of wides, but other than that, you could see the areas that Sudesh is looking to keep that ball just outside that off stump corridor. And that's a good hit, and that one will go for 6 runs. Yep, that's what they need. It's a Chima. Strong hit, over point, goes all the way for 6. The first Maximo off the day. Así me gusta. Vamos, vamos. ¿Quieres más de estos? Muy bien. Good hit. Confidence. Confidence and partnerships. That's what the Micklin Eagles are needing here. And reaching for this one, and he finally gets that wide call. Joe Foster thinks about it and then says, yep, he does catch a bit of the line, so he stretches his wings. And just like the Micklin Eagles are looking to do, stretch their wings this morning and get going. Yeah, tight one. But the umpires, they will call these. And this time, it angles into the batter. That gets played away. Yeah, so 3 wides, that 1 Maximo. Now a couple of singles. So this is good from the Eagles. Remember the Eagles, not only did they have a bad day yesterday in terms of they didn't win any matches or pick up any wins, but they were also bowled out twice. And that's not a good sign, but this is a good sign. It's another boundary as that one hits away for 4 more. So a nice shot. And this is what they need. Now all of a sudden, the camp sitting there who are used to normally wickets falling, 3 or 4 falling in the power play, they're now starting to see runs coming. There's boundaries. They're clicking. Sudesh again. Oh, that's a good comeback. There's a bit more effort in this one. Does the Beast. So 16 coming from the first. I told you, the Beast. He's a different kettle of fish when it comes to the night time, the Beast. Well, you'd expect that, wouldn't you? This is what we're going to see tomorrow. This is how finals day will pan out. So you can see why the positions of where teams finish is so important. You don't see 5th on there. 5th in the group ain't coming back tomorrow. 3rd plays 4th in the eliminator. One of those 2 teams then will play the loser of qualifier 1. The teams that finish 1st and 2nd always get the double chance. Whoever wins qualifier 1 books their place in the final. The loser will play the winner of 3rd versus 4th. That's the way it is. It's the way it will be. It will be the 2nd of 7 finals that we'll have on this European Cricket League. The Champions League of Cricket. Over 2 to start. And it's going to be Padmaraju. Who bowled well yesterday. Probably was one of the bowlers. And it's a swing and a miss and frustration there for Mujib. So Padmaraju, yeah, I think he was called upon to do a job yesterday. He had to keep his nerve, and he did. He took 3 for 23. In once more. And he just sneaking this. He's not the best. He's not using his feet. That's the issue here with Mujib. He just needs to get that foot across. Maybe take a little step towards the ball. Maybe change his guard, stand a little bit further outside. Then he's going to be able to get to these. So another swing and a miss. And one man is looking quite dashing this morning. You can tell it's Peacock Friday. He's wearing all the ducks. Well, maybe he's thinking that a bit like yesterday. There's going to be a few more ducks here today. It's Vinny Sandu. Buenos dias, mi amigo.
Buenos dias. There's the bouncer from Padmaraju. And swing and a miss from Mujib. Yeah, buenos dias, everyone. And it is Dia de Pavo Real. Happy Peacock Friday. And yeah, I've got a few of Derek's distant relatives on my shirt. Looks like you've got an interesting kind of number. We'll probably see it on the camera before too long, but it's kind of D-Day for the Mechelen Eagles. We'll see if they fly or they die, essentially, after today's play. Yeah, for me, obviously the English, with the start they've got, they're guaranteed to play tomorrow, but 3 doesn't go into 2, and there's only 2 spots. This game's going to be huge. Hits and decides against a run. Vikram Maseko, the beast, prowls to his left. And Prague CC, yeah, they hit a high last night. It's the kind of game that could be the difference between them qualifying or not. But having said that, if they're not able to get a result today, and let's be honest, Prague CC, they've got this one, which is it's no gimme, and they're playing Wimbledon in the middle game. So, you know, if they don't pick up enough points, it could be still be Prague CC that'll go. They want to avoid that. Padmaraju gets another swing and a miss. Just hasn't been helping. It hasn't been happening, I should say, for the Belgians. Belgian ball style. Padmaraju comes into the side because Mataranga had that split webbing issue, and he pound for pound, he's probably their best bowler. He's a specialist bowler with a new ball. And he's also been playing really well for the national team, so he's out. Tomar's out with that concussion issue, which is never a nice thing. Pitched up. Well, now we're going to run out potentially. Got to hit him, and he misses. He just that little fumble meant he had to hit him direct. If he picked it up, he could have just shoveled it to the bowler. And so Chima's pretty lucky to survive that. We get to the end of 2. Prague CC, again, impressing us with their bowling and fielding pressure early. The Belgians just haven't woken up on the right side of the bed so far. 16 without loss.
What an over. It's a maiden. It's that superb stuff. Well, Padmaraju had to come in, like you said, for Mataranga, who, well, I saw him this morning and felt for him really. He's got his hand bandaged up. Had about 4 stitches in that that webbing. They haven't had the best of luck, have they, with him out, and now Ricket Tomer as well. But what an over that is. So the score stays on 16.
Brilliant. You made an over. Got to make up for it. This is the way things are rolling at the moment for the Belgians, even though it's hit pretty crisply. Picks out one of the 2 outfielders. Yeah, Padmaraju comes in, does a really good job. He's a guy we've seen a fair bit in the Czech setup. I would call him like a good, honest contributor. He rarely lets you down. He's not considered really one of the superstars of the team, but you can rely on him. That was a brilliant over. Beastie's back. Now, nice little cut. Creates a bit of work, but again, the Czechs, something that we've seen from the very start of their campaign. Let's be honest, they were in a winning position against Hornchurch, weren't they? End up taking a point out of that game, but their fielding, just kind of their vibe and their skills in the field have been brilliant.
A nice looking shot.
Yeah, really good shot. That's going to carry the rope as well. And is it? It's going to be 4, maybe pitches just inside. Chima backs away and laces it.
They might want to check this. I had a feeling that this might have clipped a bit of the rope because it was hit flat and hard. It's the second shot like this that Chima has played. And they're just going to check this because he's hit this with a fair bit of wallop. Now, where does this go?
That's 6.
Yeah, that's 6 for me.
Yeah, that's over the rope. It hasn't bounced yet.
So what are they giving it as?
It should have been 6.
I thought it was 6. But anyway.
Yeah, it has been given 6.
Okay.
All right, all good. Big swing and a miss, no appeal from Sudesh Wickramaseka, a guy who, until fairly recently, held the record for fastest T20 international century. So I remember you'll see his name popping up at the T20 World Cup and things like that when they start talking about records. It's a record he held jointly with Rohit Sharma of India and David Miller of South Africa. This is a bit of a heave and gets enough bat to get it past the fielder. That'll be 4. So the Belgians, it's a tough thing in sport. You know, everyone would have that, the intent to kind of get the energy going, keep things going. But sometimes you just feel like the world's against you. I feel that's probably what they felt like after their first day. They just need to draw a line under it. And if anything, you know, nothing like the pressure of having your tournament on the line to bring out your best and find out what you're really made of.
Yeah, once again, I think they'll be looking 120 plus. 120 plus. And with the bowling that we've seen from them, I think they can defend that. And with hits like that, they could get there as well. This will go all the way. Well, that one is opening up the bar, isn't it? Knocking on the door, say, come on, it's time to open up. It has gone 11 o'clock. That's a biggie. Balle, 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 kinna sora, shaka, lagya.
Yeah, brilliant shot. And to be honest, it's a little bit of a hit-me ball, wasn't it? Fine margins here. Eagles trying to fly into the power play. 34 without loss.
Yeah, 34 of 2, because one of those was a maiden.
Yeah, that's quite incredible, isn't it? It's still an okay power play.
Middle stump has gone, Vinny. Middle stump has gone.
Yokel style with the middle tooth missing.
They've got to believe, though, haven't they? They've got to believe. We know they have the ability. We know what cricket in Belgium is all about, and this is the best of Belgium in terms of club level. So we know what they can do. They know what they can do. Well, it's a good day to shine, isn't it? It's a beautiful day, by the way, on the Costa del Sol. The sun is shining. We're going to get temperatures around about 20 degrees. Going to feel warmer that in the sun. I mean, what else could you ask for? Beautiful sunny day. Cannot see a cloud in the sky, and we're seeing cricket at the highest club level.
Let me tell you as well, the Belgians have lost, you can't get more than this, an average of 10 wickets per innings so far.
Yes.
When they've batted, they lost all 20 wickets yesterday, which you don't see very often. So here, they've got 10 wickets in hand, so that's got to be a net positive. And I like it, they go back to Padmaraju. That's 7 dot balls he's provided now. Remember that Prague CC, when they were batting against Hornchurch, they had something in the 30s in dot balls.
Yeah.
And with the bat, but now they're creating them. Again, missed out by Mujib, who they've got to be thinking about giving the hook.
That's exactly what I was thinking. That last over play, he's got to hit a boundary or he's got to go for me. And he does hit, he'll get a single, but I don't think he's helping their cause. You've got to be brave sometimes, and I think if the Eagles want to be brave, they've got to swoop in, pick him up, put him back in the shed and get somebody else out there. You know, maybe take a gamble, maybe go for somebody who yesterday did shine with the bat on a couple of cases. Maybe Sharakula could come out there. He's a fiery little guy, and he's the guy that on 2 occasions has played the reverse Malachi for 6. Talking of 6, that will go all the way. Shaba, Shaba, Manos, arriba, arriba, arriba. And Chima says, well, all right, Mujib might be slowing us down a little, but I'm going to keep on going.
Yes, I do see the irony of just bragging about them having 10 wickets in hand and suggesting they hand one over. But I think it is really important that you get the guys out there that are moving the game forward. Now, Mujib, there's no lack of intent from that player, but some days it's just not happening. That helps. So Padmaraju, after going for 7 dot balls, he goes for 7 off his next 2. Hello to Trevon, who's watching from South Africa. Happy Peacock Friday to everyone in the Superfan chat. Always great to have that interaction. All right, Padmaraju just needs to settle here. He could probably afford to go for 1 more boundary in the next 3 and still call it a success. This is a mistimed chop onto the leg for 1. Chima moves to 29.
Yeah, that's not a bad result. He's played a couple of shots. He now gives Mujib the strike and says, all right, come on. You got this ball and 1 more. Get me a couple of boundaries. Do yourself a favour. Then me and you can continue this partnership. Otherwise, I think the captain, the likes of Ismail, may be thinking of making a change.
Okay. He's got 2 balls for me.
Okay.
Oh,
I don't even give him that. I don't give him 2.
I wouldn't, yeah.
I just think this is now really hurting. I mean, the delivery, like, look at, it's all wrong. You stand still here and you're clipping this. Confidence it becomes an easy shot. All right, a ball to go in this, the 4th. They're going at around about 10, so 115-ish sort of.
I bet there's some conversations happening over there right now.
Okay, well, he might have just given himself a lifeline here. The hook was coming out,
Yeah, I mean, even that, it's a good result. He's very late on it, though. I would still actually yank him, I'm being honest. But anyway, it will be the end of the over, 46 without loss after 4. If I'm going to be very strategic, I wouldn't yank him while he's at the non-striker's end, because you could then run a single, and if he gets run out, same thing. You know, knowing your luck, the way the Eagles are running at the moment, probably whoever comes out replaces him will get it run out for a diamond. But look, 46 without loss after 4. It's a bit below what you'd expect. Probably that 130 for me is about par in this ECL. It does kind of vary a little bit though, group to group. Solanke, he bowled really well yesterday as an inclusion in the side. He's played a lot of decent level cricket in the UK and also in India. He's been brought in as a wild card for Prague CC. And he's going to bowl over number 5.
Yeah, Ravi Kumar just making an adjustment to his field.
Yeah, so Chima, that's pretty good against the pace. Now he gets a chance to face the left arm orthodox of Ravi Solanke. In fact, pardon me, that's Lala who's bowling. Solanke's not going to bowl right-handed. They've diddled me there. Just assumed they'd go to Solanke, but on closer inspection, it's Lala bowling pretty early in the innings.
Yeah, you're right, it is Lala. I think he's...
I was like, Solanke might be the best bowler here, because he's bowled very, very well right-handed. But no, that is Naeem.
It's time for a little bit of Lala time.
Lala hasn't really shown what he's capable of with the bat yet either. Bowled him. He's gone straight through him. And, well, maybe it's for the best. Majib just couldn't hit a beach ball for most of that innings, really. It's just one of those things in cricket, isn't it? Sometimes you got it, sometimes you don't. He don't, and he's got to go back. It's 47 for 1.
Yeah, well, 13 is his unlucky number. He will have to go, but I don't think this is going to be bad luck for the Mickelin Eagles. I really don't. Well, I think myself and Vinny would have had him back about 4, maybe 5 balls ago. They've got good hard hitters. They've got a start here. It's better than they've done the last 2 outings that they've had with the bat. And I think now they need to be every batter that comes out there needs to be going out there with a positive mind and say, right, we are here and we're going to have to go for these big shots. But Lala, I have to say, Vinny, out of all the bowlers that bowled yesterday, Lala really did impress me.
Yeah, and like I say, I think I put him as a batter who bowls a bit. You know, his batting is very, very solid, but it's just one of those things. Same as Majib. I mean, it's not to hang any negativity on Majib. I mean, there was intent there. He was, you know, wasn't being defensive or anything like that. It just wasn't happening, and the longer it went, the worse it seemed to get because it was in his head a little bit. Mohana Kumar comes out at 3. He tries to launch straight away, but he'll just get a single. So Chima becomes pretty important here because his strike rate is pretty good. He's 30 off 11, and now he's going to take on the off spin of Naeem Lala.
Yeah, one thing what Lala is doing well is he's darting the ball in, and he's darting it in at a good length. Every so often he might go short. That's when he might get a little bit of wallop, but otherwise he's making it very difficult for the batters to go after him.
Quick one. Oh, he likes it.
I think he's gone. I don't think he gets the foot down here quick enough.
I actually think it's a jump after the shot. I actually think he kind of goes and springs, and Katawala, the keeper, he thinks he's got the timing right here. Let's have a look at it, because Chima, he is in. This would be a big wicket. Let's have a look on the replay, thanks to Spring Productions. I think it's down, but then look, does he lose contact with the ground?
No, 1 foot's down.
I think, to be honest, it's kind of cat in a hot tin roof. I think he's down at the moment the bail comes off. There is some time, if we just roll it forward, we'll keep rolling this forward. There are times, I'm sure, that both feet are off about now.
Yeah. Well, by then,
does he not the second bail off? No, I think it's just the one.
Just the one.
He just strums it like
that's
the air
what
guitar.
we saw. We saw that foot up and the stunt go down, thinking, all right, feet are in the air,
just
but
didn't get the timing right. That's the old. It's like strumming a chord on a guitar. You just got to keep whacking them. Anyway, that will be out. Or will it? Oh, I think it is. Given on the field, went the charge. Lala. Well, someone get the speed gun on him, because these aren't spinners. These are quick for a guy off 2 steps. And Chima is stumped. Oh, almost stumped 2 balls in a row. Second time it is gone, and it's 48 for 2.
Yeah, this is fantastic work, though, from Katiwala behind the stumps. Lightning quick reflexes. He's waiting for it. He sees the charge from the batter, and this time there's no mistakes. He's given out on the field of play. Yeah. This time the field is up before it comes down. Even when it comes down, you know, it first comes down on the line. So great bit of bowling once again from Lala. He's picked up a second wicket, 2 for 2 with the ball still to go.
Real top-class wicket-keeping. It is a position which hasn't necessarily been easy to fill for some of the Czech teams with some specialists in there. We've seen guys in the national team like Paras Kari come in and do a pretty good job. But Katiwala is class with the gloves, and now he's going to have a bit of a chase. I think he'll keep this 2-1. But it's great stumping, because something like that, it's rapid, I suppose, for a spinner. He's having to deal with the bounce, ride it, and then still be quick to get the bails off. Also, got to say, though, not so sure that Chima was right to charge at Lala. Again, it was one of those like no real plan situations. So anyway, it'll be the end of the 5th over, and it's 49 for 2. Let's welcome you into the commentary box. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo for ECN, with Rico Full, and happy Peacock Friday.
Yeah, happy Peacock Friday, everybody. It is the start of the weekend, and we like to do it in style with a bit of Peacock Friday. We put on our colourful shorts. I'm loving that one.
Yeah, these are some of Derek's distant relatives, but they're Spanish, so they only speak Spanish. So I'm not great at talking to them. You've got your own as well.
Yeah, I mean, look, he feels well at home in here. Look, there you go.
Buenos dias.
As well, camouflage. Yeah, buenos dias, everybody. Hey, I want to say a couple of big days here today. First of all is World Compliment Day, so I'm complimenting you on your shirt. It looks lovely. And also...
You are very handsome.
Thank you very much. It's also, it's World Zero Discrimination Day as well, and I know that's something that we here on the European Cricket Network take very seriously indeed as well. So a couple of big days here today. Yeah, every individual has a right to live with dignity regardless of appearance, race or geography or belief. So yeah, it's something that we all need to practice.
That's very important. I'd like to think we're a very inclusive organisation as well, because I suppose we have so many countries represented in the Blue Crew, and obviously involving so many countries, and within each country, the cricket setup, you'll have a real melting pot of cultures and backgrounds. So I think it really is important to acknowledge that, and what a great way to do that with Zero Discrimination Day. Anyway, this is up, it's in the air. Don't think it's going to carry. It's Mohan Kumar. 2 balls, 2 mishits so far. Solanki does come on, so they've gone for the twin spinners here in overs 5 and 6.
Yeah, I like the move. We saw a little look there of Sababun, the Victi, who's patrolling there on that long off boundary. He's a key fielder there. Great hands he has. Good fielder. And at the moment here, I think Prague, you can see there from the win percentage, pretty well on top. Gives himself a little bit of room, but doesn't get the shot right. So after a pretty okay start, they're starting to slip away here now. Somebody needs to get going, especially since that dismissal of Chima.
Solanki, it's been tight. There's the charge again. Does it carry? No, it doesn't, but that's not a bad result. I mean, at the moment, a mishit 1 from one of these guys is actually a decent result, I think, because who knows? There could be the best batter in form on the bench, and we'll never know. Someone could come out. How often do we see it? We saw it actually with Ramakrishnan from Prague last night, who came out and went crazy after Tomar was unfortunately required to retire hurt. This is a better shot, though. Fraction short and carved away over the offside. Gets away from the outfielder. 4 runs, 4 badly needed runs for the Mechelen Eagles, and the Belgians are 56 for 2 after 6.
Yeah, they need that, don't they? But that acceleration has to come here now with 4 overs to go. Once again, like I say, they need to be thinking 120-ish. That's what they've got to have in their mind. Remember, Prague CC had a run chase yesterday, which they got to. They needed 123 against Hudding, and they got there with 4 balls to go. So they'll be keeping that in mind, and they'll be thinking, if we can get to that 120, 130 score, then they can really push Prague CC.
The other thing is, though, Prague CC, in both of their batting innings, hasn't really gone to plan. They've had to play from behind once they were able to claw their way back. That was last night. Once they weren't, well, that might be a good sign for the Eagles. They do have the vultures here, the birds of prey, don't they? And I just hope they're well fed. Otherwise, you've got some of the smaller players, let's say.
Well, is that a sign, everybody?
Might be lunch.
Is that a sign?
There's quite a few around here. The Caminito del Rey, I remember doing the tour there
And yeah, well, there we go. Maybe another distant relative.
Nice work there from Spring Media. Of course, our production partners are doing a fantastic job, of course. Oh, well, that's wild. That is really wild. That's got to be a no-e, I think, for height and anything else. More the height, really.
Could he reach this or impossible? Never throws the hands at it, and it wasn't going to hit his person. Probably not. Now I saw it front on. We're going to need a bigger bat.
Smith Patel, that's a proper loosener in the morning.
Hey,
for
Smith's
Patel.
into the side, okay. Oh, it could be another one, you know.
Yeah, it's going to be 4, or is it going to be 5? Let's wait and see.
Oh, it looked pretty high, didn't it? I mean, I know he's on the charge slightly. Oh.
Yeah, difficult
Is
to
it coming
tell.
down enough to go below the waist? I've got to say, I think it's high. He's on the charge, though.
I don't think it's a slower delivery.
It's not. I mean,
so
if it's coming down for me, it's coming down to waist, and it has been called.
yeah, now that's the second as well. So can't bowl another, Patel. So that's a minimum.
Yeah. Yeah. Smith needs a longer pitch. Smith's a gun fielder. Pretty good bowler as well. Seen him playing for the national team. Right now he's got to deliver a free hit. Decent ball, I suppose. He's got one more opportunity, but he gets that right. I suppose that's where he wants to be. That first ball ends up effectively costing 7. I want to say hello to Colin Mustafa, who's saying hello. I want to say congratulations to Jules. He's been a member of ECN for 6 months today. So Jules Udebridge is in the comments section. Jay Wild's in there. Hello, Prez. All right, goes for it. This is going to go straight to the fielder, and it's gone. So Mohana Kumar just couldn't find the middle of the bat, could he? As he will go. Smith bites back. He has his first wicket of the series at 63 for 3.
Yeah, and that's the man we were talking about. We mentioned him earlier, Sababun Davitsi. He's a very good fielder. He ain't going to put that one down. So that is the end of Mohan Kumar. And it'll just be 6 of 7 deliveries for him. And let's see who they go for here now. I mean, it couldn't go too bad going to Sharakula. I know you weren't here yesterday, but he played a reverse for 6.
Oh, I was watching.
That was just, it was outrageous.
I was driving and it almost ran me off the road. It was a pretty crazy shot. I was just listening to the commentary.
What do you mean? Oh, okay. I was going to say, what
I
were you
don't
watching
watch
while
it.
you were driving?
I had it on. I had it on.
It was outrageous. It came from nowhere.
Had to turn the volume down. Corey lost it. But what a shot that was.
And they do go to him. They do actually go to. I don't think this is a bad call. Why not? I mean, somebody can make things happen. So he's coming higher up the order here. Is Sharagrula. Let's see what he can, if he can provide some quick fire runs.
Well, he's going to be aggressive. We know that. It's a good catch, by the way, down there by Sabu and Davitsi at long off. I wonder where Davitsi will bat. Whether they go kind of left-hander for left-hander and they push up Ramakrishnan at the top and bat Davitsi in the middle. It's probably what I would do. Sabu's missed out a couple of times at the top. Gets a slight step away, but still he's going to be called a wide. Hey, in the comments section, Helix asking, did Corey get the memo about Peacock Friday? Well, here's the thing. This is Corey's day off today. Sounds strategic to me. Requested the day off. I think it's to do with the fact that Cockney Corner is an uncomfortable place for Corey at the moment. He started a feud with Hornchurch. Well, actually, it was about a week ago he started the feud when we had them in the live chat.
Uh-huh.
Let's just say some of the chants there were not fit for air towards young Corey.
Yeah. He needed to be carefully escorted away. All right, that's big. Yeah, that's what we're talking about. Well, Sharakula, he couldn't get to 3 of them, but this one he could reach, and he absolutely blasted it for a big 6.
Yeah, and Smith again having length issues. This is one that isn't block hole. It's kind of slot. And I suppose they have been getting away with this so far, with the Belgians not finding the middle of the bats. But that one flew. Eagles trying to make something of this first innings.
The difference between that shot and all the others that we've seen so far from the Eagles, he uses his feet. Look, here he goes again.
Oh, shot. He's chopped that down, and it's going to go over the keeper. That's a bit unlucky, to be honest, because Smith does York the moving target, but it'll be 4 more. First bit of luck for the Belgians in a while.
Yeah, look, you've got to make your luck sometimes, and I'm liking the positive intent from the batter. May have been another wide, if he doesn't touch it, because I think it was on the line. But Well, if you can get 4, take the 4. He says, hang on a minute, I'm not ready. This over, it's a long one. I mean, it's gone magical already. We've had, what we've had in there, 3 wides, 2 no balls. There's a wicket in there as well. It's ECN.
Well bowled. Geez, no justice though for Smith. He gets that spot on. It's going to be French cut. There's no fine leg at all. And that's going to be 4 more.
Starting to happen. And maybe the luck that they haven't been getting is starting to all happen in this over. Well, they're getting luck, and poor Smith Patel is getting none of it. He's gone now for 24. There's still a ball to go.
You can see personnel matters. Shakarula has more in 3 balls than Mujeeb had in 15 balls.
Another wide.
Another wide, put it with the rest. So I was going to refer to a comment. Oh, Helix was asking, what's the actual rule for no ball for height for full balls? Now, typically, traditionally, it is anything above waist height at the crease. But in ECN, we have a playing edition which is a little bit stricter. This is hit away, and it should be gone, and it's taken. So Shakarula there for a good time, but not a long time. Thick outside edge. And what a weird over from Patel. Costs 25, but he does pick up 2 wickets. And Shakarula doesn't survive to the end of it. It's 81 for 4.
Yeah, that's a good catch there taken by Sudesh. Wickramasakara, he doesn't make any mistakes at all, gets himself in a good position. Well, when you see the size of his hands, there's no way that he's dropping these.
It's like throwing someone a tic-tac when you throw it at the beast. And he doesn't have to move. And to be honest, I think that's the way he likes it. Shakarula's still got that excess energy, burns it off by running up the stairs. Patel with the 2nd wicket, and it's 81 for 4 after 7. And of course, we've got plenty happening here on the European Cricket Network. If you want to keep abreast of what's happening, you can always follow us on our social media at European Cricket. I heard our Facebook page actually crashed, so you can try again, and we'll see if that's back up before too long. But also you can send us messages and get me at Mr. Maximo and get Rico at Rico4. I'll do my best to check those, and maybe we can get back to you in the broadcast. Here's Lala for over number 8. Again, pace on.
Yeah, I think there was myself and Corey talked a lot about this yesterday. When bowlers are on, leave them on. And when you make changes, because you think, oh, I'll save him and let's give Patel or whoever a go, it doesn't always work out. Patel just goes for 25. Lala only went for 3. Now he comes back on.
I mean, does he get a 2nd over, Patel? To take 2. And actually bowled some good balls. When you talk about the 25, okay, some went hideously wrong, but he actually hit the block hole a fair few times, and twice he had perfect balls get chopped for 4 backwards. I'm getting back to you, Helix. Don't worry, I haven't forgotten about you.
Afghan man of the moment yesterday, wasn't he? 5 wickets in 1 match, and then, well, an incredible caught on bowl.
Yeah, that was amazing. Yeah, 2nd ever ECL 5 for yesterday. And a bit of an end of the finger job there for the keeper, Katawala. Yeah, Helix, so on ECN, it's if the ball is waist height or higher. So it doesn't have to be above waist height. So the one at the waist, we consider that to be an unfair delivery if it's on the full. And that one,
He's slow.
Gets there. Battle of the slows, because Beast does get there eventually. But yeah, that one, he was out of his crease, but he hits it kind of significantly above, probably 2 balls above the waist. So even at the crease, umpires have judged that isn't below the waist. And the benefit goes to the batter on those ones as well. Okay, Lala has been hitting that block hole really well. He's just got the formula at the moment, doesn't he, Naeem?
When you're a bowler, sometimes you find a rhythm and it sticks, and he's got that rhythm at the moment. The ball is coming out right. He's getting the right length.
No real mysteries. Pace on. You've got to play him like a medium pacer. And that's exactly what the batter does, although he might have found the fielder again. It's dropped over the line by Davizzi.
Oh.
Maximo. Well, Shazad hasn't hurt them yet, but there's still 2 overs to go. Lala should have had 3, but instead he'll finish with figures of 2 for 10. Big momentum swinger there. The Eagles, 89 for 4 after 8.
Well, you've got to hold on to this. I think, I reckon he goes side on here, and he probably would have been better off just taking that over his shoulder.
Yeah, the difficult thing with that is you're forcing yourself to take it to the side of your body, whereas if you're square on with the ball, taking it over your eyes, you've just got a better look at the ball, and your feet are static. And so, just probably the wrong choice down there. Eagles fighting their way to maybe an ugly 100 to 110. Maybe more. His first ball is past the batter. Might have been a slight stumping chance. It looked like he was on the charge, but here's the thing. Dot ball's a good ball at the moment. The wicket doesn't matter so much. He probably feels that's a missed opportunity. Katawala. Does make the block though. And, well, the next one, it will make them pay. So he could have been stumped the ball before. Instead, it's up and out of here. Maximo Afghan activated.
Yeah, Arafat hits this big. It's just slightly short, isn't it? Look at that length that's been bowled there as opposed to what Lala's been bowling. It's a little bit shorter, and it allows Arafat to get a big swing in. He'll feel a lot better for that. Finally gets one out in the middle of the bat. Yeah, they know they want a few more here. They want to try and get to that 120 score. At the moment, expected score around about the 113. They need a push on here. Can Afghan and Shazad provide that push?
All right. This is just going to be a single. It's hard to pinpoint where it's going wrong for the Eagles because they're on another day in an alternate universe where they're all in form.
Yeah.
They're whacking 200. It's not that they're not capable. It's just, it's just not really happening for them often enough. Still having a good time. That's really what this is all about. And still, they're playing for their tournament lives today. I hope it clicks at some stage. All right, this time goes for it. Davitsi prowling, and he gets hands to it again. And once again, he's dropped it. And I think that's 4.
Yeah, let's keep an eye. I think he manages to get it going downward. But again here...
Doesn't get off his feet.
Nah,
that's one I think
you're right.
You need to get off your feet there. He's not really a natural diver. Davitsi likes to keep his feet. This one, oh, has that hit the rope on the... I think that's actually hit the rope. Look at the rope move.
That's 6 runs.
That's 6, yeah. I think it will be 6.
Oh, that's 2 opportunities he's had, and on both occasions, not only has he not taken it, but he's pushed the ball over for 6, and both times it's been Shazad.
Well bowled, really good bowling. Davitsi's got some work to do again. But it's been a feature of their play so far, Prague CC. They have pounced on opportunities, even half opportunities. They've caught well under pressure in fairly windy conditions. They'll be disappointed that hasn't met with the standards they've set for themselves. Last ball of the 9th. A little bit short. Can't get hold of an Afghan. It'll just be 1, and we'll get to the end of the 9th to score 104 for 4.
Yeah, I mean, speaking about that, doesn't it feel like that after we had Group A come to an end, it's almost like the boundary rope's been moved out another 10 metres or something, doesn't it? Because Group B, the big teams that we know, like, for example, here, the Mechelen Eagles, Prague CC, Hudding as well, they're teams that normally would blast the ball big, and they're struggling to find the rope. They're struggling to hit open the rope, and it's a weird one. And there's no real reason for it, really. It's just, sometimes you're just not in the groove, and maybe also, got to say, credit to the bowlers. The bowlers have been better in the group. Certainly, we've seen that from the 2 English teams. I think Wimbledon and Hornchurch bowl very well. Very good, heavy ball being bowled by them, and the spinners bowl well. The Yorkers are being deployed. All right, they go for Davitsi.
Well, can be a 10th over specialist. First one not going too far. So his bowling is only over here. They resist the urge to go back to Patel, who took 2 for 25 in his over. Actually, to paraphrase the famous novel, it was the best of overs, it was the worst of overs. I think that half of it, if you isolated the best balls he bowled, it actually looked pretty good. It was inconsistent.
I think it was the 5 extras, right?
Yeah.
The 2 no balls and the 3 wides, which probably thought, okay, maybe not the best of ideas.
This is hit pretty hard. So it's a bit of a task, and results 1 run.
Yeah, you see things like that. I think in Group A, those sort of shots were like racing to the boundary. You thought fielders got no chance. Group B, different story. The fielders do have a chance. The fielders have been taking some great catches. So it's just not quite happening for the batters, perhaps. Yesterday also, it's worth pointing out, there was only 1 batter to make a half century, and that was in the very first match. And that was a lot of luck involved there as well. Lesbourne Edwards won't mind me saying so. He made 55, 22. I think he was dropped 3 times. Other than that, no other batter scored a 50.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? A bit more of a balance between bat and ball, maybe at the club level compared to the Euros of cricket. That's good short ball dug in by Davitsi. He's trying to make for it. There's 2 fumbles over the rope. This is hit, but it should just be 1. So yeah, Davitsi's a guy, I'm a little bit surprised he doesn't get an over earlier, because he is one guy I've seen close out innings very well. So you can see him doing it here in the 10th. 2 balls to go, around about 110 we're looking at. Mechelen Eagles, they're going to have to turn it on in the field and with the ball. be about 20 under, I think. 2 to come.
Good lead.
Not. Still 2 to come.
It's a good lead. Doesn't get drawn to that one. So, well, scratching around to the sort of scores that we saw yesterday. I mean, it wasn't a high scoring day. We did see a 1-9 set by Hooding. It wasn't enough against Wimbledon. We saw 1-9 set by Hornchurch. It was enough to beat Prague CC. So Mechelen Eagles will keep that in mind. Mechelen Eagles scored 88, which wasn't enough against Wimbledon. And the last match was 122 set by Hooding. Yeah, so it wasn't high scoring, and it looks like it's going to be sort of a similar one here as well. So this is 109, which was enough for Hornchurch to beat Prague CC. Is it going to be enough for the Mechelen Eagles to beat Prague CC?
Great last over, and look, credit to Davitsi. Probably leaked 10 runs. He's probably got them back at this stage with this over, if he can avoid getting hit to the boundary here. Last ball coming up, and he gets absolutely smashed. That's huge into the wind. Maximo. Still, all things considered, you take 11 off the last, so Davitsi delivers in the 10th, and the Mechelen Eagles are going to finish on 115.
Well, 115 is going to be the score. So it's going to be very similar to the kind of matches that we saw yesterday. And the Eagles know they're going to have to be at their best in the field. They've got to take all the chances that come their way. They've got to be out there like demons. And it's going to be interesting. Yeah, you touched it already. I wonder what the Prague CC lineup is going to be, because certainly from what we saw yesterday, the batters that came out later were much better. I think for me, and I think Corey will agree if he was here, I think the likes of Sharon Ramakrishnan has got to be at the top of the order. He was a classy left-hander.
Ramakrishnan, Lala, Beast, Aaron Ashokan. There's my top 4,
Okay.
and probably Katawala at 5. But anyway, time will tell. Prague CC, very proud club, pretty big club there in Czechia, and they're flying the flag, and they're doing it with distinction so far. The Eagles, well, they've been de-winged, haven't they, really, in the first 2 days of action. Didn't get much better, a bit of a sluggish start, including a maiden in the power play.
Yeah, I mean, it was all about Chima to begin with. He was hitting it pretty well, and that was just one example of some of the shots that he played. But unfortunately for him at the other end, Mujib just couldn't get going. He was chewing up deliveries, and we were wondering if they were going to pull him or not at one point. I mean, he got lucky and got a streaky boundary to stay there a little bit longer. But in the end, he was put out of his misery by a good delivery from Lala. Lala bowled sensationally well. He really has been the pick of the bowlers for the group so far. He's been consistent. He's been on the money, not only getting one, but getting 2 wickets there. And this is a great bit of work from Aditya Gatiwala behind the stumps. Absolutely stunning. Great take. And yeah, Prague CC, they just continue to keep pushing. Well, there's the Eagles. Well, some Eagles are flying high, but some of them, those on the ground, are waiting to take off. And the Mechelen Eagles, they definitely are waiting to take off. No points on the board for them so far. 2 losses out of 2. On both occasions, they've been bowled out. At least one positive straight away for them here today is that they're not bowled out. They only lose just the 4 wickets, but they're not able to get big runs on the board. So again, it's a below par score, but then having said that, the par score for Group B has changed. It probably is around about this sort of 115 to 120 mark. So they're thereabout. And like I say, they're going to have to be pretty good with the ball. Some good hitting there. That was a nice shot from Arafat Afghan. It was nice to see him starting to show a little bit of what he can do with the bat as well. We know that he'll be very key with the ball. You'll probably find that he'll possibly come on to bowl the very first over after the power play. He ends up 17 not out of 11. There was a good 23 there for Shazad as well. 1-4 and 2 sixes to his name, but at the top of the order, it was all about Karun Chima. Looking at the bowling, sensational really in some parts. I think Lala was very good. Don't forget that that Paddy Marju did put in a great spell as well. His first over ended up being a maiden. So there you go. Naveen Padamargu 0 for 12. 34 of Sudesh, so he wasn't quite as tidy as he was yesterday, but all the other bowlers, you'll take that. 2 for 25 from Smith Patel in that 1 over. And as Vinny said, strange over. When he got it right, he was good and sometimes unlucky. He did pick up 2 wickets, but he went for 25. Wasn't given another. Sabawin Davitsi made up for the 2 drops perhaps on the boundary, both of which went for 6 when he bowled that last over, which, well, was pretty tidy until the 6th of the last, but it only went for 11. So the mid-match summary is up there, the first match of match day 2 of Group B, match number 6. And there are Mechelen Eagles, who are struggling at the moment, trying to get off the foot off the table. They've got 115 on the board. Prague CC needing 116 for victory, and I think Prague CC will feel that it's a score that they should be able to pick up. But I just wonder whether Prague CC feel that this match, this run chase, could be the one, if they get all 4 points, that could maybe more or less almost guarantee them a pathway into final stage tomorrow. They'll be looking to see if they can get to that 116 in 7 overs. That's the feeling that I have. Anyway, the Micklin Eagles will be feeling, get a few quick wickets here at the beginning in the power play, and that sees them maybe pick up their first points. I'm Rico Full. Alongside me is Vinny Sandu. We're going to take a short break now, around about 10 minutes, and we'll be right back to talk you through the second innings.
The European Cricket League is proudly brought to you by Dream 11, HCL Software, La Junta de Andalucía, Paramatch and Norcane. And the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Hello, cricket lovers, and welcome back. The umpires, the men in black, they're out there. Joe Foster and Nilkesh Patel. And out come the batters first. And the two openers for Prague CC. And it looks like they're going with Sabah and Naeem. And they're followed then by the Mickelin Eagles. And I just saw they were all in a huddle there before the start. And I think that was where the captain, Mohammed Ismail, was basically saying to them, come on. I know it's probably not quite the number of runs we wanted on the board, but we have seen teams win from here. We can do this, but we have to really fight hard. We have to support each other. We have to play as a team. And, you know, if things don't go right, if a catch goes down, don't get on top of people. Support them, support each other. And let's come out here fighting, because we have to. They're fighting for survival here. No points on the board. And, that's the bonus point equation there. So, seems unlikely, but if they can keep their opponents to under 80 and win the match, then they pick up all the points. And could they do with those? That would certainly really liven up the group. But I think Prague CC themselves, if they get off to a good start, let's say they get a power play 45 to 50, they'll be looking to finish it off in 7 overs. And if they can do that, they then steal all the points. Remember, normally, the way point situation works is the winning side gets a set of 3 points, and the losers would get a point. But that point can be stolen either way if you really play out of your skins. All right, here's the first. It's down the leg side, so it'll be runs on the board straight away. Wide ball, and it is Davitsi to go with, the left-hander. He's out there with Naeem Lala. Two batters who I suppose you could both say that we know they've got the ability to perform, but so far haven't quite been able to click. I like the idea of the left and right, but I think, you know, my thinking is I'd rather that Davitsi probably be someone like Ramakrishnan. He just looks like a talented batter that seems to be flying at the moment. I love the stroke play from him yesterday, and I think courtesy of that stroke play from him, the short burst from Arun, and also from Kaliwatla, that's how they got that victory yesterday. Just goes to clip this away, doesn't quite get it out the middle, and we'll take the single. And Davitsi having a little chat there with Lala. Maybe he's saying, hey, I didn't hear you calling at all, I want to hear you. Oh, okay, well that's something that's ended up. Where's that come from? It's on the field of play somewhere. I think it might be from the there you go, in the practice area at the back, where some of the teams look to be practicing at the moment. Okay, Lala bowled brilliantly. Let's see how he fares against Idris. He goes for the short one, and that's a lovely shot. Well, Idris wants to test him upstairs, but in fairness, I don't think Idris has the pace, really. And this one holds up nicely. And Lala goes, thank you very much. La, 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 la. 4 runs. Good shot. See what I mean? It just holds up, keeps his composure, keeps his shape, and gets 4 runs. So the first boundary from Prague CC in reply to the 115 that the Mickelin Eagles put on the board. Abdullah Riyam Idris, I think he has to go back to just that line outside the off, short of a length. Maybe dart that ball in the same way that Lala was when they were batting. Wicket to wicket, good full length. Can't go too wrong with that. And he does go with that wicket to wicket full length. They're asking the question. I think the bowler, looking at the bowler, probably knows that is a little bit too much down the leg side, but he then entertains the appeal because the wicketkeeper gets involved. And all right, I don't think it's the worst of appeals as we see it again here. He does go across, but I think the ball is probably just going on, and only just going on to miss that leg stick. But it's definitely worth appeal. I can see why Cameron Zazai went up for that. Oh, Gundy, no ball surely. That is sailing for 6 runs. This is going to be a 7-up. Got to be a 7-up. Oh, there you go. Yeah, no ball called. It comes out completely wrong from Idris. They can't afford that. And this is where I was saying you need everything to go your way. It's too high, and it gets clubbed away by Saba. And now Saba says, come on, bring it on. I'll have the free hit. Free hit. The Vitsi, the license to go, the full Monty. And I can't believe he's left this. I can't believe he's left it. He looks like he wants to charge, and he goes back into his crease, and then he just stands stationary. Can't believe he's left this. It's a free hit. You've got to be swinging at it. Well, I don't think we'll have a chance to see this again as Idris comes back. And it's another one of those cutters. It's a pre-signal from the umpire, but nothing to follow. So that's the end of the over. So that's a really peculiar finish. So he's put 2 of these deliveries in. It was left by the Vitsi on the free hit, and then he leaves that one as well. I suppose on all accounts, it's not the worst of overs, but they will know if it keeps going like this, then Prague CC will get the win. They need wickets. And they've got to come from somewhere. 14 without loss from the first. I wonder if they take a gamble and go with spin even before the power play is out. Okay, Saragula into the attack. Good delivery. That's the Yeris you want to be. Get the batters playing outside that off. Because the other thing here is, you see, I mean, Prague CC will be thinking 116. I think they should be thinking 150 and batting like they're going for 150. Because sometimes when you start to think 116 and you start to think, okay, 10 and over, 1 boundary, push it around, you change your game and you get yourself out. And this is up in the air, and he gets lucky, gets it over the field, and he's going to get 4 runs. So that's going to get away from Ismail, the captain. Not the most convincing, but you can get away with that in the power play. And I think you're far better off having this approach than thinking it's a low score and just trying to, you know, push it around and trying to get that 10 and over. Just go out there and play like you're playing a big game, like you're playing and going after a big score. Okay, back to the drawing board then for Sharagula. I don't think it was worth the delivery to get some protection outside the off. So sweeper on the offside and 3rd man back. Good heavy ball. He wants it. He likes it. He's asking the question. I didn't see it myself. I didn't hear anything myself, but we'll have a look again. The umpire, Nilkesh Patel, unmoved. Yeah, that he misses by a long way. It was a good delivery. Good carry through. Nothing on that. Good appeal though. Liked it. And that's one way to get your vocal cords going in the morning. Vinny Sandy joins me back in the box, and a little bit of tension around. All right, this should be out. It will be out. A little bit slow moving the fielder. Maybe he spends a bit of time just not picking it, but he eventually gets his eyes on it, starts walking and takes the catch. And look at them. They're in a huddle. They need to be in a huddle. Sharagula gets the wicket, and he gets the wicket of Lala, who will go for 8 of just 6 deliveries.
Yeah,
Vinny.
Lala just still hasn't kind of found the formula, has he, at the top of the order? He's a very good player. I mean, you saw that pull shot he crunched last over. This time he takes on the mid-on, who's in the circle, just doesn't get the timing, holds up a bit in the breeze as well. So it's a simple catch for Kuram Chima. And Lala has to walk back, hasn't really been able to produce his best with the bat in this series so far. We'll still get another opportunity, but right now he's the first to go, and it's 18 for 1.
Yeah, well, Howard, just for a moment there, you're right, Penny. I think it does hold up in the breeze. I think the fielder there, Chima, thinks he's coming to him, then realises he needs to get a couple of steps in. He does. He takes it. So they get the first wicket. They get the breakthrough. 18 for 1, 2 balls to go in the second.
Edged and gone, and the Beast goes very first ball. Shakarula's on a hat-trick, and the Eagles ready for takeoff. Can they turn their taunt around here on day 2? Right now, a couple of wickets in consecutive balls, and 18 for 2.
Huge wicket. That is a huge wicket. The Sudas Vikram Sakara, a.k.a. the Beast, will go very first ball. It's going to be a golden duck, so one of those ducks on Vinny's shirt is going to escape and be making his way onto the screen any moment here now. It is a golden, and that's a big wicket because Suresh, I mean, we know he's a big hitter, but he's also somebody who can stabilise the batting as well. That is big, and Sharakula is 2 in 2. He will be on a hat-trick as we see Suresh Vikram Sakara take a lonely walk back up those famous Cartama steps, and there's Goldie.
Yeah, well, hat-tricks, we saw one yesterday on the 29th of February. I would say that will be our first ever hat-trick on the 29th of February. Probably only one for quite a while. Harry Hankins did it yesterday. Of course, Jared Newton took one in Group A. Or could it be Kogyani Shakarula? That can do it right here. Hat-trick ball. Won't be a hat-trick. They've gone for Katawala at 4. Suppose they say, if you're going to get out, don't waste any time. There's still plenty of batting to come.
Yeah.
But that's a brilliant over from Shakarula. Not quite a maiden, but you could argue it was even more important because 2 hitters are gone, and the score is 18 for 2.
Very good bit of bowling. He started off getting that ball outside that off-stump corridor. He stuck to his line, stuck to his plan, and he got rewarded for it. And this is the way the standings are looking at the moment. So both the English teams level on 7 points.
Yeah.
Wimbledon have a better net run rate, but you can see the battle there at the bottom.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be hard to see either of those English teams getting knocked out of the top 2, but it's all about survival. The other 3 teams competing for 2 spots, and this game could be huge in determining who stays and who goes. Davitsi, another one of those kind of trademark swashbuckles, and he just can't catch up with it.
Yeah, and they go to the Shazad, the left armour, gets another one past the outside edge of the bat. Make a slight change in the field here. I don't know if I like this. They bring third up to push back a very wide sort of...
I can tell you your 2 outfielders to Davitsi, 25 hours a day. You put a forward square leg and you put a deep backward point back. There is 2 boundary areas.
There you go.
So that's going to be 4. Maybe my guy wouldn't have reached that, but he would have gotten close. That's 4 runs.
Well, I said straight away before you, when they moved the third up, I said, I don't like this because you can see the angle that's going to be bowled here by Shazad. Giving some protection. They pushed out the man wide. I say he's a wide long off. He's almost like extra cover. But, all right, if he pulls this shot off, fine. But you've got to give the bowler some protection before he starts hitting. Now they go back to it.
They've got kind of that, I suppose, ECN traditional third that's almost like a slip but on the boundary. And it's a catching position as well.
Yeah,
I just think that Davitsi likes to go that area, and that's all about knowing your opponent. Remember, these 2 teams have never played each other before, so you can't really blame the captain if he hasn't seen enough of Davitsi. But this next one gets past him.
I'm loving this line. I mean, this is what he's got to be doing. He's got to be using that natural angle of his to get that ball just in that area. That's a beautiful delivery.
Yeah, good length. Game in the balance, almost 50-50 proposition here. Again, this time he tries that heave. So carving the heave. That's the 2 shots of Itzy. There is go-to shots, and he stays the course, and sometimes he's unstoppable. Other times, you can bog him down. I suppose that's been the issue with him at the top of the order. He's not getting them away to flying starts. I think if you look at the 3 times he's opened the batting, he's lost the battle with the openers. Now just prods at this one and misses out. It's really good over though from Shuzad, and this is a bit more of what we expected from the Belgians. I mean, in Belgium, the clubs are quite even and all pretty good. So it's not like some countries where you might have one strong club or 1 or 2 strong clubs and the others aren't really competitive. Belgium is very, very competitive across the board with a lot of national representatives sprinkled across different clubs. Now, he does go that carve and he gets it pretty good. Maximo! Some fielding in the fan zone. That got them scrambling. 6 runs for the Czechs at the end of the power play. PCC, 28 for 2.
Yeah, well, who was this? Scrambling for cover as that was coming through. Said, there you go.
There.
Have your ball back. I mean, watch Joanne go here. She sees his grizzly coming, says, I'm coming, I'm after you, And Dan says, get away. Watch her go, get away. Yeah, you got to always have your eye on the ball in the fan zone. Okay, end of the power play. It's 28 for 2. So you can see there at the moment that despite that maiden, where there was no runs of the second over, the Macklin Eagles are ahead. And only that one boundary. There was a boundary at the beginning and the end of that over. 10 came off it. All the other 4 balls were dot balls. Okay, you've got to go back here to Ula, but they don't. And one thing I said is I think they might go to this guy straight away after the power play, and that's what they're doing. So it's going to be Arafat Afghan, who took a 5 yesterday. Only the second man in the history of the European Cricket League to take 5 wickets.
He bowled really well and starts well as well. That's a good question from Leon. Chase this up. What's the lowest score successfully defended in an ECL match in Cartama? ECL, I'm not so sure. I've seen 80s defended here. That's the ECC, actually involving the Swedish national team against Spain. But yeah, I think we have seen double digits defended from time to time, but not very often.
Liking the big effort here from the Macklin Eagles. They know how big this match is. They're up and about. They're supporting each other. Every time a fielder makes a stop, he's getting high fives. They're fighting hard. They're working hard as a team here.
Around the wicket to the lefty. He pushes, takes off for a single. A few nerves around here at the moment.
Yeah, they gotta don't get too excited because the end of the day, singles are not going to hurt them. So they're just going to, if it's a single, they're just going to say, look, take it easy. We can afford to give away the single.
Right, it's catching. I'm getting the eyes again.
Is that happening?
Yeah, it's happening. Anyway, this will just be pushed away for 1. Hey, that game last night, I was watching it from the comfort of my room at the Sunset Beach Club when Prague were taking on Hudinga, and the percentages always hovering around that 50-50. And it just, when that happens, typically you see a close finish. Feel like we're in for one here. Davitsi steps across and he gets the hands out in front. Musaba, is this the game that he can turn it on? He moves into the 20s with a Maximo.
Just drifting onto the pads. I've gone here. Watch this. Watch this ball. It's going onto the pads, and Saba says, yep, I like it there. It's a shot where there's no risk involved. He can't be LBW, and he gets that perfect. Beautifully timed.
Run follows up the 6 with a 1. It's a tight one, but they do get home.
A very good run in Katawala. It's almost like the two have had a chat with each other and said, look, there's singles here to be taken. If we're on the same wavelength, if we decide we're going from, we're going, I'm coming if you're going. And say, yep, we'll do it. And that works well, especially with a score like this. That rate staying around about the 12. Vinny, we're going to have an exciting finish to this one.
Yeah, and look, one thing that I suppose we've been critical of in the past with Davitsi is he's can be a bit lazy between the wickets, but it's really good to see him hustling. Because when teams do that, they pick up those extra half a dozen runs. That might just be the difference. And also his decision-making. He's not getting carried away with trying to smash everything. He's just trying to get what he needs off the over with a minimum of risk. So in the end, I think they'll take that 10 off Afghan, considering how well he's bowling. It's 38 for 2 after 4.
Yeah, you've got to keep the pressure on. They would love to pick up another wicket. I mean, Saba's got going 24 or 14. I mean, he has chewed up a few dot balls though, but he has bounced back with a couple of boundaries. And well, this one strikes him, and he misses out on this one. This is, you'd expect Saba to put this away. This is the sort of delivery that left-handers do like, but he ends up wearing it.
Misjudges the pace. We have seen that extra jump wrap some of the gloves, I think, in the end.
And Mujib, he had issues with the bat. He didn't really get the acceleration he needed going, but maybe he could make up for it with the ball. He's coming right arm. And well, it's up in the air. It's going to just beat the fielder, who does a marvellous stop. Get up again, get up, get it. He does. Well done, brilliantly done. Shaba. And Hadatullah Shazad does brilliantly well here. I mean, Davisi again believes that he's missed out on what should have been perhaps another boundary. Doesn't really show too much sort of assertion on this shot, but look at the willpower and the effort here from the fielder Shazad. Absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, and I was a bit worried for a second that it might have just kissed the boundary, but he does well. He keeps it in. As luck would have it, he gets just enough finger on it to keep it going parallel with that boundary rope. Good stop. Davizzi doesn't quite get the boundary. Once more, this time's Gundy, it's Minimo. Well, this really hurts you when you're trying to defend a moderate target. Majib gets it wrong.
Yeah, I mean, he's trying to bang the ball in anyway. I don't know. He's not bowling good line. He's not got any rhythm or momentum going at the moment. He's dragging the ball down. He's bowled a couple of Gundy balls already down the leg side. Now, this one doesn't get punished, but it goes through. The wicketkeeper can't stop it, and it's going to be a Minimo.
It's probably disappointing on a number of fronts. Desai probably should take that as well. You know, gets 2 gloves near it, now wide the other side. And Majib, he's already been talked to about running right in front of Joe Foster in the follow-through. There's Joe, who is very experienced ECL official. Yeah, look, sometimes your batting can translate into your bowling. Often we say that in a positive way, but Majib had a bit of a shocker with the bat, didn't he, earlier on? He bogged things down early, and they're playing catch-up right now. He's having a real tough time with the ball as well. Short. That's weird over. Davizzi gets clocked. Might have hit him in the back shoulder.
Yeah, I mean, Davizzi, once again, for some reason, he doesn't look too comfortable playing this shot. He's missed out on it a few times, but normally he's very strong on it. Look, he's taking his eye off the ball. He is taking his eye off the ball so early.
Yeah, and that is probably something in his game that, if I could keep it really simple, I'd say actually watch the ball. I think he's guilty sometimes of just kind of loading up the shot, not really watching it on the second half of the ball's journey. Another short ball. This is gloved, and this might actually be the one for the over. Another leg by. If there was such a thing as arm buys, they would be doing very well this over. Let's have a look at this. Pretty well directed short ball. Maybe it isn't actually above the shoulder. Touch and go.
Yeah, if it's caught, it's out, you know. It gets the glove, but again, it's down the leg side. You could have quite easily stepped inside that and taken the wide. Right, Davizzi. I think he knows what's coming.
Short and just poked away. The old body line, 1932, 1933 about this at the moment.
Now, I think here, yeah, Joe Foster's having a chat about him coming in front. He's probably said to him, look, I've said this to you a few times. I'm actually giving you a warning here now.
But this is the thing that the umpire needs tools to deal with this. It's not something we really see in different forms of the game that are on turf. But he's running basically what would be called the protected area.
Yeah,
it's not really such a big deal with, obviously we're bowling from one end here, but as far as letting the umpire do their job, it's essential. Shouldn't be a problem this time. Goes short again this time. Katawala's sweating on it and he pumps it. Well, early catching practice for Hudinga. That might have been Zubak that took that one, but it will be 6 handy runs. That over goes for 15. It was a bit of a topsy-turvy affair, and PCC, they're 55 for 2. After 5, why don't we welcome you into the Dream Box? And it is Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, with Rico Full. Peacock Friday here. And yeah, it's a bit of a trend, isn't it? Because people are watching us. We are watching them as well. And look, on a serious note, if you are watching, we'd love for you to get involved with our official charity partner, Share the Meal, the World Food Programme. It's a UN organisation. They've won all kinds of awards for making it easy to do the right thing and easy to help someone out that's in need, because over 783 million people go hungry every day. If you scan the QR code in the corner with your phone, it's just a couple of clicks and you can give someone a meal that needs one. And you can do that for really cheap, under €1 or about $1 Australian. So we'd love for you to help out right now. It's Davizzi helping out his team. He starts the 6th over with a boundary. Afghan comes on to bowl his second.
Yeah, Afghan once again just throwing down the legs, and Davizzi with no worries about it being short and fast, he's able to negotiate away. It's the second time he's played this shot against Afghan. Afghan now goes wider outside the off, and he gets an instant result straight away. Yeah, look, every bit helps. We know we are a huge cricket community. We got our family, you guys and girls are around the world watching from all over. Whatever you can do to help.
Well, there's the carve for Davizzi. He's going to get 4 more. Gets just enough to get it over the fielder. It was hovering 50-50, wasn't it? But I think with a couple of these boundaries, PCC well on top now, and a few more feathered spectators invading the field of play as well.
Yeah, loving this slow-mo camera. And nice looking shot.
Now he turns, and once he's in, and now he's looking more confident against the spin. It's Maximo for Davizzi as he moves into the 40s.
Yeah, he's motoring now, isn't he? He's had his woes, he's had his issues, but he's fighting back now after being, well, let's face it, he's been hit a few times as well.
It's funny, the go back to spin, which I suppose I can understand. It's been your go-to bowler. But Davitzi's look good against the spin. Some hesitation here. They go the long way, but they'll still get a fairly comfortable signal. And that's really good running, or is it? That's brilliant running by Katawala. And it's been a feature of this innings that Davitzi has been hustling between the wickets. Katawala knows that he can make it. And he says, well, if I can make it, I think that's the danger end. Have a look at this. It's a slight fumble, and it goes no more than 5 or 6 metres. But Davitzi, I suppose the other thing, he's good because he's ready for it. He hasn't run through, pitches two, and then the next ball, Afghan almost steps on the ball, ouch, as he'll end up with figures of none for 26, and it's 71 for 2 after 6.
Oh, hello, Barbie. I'll have some of those. Well, Barbie's there. Barbie's cuddling Panda. Hello to Panda as well. Hello to everybody in the fan zone. It's filling up nicely.
Was that Lady Gaga? That's Little Miss Lady Gaga. Oh, that's a good cookie. And I'm going to find out where those are as soon as this game is finished. But right now, we might have a finish on. Look, they need to win the next over, you feel, the Eagles. Afghan goes for 2 4s and a 6 in that over. It costs him 16. It still is a winnable game, no doubt about that for the Eagles, but they're going to have to break this partnership. They've got to get Davitzi now. Think about who might come out, though. You've got the likes of Ashokan. You've got the likes of Sharon Ramakrishnan, who was the hero last night. Here we go with over 7. And it's going to start with a pull, and there's nobody home, so it will be 6. Maximo. Katawala looks pretty comfortable with the short ball, and he's quite a technical player. I think we've seen the importance of guys having the technical ability to deal with the bowling in the first place, then get aggressive, 6 handy runs.
Yeah, I think something like Aditya Katawala, when it's a score which is around about this 120, 130 mark, he's the ideal guy to have up there, because he's not going for the big shots all the time. Hello, boys. I hope you're well. And to some of the Hornchurch and also Wimbledon supporters in the fan zone.
Oh!
I think this is out.
Oh, what a noise.
It was a sound, wasn't it?
I mean, I got a little bit excited, but I was just kind of riding the excitement of whether he's going to take it or not.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, I think there was a noise. It goes pretty close to his pads. Is that what it was? Maybe flicks the pad on the way through. Yeah, must have just flicked the pad.
Caught something.
Yeah. Had me excited, though. There you go.
Top of the pad. It's lucky he doesn't go back and ricochet onto the stumps,
His eyes
actually.
had a bit of a rough time with the gloves. Nice shot. Really good shot.
Beautiful.
From Katawala. You see the class of the guy, and we've seen him do it with the gloves. Now we're seeing him do it with the bat. Park CC in the box seat. They get it down to 10s now.
He was the player of the match yesterday in that win against Hooding, as he scored 33 of 13, and he played shots like this. He's just the right guy to have out there in a run chase like this. He'll get you the boundary when you need it. He makes the other batter, something like Saba, run. And it takes something to make Saba run. He's not the best of runners sometimes, but he's made him run. They've taken the singles, and it looks like he's got this all under control. They need a wicket. Can Sharakula provide them with one? Oh, he drops his bat. He says, never mind, I'll come and pick that up later.
Well, you can get 10% quicker, but you don't have as much reach when you drop the bat. Baseball style, Katawala will get one. Good running. Again, smart batting, I think. Consolidating a boundary with just a single. Keep that score moving.
I don't think that was the smartest thing to do for Saba to just go and pick the bat up straight away without, because the wicketkeeper quite easily could, if he wanted to, knock the bails off.
Katawala catches most things. He's a very good wicketkeeper. But he's better at catching balls than bats. That's what I'd ascertain after that. It's pretty well bowled, actually. That's a full, wide one. Hard to reach the way that Davitzi sets up. It'll be a dot ball.
Yeah, he's had the better of Dabawoon. Davitzi has Sharakula. He had a couple of deliveries against him last time, which Saba wasn't able to get anything on. So he knows exactly where he wants to be to him. Well, that rate is now just over that 10 mark. The dot ball in here keeps it around about that, but where's these wickets coming from? Okay, wow. High up, but this, I think, is going to sail for 6 because, well, that's the area that sucks in these balls for 6. So 6 runs to finish the over. Chokula, not the worst of spells for him. He'll take 2 for 21. But it is Prague CC that are looking to make it a second win with 88 for 2 now. They need 28 in 18 deliveries.
Yeah, and so almost done, but not quite there yet. Hornchurch versus Huddinge in match number 7, coming up in around about 35 minutes' time. Huddinge winning the toss and sending in Hornchurch. So George Hankins is likely to open up, I think, with Jalpesh VJ. Edwards made that 50 yesterday, batted very well, Malik, and hasn't quite clicked with the bat yet. Harry Hankins took a hat-trick yesterday. Billy Gordon also, I think he's been brilliant. Luke Edwards comes in for Hornchurch. Rahula Safi comes in for Huddinge. The Swedes need a win. They need a result. Can they spring a surprise in that game? Because on yesterday's form, you'd say Hornchurch going as big favourites. I have had a message come in from someone who is watching right now.
Yeah.
And his name is Nabi. Ahmed Nabi has messaged me and he's saying he's really looking forward to being here. He says the ground looks good and he thinks there might be some heavy scoring in that group. Yeah, jumping hook. It's a really good shot. Can't you see that when he's good, he's really good, Sabah. He brings up his 50 with, like a jump hook shot. And the milestone comes up off 27 balls.
Yeah, well batted. Ball badanya to Sabah Bundavitsi. He gets his half century. He hasn't had it all his own way, but he's had to weather the storm at times. He's been hit a few times with some of those short deliveries, but it's a short delivery that he puts away quite emphatically this time to get his half century.
Yeah, can he take them home now as well? Look, Mechelen Eagles, they do have their first point of the series. We know that because they've survived into the 8 overs here. But it's looking pretty tough. Now, in the air, holds up. This should be gone. It is. Well, is there a little window of opportunity here then? Because there's still time if you can win the battles ahead. But Mechelen Eagles, they're going to have to play perfect cricket from here. Davitsi goes for a bright 53, and the score is 93 for 3.
Yeah, look, well batted. It gets a half century, but I think the coaches will be furious with this. Why? When you get in and you're so close to victory, you take the win home. You bring it home. You don't give your wicket away when you're needing 23 runs to win. So they're going to be disappointed here. You don't want to be sending a new batter out there. I know that it is Arun Ashokon who's a class act. But when you do all the hard work, as I said, when he brought up his half 50, he weathered the storm, he batted well, he's done everything right. And once you weather the storm, he's got to 50, your next job is to bring it home. And he doesn't do that. They'll applaud him back, of course they will. But I think the coaches will have a word with him and say, hey, Sabah, come on. You know, you've got to bring it home. You've got to bring that victory in for us. We don't want to sweat it out now with a new batter going out there.
Yeah, true. But supposed live by the sword, die by the sword. And it's Ashokan that comes in at 5. Pretty good player to come in this situation. Very experienced. He starts with 1.
And Shazad does pick up the wicket of Sabawoon. Can he get another one here? They need it. They need wickets. And if they can get Katiwala here, and we've seen that a lot. We saw a lot yesterday when one wicket bought another. They can get the other established batter. They'll feel they've got a chance.
Back to Katiwala. He's batting well. Of course, jinxed him good and proper there as he tries an almighty heave over the leg side. Hey, Prague CC, a little team that could. They remind me a little bit of Heritage CC. Well, not that little because they have 3 teams as part of their club. There's Cockney Corner, who are filling up that section as they normally do. Some of the young lads kicking the football around.
Yeah, I bet they're loving the sunshine. You can't be doing that in the England at the moment as this one gets smashed up in the air right. The big moment, and they get that wicket. Vinny. Game back alive. Katiwala will go, so both the established batters go. The coaches now are pulling their hair out because this game has now come back to life.
We've got a finish on our hands here. And these runs aren't going to make themselves 22 off 13. Now, Katiwala goes for 20. It was probably there to hit, and he has hit this shot pretty well, but he picks out the fielder. And so they're going to need their finishers to do the job. Katiwala gets them so far, though, 20 off 12. But he is caught out right on the boundary by Jahanzeb Gul Rahman, and the score is 94 for 4. 2 overs remaining in this, and it could still be a thriller. I was just going to say, though, Prague CC, with a win here, they will more or less guarantee themselves a spot on finals.
Yeah.
I think 2 wins, you're there. And then we're basically talking Huddinge and the Mechelen Eagles to fight it out for the other spot. And those 2 teams will play in match 9 today. So if Prague get over the line here, and they're far from doing that actually. 22 is an awkward amount.
It's the 9th
Last 2
over.
overs.
is the 9th over. It happens in the 9th. Idris will come back. He bowled the first and went for 12. All right, this is
biggest over of the game.
Yeah.
You can honestly, you win this over if you go for less than. Okay, they need 11 and over. If you win this over, you go less than 11. I think you're probably ahead in the game. Probably, depending. Anyway, here we go. 9th overtime. They've given it to Idris. Slower ball skied, should be gone. Biggest moment in the game so far, and it's caught. Dean Islam takes the catch, and Ashokan doesn't come off. It was the change of pace. It was brave, really, from Idris. And so things taking a turn. That's 3 quick wickets, and it's 94 for 5.
Oh, well, we love these close finishes, don't we? And I always say this, when it's a low-scoring game, you know it's going to be exciting. You just know it because maybe sometimes the team that is chasing, they get it wrong. They're thinking about the lower score rather than thinking about going out and finish it quickly. No mistakes in the catch, and the catch has been taken, and a run goes. Look, he's still got good batters out there. I mean, you've got Sharon Ramakrishnan, who we said yesterday was a fantastic batter and probably should be batting higher up the order. He's got the class, and I think he's got the mindset really to go on and still win this match. But, well, what about the others? The new batter that comes out now is Akash Palmer.
Yeah. Akash is a specialist bat. He's no tail end or anything like that. 22 off 11. It's an uncomfortable time to be out there. Ramakrishnan stuck at the wrong end at the moment. He was on last night. Idris coming off a wicket. Smart from Palmer. Just gets bat on ball. Makes it someone else's problem. Starts with a single.
Oh, it's starting to get a little bit lively out there in the middle. You can hear them. Come on, get it in, get it in, get it in quick. The batters thinking if they can squeeze a second. All right, this is now big. Left-hander, you've got to get the field right.
3 doesn't go into 2. There's 3 teams on the chopping block today, and 2 of them are fighting it out for the win here. This is a huge moment in Group B over the next 10 balls. Now, Ramakrishnan came out after the retirement of Ritik last night when he took that nasty blow to the helmet, and he batted so well. That was under light, different field, different day. Back of his mind, he's thinking, is this my day? Is this my day? Let's see. Idris to Ramakrishnan, big battle. Slow ball, he beats him with it. Again, brave stuff by Idris, takes all the air out. Rama, kind of a nervous swipe there, misses out.
Yeah, what a good ball that is. This is the bowling that totally bamboozled Sabu and Davitsi when he was out there. Remember that over where there was a couple of boundaries, and then he went back to this. In fact, no ball that he bowled. He bowled this, and Davitsi left it. So it's been successful for him.
How quick it's come back to 50-50 here. It was 96-4 a minute ago. Now, full toss. He doesn't get all of it. They might want 2 here, and they might do it. Fielder goes to ground, throws from the seat of his pants and almost guns him down, but that's excellent running from the Czechs. They pinch a couple.
Great bit of cricket all round here. The running was good. They had to go for it, but the fielding fantastic as well. I mean, picks it up. He's throwing this while he's actually sliding on the floor.
Early throw. It's actually a remarkable throw. And also well judged. I think they decide to go for that when he does go to ground. So Ramakrishnan gets 2. Yeah, Idrisi runs in fast, and so when he does bowl that slower ball, it does come as a bit of a surprise. All right, Ramakrishnan, 1 boundary relieves the pressure here for Prague CC. And he's going to get it. He gets it over the offside. It's going to be 4. So smart batting. He goes with the movement there of Idris. Maybe that was 1 slower ball too many, and it brings up the 100 for PCC.
Very smart. You know why? They changed the field. They changed the field. They brought in the man who was out there on the offside inside the circle to put another one out on the leg side to go with the shot behind square. And as a result of that, Ramakrishnan, he sees this, he gets the length that he wants, and he puts it right in the spot the fielder was moved from.
Well, if Rama can do it again, there might be a statue of Sharon Ramakrishnan at the Vinoj Cricket Ground when they get back in a few days. But right now, this is the last ball of the 9th, and it's been a good one. Well, everyone's feeling pretty tense at the ground at the moment as we get ready for the last ball of the 9th, and this time it's hit high. Is that holding up? It's going, and it is. Oh, I think he's put it back onto the rope. It's 6 runs, Maximo. What a superhuman effort that was down on the boundary from Ediatullah Shahzad. But you watch, he jumps, he knocks it back, but he knocks it onto the rope, and that is huge. Talk about your games of millimetres. Remember Davitsi dropped 2 over the line earlier on. That cost him 10. They'd love him back now, but they get him back here. Look at that. Great effort. but the ball, dunk,
Oh,
knocked onto the rope. Great eyes by Joe Foster. He got that spot on the field as well. Didn't need the replay. What a big moment in this thrilling game. We're going to the last, and it's 107 for 5, 8 for a golden ball, 9 for Prague CC to get the win.
What a bit of action there, brilliantly captured by Spring Media. I mean, that could have made all the difference. It's a sensational effort. Sensational effort. Hey, they still need 9 of the last 6, so this could be on.
1 boundary. I think we're in golden ball territory. I think 2 PCC put them away. If they can't hit 1, I think it's hard for them to win. And look who's coming back. It's Mohammed Ismail. It's going to be the captain. In fact, he hasn't bowled this game.
It's not bold, no.
All right, so this is tense. Score off every ball. It's pretty hard to lose when you need 9. You imagine you might get a wide in there. You might pinch a 2 somewhere. You also have 5 wickets in hand, so you've got.
Keeper comes up as well.
Yeah, makes sense. Slow bowler.
But he's not bowled before, so can you imagine if he gets it wrong?
All right, 9 to win, Prague CC. And he gets hit in the head, and they'll get 1. Well, I didn't pick that one.
Well, you're not the only one who didn't pick it or wasn't expected. But the thing is, though, I suppose that's a result. That is a real result, because I think whichever way you can, get Ramakrishnan back on strike. So he uses his head there. He uses his head.
And he's just a glancing blow, they say. Maybe they want to check him out. Not really a fast bowler, Ismail. I mean, Prague CC leading the league in headbutts in Group B, aren't they? Anyway, Ramakrishnan gets the strike back, and he puts it high. Right, this is catchable. Good luck. He's taken it, ice cream cone style, but it sticks. Ramakrishnan goes for 12, and that might put this back to a 50-50 with a new batter to face. Prague CC getting so close, but can they get across the line? The Eagles just begging for something to go their way. They need the win. The Eagles, the Belgians, are providing the entertainment. These 2 teams going toe-to-toe, 108 for 6.
The captain looking cool with the shades on. And another man who needed his shades to take that one. Ice cream style, look at that. He uses his little pinky to keep it in his hands. It's the end of Sharon Ramakrishnan. He goes, another batter comes out. So now you've got 2 batters out there that haven't really got going. Palmer's 2 of 2. He was happy to give the strike back to Ramakrishnan. He's now got out, so the equation now is 8 required of 4.
The thing is, we yet to see what happens later, but we could reflect on this as the moment that decided who stays and who goes in Group B at the end of the day. All right, here we go. Mendon, the captain, gets hit for the first time in the series, and he's going to get bat on ball. And that's the thing, you've got to pretty much hit and run now. 7 off 3. 7 off 3. Palmer comes out.
Was hit
and he
on
faced a couple, yeah.
Was hit on the helmet earlier.
He got noggined. He's got the boundary in him. He gets funky and he misses. Top ball. And I think that puts him ahead now. He decided to hitch his wagon to the little fancy
7
shot.
of 2.
Yeah. Oh, we're going to a last ball finish, I think, no matter what. Great keeping, by the way, because it's easy to get distracted. Gets 1. Will they go for 2 here? They won't.
He's not even got the ball in. Why are they not running?
Well, Mendon has to hit a 6 now to win the game. It puts the golden ball off the table for now. What a fighting effort it is from the Mechelen Eagles. They were only 4% just 10 minutes ago. 6 to win for Prague CC. And they miss, and the Eagles have their first win in the ECL. Heartbreak for the Czech fans, but the Eagles rejoice. Another ECN classic in this European Cricket League, and the final score is the Mechelen Eagles of Belgium 115, Prague CC 110.
Oh, well, Prague CC will be wondering how this happened, how they needed 9 off the last over. Ramakrishnan, well, he was to fall, and when he went down and the new batter came out, you knew that the Mechelen Eagles were in it. They have got their win. They have got 3 points on the board. Look, Prague CC do get a point out of this.
Yeah.
So they now move on to 5 points. They'll still feel that they're in a good position, but the Eagles have landed. They got 3 points here. That means that all the pressure goes on that match when they take on Hooding later. Match number 9 is going to be the all-important match now.
Yeah, it is. But yeah, Prague CC, they'll be kicking themselves there. Hornchurch versus Hüttinger, Battle of the H's coming up in match number 7. The English and the Swiss ready to go. We'll be back in around about 20 minutes to bring you that action. Hüttinger winning the toss and sending in Hornchurch. But let's have a look at these highlights, because it was a case of so close yet so far for Prague CC, where a win would have guaranteed their participation in Group B finals day tomorrow. Now it's anything but, with a tough game against Wimbledon to come. But yeah, where did it all go wrong? It seemed like mini collapse just towards the end of those 3 quick wickets, sending things south.
Well, Vinny, I said it at the time. When you're a batter and you get a half century on the board, you then bring it home. And you saw Saba getting out, going for a big shot on the boundary. He gets out, and then Katiwala does the same thing. That's where they lose the match. I mean, you've got to play smart cricket. When batters get in, you've got to finish the job. Prague CC, they didn't do that, and as a result of that, they left the door open, and the Eagles flew in and snatched away the victory.
They really did. Look, I'm just going back, second last ball, fumbled. I'd probably take on the 2 there, even if you get run out, because if you do get the 2, then a 4 can tie it, and just think needing a 6 is tough, especially when, you know, Mendon had only faced the 1 ball to that point. There's a little bit of a fumble there from Katiwala, who doesn't fumble much. But this partnership, I mean, when it was up and going between Davitsi and Katiwala, they look completely in control of this chase.
Yeah, look, he brought up his 50 there, then he goes for this shot, holding the pose, but not getting the power of the shot, giving his wicket away. That was a turning point. And then a couple of balls later, Katiwala, he gets out. First of all, this Aaron, he goes for the big shot. They held their catches, didn't they, the Eagles? They held their catches. They kept the pressure on.
Yeah, and look, I hate to be that guy, but you look at a couple of the ones that got away in the first innings for Prague CC as well. A couple of catching opportunities resulted in 6s, and the margin only 5 runs in the end. This was an amazing try. I mean, it was miles over the boundary. He was able to jump from inside and pull it back, but it hit the rope. And perfect execution of that fielding, but it couldn't get the result then. Yeah, they held this one. I mean, that was big. That could have been the game on the line there.
Huge.
It almost snuck out, but lucky God gave you 10 fingers, not the 8. And that was it, 6 to win. They couldn't do it.
What about the captain here? Let's talk about the captain. Ismail comes on to bowl the last over. 9 was required, all the pressure on him, and he bowls an absolute gem, doesn't he? He only goes for 3, he picks up a wicket as well, and he sees his team win. So the Eagles have landed, and the thing about that win is, Vinny, I mean, we knew they'd get better, and they did improve a lot in this one. But a win under their belt, now that confidence is oozing through them.
Yeah, it sure is. 53 for Davitsi, but it's in vain. 20 from Katiwala and 12 from Ramakrishna. But he couldn't be the hero again. 110, just 5 runs in this one. The Eagles now join Prague CC with 1 win, and they'll have another game against Hüttinger tonight. Prague CC will take on Wimbledon in match 3, so maybe, look, if they pull off the win, that's great. They were competitive against the other English side yesterday in a winning position at one stage, but even a point out of that, all these points now make a difference as well if you can't win the game. 2 for 21, Shakarula ends up with the figures there, but I like Shahzad, 2 for 16. He got the player of the match. Idris with 1 for 25, but that 1 for 3 from Ismail, that ultimately was the difference between the two teams. He defends 8. And he gets the Eagles their first win in ECN cricket. And hey, maybe we'll see the Eagles bats going now with the pressure off a little bit, with that win on the board. Maybe they'll free up, and maybe we'll see a bit more of what they're capable of. We'll be back in 15 minutes then, as it will be Hornchurch of England and Hüttinger of Sweden to take the stage, as we'll continue after the break. Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo with Rico Full, live from the Costa del Sol. This is the European Cricket League.
The European Cricket League is proudly brought to you by Dream 11, HCL Software, La Junta de Andalucía, Paramatch and Norcane. And the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme. Hello and welcome back. Time for the second match of 5 today, and it's match number 7 in Group B. And Hornchurch, the 2022 English champions, are here to take on Huddinge of Sweden. Expect some big hits in this game, and a big hitter, Ian Ramage, is over there with the giant coin. Let's see who wins the coin toss.
Hornchurch, you're the home team, you'll toss the coin, yeah? Huddinge, you're the away team, you will call, yep? There you go.
European cricket.
European cricket has been called, it's come down European cricket, so you've won the toss.
Yeah, we're gonna bowl first.
Bowl first?
Yeah.
Toss from a Huddinge who will bowl first.
So Huddinge have won the toss, and Emil Zuvak decides that he wants to bowl first. So Hornchurch will get first use of the facilities. And George Hankins, he's a guy we saw make a pile of runs last year. Didn't really hit his straps in the matches yesterday. But I've heard that he's prepared pretty well for this one today, and he's just kind of going with his normal preparation. And let's see if he can go big. Expect him to open the batting. Harry Hankins actually took a hat-trick yesterday, the first of Group B. And Hornchurch, well, they made the final last year. Probably a bit of hit and miss yesterday. Lesbon Edwards was great with his 50 in the opening fixture though. Huddinge, well, they're a team that are certainly capable of more than we've seen from them so far. They've all been stung by that loss last night to Prague CC. I think Emil Zuvak is one guy to watch. Expect him to open up. Sher Ali looked a little bit out of nick as well, but one player that I always love seeing here at the Cartama Oval is Samuel Ramani. So watch out for him going large in this one. Let's get ready for the start of match 7 then. The news from the toss is that it is the Hornchurch team that will bat first after being sent in by the Swedes. Over to Rico Full as we get ready for the start.
We're ready indeed. Well, the umpires are ready. Taran and Joe make their way out to the middle. Nukesh Patel will be the third for this one. Hornchurch yesterday got 2 wins out of 2. But one thing they didn't do for me was really show their class with the bat. They've got some good players. And I think we saw them score 130 against the Michelin Eagles. They restricted the Eagles to 52, and then we saw them score just 109 against Prague CC, but once again, their bowling was too good for Prague CC, restricting Prague CC to 82. So I think a lot of people want to see their batting clip. I've heard a lot of talk about this Joe Paz Vijay, a lot of people saying that he's an extraordinary player. Seen signs of that, seen snippets of it, but can he go on to put a big score on the board? And Lesbon Edwards has scored a half century. He scored the only half century that we saw yesterday, 55 he scored. But I think other batters looking to perform as well. George Hankins could be one of them. Adil Malik, once again, could go out there and put a good display on as well. Well, Huddinge, they are 27% to 73. So big favourites, Hornchurch, in this one. You expect him to be Huddinge now end up being the only team that have not won a match in this group. They have got points on the board, but none of them are courtesy of a win. The 2 points to their name, so they've been picking up points from matches, and they'll be looking to do the same here. Coming into this as the underdogs, they know that, but maybe one thing they're thinking is, right, okay, we may not get the win, but we've got to get that point, especially with the Michelin Eagles pulling off that surprise victory in the last match. What a match that was against Prague CC, and I think today is going to be maybe a day of surprises. Could this be one? Well, we'll have to wait and see. I know we're getting ready to go. The umpires will wait for our official timekeeper, Norcane, to give them the nod, and we'll get started. I know that Corey was a big fan of the kits here from Huddinge. And here we go. Here's the first, and it's going to be Maluch to start. And we know that he's got some pace. Yesterday he struggled to get the ball in the right areas to the right-handers for some reason. He was sort of, I think the best way to describe it was he was bowling fast, but he was dragging it down the leg side. He bowled a number of wides. So Nasir Maluch is looking to get that right here. So he starts with one that's right up in the block hold. A single taken straight away by Hankins. Now over to Vijay, JP as they call him. Sneaks that in, good delivery. So straight away, it looks like whatever the issues were with Baluch yesterday, looks like he sorted them out. And this is a quality delivery. Just look where this is pitching. Perfect, absolutely perfect. Good ball. And he's pretty quick as well. That's nicely played away. That's a quality shot. Quality from Jalpesh Vijay. I think once again he knows where this is going to be. He knows he's going to be pretty full. So he's waiting for it and he puts it right in the gap. I mean, it hasn't got a lot to work with there, has he? That field is pretty close in that area. Got two men close to each other. Point and backward point. Got quite a straight third man. But that's been played away beautifully. Lovely shot, 4 runs. First boundary of the innings. And now he uses his feet pretty quickly to get this away as well. Extraordinary shot from the little man. Jalpesh Vijay, his second boundary back to back. And this time, it's all about getting to the pitch. Look how quick he is now. He's not a slow bowler, is he? He is Nasir Baluch, but he knows it's going to be full. So he takes the gamble to go forward. He's not going to get surprised by the short ball, and he gets it before. He's not allowing it to be a Yorker. He gets it on the full. Baluch, maybe he will go with the shorter one here. Well, it is shorter. It's into the body, and it gets played away defensively. So good comeback from the bowler as well. He knows he's got to do something different, and he's able to do so. He's able to adjust. I want to wish, and many people around the world, particularly those in Bulgaria and Romania, a very happy Baba Marta Day or Marisol. Oh, that's going to be a wide. It's a slower delivery, but he doesn't execute it well. So he's going to have to bowl that one again. And it's a day which is all about health, respect, love, happiness and gratitude. Gifting friends with the red and white string, and often with tassels on them. So it's a lovely day. One that I think we should celebrate around the world. Why not? Well bowled. And just take the single. That will be the end of the first over. So 11 come from it. There was a couple of nice boundaries there from Vijay, using his feet well. And looks pretty calm and composed, doesn't he? Looks set to get a good little knock in here. Cartama over, looking absolutely splendid. Little chill around. Once again, that wind hasn't changed direction in the last few days. Still blowing in favour of the left-handers. And, well, let's have a look at this. The Western shirt, and a good time to welcome back in here to Vinny Sandhu. And Vinny's pointing out straight away, Nasser Baluch is in that European side.
Yeah, just under Mohamed Ihsan, as well as Hamza Salim Dar and Daniel Roquet of Spain. Remember, there's a cap of 3 players per country for Team Europe, and there's a cap of 4 players per country for the British and Irish Knights. That's going to be first of its kind as we start a new over. And it's Said Ahmed who's going to get us going. Hey, I will say as well, Corey is a coach in that team. I know he's tried to start a feud with Hornchurch. But I think he hasn't.
Not tried to start, he started.
He doesn't realise.
Yeah.
I've been there, he hasn't. I wouldn't be doing that. Anyway, it's in the air. Should be gone. And it's taken. Simple catch down there for Sher Ali, and Vijay is going to go for 9. It's a good player back in the shed. Said Ahmed strikes, and it's 12 for 1.
Sher Ali took 2 very good catches there yesterday, and he's done the same again here in the morning. So he takes the catch. So once again, Jalpesh Vijay, I've got to say this, Vinny, I've heard a lot about this guy. A lot of people have told me he scores a lot of runs back home. He's a talented player, but here on the big stage, he's yet to click.
Yeah, I mean, signs of it yesterday. I thought he batted well, especially early. He came good on finals day for them in a really important game. So I would stick with him at the top of the order. Unfortunately, just doesn't quite get that in the middle. Doesn't get into the jungle. Hits it down the throat of Sher Ali, who doesn't drop many. And Hornchurch, 12 for 1.
All right, come on, I want to hear this. Tell me more.
I have been to Hornchurch, and they're a wonderful cricketing community. They're a wonderful bunch of people, but they are pretty loyal to their own. So when you start saying things like, do they deserve to be here and stuff like that, even if, I'm going to come back to it in a second, but first, Down the leg side, this will be a wide. Even though a lot of the time he says it to me in the commentary box and he's winking and he's winking. But I'm like, Corey, you know they can't see you winking. There we go. DJ in the house. Loving the entertainment. Yeah, so anyway, let's just see how he goes. He's got the day off to think about his life and how much he values it anyway today. But I have heard some of the chants on the bus. Apparently the supporters bus coming in. And let's just say we will not be broadcasting.
We can't repeat it.
You couldn't even censor it down to a version that we could share.
The thing about it is, me and you know Corey very well, and he is a bit of a prankster.
He's an upstart.
It wouldn't surprise me if he gets on the chat here now and just continues this little...
Well, let me put it this way. If only half the stuff in the chants were true, he's going to jail for a very long time. Anyway, the wide here. Cartama can't quite get this away. Let's get back to the game at hand here. Luke Edwards has come in. Oh, there's the Colonel. He's back as well. He's just spilled his coffee.
Oh, dear. Well, I tell you what.
That's a lawsuit waiting to happen.
I hope no Grizzlies go his way. If he can't handle the coffee, what's he going to do if a Grizzly comes his way? Yeah, that's Lee, of course, there. Well, he's obviously having some time off. I tell you who's not having a bit of time off. It's George Hankins, because he gets his first boundary. This is a nice shot. It's just like almost a short-armed jab, but it's all about power, placement, and time.
Yeah. Lucky he hit that away from the field, although if it was at the field, it would have been an interesting catching opportunity because it was pretty laced by George Hankins. And look, he had a bit of an off day with the bat yesterday, but he was kind of the enforcer, wasn't he, at the top of that Hornchurch lineup. Took them all the way to the final last year. Now he's going to nick off. It's a thick outside edge, and Hankins is going to have to go. Simple catch for Imal Zubak behind the stumps.
This is great bowling. It really is. I mean, when you've got that Grizzly in your hand, all you're trying to do is get the batters to play outside the off. You want to be short of a length, and he gets a little bit of movement away here. So George Hankins, after playing a beautiful shot for 4, that's a really good delivery, and it's a sharp catch there, taken as well by the captain, Imal Zubak. It is the end of another batter. It just tells you a little bit there about that shot from George Hankins. With one hand coming off the bat, he wasn't in good control and good balance of that shot.
I'll be frustrated. George has to walk. 19 for 2.
Yeah, so the issues at the top of the order for Hornchurch continue. They haven't been able to get a good partnership going at the top. So that's going to be 5 or 3 deliveries for George Hankins. But well bowled there from Ahmed. All right, he did struggle with a few of them, getting them in the right areas, but he's got it where it matters. Hey, lovely. I'm loving the youngsters around here. I wonder if they're Justin Bieber fans. It is Justin Bieber's birthday today, by the way.
Obviously, that's in my calendar.
Yeah, born on this day in 1994.
1994, hey?
1994. Justin Bieber, of course.
So he'd be 30 today. Yeah. Hold on. So Justin Bieber's 30.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, he's been around a long time, of course, the Canadian sensation.
Wow.
Yeah, happy birthday,
the sunglasses
Justin.
Game is strong from the kids as well. Yeah, the kids are decked out.
I hope they're splashing on the sun cream. That's well bowled. He's quicker than he looks, isn't he, Saeed Ahmed?
Yeah, he is. He's whippy.
He whips it through. That's the word I'm looking for. He certainly does whip it through. Looking pretty calm and composed at the moment. Hornchurch not being too bothered. I think Hornchurch, let's face it, would score 21 for 2 at the end of the second. They're a team that have got so much faith in their bowling and fielding that I think even if they get to a score, a 105, 110 score, which they've already shown, of course, yesterday when they defended 109, they'll just back themselves.
Yeah, that's actually hasn't been updated yet, but Prague have gone up to 5 points, and the Mechelen Eagles, with that last win, go up to 3. So you've got that kind of 3-way race for 2 spots. Because I think the English team, with their performances yesterday, we know that they're going to feature in the top 4. Anyway, Lesborn Edwards to face up.
Just gets nipped away. You know one thing I'm looking forward to today? And I always look forward to the 5th match because it's the one under the lights. But, of course, today, that is going to be Hornchurch taking on Wimbledon. The 2 English teams going head-to-head in the dark. And a lot of people will feel it's going to be perhaps the dress rehearsal of the final.
Well, based on current form, it would be. It's the first time we've ever had 2 English clubs playing against each other in the European Cricket League, or in fact, in any European Cricket Network match.
Well bowled was Zaza. I don't think there's bat on this, even though Imanzua doesn't hold on to it. But it's a beautiful delivery. Watch this go. And it goes pretty late. That's a great delivery. It's a teasing one. Doesn't quite carry to Zawak.
Yeah,
it's a good ball.
An interesting one as a keeper. He's a batter that can keep a bit. He's not really a specialist keeper, but they use him behind the stumps. He's got pretty good kind of hand-eye coordination. He just relies on that.
It's going to be a wide call. And,
hey, I just spotted a few people in the comment section. Load to Julian Dawson, load to Jeff Mobbs as well. And Rashid Kazi, I saw he said that George Hankin is captain of my fantasy team. Will he make runs? Well, this is one that I can answer. The answer is no, he won't.
Long way out of his crease there, the batter. Here's Billy Gordon. And this one, watch the spin. It's one-handedly plucked off the first bounce by Nasir Iqbal.
Yeah, well handled there.
Hey, what about yourself? You've had a couple of early finishes. What did you get up to yesterday?
I've had one early finish.
All right.
Hey, but
all
who's
right,
counting?
One.
No, well, I'm working hard to get my empanada shop family down to the cricket, maybe for one of the group finals days.
Yeah.
And I'm going to tell you something else that's happening. There's a podcast called Club Prairie Fire, which includes Michael Vaughan and Adam Gilchrist, and also a guy called The Professor that does a lot of stuff on Fox Cricket in Australia. They have basically adopted Cluj from Romania as their team in Group G.
Really?
And now I've heard there are whispers that we might need to get, like for example, imagine we get Vaughnie here.
Hey.
He's pretty keen to visit Malaga. He actually is watching Hornchurch, or as he was calling them, well, he just added another vowel in between horn and church, and I'm not going to add it in, but he has a certain way.
I know what you're thinking.
He's
thinking.
Yeah, he's got a certain way he says it.
Okay.
But yeah, Michael Vaughan and Adam Gilchrist, two pretty big names, talking about the ECL, and it was on that Club Prairie Fire podcast. They talked a fair bit about the ECL and basically what it is. This is whipped away, and it's going to get past the fielder. He just has a swipe at that, and unfortunately, it swipes left, and that's going to be 4 runs.
That fielder's got to do better here. That's disappointing, and you don't want that to rub off on some of the other players. He has time to get down. He has time to see it. But in the end, he just makes a bit of a bridge over that. That's 4 runs. They're telling us they know what it is. The bowler's got 4 on the bat. He might as well start waving him around as well.
Just got a bit too straight, didn't he, there, Zazai? Still been a good over, though.
Okay, catchable. Keeper should be claiming it, should be wanting it. And he does hold on to it. Well done to El Capitan. So it's another wicket that goes. So Billy Gordon is going to go after hitting a boundary for 4. Or maybe the fielder that allows that to go through said it was all part of the plan. Let it go for 4 because I knew you're going to get him the next ball.
Yeah, well, Hudinga are a lot better than we saw from them yesterday. And I love this wicket keeping. A bit like we saw from Weir last night as well for Wimbledon. As soon as this ball goes up, Imal says, this is mine, out the way. And he is a good fielder, generally speaking. Now, with the gloves, he shouldn't be dropping this no matter what the ball's doing, swirling around. And have a look at that. And a fielder next to him knew, there's no way that's mine. I'm just going to take a front row seat and have a look as Billy Gordon top pitches off for 6. And Hornchurch in a bit of early trouble here, 30 for 3.
Yeah, the top order just hasn't clicked for them. Somebody's always come out and scored, a 30 or 40 sort of middle order batter that's got them to that sort of, 110 sort of his score. But, yeah, they'll be a little bit concerned, I think. All right, they're relying primarily on their superior bowling attack. But, against better teams, they're going to have to score more runs. And the top order just not firing at the moment. That was the end of the over, 30 for 3.
Yeah, power play won by Hudinga, no doubt about it. 4th overtime, it's going to start with a blast from Edwards. He goes up and out of here. Maximo! Just slightly over pitch as Tarek Zubak comes into the ground, comes into the attack, and he goes out of the ground. The fence, unfortunately there, it's another fence fail here at the Cartama Oval. Here it goes. I mean, do we give the fence any points for that? I think that's a 0 out of 10.
Nada. Oh, that's a gundy ball. And I think they're going to have to look at this to see where it actually pitches after it goes past the batter. Does it Is it going to be a wide or a no ball? Let's
Off
wait
the
and see.
pitch. So is it before the stumps? Yeah, that's going to be a no ball. Yeah, great stuff by the umpires calling for that one. Yeah, so what I was going to say, though, is when we do, or if we end up talking to anyone from that,
They called that a...
that's an incorrect call if it has
Called it a
been.
wide.
Yeah, we'll have a look at it one
I
more time.
didn't think it went part. Look where it bounces here.
Definitely, it's before the stumps. Is it before the stumps? And yeah,
It's before the stump, so that's got to be... I think that's a no-y.
yeah, it is a no ball. I think this will get changed. I think maybe it's just a miscommunication in the walkie-talkie.
Yeah, and I think Joe Foster is still having conversation. He's not talking to that shirt, by the way, everybody. There is a walkie-talkie in there somewhere. There,
Yeah,
you go.
See, I love that because, you know, sometimes if you have to change the decision, as long as you end up with the right decision, that's the main thing.
Yeah.
It's a pretty
Good work.
technical one. I'm not a huge fan of the no ball for off-the-pitch rule anyway because free hit's a pretty big penalty to pay. We've just missed the pitch completely. Anyway, free hit time. And sometimes the free hit, I don't know, I'd love to see the stats because...
Especially
huge
today.
hit, yeah, just not going. Hey, Peacock Friday, did you see the oddball shirts? Some Peacock shirts there.
I didn't
in
know.
Cockney Corner.
Maybe we'll go back to that. But one thing I will say, Les Edwards, he's moving around a lot. He doesn't like to stand still. I think if you're the bowler bowling to him, you just go full and straight. He is moving. Look, here he comes again. He moves a lot, and that's going to be 4 more. That's a good shot. So you can see why he's moving. Let's have a look at these shirts. Oh, yeah, liking them.
They're for
Liking
Oddballs,
them.
which is a cancer charity in the UK, based in the UK, and Hornchurch are very passionate about that cause. Oddballs. They do some pretty funky underwear too. I know because they gifted me a pair last year.
Yeah, well, I know. I remember seeing them out there wearing those fancy underwears. This is high. Now, it's gone for 6. But the question is it 6 or is it a 7 up? Let's have a look at this side on. This is not a good over from Tariq Zuwak. He actually bowled very well yesterday, but he's just unsettled by the movement of Lesbourne here. Lesbourne is moving around a lot. His bat's well outside his crease. I think he's got to have a think about this. I think maybe have a chat with the captain and say, hey, look, maybe you stand up. Let's keep him in the crease.
That one was one that probably was coming down just, but only just. Now, this should be cut off just a single. Yeah, so speaking of podcasts, okay, one thing I would say, because they were talking about it and they were just kind of clarifying something which some people don't realise, you know, how these ECL works. It is basically Champions League. So they were saying, oh, you know, is this kind of like the Champions League of football? And yeah, basically that's the concept. So it's the top team from every country and then a couple of automatic qualifiers from last year. But if you really want to find out and dig a bit deeper, I did a great bit with Ian from the Premier League Cricket Show podcast, TPL. I know he's in the chat as well. So I would be suggesting when Vorney sends me a message, and I'm waiting for it any time, I'll be giving you the link to the TPL Cricket Show podcast. And it's a bit of a deeper dive at previewing this ECL. Of course, 35 teams this year. End of the over. That'll be 49 for 3. As Hudinga, they probably won't want to be chasing too many because their batting was a little bit disappointing yesterday compared to what we know that they can do. But the other thing is, Hornchurch's bowling and fielding has been pretty good so far. Yeah. Remember Hornchurch, Hudinga, I should say, from Sweden, their innings last night against the Czechs. It was crazy, wasn't it? It was just classic 10-over innings, wickets falling. They didn't care, kept swinging. Eventually, you know, dragged themselves up to a competitive total. It wasn't quite enough to defend.
Yeah, and I think also the teams probably after day one, they would have spent, especially the likes of Hudinga here and Prague CC as well as the Michelin Eagles, they would have gone back and said, all right, we know what we're going to get from the English teams in terms of the length of the bowling. You know, how do we find a way to get runs from it? Because just swinging and going for cow corner is not working. So it'd be interesting to see what sort of work that Hudinga have done after playing the likes of Wimbledon yesterday. All right, they stick with Ahmed. I think that's a good shot. He has taken 2 for 10. Bowling here to Malik. And Malik's another one who hasn't quite got clicking. Malik's a sort of, he reminds me of one or two club cricketers that I used to play with before who were like, nah, I only run if I have to. I'm not going to use up too much energy. And sometimes it can be quite frustrating. And I think yesterday was a good example when he skied up in the air and he thought he was out, but he just decided I'm walking off. And he gets dropped and they lose out on a single.
Gives me Chris Gale vibes. Just like, he's cool. Well, he's got the game to go with it too. Like
Shot.
this. He goes down the ground, but does he have enough? It's going to be straight to the fielder, and he's gone. So, unfortunately, it's Edwards who has to go, and he just moves again. You said, we've seen some of these English batters doing this, haven't we? Kind of going on the dance, premeditating that, and that's straight into the teeth of the wind. So Hornchurch reached the 50, but they've lost their top 3. It's 50 for 3.
Yeah, when Ahmed goes, in fact, they've lost the top 4 now. All 4 top batters gone, scored 50. He likes to play this shot. He likes to move around a lot. That's one thing I've noticed about Lesbon Edwards. He had a bit of luck yesterday getting to half century, not today. Isn't it amazing how many times have we seen batters hitting a ball straight down the ground or into that extra cover area, and we're thinking, yeah, that's going to go all the way, and it's not. It's just not going.
Well, at the other end,
it's
that's
so
6.
different to Group A.
At the other end, it's 6.
Yeah.
You know, with this wind being what it is, the higher you hit it, height's not your friend, basically. So this is Paul Murray, who's been steadily climbing the ladder in the order. Saw him as low as number 10 yesterday morning. Fun fact about Paul, he did lose his phone, and that was a big issue a couple of nights ago. Couldn't find it anywhere, put out the search party. He found it in his bed. Anyway, here's Muzza, and he just bounces off him. It'll be a dot ball. Have you ever done that? I'm going to put that to the comment section. Have you ever lost something and it turns out it was in the most obvious place and somehow you didn't think to look there? I know people always say it's in the last place you look. Of course it is, because you stopped looking. Right? Anyway, pull shots on here for Murray, who gets 1. Yeah, so that's my question to everyone. What have you thought you've lost? I'll give you a classic one. My grandfather, he was classic one for saying he couldn't find his glasses and he was wearing them.
Yeah.
Or they'd be on his head. It's a classic one. But give us your stories. We'd love to get a bit interactive here. Here's the last ball, the 5th.
So nicely played well. Just take a single. So once again, you see Abdul Malik not using up any energy unless he has to. So 52 for 4. So once again, they're around about this 110 sort of score, Hornchurch. And I think the batters, they just feel that, yeah, that's fine. Our bowlers will do the job.
Yeah, it's a high-risk kind of a game. And I think even some of the top players we've seen here, people that have played ODI cricket, people that have played some first-class cricket as well, no one in the world hits everything in the middle of the bat. I think if you're going for every shot, these sky balls, they happen, little edges happen, and it's just a matter of if you can pounce on those opportunities. That's why even with these English clubs playing, consistently a higher level of cricket, I think, than some of the European clubs, this form is such an evener. Let's get back to the action now, and it's going to start with big appeal for LBW.
Ooh.
It's just pretty close,
Yeah, look, it's a full delivery. I wonder if he just managed to get a bit of bat on it, because the bowler starts the appeal and then stops. I mean, it's full. Maybe
I think he's kind of on the walk.
Drifting away,
probably going down the leg
the
side.
last moment you see, look at the seam of the ball.
Yeah,
look at the seam. Yeah, just starts to go.
Yeah, good decision from Joe Foster. Now, another slowish delivery. That's a bit of work down there on the mid-wicket boundary, but they will keep it to 1.
This is a player you like, Romani.
Yeah, Romani's real firecracker. And to be honest, he's not alone there either. They're a combustible batting lineup, Hudinger. When they come off, they're brilliant. If they don't, it can get a bit ugly. The team I'd compare him to the most in this group is probably the Belgians. Just with their approach. What a shot. Really good shot. And that's going to be for 1 bounce and 4 carreras.
Yeah, we haven't seen enough of this, have we, in this group particularly. You can see the way the field is set. So he gets into position and he executes that beautifully. Now, I remember that Paul Murray, he played sensationally well in that win in this qualifier number 2 in last year's ECL finals day. He scored 43 of 21. He put a great partnership together with Jayapal Vijay, who scored 44 of 16, a 58 partnership, which helped them win that match. So we know that when called upon, he can do the business.
Yeah, that's true. Big game player, experienced player as well. He's played his whole career at Hornchurch. And yeah, Murray family entrenched in the scene there. I'll be hoping he can step up here and get them to a competitive total.
That's well bowled. He likes to give himself a little bit of room, and Romani says, well, okay, if you're going to go that way, I'll go this way. And Joe Foster, once again, having to talk to another bowler. And, yeah, just the follow through there afterwards. He just, I mean, it's something that can easily, he doesn't need to be there. it's not going to affect his bowling. It's just where he runs off. And well, he wants to go for the old scoop again.
Yeah.
This time it wasn't quite on. And they have got a man back there as well. He's got to be a little bit careful. End of the over, not a bad one at all. Romani, just 5 from it.
Yeah.
Hornchurch, well, they're struggling here. 57 on the board. They got wickets in hand. 57 for 4 at the end of 6.
This game evening up. Only Lesbourne Edwards has made it to double figures so far for Hornchurch. Yeah, I think you're backing away, probably not the play for the most part. I mean, now and then, fair enough, but most of the bowlers are already giving you width. So normally when you're backing away, it's because you're trying to hit something through the offside and they keep bowling the ball on the stumps. But most of these bowlers, they're already giving you that room outside the off stump. So I just don't think it's probably the odds. Murray does get that one boundary in the over. Hornchurch 53%, hitting it, catching up. Start of a new over. Malik misses out. Another slower ball this time from Omran Zazai. Now, we got an early winner for the What Have You Lost? And that's Jeffrey Mobbs in Australia, saying, Vinny, I lost a wallet for 3 years. It was under the bonnet of my car. Must have closed the bonnet on it while checking the oil at the garage.
I love it.
For fuel. And he didn't find it for 3 years. What kind of shape was it in when you found it, Jeff?
Now, I want to know, you know what I'm asking? After this ball, maybe. It's up in the air. Can he get there? No, it's going to drop safely. What I'm asking is what's the make of the car? Because if you've got a car that you don't have to open the bonnet for 3 years, it means it goes pretty well.
Oh, yeah, you're probably right.
You know what my classic is?
I was going to say that wallet would still be opened as many times as Corey's in 3 years as well. That one under the bonnet.
Good one.
No doubt about it at all.
Oh, dear. All right, is Zazai. He strays down the leg side, and unfortunately, Murray, if he steps inside, he gets the wide, but he gets a bit of it on the pad. There'll be another dot. They need to click somehow here. They need runs quickly. Yeah, my best one is, and I do this a lot, I'll have my phone in my hand. I'm probably reading a text message, and I'm sort of saying, where's my phone? I've got to make a call.
Yeah,
where's my phone?
I've heard
it takes me about 10 minutes before I realise I've got it in my hand. But anyway.
Yeah. Put your torch on your phone, because I'm trying to find my phone. Yeah. The classic one. So it'll be in here somewhere. Yeah, we all do that. I'm sometimes like that with my glasses. I'm always falling asleep in my glasses. But I have the opposite sometimes. I wake up and I wonder why everything's blurry. Because I have terrible eyesight. I've very bad eyesight. So, yeah, I wear contacts sometimes, I wear glasses fair, but now I'm not playing so much. All right, this is dragged leg side, and it's another opportunity, or is it? It's out of here. Maximo Malik is at the side of what's to come. Hornchurch need a big finish here.
There's the El Presidente. Yeah, that'll help. And Zazai gets hit for a boundary, so 6 runs.
The chairman of the board down there, Jeremy. He's a wonderful philanthropist, Jeremy, as well. He runs Western Co. in that part of the world.
Shot. But there's a fielder there, but he can't do anything about it. That's good hitting. So Malik starting to open up. And Adil Malik, he's a very good, very accomplished cricketer. We'll see him with the ball as well. He gets a width here. It's not the best of deliveries. It would have been a wide. And Malik says, you know what, I'm having it. I want it. And he smashes it away. He'll get the boundary. So they're starting to move on. And getting around about the 10s at the moment. 71 for 4 at the end of 7.
Hey, I know that we had Sri from Luxembourg earlier on. He was asking, where are you going on the ECS tour this year? So this is what our year looks like at this stage. So you can see we've already been to Cyprus and Spain on the tour. You see the big events there, they're kind of highlighted. So these are the events at the Cartama Oval, ECL as well as the ECC and ECCW at the end of the year. We'll come back to that in a second.
4 runs. That's gone quickly. It's not a bad delivery from Romani, who bowled a very good first over. But this time, you can see that Murray's not backing away. He stands still, throws the bat at it. He gets a thick bit of, I think the ball on the bat here, flies away for 4.
Yeah, gets enough bat on it, sends it down to Cockney Corner. Yeah, so next up is Portugal, which will include the Western Shield. But have a look at some of those places that will be going. And if you'd like to join us on the tour, you can. And I don't mean you have to get in a plane and fly. You just have to subscribe to the European Cricket Network. And it is free. And I've got my offer going all the time. If you don't like it, I'll give you double your money back. Okay, what are you looking forward to?
Well, I think places we haven't been before. I've never been to likes of Estonia, France also. I mean, France is just, well, it's just round the corner really, isn't it? I've never been there, and well, that's a great delivery. I'm not quite sure about the shot that's being attempted here by Adil Malik, but it's a good straight delivery from Samuel Ramani, who knocks him over. Jagade Bhatte style. And Dande, door ke pan ke thalle rakh dete, well bowled.
Yeah, that's the prototype really, isn't it? Full and straight. I mean, I always say this, you could go up to the batter and, you know, tell the truth, put your hand in your heart and say, look, I'm going to bowl you 12 of these. And he's a batter, you can expect it. But what are you meant to do with it? It's very, very difficult. Perfect. It's outbounced right between the legs of Adil Malik. And unfortunately, he can't really get going in any serious way in this innings. He goes for 17, and Hornchurch down to the bottom half now, 76 for 5.
Yeah, wonderful delivery that. I think he just holds it back as well, and you can see the seam on it all the way in. It's just swinging in. Great ball, good delivery, good wicket to get. So once again, Hornchurch, after a couple of boundaries there for Malik, he now departs. Yeah, I mean, look, really looking forward to going to France. I've heard wonderful things about the ground there.
We're going to Dreux.
Yeah.
We're going to Dreux.
So I'm looking forward to that. Estonia is a place that I know is a beautiful country. And looking forward to going there. That's a great shot. Well, the sun is shining. We're on the Costa del Sol, which means sun, sea, sanded, sexy cricket. And Harry Hankins, he doesn't waste any time to get sexy. That's a lovely shot.
Yeah, well, you know, things aren't going exactly to plan when you get down to your last Hankins when you're in the Hornchurch batting order. But I love this. Brave. He feels this is a shot. He plays well. He has a feeling it's going to be full because of how the last wicket fell.
Good comeback, though, from Ramani. He says, I'm not doing the same again.
If this is 106, which is what it's saying at the moment, that's going to be a very interesting total because it reminds me of Prague CC struggling to chase something similar against
109 yesterday.
Yeah, 109 yesterday.
It's well bowled. It's on the middle peg. It gets dragged away on the onside. It's just going to be a single. That's going to be the end of the over. So, okay, the odd boundary coming in the over, but they're not able to get a serious sort of array of boundaries. And just look at that at the moment, 50-50, Vinny. It's the second match that we're looking at 50-50.
I love seeing that. Hello to everyone as well. And look, Alana Shepherd has sent a few messages in the comment section saying that she's so happy that the European Cricket League is back on Fox Cricket in Australia. I've just asked her, where's she watching from in Australia? Sri saying thank you for showing the ECS schedule. And the other thing I would say on Australian TV or any other TV, you might be watching in France, for example, on Sport en France. But if there are any matches that maybe aren't covered, you can always go to our YouTube and catch the matches that aren't there if they're not on your provider. Here's Baluch coming back.
It's in the air, but he doesn't get it past the fielder. So no real power in the shot. So they do, I mean, Baluch, every time they've played so far, he's bowled himself out first and third. This is the first time they've held him back. Let's see if it works out for them.
I've got a good question from Terry in Estonia. And yeah, that's one that we're both keen to get to. I think we will both be able to do that. I may not be able to do all of it, depending on some other stuff that might be on the cards. But I will be there with bells on, Terry. Looking forward to it. Of course, I'm an Estonian resident, so I really do want to do that. That's why he's asked me, am I coming home to Estonia? And the answer is, yeah, I'll be there. I've got my favourite places ready to go as well. Now, it will be kind of summer-ish when we get there in May. But, you know, they're a big fan. When I'm there in winter, they love the hot wine there. The kind of hot drinks. Yeah. For good reason
Was that like the mulled wine?
Kind of. And then sometimes you can get it, they'll put like a shot of something in it as well. Can fire up the pipes. I can vouch for that.
Don't mind that. I'll have some of that. Good delivery there from Baluch. Dot ball. Let's do that. So, hey, what about if you are tuning in from any of those places, let us know. And if anybody's in a sport in France at the moment, you mentioned me saying looking forward to going to France. That might be a wide. It will be a wide. Why don't you give us some heads up of some of the places to go and visit and see while we're there?
Yeah, and that's one of the beautiful things about being on the tour. And I sometimes compare it to the tennis because, you know, the pro tennis tour, you'll have 2-week tournaments all around. But it's very different in a couple of key ways. Baluch, can he get it right here?
It's well struck, and it will go all the way. Balle, balle, balle. Ginna Sona, Shaka, Lugya. I wonder if you can have a look at our umpire here, Tyrone Peters. He's got his very own signal for a 6. And Tyrone Peters will be going horns. There he goes. There's that signal from Tyrone. Oh, I'm loving it.
Yeah. Well, horns for Hornchurch.
A good comeback. Once again, just the initial movement to go down towards the leg stick, backing away, and Baluch sees it early and fires in that Yorker again. Oh, this is going to be a really good match. 7 balls to go.
Yeah.
90 on the board.
I feel like every run that they get, they're going to need here, Hornchurch.
No, that's too wide.
I don't know, with Baluch, he's the kind of guy I'd want him bowling 1 and 3. Obviously, they had a good third over anyway. They had a good power play. But, you see, he just kind of loses that little bit of curve in, and that's really what makes him special and what makes him dangerous. So when it's his pace, if it's pace alone, you know, Hornchurch, these guys can kind of handle that. But it's that late movement that he's not getting at the moment.
It's a nice shot, 4 runs. And that's why he's not really going at the stumps, because he's wary that if he does, then the likes of Hankins is going to get onto it and get the boundary. So that's why he's trying to squeeze it in. But he goes to the stumps, he gets hit away. He'll go for 25 off his 2 overs. And this match, well, at the moment, is beautifully poised. Hornchurch, 95 for 5 with 6 balls to go in the innings.
Yeah, pace in, pace out, I suppose. 3 for 13, Said Ahmed. Brilliant figures from him. Wickets also for Omran Zazai and Sami Ramani. And let's see who gets this last over. Zuvak went for 19, and he is going to come back and bowl the 10th.
Listen, I know you travel with a lot. Do you travel with a piano?
I don't.
That's
Although
a
they
shame.
do make them that you can roll up.
Yeah, it's a shame because I'm just thinking France. I know that Dave surely will join us and Drew. If you're there with your piano, Dave will bring his guitar. We can have a good old-fashioned sing-song.
Yeah, well, Dave is quite talented. We heard some of that last year when he was at the ground here at the Cartama Oval. Yeah. If there's such a thing as a pocket piano, then maybe I can travel with that. Anyway, here's Zuvak. What's he got in the 10th?
Firmly hit. Fielder should keep it to just the single. I think that's the right idea here because it is Hankins that seems to be hitting the ball a bit better. So Murray is happy to hand over the strike.
And Terry just saying, you heard the Sheriff's coming. That's Charles Croucher, of course, who we often see here at the Cartama Oval. I think we might see Charles before too long. Hankins batting well.
Oh, what a clever ball. What a clever delivery. Tarek Zubak didn't bowl the best first overs, and the reason was that Lesbourne Edwards had him sort of in all sorts of trouble because he was moving around too much. But with the batter staying still, batting in his crease, that's what he prefers to bowl at. And he does him. Hook, line and sinker there. Had no idea. Didn't pick that at all.
Good change of pace. Interesting here, they put the fine leg back, guarding against that little deflection, but the third comes up.
Oh, now let's see the height on it. It is slower delivery. It's been called.
Yeah, I think it drops after the reaches the batter. This is the way I read it. Let's have a look on the replay. I feel that when it passes him, it's high, and I agree with that call.
It's a good call. It's a good call. I don't mind the effort there or the idea from the bowler, but he's got it now. He can't be doing it again. It's a free hit. Well done. Well bowled. And he could have had his man there, and he decides, hey, nah, you can stay there. I respect me elders, he says. I respect me elders.
Doesn't save a run if you run him out, so it's fair enough. Just quickly, before we hit the end of the innings, I want to say hello to Sammy Pepperell, who's watching from the UK.
Ah, we needed that one out of the middle. That's nice and juicy. It's a monster hit. That is sweet out of the middle. Sweeter than a bowl of rasmalai. 6 runs brings up the 100.
Well, it's not impossible to hit 6 into the wind. If you're going to do it, you got to hit the ball well. They don't come much better than that from Harry Hankins. He's having a pretty good start to his tournament. Just have a look at this. This is middle of the bat style. Just a natural swing of the bat. Almost like a golf swing. And that one goes a long way. Hornchurch teammates loving that.
He goes for another, and he will get it. This is now like batting in the nets for Harry Hankins. He says, bring it on, bring me another. I don't think we've seen this in the innings at all from Hornchurch, where we've seen 2 Maximos on the spin. We saw 2 4s, and then there was a wicket, but that's 2 6s.
He's trying to stay still as well. Last ball coming up.
Slower, in the air, catchable. Taken, and would you believe it, they finish on exactly 109, which is the score they put on against Prague CC yesterday, but they defended it. The question is, will they be able to defend this one against their Swedish champions, Hudding?
Yeah, it is. It's funny. It's exactly the same. You're right. And on that occasion, they were 27-run winners. Hoodinga, though, they'll back themselves to be able to chase this. But Hornchurch, they're going to have to deliver. Just quickly before we go, Alana Shepherd says she's watching from Brisbane. Hello to you. Anyone that is watching, if you'd like to get in touch, you can always get me on my Instagram, Mr. Maximo, or you can just jump into the comment section. But look, Hoodinga, if you'd offered them 110 to chase, I think they would have taken it. Some good late hitting from Harry Hankins gets them up to that score. Otherwise, it looked like they might even struggle to crack the 3 figures. Well, there's Muzzer. He's a guy you wouldn't want to run into in a dark alley on a cold, wet night in Hornchurch. But right now, let's have a look at the highlights of the first innings. It was the tall and the short of it as George Hankins and VJ went out to open up.
Yeah, and VJ, like I said, he played 2 nice shots. 2 back-to-back boundaries before he then got out. Sher Ali was going to make no mistake, and I wonder if he's going to find his form with the bat. You know, all it will take is one batter from Hoodinga to score a 40 or a 50, and they could win here. That was great bit of bowling. Good ball, great areas to be bowling in, losing his shape there, the batter, and a fantastic catch behind the stumps from Imal Zuak. Zuak had a good game behind there. Well, she's loving it, listening to a little bit of Justin Bieber. Happy birthday to Justin Bieber. And once again, one hand off the bat in the air, a great catch. And as I said, Imal Zuak, the captain, he's had a good time behind the stumps.
Yeah, he was very good with the gloves. Yeah, it's quite scary now. That little girl probably thinks that Justin Bieber's an old man, and that scares me. But look, yeah, I think the change of pace was pretty effective for the Swedes while they were out there. I think Zuvac, yeah, I liked his efforts in the keeping position. He marshaled the troops well. I think he changed his bowlers well. Some things worked out, some didn't work out so well. Baluch wasn't brought back straight away, for example, but they certainly won the start. Murray came out and played that good little deflection shot straight away. That probably was a bit frustrated. He couldn't get more away from the fielders. Malik, again, hasn't quite clicked and shown us his potential with the bat so far. He played around that Yorker from Sami Romani. But yeah, for the Swedes, I think they put together half a game. Let's see if they can put together a whole game. And Hornchurch, certainly not a done deal with this 109 on the board. For me, it's very much in the balance. Well, let's see our crew at Spring Media having such a great time here as well. But how important may these blows be from Hankins late in the piece? Harry Hankins.
Yeah, Hankins came out and he started with some sexy cricket, didn't he? With the old scoop. We love that. And then he finished well as well. A couple of boundaries before he would finally get caught by Nasir Baluch. And taking the score past the 100 mark to 109. Well, it was enough for them yesterday, but today is another day. Maybe today is the day that the underdogs will fight back against the English sides. A lovely shot there of the Cartama over, looking absolutely splendid in the Andalusian sunshine. Let's have a look at that scorecard. And not too many batters really got going.
No, that's true. It's kind of an ugly 109 in a way, although some pretty shots from Harry Hankins late in the piece. 28 ends up being the top scorer before he was dismissed off the last ball. 20 for Les Edwards in there, 17 for Adil Malik, and Murray unbeaten at 13 at the close of the innings. Oh, look, they've got a real chance here, hitting at 3 for 13 for Saeed Ahmed, pick of the bowlers. Wickets also for Zazai, Tarek Zuvac, and Samuel Romani. But here's the thing, remember, we're talking about 3 not going into 2, and I suppose the reigning assumption was that the English teams will win their games today. But that's not a done deal. And if Hoodinga can get a win here, you know, teams like the Belgians, teams like Prague CC, they're going to be looking over their shoulders because that's not a great result for them surviving. We'll take a break, then we'll be back in just a few minutes with the second half. 110 the target with 109 on the board. That's something the English club Hornchurch were able to defend successfully yesterday. Can they do it again, or will it be the Swedes swinging their way to a memorable victory for their club? Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, with Rico Full, Day 2, Group B, and we'll be back in a second with more European Cricket League.
The European Cricket League is proudly brought to you by Dream 11, HCL Software, La Junta de Andalucía, Paramatch and Norcane. And the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme. Hello and welcome back to the Cartama Oval. It's the home of European cricket, and right now it's the home to the 4th edition of the European Cricket League, the Champions League of European cricket. 35 clubs from around Europe doing battle over 4 weeks of T10 madness, and right now 109 on the board for Hornchurch. They could take all the points if they could restrict the Swedes here, hitting at 276. The Swedes had a real heater. They could chase down the 110 in 7 overs and they would get all the points. Looks like Wimbledon getting off the Mateus coach there. Of course, Mateus, the official bus partner of the European Cricket Network. All right, it's all to do. 110. This is a mountain that Prague CC couldn't climb against Hornchurch yesterday. The identical target. It's going to be Billy Gordon to get us going. Can the Swedes pull off a memorable victory? Well, it might have a terrible start because this is in the air and it's almost into the grasp of Gavin Griffiths. He completely bisected the two fielders that were hunting. 50-50 game. And here's the other 50% of our commentary team for this game. It's Rico Full.
Well, it was almost a disastrous start once again. Hitting down the ground, the ball just is not going anywhere. And Gavin Griffiths almost holds on to it. So a big let-off for the captain, Miles Zuak, of Hoodingan. All right, there's Sher Ali. This one may, well, let's have a look. It's one for the over. I thought it was pretty close to being a wide, actually, myself. And saying it's one, I mean, Sher Ali is saying, surely that's over the head.
No, that's good.
No, that's all right. It's not quite over.
He's almost standing, and it would have kissed his helmet. It couldn't be any higher, but I think that's a really good call. Joe Foster's having a very good tournament. He's at square leg. And Tyrone Peters, Mr. Horns, he's at the bowler's end right now. He's used his bouncer for the over, Gordon.
Okay, swings hard. Fielder coming across. Watch the spin. Yeah, no problems there for Arthur. He makes the stop. So, both batters got off the mark. She's still asking the question, and Tyrone saying, look, hey, go with it. We've had a look at it. It's okay. It didn't go over your lid. It's fine. Yeah, Cher's got to get that out of his head and just concentrate on doing what he does best, and that's playing some nice shots, getting a few boundaries and helping his team to what would be a famous victory. Slower delivery, it's well bowled, gets played away for a single. So, Hoodingan, remember, they're a team that have not won yet in the group. They're the only team not to have done so, especially after the Michelin Eagles got that win against Prague CC in a highly entertaining match first up today, and I think this one could be just as entertaining. And somehow, though, Hoodingan have to stay in this match. They've got to just keep plugging away, got to run hard, take the singles, take whatever's on offer. And, well, that's the sort of things that could go your way. That's what they need. Yeah. A few of those, one batter that just, you know, gets a bit of luck on the way to a 30 or 40 could be enough to get them a win here.
Luck is such a factor, and there's no way to control it. People that don't believe in luck, they call it variance, but it's basically the same thing. It's kind of the universe. Now, if those edges fly up in the air, they're catchable. If they're 4 or 6, they make a big difference with this kind of a target. And Sher Ali gets the first boundary of the innings. Gordon, 7 off the over, still a good one. Last ball to come.
This one is once again a slightly slower delivery, an inside edge here. Sherry will take a single, so the first over is completed from Billy Gordon, and 8 come from it. So they're off and away, and the main thing is they still have all those wickets intact, and that becomes pretty key as well. Keep those wickets intact, and then you can really, if you need to, have a real wild go at it towards the end.
18 matches since the Golden Ball. Jeez, we've gotten pretty close a couple of times, haven't we? Had a last ball finish in the first game this morning. Also, a pretty tight one last night. Hüdinger right now, they're favourites. They're 54% after that over, despite not quite going at the required rate. Hello to Sammy, once again in the UK. And she says that her youngster, Bo, is watching. Well, hello, Bo. Hopefully you're enjoying the action. I know that they're big Hornchurch supporters. I know there's a lot of Swedes that are tuning in as well, though. Here's Harry Hankins coming off a hat-trick yesterday. It's funny with Cher Ali because when it doesn't come off, a bit like someone like a Sabawin Davitsi. You know, it looks a bit lazy, it looks a bit laconic. But Cher Ali is a guy we've seen score some blistering centuries on the European Cricket Network.
Yeah, yes, indeed. Yeah, hello, Bo. Welcome. Yeah, Hankins bowled very well yesterday. Did pick up a hat-trick spread over 2 overs. Okay, that's well hit, and that's going to go all the way. Bowley, bowley, bowley. And this is what Hüdinger going to have to do. They know they're going to get that heavy length, and there's one area that you can try and expose, and that is there in that boundary there towards the backward point area, because the wind is going to help these sail.
Yeah, and it was quite close to cut, but he gets a fair bit of bat on it, and with the pace of Harry Hankins, that flies out of the ground. The wind is behind the bowler's back at the moment, so those backwards shots really going.
Okay, that's up in the air, and that's catchable, and it should be no problems for Hornchurch, and it won't be. So there's the first wicket. Once again, it is that ball that, again, is a roundabout sort of chest high on the bounce. Cher Ali can't deal with it. He skies it up, and that's the first wicket. It's 14 for 1.
Yeah, it looks like Luke Edwards that takes the catch there. Just had a little bit of a glance to his left to see if the mid-on was coming, but I think it's always blowing towards him. He's into the side today, Luke, and makes no mistake right there. So Cher Ali gets him moving, but now has to move himself, and that will be the first wicket of the contest. Hüdinger, 14 for 1.
Cher disappointed. I think it's one of those, isn't it? I think all the batters in their mind, they know what's coming their way. They know what they've got to deal with. But of course, when you're out there and you're having to deal with it, it's a different ball game.
Look, he doesn't waste any balls though. Gets a 4 and a 6. Gets them a bit closer. And Hüdinger, they do bat deep. We know that. And this guy is also a very, very good hitter that's coming out. And Harry Hankins, well, I suppose that's 1/3 of a hat trick. Let's see if he can double down here.
Oh, that's quick.
Geez, we've seen some
Oh, it's a non-striker going. He's in trouble here. Oh, he just gets back. And why is he even thinking that Tariq Zuwak can run here? Zuwak's got he's been struck. He's probably has no idea where the ball is. He's got his back to the captain. But Zuwak.
Oh, I mean, that's got a bit of the grill on the way up. As it hit him and gone up, shoulder up into the grill. Geez, helmets have saved so many injuries in this group already. Anyway, seems fine. Let's get back to the action.
Wants a run here now, and he will get a single. So he's been shaken, but he's okay. Both the Zuwaks out there. So a bit of a change. I think Tariq comes in slightly higher up the order here.
Yeah, bit of chat right now. Tyrone's umpiring, but he has done a bit of commentary for us. He's done a couple of series. He did Dresden a couple of years ago. He's done Croatia as well in the past. He's a very good commentator, but I think his natural home there is in that official role. He loves it. And he's one of our tournament referees as well. Does a very good job. Last ball, the over for Hankins.
Beautifully played. There's going to be 4 runs and vital runs as well. Just getting a boundary at the end of the over. And it keeps them ticking along nicely. It's a 19 of 2. Well played.
Yeah, this is a shot, although it's not quite off the part of the bat I think he intended. It's the kind of a shot that I think we need to see more of, because you rarely have the third back there, and bowlers are bowling there all the time. You get some bat on it, and it'll disappear away. Anyway, that's what the table looks like, and you can see if Hüdinger can get a win here, they'll jump, well, certainly jump over Mechelen Eagles. They may even get close to Prague CC. They'll be tied on points. If they could win big, let's say it's probably not going to happen with the start they've had, but they could actually go all the way to third. But the 2 English teams, they've set the pace, but right now, Hornchurch being sorely tested. And that's the other thing, Wimbledon, they've got 2 pretty tough games coming up today. We'll see what they're made of. Gordon comes back to bowl out.
This is one thing that the batters have to, I said this before, would they have learnt against the English teams? They're going to get this, we call it that heavy length, sort of a length, whatever you want to call it, banging the ball in, hitting the deck hard. It's going to rise up to around about chest height outside the off. You've got to be looking to play this out on the off. I'm sure Ali did it a couple of times. You've got to go on the back foot and hit over onto the offside. You're not going to get that away on the leg side. If you try, you're going to just give your wicket away. Once again, same old story. You're not going to play. I mean, if you do get contact on this, you're either going to get very lucky and it's going to get an edge and go for 6 behind the keeper, or you're going to sky it up the same way Sher Ali did and get caught.
It's funny. It's almost a shot that you wouldn't want to hit in the middle of the bat because it'd probably just get caught. You'd actually want an edge.
Yeah.
I don't know how that works, but it's kind of the way it would look. But yeah, just struggling to deal with the extra bounce that Gordon's getting. Oh, great stop.
Great stop. Brilliantly well done here. And that is, of course, the captain, Mark Whitlock, just gets one hand onto this and stops it going to the boundary.
That's a sensational piece of fielding from the big bus. Look at this. Oh, yeah. Almost like a professional volleyball player there. Back to Murray. If they are both a beach volleyball combination, I tell you what, you might need to re-roll the sand a few times in the first set. Great fielding.
Yeah, it's a lovely smile on his face as well because he knows they're talking about him. You can hear us from up here. Okay, that's hittable, and he does hit it. So you see the difference here in the length. Now that one is there, isn't it? It's not coming up to round about the shoulder. It's probably not as quick. Maybe that's the slower short ball there from Gordon, and he gets it and he whacks it. They get 6, and that's what they've got to keep doing. Keep taking those little singles, but keep getting a boundary or 2 per over.
Yeah, look, I think you're right. I think that was the bounce that kind of gets dug into the pitch a little bit more, and it's designed to be a bit slower. But Imal made the most of it. And now you have 3 people trying to find the ball, which is embedded halfway up the kind of mini jungle near the stairs. Let's talk about this cricket ground a little bit. I mean, we first played here in the autumn of 2021 for the first ever European Cricket Championships. But it has become the kind of spiritual home of European cricket, hasn't it?
Yeah, it certainly has done. It's a beautiful ground. It's sort of tucked away. It's like a little mini oasis. It's tucked away. The locals that have lived here for 15, 20 years, and when I see them at the ground, they're saying they've been here all this time, and it's only since the European Cricket Network's come here that they found out about this place. It is a little oasis. It's tucked away, and it's an absolutely beautiful location, surrounded by the Sierra de Cartama, the mountains at the back. Goes full, and they're not going to get too many full deliveries. And when you do, you want to try and capitalise on them. And this one gets through Imal Zuak.
Yeah, it does. So now the full wall's become the kind of surprise tactic, hasn't it? Especially in the first half of the innings. Gordon's been a brilliant player. It was a shame when he went down with that injury last year.
Yeah.
He was leading the side. Now they've got Murray captaining the squad. But Billy's still very, very important with the bat and the ball.
Yeah, I remember coming to, we were talking about the ground, I remember coming here about, I think it must have been about 10 years ago to play. Okay, he's just quite happy. Well, non-strike's a little bit late to go. As Tariq, who was a little bit ball watching, but he will get there and take the single. You've got to do that. If you can't get the ball away to the boundary, no dot balls. That's what they've got to keep saying to themselves. No dot balls. Let's get something from everything. You get a single there. It's the end of the over. It's 27 for 1. Yeah, it came here about 10 years ago. As you have a look, the like for like at the moment. So more or less about the same. Just 3 behind at the moment where Hornchurch were. And coming through the gates and seeing this ground here, it was like, it was like a dream. Because, of course, then, apart from the ground that we had at La Manga, you didn't really have any other setup. It was before Desert Springs as well.
Yeah.
So coming in and seeing turf wickets, because don't forget, there are turf wickets here as well, though we play on an artificial, and the grass was beautiful, and we had a fantastic T20 series here. We won as well, so that was special. But yeah, and I just couldn't believe that facilities like this existed in Spain.
Ali Malik's come on, and his 2 overs could be very, very important, I think, in setting up what could be a very, very good defence of 109 from Hornchurch. But let's see how hitting it handled him. He really gets that first one to turn. He's been getting a lot of bounce as well.
Well, they're going to keep trying, aren't they? Swinging and missing here at the moment. But I think this is where you've got to say, right, I know that Murray is standing right behind me, but I've got to use my feet. If I'm not using my feet, I'm not going to get to these.
That's the turn that does him there.
Okay, there you go. Doesn't use his feet. It's only going to go one way. Murray takes the helmet off. Smart play, because you take the lid off, because then you can see it doesn't become a hindrance. Takes the catch, and Zuak, he doesn't want to use his feet. And Vinny, you know, if you're a batter, it's all about using your feet to get to the pitch of the ball and playing the shots right. If you don't, you can give your wicket away, and that's what the captain does.
Yeah, third time's the charm there. And Murray, like a Major League Baseball catcher, he rips off the headgear, and then he's just got a good look at this one. And I won't say it went in the middle of the gloves, but it's good enough for Big Muzz. Well, he found his phone. He finds the ball there as Imal Zuvic's a big wicket. He goes for 13. Malik spins him out, and the score is 27 for 2.
Okay, so another one goes. Their rate is around about that 12 mark. Still not out of this, but they need a batter to click. They need somebody to come out here and do maybe a little bit what Prague CC did against them in the ninth fixture yesterday. Just a couple of batters to come in, not necessarily score big scores, but score quickly. 20s and 30s. A couple of batters go out there and scores 20s and 30s. They're in the game. Malik sorting out his field now to the left-hander who comes out.
Lefty just changes things up a bit, Syed Ahmed. Now, he loves the mid-wicket region, so I wonder what Adil's tactics will be. Will he still try and beat him, maybe through the gate with that big spinner, or does he maybe bowl a few more sliders? Interesting contest coming up.
Well, you know where he likes it. It's in the air, and I get the feeling this is going to clear the fielder by some meters, so 6 runs to start off with from Syed Ahmed. We know this is what they're going to do. They're not going to let up. Every batter's going to come out and wanting to have a go. That was a bit of a gift for him, really. It was there. It was in the slot. And he says, thank you very much. Boom. Shakalagya.
Interesting. Careful what you wish for, because, I mean, you probably would have rather that Imal Zubak just kept swinging and missing, and you can maybe sneak through and over. But, yeah, the left-hander causes a few complications for the leg spinner. That one was miles in the air. He does tend to favour that leg side, regardless. I wonder if Adil might try and spin one the other way or something like that.
Hit hard, goes the distance. 6 more, back-to-back sixes. And Syed Ahmed turns this into a full toss. And it's simple. He uses his feet, man. He uses his feet. Just watch this. He knows where the keeper is. He uses his feet. He gets to the pitch of it, and he crunches it big.
He was helped out by the fact it was over pitch. You can see they're fired up. I mean, they feel their tournament starts today, Hoodinger.
Oh, he's got to get going here. He could be in trouble with the direct hit. He's gone. Absolutely brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Sensational. And that's the little man, isn't it? That is Jalpas Vijay. That is class. And a man comes out, smashes 2 sixes, and you think, hang on a minute, this guy could put us on the back foot, and then you see a little bit of class like this. That is your Junta de Andalusia play of the day.
Well, kind of a couple of mistakes on this play. I mean, first, Malik goes back to the ball. I thought he would bowl in the first place. This one's a bit more of a top spinner, and it hurries on. But Syed Ahmed doesn't look at his partner. He was very slow to get going. It's easy to kind of blame it on his partner, Zuvak. And yeah, he's fuming right now, Syed Ahmed. But really, once he heard the call, he had to go. And he waited a while and had to be a direct hit. That's the thing. And we know that Vijay is a brilliant fielder. He does hit the stumps inside, finds himself short. Toys out of the cot time as well, I think, in the Hoodinger dugout. And the score is 39 for 3.
It wasn't smart cricket. The guy just hit 2 sixes. He's gone for a shot where, if you look at it, he's actually facing the wrong way. Watch. He's not know where it is. He's running, and you don't need to do it. And look at it, direct. He's gone. Look at the bat go here as well. The bat goes flying. He knows he's gone. Throws the bat in the air in utter disappointment. I get the feeling that Ian Rummage might have a little chat with him about that. But that's just spectacular. Absolutely spectacular.
You're right about him turning his back, and that was the thing that slowed him down. And if you don't know where the ball is, look at your partner, because they probably do. So it's just a bit of a fundamental error. That's a half chance turned into a wicket from a wonderful piece of fielding from Jalpesh Vijay. Ramani, the new batter, and he will be facing because it's the start of over number 5.
A run there. Yeah, so Gavin Griffiths comes into the attack.
No problem. Yeah, so if you're not sure where the ball is, look at your partner. And if they're calling you through, then just run. You don't need to know. You just need to know you need to get to the other end as quick as you can. It's not really relevant where the ball is.
I just think the way things happen there, 2 sixes, you don't need to take it. And especially when you've seen he's gone for the shot, I don't think he had time to react to the call because he's gone for a shot, he's missed it, he's turning the other way. By the time he turns around and goes, he's never going to get there. All right, high up in the air, fielder coming across, shades on, in the sun, no problems. Catch taken, of course it is Harry Hankins. Another one bites the dust, and Romani is going to go without scoring. It's going to be a 2-ball duck for Samuel Romani, and things can change in an instant in this match, and I just get the feeling that run out by Jalpas Vijay has really got Hornchurch now up, and well, they believe they'll go all the way here. Great catch though.
Fielding. How often is it the difference? And you can see Hankins, he was confident that one he could reach it, and he just had to make the adjustment. The ball kind of blowing back towards the middle of the field, but Romani goes for a 2-ball. Peacock Friday, Derek, and the score is 39 for 4.
Yeah, there you go, viewers. Happy Peacock Friday. Even Derek is feeling the Peacock mood. It is also the start of the weekend. Yeah, not happy is Romani. Okay, so another one bites the dust there. 4 wickets down, 39 for 4. And just remember that the last 2 scoring shots were 2 sixes. Nothing since. All right, this is another one. Is it going to be the same again? The same player? It is the same again. 2 in 2 for Gavin Griffiths. What a partnership. Griffiths does the bowling, and that man back there, Harry Hankins, does the catching. So it's going to be Zazai who will go for a golden duck, and now all of a sudden Griffiths is on a hat-trick.
The world's a funny place, Rico. The more things change, the more they stay the same. And now a cascading of wicket, shades of last night. Under lights hitting a 39 for 5. And again, you just see how that half chance from VJ, how that's just sparked something now. Griffiths is on a hat trick. He's got 2 for none. Hankins has golden hands down there. Well, there's Harry. It's 39 for 5.
Well, just have a look at what we've seen in the last 9 balls have gone dot, dot, wicket, 6-6, wicket, dot, wicket, wicket. That's the European Cricket Network for you folks. Well, there's the golden. Zazai
let's have a
will
thumbs
go.
up. We're
So
getting an hat-trick
hat-trick
here or
ball
not?
coming up here. Hat-trick ball.
Well, I heard Paul Murray saying something to stop microphones. The only word I heard was Corey, so I probably don't want to repeat the rest. But let's have a look at the hat tricks this year. Harry Hankins, that'd be a nice little bit of serendipity if he is basically creating this opportunity for Griffiths, who's on a hattie in the 5th.
Oh, it's a great delivery, Yorker left. It had to be dug out by Rashid Khan, and it was. That's great bit of bowling, really is. It's just a single. Rashid is out there with Tariq Zuwak, and Zuwak, well, he was swinging and missing. And he's only got 2 or 5 deliveries. Look, perfect delivery on the money. He was looking to uproot the middle, but well played in the end by Rashid.
Yeah, if you get to know a bit about Hornchurch, they have a bit of a reputation for always doing it the hard way. And this is probably another one of those times. If you want to compare the English teams, and Wimbledon, okay, they've had a slightly different sort of a draw, but they have they've never broken a sweat so far, really, in their first 2 games. And if you had to pick it right now, you'd say Wimbledon are playing better cricket. But as we saw in Group A, things can change over the 3 days. And even here, their batting hasn't clicked at all. A couple of games they've posted 109. They defended it yesterday. They're looking at the goods today. I just wonder if they have that plucky quality, don't they? I mean, they never looked likely in Group A last year. They won the group, just coming from 4th in the group, and then made it all the way to the final. Is there a dream run ahead? Here's Griffiths.
It's been hit pretty well. It gets it over the fielders, and it will be 4 runs. Cuatro Guerreras. They've got to believe here. They've gone really quiet and gone very quiet indeed, but they've got to believe. All it will take is one batter to get going, and they could get to the score. But yeah, they're pretty quiet at the moment. But Hornchurch is exactly what we're talking about from them. They just have great belief in their fielding and their bowling, and why not? I mean, that marvellous bit of play for me is the play of the day so far from VJ. Gets the run out, and then after that, well, they seem to be collapsing.
It's kind of the spark they needed.
Yeah.
But yeah, the fundamentals, taking those catches, it's not easy catching conditions out here. People don't realise how high this ball goes and the kind of winds that these fielders are dealing with. But yeah, it's so interesting, this format over the 3 days. The momentum, the kind of the intangibles can change. And right now, look, they're not out of this game, but you would think they are. Just look over that Hudinga dugout. They're shell-shocked over there right now.
Exactly. They've got to just believe, say, hey, look, 66 and 30, it can be done. It just needs, and the only way it can be done, we all got to believe. And that's been played away. He's trying to get it in the gap, and, well, he's well fielded. Who? Well, there's only one man in there. Jerpes VJ. Excellent work from him. Makes the save, keeps it to 1.
Yeah, it was like Speedy Gonzalez there, wasn't he? Yeah, under Ipa. VJ doing his work on the boundary that time. Well, apparently, some of our viewers have pointed out what was said into the stump mics, and we can't repeat it, I think.
Well, it teases him, but he gets it. Well, this is what they want. This is what they want. They want balls up there that they can smash away. It's in the slot. He gets the movement on it, and he hits it pretty hard. So Tarek Zawak, after looking the unlikely man to hit any runs after he was swinging and missing, but he gets this one away.
Yeah, well, that fence wasn't quite long enough to have that ball go through it. That one went around the fence. 45 for 5. This game's not done, Rico. Look at the rate. It's an average rate required. That'll be a dot, though. Malik slides that one past. Apparently, Murray said, are we going to get a hat trick, Corey? That's all. That's all. Anyway, Malik, good comeback ball there. Zuvak gone through more partners than the quarterback at the moment.
Okay, nicely played. It's a sweeper there, but yeah, runs, no dot balls. Keep plucking away, keep believing, get a partnership going. Anything can happen. That's what they've got to believe here. Been one boundary of this over so far. A couple of singles. Quicker delivery, and they'll take another single. So that's better. Just keep on ticking away. Take it deep. Look, the other thing is the 77. You want to get to that 77, even if you can get a point here. I mean, that's another thing you got to think about. If you get a point against Hornchurch, that's a good thing. Get a point. Then they're level on points with the Eagles. And that means that that match then between them and the Micklin Eagles, which is match number 9 today, that probably becomes the final for those two teams.
Yeah, it's a good point, actually. I mean, I still think your best strategy to get the point is still go at it. Yeah. I still think you can get the whole thing. They need 14 and over. And Malik's bowled out now. Looks like they're going to go to Arthur George here in the 7th.
Arthur bowled sharp yesterday. You know. He bowled
gets it
sharp.
through. He's over number 7.
Okay, it's in the air, but it should bounce a couple of times for the fielder to keep it to 1.
George Hankins out there does the fielding. Interesting. Yeah, well, Kevin says Corey's probably too busy sorting out bodyguards for tomorrow to be able to hear what Murray said. I think so. Still think they're at Smokey here. Hitting it.
Oh, well, I tell you what, sometimes it's the bowlers that might need a helmet. This one was absolutely blasted straight back at him. That's a delightful shot.
Well, Tyrone played cricket at a good level and lucky because he's good enough to get out the way of this. That is one he's not catching. It's actually smart. He goes away from where the ball's going to slice. Whether he realised he did that consciously or not, I don't know. But that was belted. Zuvak would be very hitting it to be able to bat themselves away from this situation. Look at that rate. It's not out of hand at all.
It's not. And that's what I mean. You just need a batter to get a 30. And they're in with a chance. And things like that will help. That's a genuine edge. It flies over. Murray is going to be 4 more. So back-to-back boundaries. Keep an eye on the rate as well. The rate has climbed up to around about 14.5, but a couple of boundaries here. Good over here. Brings it right back into contention again.
The luck factor as well. I mean, if he gets a feather on that and he's caught behind, it's almost time to start the car, isn't it? But, you know, gets enough back, gets it over, and that's the pace. I suppose working against Arthur George a little bit. Very late on that shot, but gets the result.
Yeah, Malik just comes over, I think, just has a chat with him, probably saying, hey, wouldn't be a bad idea to try a slower delivery. And slow and wide, but sneaks it in,
Very
and that's
good.
exactly what he does.
Yeah, so it's one thing to, so even there, I think I would have been expecting a slower delivery, but then one thing to really commit to it as a batter to wait, because if you're very late on the slower on what you think is a slower delivery, and it takes a bouncer at your head, then that's an uncomfortable place to be. So the genuine pace of George, I think, just getting into the mind of Tarek Zubak a little bit there. 2 to come in the over.
And he goes straight down the ground again. Fielder comes across, makes the stop. They think 2, but the throw comes in quickly. Great bit of work.
They fielded really well here. I mean, Dave B's keeping a track of the catches versus drops at the moment. 4 catches, 0 drops. Then you throw in that mercurial run out from VJ to get Said Ahmed after he'd whacked 2 sixes. Nervous faces over there.
And, that's that slightly slow delivery again. No footwork. That's the problem from Rashid. It's the end of the over. There were a couple of boundaries in it. 10 come off it. So once again, it's not quite what they need. The score at the end of 7, 63 for 5.
Yeah, well, coming up, Wimbledon versus Prague CC. And look, Prague CC were very competitive against Hornchurch yesterday. Wimbledon haven't really broken a sweat, like I said, so far. The toss will happen after this game, and we'll make a start in about 1 hour here at the Cartama Oval. That's 2:30 p.m. GMT, which is 3:30 in Central Europe, and 8 p.m. in India.
Yeah, Wimbledon have won both their matches and won both chasing. And they've chased well. They've got to the score Huddings put on, 109, and they did that with 16 balls to go. And then, of course, the Michelin Eagles put 88, and they got to 89 in just 5 overs.
Griffiths was on fire, and he's still hot. He's coming back to bowl the 8th.
This gets spilt.
Oh,
this gets spilt.
Oh, everyone's made a boo-boo there, because that isn't Griffiths coming back. Running away from me, it was Harry Hankins who comes on in this over. And, yeah, big edge here. Does it get through? Not sure if it carries in the end or not. Murray almost kind of gets yorked by that and then couldn't turn it into a run out.
Batters do well, though. They do take a single from it. Though I do think that is Tarek Zouak, the man that you really want to have on strike. Rashid, he's had 6 balls, just 4 from it so far.
Harry Hankins having a really good tournament. First time we've ever seen him in a group stage.
It's well played. There's a fielder back there for that shot, though. Nicely played. Once again, don't want to waste deliveries here. So if you're getting a single, you take a single. No dot balls.
Yeah, well, Tarek's batting 3. He's facing up now. Rashid Khan's batting 7. So, I mean, it's really up to Tarek to try and make something happen. Just want to say a quick couple of hellos. I know Zabi Zahid's watching in Sweden, and so's Lamar Momand. He was one that famously had the altercation with the fence playing for Sweden. He knows what I'm talking about.
Yep. Okay, goes for it, and he's going to nail it. Manos arriba, 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 arbitro, porque eso es una grandísimo. 6 carreras.
Yeah, goes upstairs on him. But Tarek, it's not probably the prettiest because the body's slightly leg side of the ball, but he throws the hand through at the perfect moment, putting it, staying alive in the chase.
Sneaks it in, trying to give himself a little bit of space. Here's Tarek Zouak, and that's picked up on cleverly by Hankins.
Look at the feet, though. I mean, I called it last ball, even though he got the result. But see, with that leg, the front foot going so leg side, it makes it so hard to access that delivery. And if I was Hankins, I'm on that exact same ball again.
Yeah, let's see if there's going to be a change from Zouak. Wouldn't mind him just taking a little jump across. Well, it's a sort of delivery they're going for it, and they'll get there. So they'll take a bite.
We saw this yesterday. Because of the pace of these English bowlers, that Murray's a long way back. And so we saw the Czechs basically steal a run, saying, all right, if you miss it, I think it's pretty likely that we can get away with it. Look, it would have been out if he hit, but also he's expendable, isn't he, at this stage, Rashid, who's 5 off 7.
And he's going to swing and miss at the last ball of the over. So Hankins, good spell from him. 1 for 19, 72 for 5. 8 overs completed. He's still needing to get to the 77 to at least get something out of this.
Yeah.
At least these two are starting to put a partnership together. I know it's not a big one. It may not be a match-winning one, but it's a partnership to ensure they at least get something out of this contest.
You can really see the point when things started going downhill there. Overs 4 and 5 with the wickets falling for Hudinger. And since then, it's been really, really tough. There's a fair few cricket artifacts around here as well. I've never had a very close look at that. Look at the umpire being the close horse.
Yeah. I'm liking this.
Very clever. Very clever.
Deep extra cover with the 3 umbrellas. I'm loving the action of this guy, Gavin Griffiths. I just love his action.
And he's coming back to bowl the 9th. Quick.
Yeah.
He's quick, isn't he? He's one of the quicker bowlers we've seen here at the Cartama Oval.
But it's about they're taking it on here. This will be exceptional. This is exceptional. They're taking 3. Oh, well, they're not going to get the 3. But they're going to get 2. To steal 2 was amazing. To try and take the 3 here was sensational. Well, you might as well cue with the music.
Do you know what I think's happened here? Rashid Khan, 5 off 8, instead of retiring him out, they're basically saying, let's run you out. Let's just keep going. So you see he's here, and basically he's saying, look, I need to get back. Let's make sure I'm safe. And then he pretty much gives it up. And then, but I don't understand this next one.
Yeah, this one I don't get.
You've got to freeze.
Now, where do they cross here? So, Jesse, is it Rashid that goes?
That's such a weird one. But I don't understand that if he's trying to get the strike back.
Why he goes for the 3rd, yeah.
Yeah, why he goes for the 3rd. But it was a tough one for Rashid. It's pretty unselfish in the end and pretty unusual. But it is going to be 2 and out. It's 74 for 6.
Yeah, I don't understand why the 3rd, because he's taken himself off strike. You've got to have Tariq on strike.
I'm pretty sure they do cross. Yeah, see?
Yeah,
whoever's
shadow.
got their part of their battle, the person closest to that end. But it means the new batter has to come and face as well. So that new, and look who it is. It's Nasser Baluch. What's he doing down here?
Yeah, well.
What's he doing down here?
Don't know. He was a high scorer yesterday.
Where's he been?
All right, here we go.
Oh, this is gun versus gun as well, really. Nasser should be batting in the top 5 at a minimum. 11 to come.
He's going to just get it over the fielder. What are they doing? They don't want to run out here now.
Oh, dear.
I mean, what's going on with Toksua? I like the way he thinks the throw is coming. Get the now money. He puts his hand behind him and said, don't throw it.
Well, this is strange. It was such a good early throw. Sometimes an early throw is better than a good throw, and this was both. And at the end, I mean, Zuvak, you don't wear pads on your back. And this would have hit him right in the spine if it was a straight throw. Griffiths just decides to hold on to it.
I get the feeling that Terry Zua doesn't want to be facing Griffiths. He doesn't want to be on strike. He has to be on strike.
Swing away. Swing away.
Okay, he makes pretty decent contact. It'll just be a single.
What an interesting game. What an interesting decision. I remember I talked about this earlier. If you're going to retire someone out, you know, that's another way you can do it. You can use them as basically a sacrificial lamb in a run and just get a run out. You might pitch an extra run or 2. But, yeah, the Swedes, I don't always understand their tactics, and that's kind of the beauty of it sometimes.
Made 41 in the first game in that loss to Wimbledon. And he was the top scorer, but he's coming in when maybe, well, there's no hope, is there? But, well,
there's hope. There's hope. That Heritage game the other day, for example.
It's hit sliced away. It'll just be a single.
You know what? You can coach people all you like, but sometimes there's just this little thing called natural talent, and Griffiths has natural speed. It's very hard to train someone to do that. And well, there's the 77th run.
Yeah.
It means that Hooting at least get a point. They've got a free shot at trying to get close to this 110 now.
Just watch him running in, the rhythm. I mean, he starts a little bit wide, doesn't he? And then just the running in. He's just love it. For anyone that appreciates fast bowling, it's just beautiful to watch him come in. And everything goes into the ball. And this one high up in the air is going to be 6 runs.
Speed. Sometimes it's your friend, sometimes it's your enemy, and this is just a genuine outside edge that flies miles, not just over the rope, but over the fence. 6 runs.
Yeah, that's why he's got to be on strike, Zua. That's why I couldn't understand why. All right, you get Rashid out of the picture by running him out, but not when you're going to be going off strike. So that, for me, is one ball that they've wasted, and, well, if he was on strike, who knows? All right, this becomes a very important delivery. Get a boundary off this one, and I suppose you still have a chance.
Magical finish is what they'll need. Shows you the tactics that these teams are thinking about now. So out of the box with that run-out sacrifice. Anyway, last ball the over.
He hits it pretty well. Fielder is not going to stop it. It's going to be 6 runs. So Tariq Zawak gets 6. He now moves into the 40s. We go into the last 21 of 6 balls.
Well, hold the phone. I mean, 21 is doable. We see those kind of overs all the time. We call them magical overs, 20 plus. Oh, Tarek hits 2 sixes off the last 2 balls of Griffith's spell. The second one was much more convincing. It's great effort out there, but not able to pull it back inside the field of play. Now, Arthur George, I'm sure he's going to get the last over. We just saw the pace disappearing. I mean, that over, to give you an idea, there was 17 off it. There were only 3 off the first 4 balls. And
if you're wanting,
bang, bang.
If you're wanting 21 of your last, Nasir Bullets on strike's not a bad option.
There were 5 off the first 4 balls, pardon me. Then it was 17 because we had that crazy run out. Hey, could we get 20 runs off this over? If it's 20, it's golden ball time. And look, Baluch.
Yeah.
World's best number 8. I think coming out to face up. George is pretty nippy as well. It's probably not quite Griffith's pace, but we've got to finish on our hands here.
We've got to finish on our hands.
Remember Harry Hankins in the last over, launching those 6s. How important might that be?
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Getting them to that 109 score. All right, here we go. First ball is always the important one. If this goes to the boundary, I think pressure will be on Hornchurch, and Huntington will probably be thinking they got a good chance here. Here we go. It's full, and it hits him on.
I think he smashed that. It's gone all the way to the outfield.
Taking on the fielder, and there was nobody home at the bowler's end because Arthur George is appealing. That's an error from Hornchurch. I mean, have a look at Murray as well. He can't believe it's not being thrown to him. It's thrown at the bowler's end. But well, he's appealing.
He hits it.
He hits it. Yeah, he's appealing. But look, he's saying. He's standing and then he says, oh, there's nobody home. There's nobody home. Okay, they get 2.
Yeah, maybe we can pick up the edge here, but it was a big one. It was a huge inside edge. Yeah, Murray didn't need a microphone that time, did he? Baluch gets back for 2. Mid-off's up in the circle. Interesting one. They feel that they're just basically saying to Baluch, we don't think you're going to hit over mid-off. Now, people going everywhere. With that shot, they're going to put the fine leg back, probably because he was looking for it.
Yeah.
I still think, Baluch, if he hits it in the middle of the bat, doesn't matter about the wind. Got to play the percentages. Oh,
Gundy.
Noe.
Oh, that's a great stop from Murray because this one could have been 5. What an important stop that is.
This bounces off the pitch long. I feel like this has to be waist or higher.
Let's have a look. He goes back. Let's see how high. That's a no.
Big no ball.
That's got to be a no.
Yeah, that's going to be re-bowled again. I mean, it was pretty quick. I know you might say, he's crouching a bit, but it's anytime you have a bowler have the ball pitch past the artificial, normally high. So free hit to come and an extra run.
18.
It's going to be a wide anyway.
18 or 5. They've got to run hard. And, well, they're not going to take on the arm of Vijay, are they?
Smart, because that would have just been pure suicide, I think, if you come back on the arm of Vijay, and then you're going to lose a key batter. And the other thing is Zuvak, 44 off 22. He's kind of seen it all in his journey in match 7, hasn't he? So 17 off 4. Kind of need 3 of these to go to the boundary out of the 4. Here we go.
He's found the fielder. It'd just be a single. So, all right, here we go. All of these have to go to the fence.
Oh, hitting it. Promising signs from them. Looks very front on here, Baluch. It's an interesting setup. He wants to hit this across the line. He wants to hit it up into the fan zone.
It's going to go for 6, I think.
Oh, gee.
It goes for 6. The game stays alive. Arthur George goes for the shorter delivery. And once again, it's not where the batter intended to go, Nasir Baluch, but he gets the boundary. Game back alive. 10 now off 2.
Look at the setup, though. I'm not so sure I would bowl him a short ball here because he's already in a hooking position. I think even with your field and all those things, the guy's looking, he's showing his whole chest here. I think I probably would have gone full and saying, well, what are you going to play this? How are you going to play this? Got to be a boundary here. Ball stays on the field of play. Hornchurch have this done. Oh, wow. Pressure. Can Baluch keep the game alive? Coming out so low. Again, you look at above him, Rashid Khan, 5 off 8. How's he batting above Nasir Baluch here?
Look where he's standing. And, well, that's the game for Hornchurch. It's well bowled. He doesn't bowl it where Baluch wants it. He goes wide, tries to sneak it. Probably, I mean, may have been a wide, who knows, but not with Baluch standing there, I suppose. Anyway, It's going to be Hornchurch, unless he bowls a no ball here.
No, just got a bowled on the pitch. I know Farquhar will be happy watching from Hornchurch.
And that's been hit up in the air. It should be a straightforward catch for Hankins because he doesn't drop him. He does take the catch. And Zuwak will go for 45 or 24. But it's a victory for Hornchurch. Once again, they show that if they get past that 100 mark, they can defend and they will defend. Hoodingham, brave effort from them. They pick up a point against Hornchurch. I think that's a result for them. But this match, it was all about the fielding from Hornchurch. It was all about that run out from VJ. I mean, that was crucial. And that was when Saeed, he hit 2 sixes and then he gets run out. And then after that, they went quiet. They didn't believe anymore. And it only took Tariq Zuwak to get a little partnership going to give them hope again. And in the end, he almost gives them a victory, but it wasn't to be.
This game is not decided by much at all. And don't forget, we'll still see both these teams. We'll see Hornchurch tonight, the English Derby at 7:30 local. That's match 10. Before that, we'll have Hoodinga playing for their tournament lives against the Mechelen Eagles, which is the game that looks like will shape the 4. We'll be left on the edge of our seats. I think Hornchurch get it done, but only just 8 runs between them and the Swedes in this one. The final score, Hornchurch of England 109, Hoodinga of Sweden 101. Well, they know they didn't play perfect cricket there by any means, but again, their fielding stood up when it really mattered. I think their bowlers did too. It was a bit of an ugly win, but a win nonetheless, and Hornchurch go 3-0.
Yeah, look, they had a fight. They know that. They had to fight. They had to fight hard. I mean, that's probably why I think in the end you don't see the captain have a bowl. Mark Whitlock, he went with his key bowlers because it wasn't a game that you could experiment with. Little key things just didn't go right there for Hoodingham, but really, when they look back at it, it was that run out that cost them, because it could have been very different if Saeed Ahmed had stayed out there.
No doubt. Wimbledon taking on Prague CC in match 8, and we're around about 50. That's 50 minutes away from a start in that one. Toss to come. Let's go and roll through the highlights of this one. Hoodinga, again, I think they'll rue their missed opportunities. A bit like Prague CC against Hornchurch yesterday. The Hoodinga side, they were in a winning position, but ultimately they shot themselves in the foot, and with some incredible fielding efforts from the English, they end up getting the win.
Yeah, I mean, both the openers, they did make a start, didn't they? I mean, Sher Ali, he got a couple outside the off to get a few boundaries going, but then there was this one. He gives the catching opportunity, which gets taken, so that was the end of him. And it was no mistake there from Edwards. Then Imal Zuwak, very much the same. I mean, this one, I just didn't understand it. You know, it didn't make too much sense. He wasn't really looking. He did get back, but really this time they got lucky. But it wasn't to be the same case all the time. Thumbs up there from Hankins. Wasn't he good once again in the field? Surely quite easily the top catcher. Speaking of catching, this was smart from Murray.
Yeah, he'll get player of the match, Harry Hankins, and I agree.
Yeah.
I think, look at the late runs that he provided. His catching was incredible. His bowling was very, very solid. That was Zubac that had to go. Murray blinding the crowd by ripping the helmet off, but holding onto the catch in the end. And this is a huge moment. That's match turning, because Saeed turned his back on his partner, was too late to go. Still had to hit the stumps, VJ, but that was a great bit of work. And that started this kind of mini collapse that put Hoodinga from ahead to behind in the game.
Yeah, you're right. There was a mini collapse. There were balls that were being hit in the air. Hankins was showing his class again with the catching. And this was 2-2. So we had a moment when Gavin Griffiths won a hat-trick. And the hat-trick ball was a beautiful Yorker, which had to be dug out by Rashid. But that was the point here. I think they sent Rashid out. Maybe that Nasir Buluch didn't fancy going out there for the hat-trick ball.
Yeah.
Maybe that's why he doesn't come out, so they send Rashid. But Rashid, well, he ended up being sacrificed because it was this crazy bit of running. But still, I mean, that little thing there as well, can you imagine? Can you imagine if Tariq stayed on strike and hit the ball for a boundary?
Maybe, but also why is Tariq then not running to get to the safe end? I don't know what's going on there. Someone explain that run to me later. And then I just saw the game stay alive. That pace on the ball, the edge flew out of the ground. This one was convincing from Tariq, and suddenly it was game on. We went right down to the last 2 balls.
Yeah, I mean, that last over, they needed 21 from it. They had a great go at it, didn't they? But they fell in the end 8 runs short. It was an entertaining game, but you just get the feeling that Hornchurch, once again, even though it was close, they sort of had it under control.
Yeah. Kind of. They'll tell you that, but I think that they were genuinely worried that they were going to drop this game. And Hoodinga, again, A classic case of what might have been for the Swedish champions, and Hornchurch, with the support of Cockney Corner, they go 3-0 in this series. They'll go to the top, but Wimbledon will have the chance to catch them in the next game against Prague CC. What a game. Really, really good game. 45 for Tarek Zuvak. Was involved in that run out of Saeed Ahmed, who whacked his first 2 balls for 6, but then had to go. And no one else would actually get more than the 13 of Imal Zuvak, apart from Tarek in that innings. And look at the extras, very disciplined. 1 no ball, 1 bye. That was it. Even the bye, that was stolen, wasn't it, by the batting side. And in the end, they come up just short.
Yeah, so an exciting one. You have to say, here's the bowlers, and you got to say the bowlers are just, they're the department that is clicking at the moment. The bowlers are bowling well, and the fielders are doing their job and taking the catches. Harry Hankins, superb from him, 1 for 19. But I think Vinny, he was absolutely right when he said that those important knocks, hits from him towards the end of the innings. He scored 28, but those 2 big sixes in that last over, how important they were, because you could turn around and say, if it weren't for those, they wouldn't have won that match. So we've had another exciting match, a great exciting start to Peacock Friday here, day 2 of Group B. It's a win for Hornchurch, so it's 3 from 3 from them. Hoodingan, they're getting better, they're getting closer, but they now know that, well, their survival will depend on their next match when they take on the Micklin Eagles. We're going to take a short break here now, but remember, we'll be back in about 45 minutes time. We have a bit of a delay before we start match number 3, and then after that, well, 3 more matches to come, including the one that everybody's waiting for. Hornchurch will be taking on Wimbledon in the night match. So join us back in a short while. I'm Rico Full, and alongside me once again will be Mr. Maximo and his Sandu. That's a pronto, mi familia.
The European Cricket League is proudly brought to you by Dream 11, HCL Software, La Junta de Andalucía, Paramatch and Norcane. And the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme. Hello, welcome back. Great to have your company. It's Group B action day 2 and it continues now after a short break with match number 8. And it's Wimbledon, the English champions of 2023. They beat out hundreds of clubs for the right to be here. They're taking on Prague CC, the champions of Czechia. Let's see what happens at the coin toss. Ian Ramage has the 2 captains.
Wimbledon, you're the home team, you will toss the coin. Yeah, Prague, you're the away team, so you will call, okay?
European cricket.
It's been called European cricket, it's come down parry match, so you've won the toss.
We're going to have a bat.
Okay, a toss from Wimbledon, who will bat first?
So it is Wimbledon that win the toss and they elect to have a hit. I like that move. I think that we've seen them doing their work chasing, but I think now they have a bit of an idea of what they're in for here. They want the chance to bat first, maybe put some big runs on the board. I've got to say I'm a big fan of Weir behind the stumps. If you don't have to convince me the importance of a good wicketkeeper. He took 5 dismissals yesterday. Not often you see that in a 10-over match, but I think it's a chance for Wimbledon to just get a bit more experience. They can bat the 10 overs. They'll be looking to put on a big score, but it might not be so easy because I do think PCC of Czechia, they wanted to field first and they've done that pretty well so far in the series, even though they came up heartbreakingly close in a chase this morning. And so, look, Prague CC, they're probably not expected to do too much in this game, but I think that's the way they like it. And I've loved their fielding pressure. And let's see if their bowlers can create some issues for the Wimbledon bats. Rico Full standing by. He's my commentary partner today. I'll be there in a second, but for right now, I can tell you the news from the toss in match number 8 is that the Wombles, they've won the toss. They're going to have a hit.
Thank you very much, and I'm certainly looking forward to seeing those Wombles in the crowd as well. It takes me back to my little childhood, the Wombles of Wimbledon. Well, this is going to be a good match, I think. Prague CC will be very disappointed that they didn't win their last match. And it was, of course, against the Michelin Eagles. And they're chasing 116. They had it in the bag. And then, well, they threw it away, needing 9 on the last over. They didn't get there. And it was the Eagles who won by 5 runs, thanks to a great over from their captain Ismail. So can they come back? Can they put that disappointment behind them? One thing I know they will be thinking here is getting a point against Wimbledon is a win. I think getting that point against Hornchurch was massive for them. If they can do the same here, they will guarantee themselves coming back here tomorrow for the Group B finals day. But the other thing that's very important for them, of course, is when it comes to coming back here tomorrow, playing for a point is irrelevant. You've got to play to win. So they've got to play well. They've got to try and get into form. They've got to try and learn how to adapt and change so they can beat teams like Wimbledon and Hornchurch. That's very important. So they've got a lot to do here. Oh, there's somebody who's parked up the top of the hill there. And ECN wagon, station wagon up there. And, well, it's a nice place, have a nice view. And talking of a nice view, this Cartama Oval, stunning views all around this time of day where the sun is shining. Temperatures currently around about 20 degrees. I know that a lot of the Wimbledon and Hornchurch supporters are certainly enjoying the Andalusian sunshine. Big shout out to our regional partner, the Junta de Andalucía. We are, of course, here in the region of Malaga. This is the Cartama Oval, and it's the home of European cricket. It's where, well, dreams come true. Certainly the dreams of European cricketers here, and this would be a dream for Prague CC if they could get an unlikely win here, because Wimbledon 2-0 at the moment, and they've won with ease as well. Just to remind you that they chased 110 against Groningen, and they did that with 16 balls to go, and then they had a good win also yesterday chasing Michelin Eagles 89. They did that with 30 balls still to go. Now we're going to chance to see them bat first for the first time. Gets played away, little delivery into the body of the batter. And Lloyd, just a little push to allow his captain, Jonathan Webb, to face his first delivery. And I think I agree with what Vinny was saying there. It's important for Wimbledon to win the toss and bat first. It's one thing that they haven't been able to do. I think, remember, they've got a very tricky match last up when they will be playing Hornchurch in the night fixture, match number 5 here in the day. We'll bring you 5 a day, that's right. Exactly what your doctor wants you to have, 5 a day. We give you 5 a day. So this is an opportunity for Wimbledon to prepare for that. They've chased well. Let's see if they can bat well. Padmaraju doing the bowling. That's just a leave, the slower delivery. It ends up being a wide signal there by the umpire. Umpires for this match. Nilkesh Patel is at the bowler's end. And Tyrone Peters, Mr. Horns himself at square. Joe Foster is the third umpire. Goes for the big shot and he nails it. Shaba, Shaba, Kinna Sona, Shaka, Lagya. This will be interesting for me with Wimbledon with the bat, because what we have seen, not just today, I think yesterday as well on several occasions, with this wind, not severely strong at the moment, but continuously blowing, with this wind hitting straight down the ground, has been an issue for several players, just not clear the rope and being caught. I wonder if Wimbledon are going to be able to adapt. And at the moment, the answer is yes, though this one's not straight down the ground. It's more over that square leg boundary. But it's 6 more. Well, there's Ansu. And hello to him. Of course, part of a Grizzly Bear Sports. Doing a roaring trade over there. And of course, a big shout out to Grizzly Bear Sports. They are the provider of the Grizzly Balls. Come on, they say, Wimbledon. Tim Lloyd. A couple of boundaries on the spin here. So Paddy Marju, not the best of starts here. Hasn't always bowled the first over. Sometimes he's come on to bowl over number 2. They've gone with the beast, Sudesh Wickramasinghe, to normally bowl the first. And I wonder why teams make changes like that. I mean, Sudesh hasn't bowled particularly bad bowling first up. In fact, yesterday his first over was unbelievably good. Took 2 wickets and just conceded 3 runs. So they've made a change, Paddy Maraju, but at the moment not really working in their favour. 15 come off the over, 2 balls still to come. And tries to angle this in. I like that from the bowler. He shows that he is able to adapt. So he comes round the wicket and wants to use that angle, coming wide and darting the ball in. It's a bit on the pads, but because of the length of it, Lloyd not able to whip it away for a boundary, but they'll take the leg byes. Webb now on strike, the captain. Welcome back to everybody around the world tuning in and talking on about around the world. Well, this one, well, that's circling the planet. It's getting smashed into the sky, so Webb gets his first boundary. It's well, this is a problem when you come around the wicket. You may have got away with the first one. Well, there it goes. But this time round, it's on the leg stick, and good batters will put that away. So it's a magical start for Wimbledon. 22 off the first over. This is a quick opportunity to look at some more of the groups that we'll see. Group C, well, they're warming up, I'm pretty sure, that some of those players are getting used to seeing what they're coming in for here. Some teams have been here before, of course. A surprise there from Sofia when it's going to be academic. So the reign of maybe Indo-Bulgaria is over, though I do hear 1 or 2 of the Indo-Bulgarian players may be here anyway, playing Gamblers. Looking forward to seeing them. And of course, we were going to Portugal after here as well. So Gamblers will be in action. Of course, Group A is already done. And of course, it was a fantastic conclusion to the final. Gina Brescia winning against Skanderborg, the Danish champions losing out again. And it was the Italian giants that will be booking their place back, coming back here for Championship Week, starting on the 18th of March. Final is be on the 22nd. Who will be the champion? That's well bowled. And they go to the Beast to bowl over number 2, Suresh. And he starts well. I'd say a big shout out to Purple Pepper. Not quite purple in the Wimbledon kit. Maybe a hint of purple in some of those lines. Nicely played, gets into good position, plays it to Arun, who makes the stop. They'll take the single. Yeah, Purple Pepper, of course, the catering partner for the European Cricket League. Had a nice spot of lunch from them. I had a nice curry with some rice. It did the job wonderfully. Thank you to Purple Pepper. Right, genuine edge. 1 bounce, 4 runs. It certainly is a vortex over there. As the balls get sucked into that boundary, we've seen several fly over for 6. Ah, that's more like it. I'm loving the Wombles. The Wombles of Wimbledon. No, it really takes me back. It took me a while yesterday when I saw the Womble. I'm thinking, I know what that is. I know them. Took me a while, but yeah, the memory bank served me well. I used to love watching the Wombles. Always cleaning up. I hope those Wombles are cleaning up as well. They can be handy on a blowy day like at the moment, the wind blowing things around. Vikram Sagara. It will be a wide. Deliberately bangs this in wider. He wants the batter to chase it. They have put the 3rd man back pretty fine on the boundary. That's Naveen after bowling the first over. Padmaraju. And the other man that's back is behind square. So nobody straight down the ground. And talking of straight down the ground, that's exactly where the batter goes. And he's going to get 4. Good cricket from Jonathan Webb. Sees the field. He knows that the 2 men are inside. So you got your mid-on and mid-off in place. But nobody on the boundary. So he backs himself to go over them. He does. And he's going to get 4 runs. That's better. Just sneaks this one. It's the end of the over. 2 overs complete. So going along quite nicely. 32 without loss. We get a chance to have a look at the standings here normally, and you will see that why this is an important match. You would imagine looking at this that Prague CC maybe they've done enough, because you know that Hudingham and the Micklin Eagles, they are going to be playing. They'll be playing match number 9. Now, one of those teams, the best they can do is get to 4 points. That means it's not going to be enough. The other team will pick up 3. So that means that one of those 2 will not make it. So that is the big match. Match number 9 coming up after this. Hudingham taking on the Micklin Eagles. That's going to be like the first big final of the group. The winner of that will come back tomorrow. The loser, well, you're going to have to start booking your flights back home. Okay, here we go. Ready for the start of the 3rd over, the all-important 3rd. And it's time for Lala. I think they're bringing him on a little bit earlier than they would like to. Before the end of the power play, and joining me for the start of this over is Vinny Sandhu.
It's Lala time, and first one could be a wicket. It is! Well, once again, the surprise ball. It shouldn't be a surprise by now. He's just going pace on all the time. Lloyd tries to muscle it into the wind. It holds up. It's well taken at mid-off, and the Wimbledon side lose their first wicket at 32 for 1.
Well, there's the answer to the question that I was putting out there. Will Wimbledon be able to manage the breeze that other batters haven't been able to? And the answer is no. You can see he hits it pretty well. He thinks he's going to get it over the fielder. The wind comes into play, and Sabawun Divasi plucks it out of the sky. And Lala gets a wicket of his very first ball.
He'll be annoyed there. I mean, it's never easy facing the first ball from someone that you haven't faced before. He's getting a bit of zip, isn't he, Lala? Lloyd. He whacks a couple out of the ground, but he has to go for 14.
Well, Lala, nicely done. I mean, we know that he's an all-rounder. He's a very good batter as well. We haven't seen too much of his batting, but with the bowling, we've been very impressed. There's a new batter who comes out. No change in the batting order for Wimbledon. They go with Charlie Whipple to come in at number 3.
They do, and he's been very impressive, hasn't he? How about Lala, though? Right arm, hard to describe. And it's going to be air-mailed, but it won't hurt them too much. Yeah, and Lala, like I say, I'd call him a part-timer, but he's just a good cricketer. He's an out-and-out cricketer. So, yeah, he's very accurate. We saw him bowling towards the end. He slowly worked his way up. Now he's bowling a power play over. I also like the captaincy here from Kushal Mendon, just to say, look, we're going to mix things up, and we're not going to let the game drift too long. And Prague CC, they've punched against every team they've come up against so far. I think they'll be annoyed. There's a couple of games where they've blown winning positions, but they could easily be 3-0.
Yeah, you're right. Quite simply.
Here's Lala again, around the corner. He wasn't completely in control of where that was going. It was a teaser for Kaometa, who's into the side, but it's going to end up at the boundary. It's going to be 4 to Webb.
Yeah, ends up being a good shot. You can see it slightly starting straight down the leg side, but he gets in the position very early. And in fact, it's not that leg side is as I first thought. It's a pretty good shot. And Meta is not that far away from it, but still, he can't stop it going to the boundary.
Yeah, calculated risk, but pays off. Webb off to a bright start here, 19 off 6. And now in the air with a bit of power, holding up in the breeze. Davitsi goes back. He's searching for it. He can't find it. Pretty good stop. He's going to basketball it back into play. But it was probably one of the most difficult catches to take, running with the flight. But it does blow back into the field. If Davitsi had judged that perfectly, it could have been a miracle catch.
Yeah, but once again, you see, even Webb now thinking, I'll get through this. He says, but no, look at the wind, holds it back, and Davitsi, I think he does very well.
Yeah, he zigged when he needed to zag, though, if he was going to try and find the drop zone. Knowing his luck, he would have just knocked it over the boundary anyway. Here's the next ball. It's a thick edge, and it's not thick enough to go to the fielder. Padmaraju has to chase it back, and it's 4 more.
Well, Webb, he says, all right, I can't go forward, I'll go backwards, and he uses every part of the bat. That hits the bottom toe end of it, and he's going to get a lucky streaky. Suerte, sí, mucha suerte, 4 carreras.
Love that. Wimbledon logo proudly on the badge of the helmet. Low full toss. Lala can't make the stop. It'll just be a single, and that'll take us to the end of the power play. Lala delivers again, comes up with the first wicket and goes for 12. And the score is 44 for 1 after 3.
Yeah, nice little moment there. You see Jonathan Webb, the captain of Wimbledon, just giving Lala a little tap and saying, hey, well bowled, buddy, well bowled.
Might have been head on the middle of the bat there, actually. Looking at the replay, magical start for Wimbledon. Following it up with 10 and 12, which are solid overs. I won't say that they're that destructive. I want to say quick hello to Trip, who's watching from the USA. We've got a lot of American viewers tuning in at this time of the day. Good time zone there, so good morning to you. I see that John Tucker is watching as well. John, we'd love to see you here at the Cartama Oval again sometime. Hello to Steve C, to Gary Wheeler, to Dave B, of course, to anyone else that I might have missed. Tune in. Here we go with more spin in the 4th, and Solanke, the left armour, comes on. Now this is a catching opportunity, and it's gone. And Prague CC, they have caught very, very well. And so right arm spin, then left arm spin, and Webb holds out for 26. 2 in 2 overs, it's 44 for 2.
Well, Webb, he will have to go. He's living a little bit dangerously. He wants to play his shots there. You can see that. So the spinners, both spinners come on. Not that you could call Lala a spinner, really. But anyway, both of them come on. And a wicket off the first ball that they bowl.
Yeah, well, Lala, maybe he's a spinner in sheep's clothing, but Solanke is the real deal. Left arm orthodox. And yep, there we go. No need for the umpire. Solanke's happy to give that one out. Webb looks down at the bat, wonders where it all went wrong. Again, another batter makes a start but can't go on with it for Wimbledon. 26 for Webb. It's 44 for 2.
Yeah, Patel holds on to the all-important catch. You're saying your hellos to people. I wonder if you've got any people from Wales. If we have, I want to wish you all a happy St. David's Day.
Ah, interesting part of the world, Wales. I haven't been myself. I've got a lot of Welsh friends. Actually played with quite a few Welsh guys.
Beautiful place,
Yeah.
Wales. It's got a fantastic, a lot of people don't know this, has a fantastic coastline, some lovely beaches. That's well bowled. I'm liking the action here of Solanke. There's a real purpose to what he's doing. He's looks like he's a bit bubbly, he's a bit bouncy, and he's gets the ball in the right area. So he's upbeat, isn't he?
Merriman out here at 4. It's a good area. Bit of turn and bite there for Solanke.
Yeah. Look at that. The smile says, yep, as the batter looks up at him, and he says, oh yeah, I can do this. And look at this. Watch this go.
Great shot of it here.
Oh, good rip on that.
Good take as well behind the stumps. Oh well, there you go. If you can't pick it, sweep it. And he's going to whack it over the fence and far away. Maximo Merriman is off to the races.
Yeah, this is a really good shot. It's a slog sweep. It's a little bit fuller, and he says, nah, I'm not shying away from it. He gets down, he gets low, he gets under it, and he smashes it for 6.
It's that fraction fuller, wasn't it? It allowed him to play that shot. Solanke won't be too bothered. First run's off him coming off the fourth ball. There's the merchandising tent. There's a few things down there for purchase. Can't. Oh, mishandled. And that's a costly one for Padmaraj, who needed to make the stop. He couldn't. And just like that, Merriman into double figures.
Yeah, the 50 came up, that last boundary, and that one, yeah, that needs to be stopped. That's an error. You don't want to be gifting runs away to Wimbledon. Yeah, I want to say, get down to the merch tent. A lot of good gear in there. And say hello to Freya, who's doing a wonderful job. Hello, Freya. He's been managing the marquee very well.
That's got bowled, goes a bit wider, chopped into the surface, but it'll just be a single. So Solanke probably wins his over as well, you know, 1 for 11. And the score, 55 for 2. I'll probably stick with the spin while it's working, kind of winning in this phase of the game. And then they're kicking the can down the road a bit, but you've got guys like Davitsi to come in and bowl at the depth. He bowled pretty well earlier. Spit Patel, he was a bit of licorice all sorts, but thought he was okay with the ball. But you've got another spin option actually in the side, and that's KO Mehta. So he's going to come on. So we've got spin triplets. But I suppose Mehta, don't think he's bowled in the series so far. We'll see if he can hit the ground running here. They'll be bowling to Hamish Merriman.
Merriman has made a good start. He's played some nice shots. Oh,
well, it might work. Can anyone reach it? That is a big bit of luck for Merriman. Sometimes it's the Gundy ball that gets the worm, Rico, and Merriman was certainly not in control of where this was going to land.
Well, if that got a wicket, then the batter would have been absolutely gutted. You know, it's one of those where your eyes light up. Well, there you go, the $6 million man in action there.
That's a bit of Chariots of Fire about that. The scary thing was that wasn't slow motion. No, it was.
We showed our age there. I go back to Lee Majors and the $6 million man, and you the Chariots of Fire.
Yeah, good point. But, hey, it's experience. Hey, it's a good ball by Mehta. So look, if they can get a good over out of him, then you can kind of redo the triplets, and you've got 6 overs to spin in a row. If it's working, you stick with it, I think. I know people talk about changing it up, but if it's working for you, I think you stick with it.
Yeah, leave it be. Don't change it.
Good to have options. Oh, the reverse. There's something on this. Nilkesh doesn't believe so. Good take, though. Never easy against the reverse when you got the gloves.
Well, Charlie Whipple, he wants to go for the reverse. It's pretty close to it, but doesn't quite make the touch.
2 very good keepers in this game going head-to-head as well. Oh, again, just can't pick the line here, Whipple. So one thing about Wimbledon, they flew through first day yesterday. Now, that's a good thing, because you're trying to win. You're trying to play well. But it's never plain sailing through a group. Never. Is this their sternest test yet? Oh, this one isn't a good one. Mehta over pitches, and it's compounded as Whipple's on the charge. Goes Maximo. 6 runs.
Needed that hit, didn't he, Whipple? And he was being bogged down a little bit, and he was getting a little bit frustrated. He wanted a ball to help him out, and he sees a full toss. He says, thank you very much. I'll have that. So Mehta, now, he got away with 1 bad ball in this over, but he doesn't get away with that one.
Still
full toss.
Yeah, still wins the over pretty comprehensively as long as this doesn't go to the boundary. Even if he does, it's probably a draw. Last ball of the 5th. Yeah, tries to lure him out. Maybe thinks he might be on the charge again.
It's good thinking, though. I don't mind it. That's good cricket, but it's a good lead there by Charlie as well.
Oh, well, back to the old drawing board as we get to the end of the 5th over. Pretty good one from Kayer. He only goes for 8, and the score is 63 for 2 after 5. Why don't we welcome you up to the Dream Box at the Field of Dreams here on the Costa del Sol in Spain. Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo for ECN, Rico Full with me. And Prague CC, for me, I want to say I'm surprised, but I'm delighted to see how well they're competing with teams that play in countries that I think have a bit more of a higher standard, essentially, to their club cricket.
Yeah, I mean, they put in some good performances yesterday. They were so close to beating Hornchurch. But the only thing is what will disappoint them, and I know I was talking to some of them as well, is they're disappointing that they get themselves into winning positions but don't win those matches.
That's true. But, I mean, those competitive points are adding up, and this is stacking up because that's a slog sweep. They do stick with the spin. They go back to Ravi Solanke with his left armers, but this is a beautifully executed slog sweep, and it disappears over the ropes for 6 runs.
Yeah, Merriman has played this very well, and that's the danger here. I think every time he senses the opportunity to sweep, he'll go for it. So maybe needs a just slightly quicker ball to be fired in outside the off. Let's see how Solanke deals with this.
A pretty good adjustment. Wasn't quite as full. That's the other thing. I think for the most part, if you're slog sweeping, it's kind of into the wind. If anything, it's right to left on your screen, but it's mostly just behind the bowler. In the old days, the spinners used to love bowling into the breeze, saying, yeah, we can get that kind of drift, we can get that kind of, we can force the batter into a mistake. Well, there is a reverse that's going to go for 4. Not quite off the middle of Whipple. He goes forwards, he goes backwards, he goes another boundary, 4 runs.
Yeah, it didn't quite work for him first time, but he says, I'm going to stick to it and have another go, because hitting it straight down the ground certainly wasn't working for him. And not quite how he wanted it, but he hits the back of the bat, leaps over the wicketkeeper, and he'll get 4 runs.
Intelligent shot, fairly low risk option. Steps across, it's a thick edge. I don't think you'd really call that a chance. It hits a ditcher in the chest. But he does at least block the line. That was probably flying away for 4 otherwise. Yeah, but Parks, you see, yeah, you called it as well when you saw the table. You said, okay, they've played themselves into the 4. It seems like I don't think there's any way they can miss out now. Still, they'd want to play well in this game. Cracking shot, throws the hands at it and 4 runs. It wasn't even that far from the sweeper, but it's good contact. They like Merriman a lot, you know. I don't think we've seen the best of him yet. That was a class shot, laced through the covers.
Yeah, he creates this because he gets that early movement. He makes the bowler feel that he's going to take himself away down the legs up, but then he jumps back and he's right onto that. It's a really good shot, good placement.
Last ball from Solanke's 2 overs. Goes the quicker one. Tries it on and gets it. Maximo! 4 and 6 to pick up sticks as Wimbledon try to pick up the pace at the end of 6 overs. The score is 85 for 2.
He looks good, doesn't he? He's playing shots to all parts of the ground. We just saw him play a lovely shot out on the offside, and then this one, right, this time he goes the other way, steps across and he bangs it over cow corner. 6 more, and they're going along nicely. So at the moment, these two putting a nice little partnership on together, but Hamish Merriman looking the business.
Yeah, top 4 all getting something to their name. 6 overs in. Where could they end up here? I mean, they're on 140's pace. They'll feel they can get more than that with some of the destructive players they've got in there. Mehta comes back. This is a ball that probably would have been a wide. We've seen this tactic creep in a little bit. Bowlers kind of hanging the ball out there, hoping that batters chase a ball that would have been a wide. And with the big reach of Whipple, he just gets a single, so they get through that ball unscathed. Well, this is a false shot, and it's a bit of a tricky one for Ashoka, but he takes the catch. He's got such safe hands, you know, and so Merriman, again, a player makes a start, can't go on to a big score, but his 29's handy, and as he departs, it's 86 for 3.
Yeah, good catch there by Arun. He calls the other fielder off early, says it's mine, I've got my eyes on it. Gets his hands underneath it, takes the catch, looking very smart and very casual is Arun Ashoka. Of course, it wasn't that long ago that he was captaining the Team Czechia in the ECIs in Barcelona, so he's had a good fair bit of practice, unlike some of the other players. But yeah, gets his eyes on it and says, it's all mine, he says. There's a Naveen just ends up being a little bit of spectator as he sees Arun take the catch. So another wicket goes. Merriman, good contribution from him. 29 off 11 deliveries. And then that means we get a chance to see it's Brendan Tatum who now comes out.
Yeah, Tatum plays down the wrong line here. Well, he's known for a little bit of the shake and bake. That's what I got out of some of their information leading into this tournament. Let's see if he's shaking or baking here right now. Tatum's off the mark. Oh, or is he?
Wow. Then they might as well have an appeal here. They're going to have a look upstairs. I think that has surprised him. I didn't think he thought this throw was coming. Yeah. It's a direct hit.
It's the old double or nothing coming up because it's either 2 or it's run out. It's probably fine, but cameras are funny. They got many, many frames. And let's see what happens here.
He's always looking, so he knows the throw's coming.
Oh, it's close. Oh.
Let's see here. There we go.
Like these slides. Oh.
Is the bat... Oh. Is that bat down or up? Is that bat down or up? I don't know here. I'm not sure. I reckon it's...
I think that's the first
Just.
frame the bails are off and it's on the ground.
Yeah.
But it was tight, wasn't it?
Yeah, he didn't slide it in, probably because he knows he doesn't want the bat to plug, but only just by a whisker. It's played in the gap and 4 runs. Good shot. Well, he had a nice view of it, sitting down there, minding his own business. And that looks like that's a Zishan Azim. He's the 12th.
Yeah, he's a good fielder, Zishan. Didn't see who he came on for.
Well bowled. Gets this one outside the off, comes in. So it hasn't, that's not a bad spell of bowling at all. Mehmeta,
Yeah.
1 for 15, 92 for 3.
Really good entry to the series for Kea. And I think, yeah, pound for pound, I think spin's probably the way to go for Prague CC. Look at the Western Shield squads. Of course, we're all very excited about this. And there's still a wildcard spot up for grabs. So, I mean, literally, it can be anyone from any of the European nations that are competing in this tournament. And, yeah, looking at the British and Irish Knights squad, I mean, again, you could play your way in. For example, a Hornchurch player or a Wimbledon player, if there were any late outs of that squad, they could play their way in as well. There we go.
Loving the wobbles. Corey was a bit frightened of these last night, you know. Maybe he was having a few nightmares.
Probably got bigger things to be scared of, if I'm completely honest,
Yeah,
Corey.
you know, there's one name there in Team Europe that really stands out. Sikander Zulfikar. I mean,
The thing is,
I think he's the man who broke Corey's heart, but Corey still had to include him in
92
that side.
off 28 on this ground. Last time we were here for men's cricket was the ECC in 2023. And Sikander, well, the whisper is he might actually get the captaincy of Team Europe. As this is in the air and it's away from the fielder. It's going to pitch just inside and run across. Well, there's the shake. Here's the bake as Tatum gets cuatro carreras.
Yeah, well, Tatum does a little bit of the as he swivels onto this. Nice looking shot, head nice and still, has it under control. 4 runs. It's one that has to be dug out on the bushes. It's nicely played. A few people saying they've been to Wales and they love it. Yeah, I've been to all parts of Wales. Portmadoc was the last place I went to. Like I say, some stunning beaches there. St David's Day. Enjoy. And he's dropped it. He's dropped it. पता नहीं किधर गया मैं फालिया सीगा फालिया वो निकल गया बाहर. That's Smith Patel. Oh dear.
It's a good fielder, but I don't know about pointing the fingers this way. I think if you go reverse cut, maybe you can absorb the impact a bit more. Now, where does this bounce? Comes off his hands, and it looks like 4. Yeah, pitches just inside. 4 runs, back to the action. And they've been really good in the field, the Czechs. Seems like the only ones they're dropping are going over the boundary. We saw 2 of those earlier on. Look, yeah, it's a tough one, but you'd hope to hold on to it. Smith is a very good fielder.
Yeah, that boundary also brought the 100 up. 100 and what is the question?
Drags this leg side. This is a long chase. It's going to be an unsuccessful chase as Whipple gets 4 more. Lala, he bowled well early. Got a wicket pretty much straight away, but he's been left on the shelf. He's coming back in the 8th, but finding it tough going.
Yeah, it's just a little bit shorter than what he normally bowls, and these guys are nimble on their feet. And that's a nice, good shot. Good early position and uses the wrist well to get right under that and sort of clips it away. They make a fine adjustment to the fielder out there on the boundary now.
Yeah, quicker one.
He's not going to get there either.
Yeah, no fine leg. That's going to go for 4. A Cockney corner. A bit muted this game with Hornchurch not playing, but yeah, Whipple, even though it was more good luck than good management, will help himself to another boundary.
Yeah, so they move to 110. 12 balls to go. And yeah, you would think that from here they're looking to go 2 lots of 15 and get 140 something on the board. That's what I'm thinking. They've got wickets in hand to do it as well.
110 for 3 after 8 then. Good question in the chat. Asking, is Dan Linking the captain of the British and Irish Knights? And the short answer is I don't know if it's been announced yet. He would be probably the natural choice, given that he's led the England 11 to 2 ECN trophies. They might have another leader in mind. For example, Sikander Zulfikar. I don't think he's only captain above club level before. But the reason they like Sikander is because of his language skills. He can communicate really well with everyone on the team. And, he's a really astute tactician as well. Anyway, time for over number 9, and it's the Beast that's going to come back for his second over. It just doesn't get the pace of this one. And we saw, as we thought we might, 6 consecutive overs of spin. And yeah, I kind of agree with that in a way. Lala bowled the 3rd, they went Slanky in the 4th, then Meter in the 5th. I probably would have kept that order, I don't know, just because you're not seeing a guy as quickly. They end up going back to Solanke in the 6th, it went for 22, but hindsight's 2020. This is a pull straight down the ground. That will only bring a single.
Yeah, so it'll be interesting because they haven't used Sabah up until now. Maybe they're going to use him to bowl just the last over. They did go back to him a little bit earlier in the last match, but he seems to be the one that they go to if they need to.
Still got Davitsi probably to bowl the 10th. Short in the air, got a back here, and he misjudges it there, Padmaraju. He's had a bit of a Barry Crocker in the field, really. I think if he's right back on the line, this is catchable. And it's also about knowing the wind. Every single edge you see, it's going to carry down to the rope. That one just creeps over him.
Yeah, I mean, if not catchable, maybe stoppable. Maybe he could get a dive in and try to get it back in the field of play. But yeah, he got dragged in, didn't he?
2 field. I mean, another one flies over. This cramps the batter. Finding it a bit hard to get the pace of the Beast here.
Yeah, Charlie Whipple has been a little bit hit and miss. It'd be disappointing that one he doesn't whip away. It's in the slot. He practices the shot again. But then having said that, I suppose you could say the same about the guys from Wimbledon and Hornchurch. You know, they haven't had a lot of batting practice, and maybe that is showing. A lot of people surprised that Hornchurch haven't started hitting big runs at the moment. And that's just another example. And, well, a little bit of fake fielding there, maybe from the Beast.
It was a real fake, so that's fine.
Yeah.
I love the Beast, though. We love our characters, don't we, on the European Cricket Network? And Beast is a kind of guy, and there's plenty of stories of him, for example, having to be picked up from his house because he's forgotten there's a national tour going somewhere. I'll knock on him and say, Sadesh here, get your bag. We're getting on the plane. That's a good shot. Yeah, it's short and it's picked up. And that time they do find the pace. In fact, that one just kept on going, didn't it? Whipple goes maximal. And we go to the end of the 9th over. It's 125 for 3.
Yeah, it's been a funny sort of innings. He's played some nice shots. I mean, that's a beautiful shot. Lovely hook shot. And this one was more at him, so he didn't have to reach for this or anything. So puts that away nicely. But he's missed out on a few as well. But 125 for 3 with an over to go. Still will be eyeing up that 140 score here.
Nain Lala as well as Slanky and Meter, the spin triplets, if you like, in this game. Splitting the 3 wickets so far. This is where I thought they'd go to Sabah, and they do. Davitsi to bowl the 10th. And Prague CC, they are a very famous club in Czechia. And I suppose they've become so big, they've often splintered into other clubs. So there's other clubs that have kind of been born out of Prague CC. Oh, this is a full toss, and it's not really where Davitsi wants it. It's halfway up the jungle now. Cuatro carreras. Tatum starts the 10th with a boundary.
Yeah, I think Sabawoon here tries to go with a slower delivery look. That's what he tries to do, but it ends up being a gentle full toss, and the batter says, I could have the wide, but I'd rather take the boundary. So Tatum gets 4 to his name.
This will be a good test of the PCC batting lineup as well. Got nothing to lose here. Go out and have a dash. Tatum.
It'd be interesting though, you know, you make a very good point there. Nothing to lose.
Nothing to lose.
More on that after this delivery. That's should be just a single. Yeah, I mean, all the other matches that they've had so far, they've had to get something from them. There's always been something there. There's been things to lose. This one, you're right, nothing to lose. They can go out there and bat relaxed. What a difference that
Prague are helped out by the fact that Hudinger couldn't upset Hornchurch in that previous match. Otherwise, this would have had a very different feel this game. It probably would have been a survival game for Prague CC. This is hit, and it's hit straight to the fielder, and he'll catch it eventually. So it's the Beast down there who got behind it, got 2 hands on it, popped out, but he gets it on the juggle, and it's the end of Whipple for 34. Davitsi gets a wicket with a ball that never touches the ground from the moment he releases it. The score now is 130 for 4.
Yeah, it's no es de primera vez, pero de segunda vez. Cógelo y ya está. He gets the wicket, so that will be the end of Charlie Whipple. Nice little innings from him, 34 of 16. He played some nice shots in the end, and I think that was Sudesh saying, I just need one hand. Well, Sababoon is happy about it. He's doing a little celebration. Mind you, I don't think it was the best of deliveries, to be fair. It was a full toss. Just the batter couldn't get quite under it. So it'd be an opportunity, just for a couple of balls anyway, to see James Ware, who goes out there, the wicketkeeper.
Well, just like a fading TV star who's fading from the limelight, it's a bunch of little cameos that are getting the job done. Those of you that are into the digital arts. Anyway, here's Davitsi, who gets just put into the covers. Now, a bit of are they coming, are they not? They will get through for 2. Just going back quickly before we reach the end of the innings about cricket in Czechia and Prague. So that is something we see in some of these developing countries where there's kind of one, like a premier cricket club, and as they get more and more and more members, they realise, hold on, we've got too many players. We need, a group of players will then form another club. And that has happened a bit. This is probably going to be 4. It is not the greatest effort, I've got to say, down there. Couldn't get it down off his feet, the beast. As well, the Wombles, they've come out to play here in the afternoon sun. Although really, I think Sudesh should have done a little bit better.
I think this is a classic scenario of, okay, I'm bowling, you take my spot. Now, Davitsi is normally there. I think if you're a good captain, you don't have Sudesh there. You need to have somebody who's a little bit younger, a little bit quicker. That's an error, really. That's a key position, and you've got to have somebody who's pretty quick at covering the ground there.
Last ball coming up, and a bit more work. We'll go for 2 here. Keeper's ends on. Bowls it in. Oh, well, is that stumped? No, it'll be run out. I say that because he bowled it from about 45 yards. But I think that Weir is one and done here, and Wimbledon are going to finish up with 137 for 5.
Yeah, we'll just see this again. I think he is out, but we might as well have a look at it because the umpires want to have a look at it. Let's have a look. Yeah, there's no errors there from the keeper. He has the ball, knocks him over. So they'll get just the 1 to add on to that, 137. 5 wickets down. So they don't quite make the 140, but still, I think Wimbledon will expect themselves to be able to defend this score.
Yeah, I think so. But like I said, it's a good chance for Prague CC to make a name for themselves here. I mean, it's not like it's a crazy high score. The 130s is actually about par for the course in a lot of the series. Maybe a little bit above average. And of course, Wimbledon's bowling and their fielding, it's going to be a lot more than average. But the Prague CC, if they want to try and go a long way in the group, they need to be able to take on threats like Wimbledon. That's what they'll get to do when they come out in the second half. In the end, it'll be 137 for 5, the official score. 138 for victory for the Czechs.
Yeah, and I think you're right. I think no fear and no pressure. That's what Prague will be saying to themselves here. Just go out there, and we know we're coming back tomorrow. This is all about batting practice. Let's go out there and make the most of some batting practice before we go to those, elimination matches tomorrow, because I'm pretty sure that they'll be taking part in one of those early up in the morning. So go out there, get some practice. They may even want to change things around a little bit. In a way, I hope they do, because it'd be really nice to see someone like Sharon and Ramakrishnan getting an opportunity opening the batting. Maybe they go with him and maybe Aaron a shortcut, maybe make a little change and leave Lala for a little bit lower. He hasn't really been clicking. You could also go with someone like Kajwatla to open up as well, but make a change, do something different, get some guys who probably haven't been able to have a good knock out there to have a knock. Set yourself well for a big match coming up tomorrow. There was Aaron there, the man I'm talking about. Would like to see him top of the order. I'd like to see him in the power play, because he can give you that sort of 45 to 51 power play score. Him out there, maybe with somebody like the left-hander, Ramakrishnan. We'll have to wait and see what they go with. That was not out, says Nilkesh Patel. The umpires are looking sharp, and somebody else was looking sharp, especially when he played that shot, was Charlie Whipple. And they're looking sharp in their kits as well. Probably one of the most popular kits at the moment, I think. And though I have to say, a lot of people liking the one of Prague CC as well. Well, Saba was happy about that, but he wasn't happy about a little bit of fielding that was done by Sudesh before that one. But this time around, Sudesh, he says, I'm not going to throw it. He says, I'm the beast. I'm just going to bowl it in like I'm throwing in a shot pot. And that's what he does, and he ends up being involved with the run out there right towards the end. But not before Wimbledon, they get to 137. They were at 126 pace at the halfway point, so they did up the tempo just a little bit. And when you have a look at that scorecard, I think Tim Lloyd will be a bit disappointed being caught hitting down the ground. We've seen a lot of batters getting out that way, but everybody chipped in. I think, again, it's a pretty healthy scorecard from Wimbledon. First time, of course, that they are batting first. On the bowling front, I don't think anybody was too expensive, really. We saw wickets there for Lala, Solanki, Mehta and Davitsi, who just got that one over. And it was, I suppose, the first over from Naveen was a little bit expensive. That's the one thing. If there's one thing that I didn't quite get there, is why make that change. Sudesh Wickramasinghe has been the man that's been opening the bowling for you in the last 2 or 3 occasions. He's done well. And then you had Naveen, who came normally into bowl the second. You didn't have to make that change, as we said earlier on in the commentary here. If it's working, don't change it. Just leave it as it is. Okay, so there's the mid-match summary. Wimbledon batting first for the first time, 137 for 5. And they'll be looking to continue in the good form that they've shown in the field with their bowling and their catching, and restrict. I think they'll be looking to restrict Prague CC to a score around about 110. Let's see how that fathoms out. Join me, Rico Fuller, Mr. Maximo, when we come back in about 10 minutes' time to talk you through the reply from Prague CC. That's pronto, mi familia.
The European Cricket League is proudly brought to you by Dream 11, HCL Software, La Junta de Andalucía, Paramatch and Norcane. And the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Hello, welcome back, viewers. And well, there's a display of colour out there at the moment. You've got the young pink of Wimbledon looking dashing in their kits, and then we've got the red and the blue of Prague CC. Prague CC, they've got some work to do here. 138 is going to be the target. They've got to be going at just under 14 and over. And the bonus point equation here is 95. So that's an opportunity, I suppose, for Wimbledon. If they can keep it to 95 or less, they will pick up the extra bonus point. So they could pick up 4 points from the contest, and that would then take them clear of Hornchurch by 1 point at the top of the standings. Prague CC, if they want to take all 4 points, well, they just got to quite simply get 138 before the start of the 8th over. That'll take some doing, but it's not impossible. Okay, we're ready to start. The umpires say play, thanks to our official time partner, Norcan. And that's hit pretty well. It's going to be a chase for the fielder, but not going to get there. Nice shot to play in the power play from Sabawun Davitsi. We saw him score a half century earlier, but though he did well in scoring that half century, he knows that he probably let his side down by not going on and winning the match for them. He got to his half century, then got out the very next ball. He was out on 53 of 28 deliveries, so he knows this time round, if he's still there, he wants to at least bring the victory home. Benning, he's bowled well so far in this tournament, and after being hit over the top of the offside first ball, he now goes for the shorter delivery. And it's nice to see that they have made the positive move that I was asking to see. They go with Arun Ashokan out there in the middle as well early on. He's going to be the non-striker. And there's that good length delivery to Davitsi, who has to be said looked a little bit suspect to the short delivery in the earlier contest. And this one gets him. Not sure where it gets him, but this is just what I'm talking about. He did a lot of this. It's given us leg bias. There's no bat on this. He takes his head away from the ball pretty early, and that one, it's caught him in the rib cage, and that's going to leave a bit of a bruise. Okay, Arun now on strike, the national team captain. Made some good little knocks in Barcelona in those ECIs. He's happy just to play this away. And nice to see Saba running hard, calling it and getting back on strike. Not shying away from the responsibility as the opener, even though he had to wear one from Benning. One thing that Benning does have is a very good Yorker. Doesn't go to it too often. They keep that as his surprise delivery. Oh, now Davitsi swinging blind, I think. I get the feeling if we have a look at this again, you'll see at the last minute, he probably takes his eye off the ball again. It's a dangerous thing to do against bowlers that have got a bit of zip about them. बहुत बढ़िया bowling कर रहा bowler Matthew Benning. चंगी pace है So looking to finish what's been a pretty good over so far, and well, he goes for that fuller Yorker delivery. He just strays a little bit down the leg side, and Saba is able to just clip this away for a boundary for 4 runs. So 10 come off the first, and Saba, he plays a nice handsome shot to finish the over with. A good time to welcome back into our beautiful commentary position here at the Cartama Oval in Andalusia. It's Vinny Sandu.
Yeah, that's our little box there right next to the sight screen on the far end of the picture. 19 matches since the Golden Ball, of course. We had Golden Ball fever on the opening morning, didn't we? I suppose it was after lunch when we saw Heritage CC of Luxembourg winning a Golden Ball tiebreaker against the Cobras of Hungary. And if you don't know what a Golden Ball is, hopefully you find out soon. When the scores are tied, there is one delivery that decides the match. The batting team needs 2 or more to win. If they don't do that, they lose. Here's Lamb in over number 2. First one popped up just out of the grasp of the fielder. And might go 2 on the roll.
Oh,
No, both at one end.
Oh,
This is
no.
a disaster, and Ashokan's going to have to go. Well,
Oh.
this is a terrible piece of running. I mean, look, I don't think that Davisi ever really looks for 2. And Ashokan ends up just sacrificing himself, and that's not what you need when you've gone to the top. I mean, there was just zero communication here. One assumed it was an easy 2, and one assumed it was an easy 1. And, well, actually, I know these two speak a lot of languages. They weren't on the same page there at all. I don't know if we can see this one. I mean, look, it's good fielding, but it's just normal fielding, really. Comes up throwing. But Ashokan is actually just trotting back for 2, and Davitsi's never looking at him. And then, oh, actually, this is an interesting one. It's an interesting one. I actually thought Aaron was walking out of his crease, but, yeah, I don't know if we got this one more time. But, yeah, look, one way or another, it's a disaster.
Yeah, it's a big-time disaster. I mean, oh, dear. We know that sometimes Daviti gets himself into positions like this with his partners, but that hurts you. All the ones over there, by the way. 11 for 1 after 1.1. This will be a dot ball now, so Daviti has got to get that out of his head. And there's Richie Lamb's first ball, results in a wicket. Well, his name is Lamb, and I suppose that was like Davisi taking a run.
That might have
He was
been
like a lamb to the slaughter.
We've seen some mix-ups in our time, but they don't get any worse than that.
That's bad. It was bad.
Well, Davitsi, sometimes he plays better with a bee in his bonnet. Catching opportunity, and I think that's taken. Alistair, Mr. Baywatch out there. He's been on fire. In fact, I think he might be...
I want to see it again. Does he take it?
I think he takes it. Well, it's not on the camera,
We'll
so
never know.
we're gonna say it did get taken. Mr. Baywatch patrolling out there. Oh, he can do a job that the fence can't. Put it that way. Davitsi gets 6 though. Maximo time. Can Saba turn this into something more? Yeah, I mean, this is when it comes down to basics, and that's something that is lacking. I mean, a lot of these players, they don't have the same sort of traditional cricket coaching background as some others, because maybe where they've grown up or where they've played their cricket, some of the situations that some have come from. So that's an example. If you're Davitsi there, you have to turn for 1. After reaching the strikers end, you need to be looking up and seeing what your partner's doing. He never does. He's ball watching. Now he's going to get a single. And then Ashokan, I mean, he was kind of guilty of it as well, because he just was trotting back. He was watching the ball a bit, and he didn't realise Davitsi wasn't running at all. You should never, ever be at the same end, because it means you've taken your eyes off your partner. Get a sense of where the ball is short, but you need to run as a team. And that was a complete breakdown. Kadawala, though, gets an opportunity at 3.
Yeah, they've got to try and put that behind him. And, well, Daviti's going about it the right way. He's played a nice shot. He's hit a good boundary.
But the weird thing about that, it was completely silent out there. Normally when 2 batters are coming to one end, you'll hear bowler, bowler. I don't think Wimbledon recognised either. As Kadawala gets off the mark with a little push. So there, it was like this weird calm before the storm, and then everyone realised at once, hold on, there's 2 of you there, and there shouldn't be.
Yeah, you're right, because even when you look at the fielder, I suppose you can understand the fielder, because he's sort of doing a little bit of cartwheel, isn't he? I think he was putting a little bit of mayo on it, to be honest. That was Richie.
It's nice and soft out there.
Man.
It's nice and soft out there in the outfield.
A little bit of mayo, throws it in thinking he's throwing the routine ball back to the keeper. And then James, and then Ware is looking at this and saying, hey, hang on a minute. Why are both batters doing here?
Having a look at this, it's going to be an elimination match essentially in match 9. With Hoodinga taking on the Mechlin Eagles. But, you know, it's a reward for consistency. Hoodinga, well, they don't have a win. They've been competitive in all 3 of their games, and that's why they picked up 3 points.
Yeah.
Mechlin Eagles have the 1 win, which was worth 3, but their other 2 games, they got thrashed. So they just have the 3 points. So pretty interesting scenario there. But match 9, the winner will stay. The loser, it'll be the end of their ECL journey as the left armour Pulsar comes on. He's really impressed me so far as well.
Yeah, didn't he bowl a cracking over first up? Yesterday, it was I think it was wicket maiden. There was 4 byes that came from that over, but that was the early run, so he bowled brilliant. In fact, I think he bowled 8 balls before any runs were scored from him.
Yeah. No, he's likely, isn't he? They've got good variety in their attack, Wimbledon. I like that about them as well. edged, and well, that'll be Go-Go Gadget arm. It will be fielded, unfortunately. It's player number 12, Sam Baldwin, that does the fielding. Hopefully he threw the right ball back. But I've noticed, you know, we talk about lurkers in the audience. We've had a few lurkers around the ground.
Yeah.
Sam's down there. I know Teddy Coney was kind of hiding under the shadows of Cockney Corner earlier as well.
Yeah, we saw Zishan in the innings of Prague as well. He was lurking around as well. Oh, wow.
Oh, what a shot.
Hey, yay, yay.
I mean, that's dropped in the crowd, but he's got the old Michael Jordan jump hook here, and that's flown out. This is wide if he leaves it. He says, I want more.
Look at this.
There's your Andalusia shot of the day right there.
What a shot this is. That's quite incredible. He's, that's called the trampoline shot for me. It's a trampoline shot from Katiwala. Yeah, did a good comeback from Polsa. He's got good pace there, isn't he, the left armer. He says, all right, I tested you with the short ball. You fancy it?
I love I can't get inside the head of some of these players. When you see one that's going a metre over your head, here's just a simple one. I mean, I don't know if it would have been an easy take for Weir as well. He would have had to jump to stop it. But he's, you know what? I think I can still hook this for 6. Pitches up now and pushes. Katiwala's a good player. Still don't think we've seen the best of him. We've seen bursts.
Yeah.
He's another guy I think could easily open the batting. But right now finds himself at 3. I suppose it's a good thing for Prague that they've got all these different options that they could put in a different order. So really, whoever they put out there has to do a good job, and that's the end of it. Polsa has gone for 11 in this third over. Last ball to come.
Okay, Sabawoon, 15 of 9.
Still can't get over that jump hook. What a shot that was. Oh, a little bit of glove, I think. That's going to be for Baldwin. He's got leather poisoning from off the field. Certainly putting in a good audition if he's required. But right now, that's the end of the over. Polsa goes for 15. And at the end of 3, Prague are 34 for 1.
Yeah, well, this is the thing with this genuine pace. If you throw, you're bad at it. You might get lucky. You might get suerte. And at the moment, there has been a little bit of suerte out there for Prague CC. They're staying with the rate, aren't they, more or less? 34 for 1 at the end of the power play. You can see the difference in the power play. Some 10 runs. But that can be easily made up. And if you have a look at the innings there from Wimbledon, only 2 magical overs, 2 lots of 22. That was the start of the innings and also midway through. Okay, we're going to see a little bit of Speller now.
Yeah, Jonathan Speller to bowl over number 4. Push and run. She'll get a fairly comfortable single there as Webb, the captain, does the fielding.
I reckon you want Joe Baldwin out there.
Yeah,
I reckon you want Joe Baldwin
going to be a very interesting final day. I know there's probably the feeling after day 1 that, okay, they're 2 English clubs, there's your final right there. But, you know, we're so used to expecting the unexpected now. We've seen so many of these groups play out, and it's often just a team or a result that throws the group completely out. And we've seen it time and time again. We've seen teams top the table go out in straight sets. We've seen teams come from nowhere. That's the beauty of this format. Speller to Davitsi, and he's going to hook this one out of the ground, and I put it in inverted commas because that is not where he meant for it to go. It's the Aximo, it's the Baximo, but most importantly, Rico, it's a Maximo.
Yeah, well, like I say, if you want it, swing hard. And swing hard, and who knows? And at the moment, they're all making their way to the boundary, whether it's 4 or 6. They'll take them whichever way they come. Still, big favourites, Wimbledon, to go on and win this. But you know what? This is a partnership that's starting to look pretty fruitful.
Well, we know we're going to get a Norcane watch, a luxury watch, as the prize for the player of the series. At the moment, that might be going to Mother Nature, because Wind, for me, has been one of the best players this week. And that flew out of the ground off the bat of Davitsi. 25 off 11. And now chop job, and well handled by Weir to his left. He was player of the match for his wicket keeping yesterday.
He kept
5
so
dismissals,
well.
and some people are saying, oh yeah, but that's his job. And I agree. I mean, that's my position. But it's nice to see the keepers acknowledged sometimes. Sometimes we give it to guys, they might take 3 wickets. They might be all full tosses caught on the boundary. I think it's fair. Now, in the air. Now, we're getting to this one. He's got to run the proverbial country mile. And he will drop it, and right on cue, the classic commentary curse. He hasn't even looked like dropping one. And look, to be fair, it was a steepler. And if it was a marathon, he would have stopped at the drink station halfway. But Davizzi gets super lucky.
Oh dear, Vinny. What a time to start talking about that. It wasn't an easy one because don't forget he's got a lot of ground to make up, but also the wind will play a part in it. You get a good chance to see it here. In the end, does he get gloves to it at all or not?
Yeah,
no.
Not quite. He's chopped on, and it's funny how things work out because Katawala goes the very next ball because they do get the single speller.
Okay.
Had one dropped and then does the job himself. And PCC now, they're 42 for 2.
Yeah, well done to Speller. He doesn't get discouraged, does he, by a chance going down. So Saba, well, he gets a life on 25, but unfortunately, it's the unlucky 13 for Katawala. He'll go for 13, playing on to his own stumps.
Wasn't that short. Maybe just nibbled away a little bit. Katawala, not in a great position. That's a really good shot of the bails. The bails just coming up in unison. Look at this beautiful little shot. The bails racing each other up and then down to the ground. Ditcher plays a nice knock there. Can't go on after a start. He'll be the second wicket to fall. And Park CC now 42 for 2. Sharan Ramakrishnan comes to the crease. Again,
Nice.
he's a guy we've been calling for him up the order. He gets his chance at 4 here.
Yeah, let's see if he can make it count. Once again, no real pressure. Go out there, enjoy.
Lefty faces up. Oh, Sharan. Talking of accidental, there's an accidental 4. He actually tries to pull his bat out the way of this delivery. We're seeing all kinds of boundaries here. I mean, maybe Czechs are just playing four-dimensional chess where everyone else is expecting a game of checkers. Look at this. Gets big on him. He's like, well, don't really fancy this one. But he does to get 4, and that's the end of the 4th over. It's 46 for 2.
I think there's more boundaries off the edges of the bats at the moment than there are off the middle. How many is that now back here? We must have had about 5 or 6
I've
boundaries.
lost count. Do you think that the next step is just make a bat that's all edges? Because I genuinely think with those pull shots, they go further with this wind when they're top edge, not when they're off the middle of the bat. Oh,
Now that'd be a
crazy.
sight, wouldn't it? A batter going out there with a hollow, with nothing in the middle, just
yeah,
the edges.
just the edges, like a triangular prism, like a Toblerone bat.
Yeah,
That's the future.
That's the future for you.
Hey, well, I think whoever decides the player of the match, they've just drawn a big red line through Weir for getting it last night. Just keeping it. Well, at least we only got 21 players to choose from now.
Well, this guy, it could be in the hunt, couldn't he, Charlie Whipple? He batted okay, and he's now being crunched for a big 6. Well, boom, shook up Lugya as Whipple comes on. He batted well for 34, but his first ball, those full and straight, look, you got to hit this. You
Wrong
miss
end.
it, you're in trouble.
Yeah, look, well, I've jinxed one, you've jinxed one. Davizzi, I think he picks that. I told you he's not necessarily known for watching the ball, but yeah, Whipple's got that kind of quite an interesting kind of like big heave over the shoulder action. That was a wrong and first up. This is as well, and that could be cutaway for 6. It is Maximo, and one of the all-time great slides there from Baldwin. But he meets the fence and the ball goes over it. Back-to-back 6s. And this game is very much alive at the moment.
Keep hitting 6s, keep finding boundaries, whether they're off the edge or the middle. They all count. Well, the DJ likes it. He's having a good time.
I can guarantee you right now, this game will be on at the Down Under pub in Prague. That's where they love to tune in to the European Cricket League. And he's still coming to terms with that one. Whipple, and now this one gets hit okay, into cover for no run.
Davizzi, 50 earlier in the day, and almost led his team to victory, 53 for 28.
That's top spinner. He's got these good variations that really take off. And I also think Whipple, because he's got that very good wrong end, to have 2 left-handers at the crease, it's a good matchup. I know he's been taken down a couple of times, but he's also got a couple of dots in. And now, again, Vitsi takes off, doesn't really give too much thought for his partner, but Ramakrishnan gets home anyway.
Yeah, Ramakrishnan, I think he's watching well here. That's the key here. He's watching his partner at the other end. So once he sees him run, he says,
Yeah.
all right, I'm
He
coming.
ran, but he didn't have a voice in it, put it that way. It really is his call. And this will just be a single. Yeah, because Davitsi took off. It wasn't his call, was it? He was the striker. Anyway, it's the end of the 5th, and Prague CC making a game of this. They're 60 for 2 after 5. Let's welcome you into the Dream Box here at the Cartama Oval. Happy Peacock Friday.
Happy Peacock Friday.
The Pavo Real, and it's Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, with Rico full for ECN. Corey's off today. We'll also be joined by Andrew Ryan. Ryan will be here on Sunday for the first time at work, but he might actually pop up in finals day tomorrow.
Well, Rhino's been here from the start of the day. There's
That's
Rhino
true.
all the way
The
around.
Rhino's on the towers.
But we're going to see the Rhino himself later. I'm looking forward to seeing Rhino.
What a great form of the game, and you'd never imagine these two clubs would play each other outside this kind of a setting. So it's a great chance for Wimbledon to basically have some sort of new experience, but also for Prague CC to play a club that really, to beat the champion club of England, they're right up there, and you can see the quality in the Wimbledon lineup. Now they're going to stick with some spin, and they're going to go to Baldwin in the 6. This one's a bit too close to cut. Davitsi will get it away for 1.
Yeah, well, the two batters almost running into each other here, and Davitsi had to take the long way round to get home. Okay, so we're seeing, this is Joel Baldwin. I don't know if we can still see Sam. Are they both brothers? Sam? You still there, Sam?
Sam's floating around. That's a good shot, and he's got enough. Maximo! Well, that one's going to go off the crossbar of the crowd and maybe take out 3 or 4 spectators, and it goes for a bit of a walk, but Davitsi goes large and gets 6.
Yeah, good shot.
Oh, look who's
Davitsi
fielded that.
holding.
That's
Wow.
Roger Finer, European cricket CEO. Now, Roger in his day was a very good tennis player. Actually plays at the same club as Roger Federer.
He's a good mover for a man who's
Oh,
naming to his 70s.
ooh,
Pretty soon.
that's dangerous. Maybe in 10 years he'll be 70.
I said going into.
Oh, well, Rico, it's been nice knowing you. Here's the
Jimmy-
next one. This is holding up. This should be gone. It's going to be 6 and out for Davitsi, and it is Joe Baldwin that gets the breakthrough. Davitsi will fall just short of his half century. Can't take them closer to the finish line. And Prague CC are 67 for 3.
Oh, batters, they're just not learning. If you're going to hit to that part of the ground, hit it with everything you got, because the wind is holding these up. And Davitsi, he hasn't got the power to do so. It's a good catch taken. Coming in, taking it low.
Yeah.
Never easy. And Joel Baldwin picks up his first wicket.
He elected not to get off his feet there. But all's well that ends well, I suppose. Davitsi, he'll be disappointed that he just chose the wrong option. Kind of how he got out before. I just don't think he's clearing that boundary too many times with the wind where it is today. So he'll have to go, and the score is 67 for 3, and this will bring the beast, Sudesh Wickramasinghe, into the crease.
Yeah, not a bad guy to have come out. Now, this is the guy who could really turn on the style. If he says, all right, I can just have a bit of fun here, because I know we're coming back tomorrow, maybe play my natural game. And if he does play his natural game and he clicks, watch out, the fireworks are about to begin.
Well, that's Beast, and Beast will clear that boundary. And even there's a cyclone, he probably still could. That one's through the fence. Maximo! Is it time for the Beast to show what he can do on the big stage?
Well, we've had 1 or 2 of the commentator curses. Now this one, I call this the commentator's kiss. I told you so. Yeah, he's something else. Here's Sudesh Wickramasinghe if he gets going. And he starts with the big 6. So Joe Baldwin, he's got some thinking to do.
What does he go to here? Joe Baldwin, does he challenge him again? Similar kind of ball? He goes faster and fuller, and pretty well bowled. Variation there. It's important you just keep mixing up your pace a bit. Doesn't always have to be a huge variation. I think that's what finger spinners, to be successful in this kind of the game, that's what they need to do. Wow, he throws his hands through this one, and it's more catching practice for Alistair. Well, he picked that up cleanly as well. It's going to be 6 more, so don't count him out just yet. With the Beast at the crease, there's always a chance. And Alistair, he's a bit of a ball magnet as well. Maximo, 6 more for the Czechs.
Yeah, liking the Peacock Friday shirt as well from Ali. Let's have a look. And, oh, he doesn't quite catch that one, though. It was a difficult one. But I like the way that Tyrone has a look as that. So does he catch it? No, he doesn't. But doesn't matter, Ali. You're wearing a Peacock Friday shirt. That means you can't do no wrong. 79 for 3 at the end of 6. So they're needing, that rate is staying around that 14.5. And I think if you can keep it to that and go into the last, we could have some fun here.
The other thing is, even though it doesn't matter so much, but they look like a shoe-in for the point, don't they, at this stage? Need 17 off the next 4 for that. So Prague can say they've taken points out of all 4 of their matches. It shows they're competing at a very high level. Lamb comes back.
Yeah, I think they're doing this here just to get a bit of safety. That last over did go for 19, so they're going to Richie Lamb and say, come on, give us a good one. Still got, of course, Benning to go back to as well.
Oh, well, there we go. Edges continue, and this time is Ramakrishnan. That will get 4. Oh, look, if they're going to do this, and I'm not saying they can't. I mean, 14 and over for 4 overs. You have 4 good overs, you win. But you need that little bit of luck, and Weir, well, he needed the trampoline boots there, didn't he? There's a great effort, acrobatic stuff. He's a really fun keeper to watch, but again, the dive's in vain. Lamb gives it a good old eye roll and gets back to bowl the next one.
Yeah, back to your mark.
And this time it's more of a genuine shot, and it's going to go up the top of the road. It's Maximo. The uppercut from Ramakrishnan, and Sharan is away with a 4 and a 6.
Yeah, watch the delivery here from Lamb. So this is very much back of the hand. He rolls the fingers all on this. Goes with a slower delivery, but it's a little bit short. And he says, thank you very much. So, yeah, Ramakrishnan starting to open up. That's a nice shot. So back-to-back boundaries. 10 of the first 2 deliveries. Remember, needing or going at 14s. So this over could really make a dent in the required rate.
All right. Well, I mean, 14 and over. There's 10. Now, I think Corey's here to say, you're not just settling for 14. You're trying to turn this into a big over. You're winning the over so far. Let's see what Lamb goes to here. Ramakrishnan, left-hander, can handle himself at this level. Now it's big wide down the leg side. There's 11 off the first 2 balls.
Yeah, this is the over. They've got to sense this. Got to sense this is the over. They've still got those 4 balls to come in it. Got to make it count. Got to make it count. I mean, just singles will give you more than the 14. That'll give you 15. But get another boundary or 2 in these 4, then you're well on your way.
That's a pretty good shot as well. Fielder should hunt this down. Do they go for 2 here? They've probably got bad memories. Good throw here, might be close. I think he's gone. He's given out on the field, and Beast goes again. Run out. Costs Prague trying to pitch an extra run. The extra run probably wouldn't matter that much at this stage. Rico shooting themselves in the foot. The Czechs once again at the end of the innings. It's 91 for 4.
Yeah, why? Why? It makes no sense. I mean, you're not running with Sababoon here. You're running with Suresh, who is probably what I would guess maybe him and Arun probably level pegging as one of the oldest players in his side. He ain't going to get there. I mean, he's a little bit slow to go anywhere. To make him come back for 2, it's going to be suicidal. It's a really good throw from Charlie Whipple, by the way. Throws it into the ground, so it's an easy one to take. And let's have a look. Yeah, he's short, isn't he?
He's definitely out. I mean,
oh, dear.
Now, the Beast, he cracks 2 6s, and he finds himself just short, 91 for 4.
That's a little bit like the earlier match, right? When we saw, who was it, hit 2 big 6s and gets run out. It's the same thing. It's very much the same thing. Oh, dear, oh, dear. Oh, yeah, it was Saeed, wasn't it?
Lucky break there for Wimbledon. Now, good Yorker from Lamb, hits his spot.
So an over that you should be winning, and you were winning, ends up an over where you lose somebody like Sudesh, and then the next ball becomes a Yorker length delivery to the new batter.
Still got Sharon there, and Lala's joined him. Lala's come down to 6, so he's a genuine bat. Hasn't really had too much luck at the top of the order. Now he's going to have to do some work as a closer. Yeah, Wimbledon, that was just a bit of a gift for them. Hit pretty hard. And because these guys, they practice all day. Those bounce throws, they can do them in their sleep.
Yeah.
You know, you bounce it to the stumps. The bounce just takes a little bit of stick out of the ball. And just there's no way that the Beast was ever going to beat out that throw.
Good work also from Richie Lamb as well. He's in the perfect position. He knows exactly what he's doing when the ball gets into his hands. He doesn't waste a moment, does he?
Still a chance, though, I suppose. Last ball of the over. Can Lala get off to a flying start? Misses out. And Lamb is going to finish with pretty tidy figures. 22 off his spell. And after 7 overs, Prague CC 92 for 4.
Yeah, so that over. Just remember that. First 2 balls 10, then it was a wide 11. The next lot of deliveries, just the 1 run. So they had the opportunity to make it a big one, but in the end, they get under the 14.
1 in 5 is what the supercomputer is saying. Well, I like those odds. Have a look at what's coming up. Well, it's do or die, basically, for Huddinge of Sweden and the Mechelen Eagles of Belgium when they take to the park. Now, despite Huddinge being 0-3, they do have 3 points, same as the Eagles, because the Eagles had all their 3 points in their win, but haven't picked up a point in their other 2 games. So Yassine Khan is the youngest player to take a 5-wicket haul on the network. He is in for Huddinge for this crunch game. And the Mechelen Eagles, they need someone to step up, don't they? Who could it be? Maybe Chima at the top of the order. That game is coming up in about 40 minutes. Only one of those teams will survive to finals day. Well, this has hit something, I think. Or has it?
I think it's the lid.
I think it's a
This is
head buys. Well, they're going to need more helmets, Prague CC, because they constantly keep getting hit upstairs. There you go. It's just a glancing blow off the side of the helmet. And it's going to be 4. They'll say, you fine? He said, yeah, I'm more than fine. I'll take the 4 runs. And he's saying, yeah, it barely hit me. It just deflected. Nilkesh, MD, gives it the old thumbs up, says no more medical intervention is required.
Well, the runs that have come, I'd love to have a look at a chart that shows how many runs have come behind the wicketkeeper.
I just want to see.
I reckon it's almost half.
If there was such a thing as helmet buys, Prague CC are leading the league in that as well. All right, anyway, Speller probably wonders what happened there, but it'll be 4 to the total. Again, they've kept that rate in the 14s.
Yeah.
They've got to get, look, they need to get another 12 to 14 in this over, you'd imagine. Get up to around about high 100s, towards 110. Dot ball doesn't help too much.
They've literally got, look at the field here. Have you seen a field like this before, Finny? I mean, when you know everything's going
They've got the old Northern Cross field. You've seen the Southern Cross. There's a genuine backstop, and he could actually sit down, take a break now, because, I tell you, if I ever had one of those, I'm having words. Chopped onto the body. But it's not because they don't trust the keeper. It's because there's been all these runs going behind, and it shows good heads-up thinking from the Wimbledon skipper, John Webb. He's thinking, well, if runs are going there, let's just put a guy there. And not just that, they've probably put their tallest fielder there as well in Joe Baldwin. But you watch when one goes over his head. All right, Lala. Let's see if he can make something happen here. And he does. He's going to pump that one up and out of the ground. Maximo! Well, catching practice in the fan zone. Lala has found it hard to get more than 1 away in any innings. They're handy runs for Prague CC.
Yeah, well, take that. Thank you very much. And, well, Joel Baldwin will be happy with you calling him one of the tallest men, because
He's got some competition, though, doesn't he?
That's betting.
Come on, mate. Come on, boy.
Oh, yeah.
I don't think Joel Baldwin is very tall.
Actually, yeah.
So
Thanks for pointing that out. I don't see people as far as height. All right, Lala. Yeah, I thought Baldwin had grown a bit. Must have read it a bit wrong there. But I thought, watch out. Oh, it's really good running. Or is it? They eat it.
it's good.
Well, lucky they had a backstop there as well, in a way. I was going to say
Ever
that.
since you thought highly of James
With Baldwin as well, I was like, I thought it was him, and I said, he must be that. He didn't look that tall when he was on the other side of the field. He's come to see us now, and he's grown about 1 metre. Anyway, Weir almost his hat knocked off there, and now we see a good cut. That's into the gap, and that's 4. Well, is there an unlikely late charge? PCC, they've run out of gas a couple of times on the chase. Is this the time they can pull off a memorable victory for the Czech cricket nation?
This is where that comical 2 that I was laughing about hurts you, because they get the 2 and the batter who comes back on strike then hits the last ball of that over from Speller for a boundary. So 109 for 4, 29 of 2 overs. This is
They've
what
kept it static, that rate, 14 to 15 and over.
And this is exactly, look, they should be able to do this. That's what I said. If you stay on this all the way through, and with wickets in hand, you should go on and win the match. And you've got 2 batters. All right, Naeem's only just come out there, but he's hit 12 or 4. Sharon is well in. But now would be the big test, because surely you go back to Benning.
Well,
It doesn't look like now.
looks
They're
like
going to go
they've
with
gone Whipple.
Charlie.
Yeah, they've gone with
they're
Whipple.
They're keeping Benning for the last.
He's a mystery spinner, actually. And now it goes for it, but it hangs up in the air, but it's a Bermuda triangle. Fielder comes around and takes it. A big moment. Ramakrishnan has to go. I'm not sure he picks that 100%, but...
That's the tall man.
Yeah, well, it's tall enough to take that. Yeah, that is the real Joe Baldwin. Will he please stand up? And he does at the start of the 9th over. The score is 109 for 5.
That's a really good catch. These are never... When you've got to cover so much ground and you've got to take that catch while it's still moving, it's never easy. Remember, the wind is playing a part as well. Watch him. He never gets a steady base, but still takes a really good catch. That's a fantastic catch. Well held and well done to Joel Baldwin.
That looks like a classic Bermuda triangle, but with the wind, it just blew towards Joe Baldwin at the last minute. So Sharon tries bravely, but he goes for 19, 109 for 5. Another left-hander coming out. I just don't think he's that easy to pick, Whipple. He bowls a lot of wrong-uns, but he bowls one that looks like a wrong-un, but it's more just a top spinner. It doesn't really turn at all. Well, flying away. Maybe the chances of Prague CC as Ramakrishnan is dismissed.
They're getting away from the
Ravi
Grizzlies.
Solanki comes out to bat now at 7. He misses out. It's called a wide. Probably does get a bit of the line.
It's a tight one because he's saying the batter moved. I don't think he really did move that much, to be honest. But, well, it's another one on the board.
Big hack, but it's another wide.
I don't know if these...
Well, I mean, they got to judge it when it passes the popping crease. We may have time to have a look at this. Probably a very quick look.
These are tight calls for me. They're tight calls.
Probably just got a bit of the line. Now goes for it third time. Doesn't have the legs though. Should be gone. And it is. So Solanki's going to go for a golden duck, although it was the third ball he faced, the first legal one. And Whipple, their choice to go him in the 9th is paying off for Wimbledon, who looks set to register another victory, although still time for Prague CC if they're good enough. It's 111 for 5.
Yeah, Whipple takes another wicket, takes his second. That will be the end of Solanki. Well, he swung at a couple and missed them. And when he did hit one, he's hitting it into the wind. Not too many batters have been able to clear that rope. No mistakes there from Tim Lloyd, taking the catch. So another batter goes. So that score, 27 of 10 deliveries. They need some boundaries. And there's Goldie there.
He's the 24-carat version. Got some of his relatives on my person today. Yeah.
I do love that shirt.
It's a nice one.
Yeah, it's a proper Peacock Friday shirt. All right.
Righty gets a hit now. Smith Patel. And he's just going to swing away. Now, Lala was really hot last over, but it's a different proposition. And I kind of like they've gone a very different bowler in the 9th. And Whipple's going to test some good bats in this series. Oh, how about that? A little bit of the old step over. Good umpiring. He sweeps and he kind of beats the man. He really wants 2 here, but he knows it's not really on Lala. Maybe would have made it. The throw was a bit offline.
Yeah,
One boundary here, and you can maybe get it down below the 20 off the last over. Wonder who they'd want to go to. A Pulsar to come back, a Benning to come back. All right, goes. Does he get enough? Don't think so. Skewed up in the air. And that one's taken as well. And Lloyd, he's got buckets, doesn't he? He takes that one, and Smith is going to have to go for just a single. And Prague CC trying hard, but just falling away in the chase here. They're 113 for 7.
Yeah, and Whipple, he picks up his 3rd scalp. Yeah, they just haven't been, I mean, it's clever, I suppose, from the captain, because he knows that batters are going to try and hit Whipple straight down the ground. Not too many batters have been successful doing it today. And you see good catching there from Lloyd, doing basically what we saw Harry Hankins doing earlier for Hornchurch. Holding on to the catches. And another one bites the dust. Yes, it's just going to be 1 run there for Patel. The new batter is out there already, getting ready to go. It's Mendon that comes out.
Skipper comes out. It's Kushal to bat. Tim Lloyd takes a good catch there. Look. Going to need a big last over. Might as well have a dash at this. Mendon was trying to hit a 6 last ball last game for an unlikely win. Well, I bet he would have loved that one then, because that one has disappeared out of the ground. Maximo! Well, that one, didn't see that in the tea leaves. And now you're going to have to find it in the bushes. That's the end of the ninth over. 119 for 7. 19 required for the win and 18 for a golden ball. Prague CC, once again, they're testing some very good cricket teams. Are they close enough?
They're one team that have come so close in every one of their match of winning. And this could be the same. I mean, all right, you're going to have Lala on strike. We know that he hasn't quite hit the mark with the batting. We do know what he's capable of. Is he capable of hitting 19 off 6 balls? You bet he is.
Yeah, with a bit of luck as well. If we have 18 off this over, we've got our second golden ball of the week. Golden ball 54 on opening day of ECL 24. Hey, Lala as well, it's an interesting one because they had 1 spin option, 2 pace options, and I think he probably is stronger against the pace, but I also think that they really like Pulsar and they're backing him in to get the win. The other thing is, you kind of want Lala to face every ball in this over, I think.
Yeah, you had options. Pulsar to go back, he went for 15. Benning opened and he went for 10. So he had an option. I think they're going with Pulsar because Benning maybe... Let's look at this one for. Okay, he goes down the ground. There's nobody there. And this one will go all the way. Game on, everybody. Are you all standing up? Because, well, this one is going to the wire as well.
I just had a weird feeling as he ran in that could this be an over that is replayed thousands of times in the Czech nation? Is it a famous over that we're about to see with Lala, who's a regular opener, but he's been dropped down to 6, so he's not going to mind the pace of Pulsar. It was a kind of a slot delivery, really, you'd have to say, from Jack first up. 13 off 5, and again, I don't think I'm taking a 1 here. I know it sounds crazy, but I don't think you can waste a ball to get back. I think you got to trust Naeem to face these next 5 and see if he can get 3 boundaries. 13 to win for Prague CC. And he's put this one out of the ground as well. Maximo! Back to back, and it's Lala time, baby. Drop down the order at just the right time. He makes his arrival with the bat at the Cartama Oval.
It's the sort of thing that we talked about. I mean, you know, all right, we said maybe him coming lower down, not opening, could do the job. The thing is, though, Pulsar's not bowling the line that he's been asked to bowl. Look at the field. Look at the way they've set the field. They actually bring the 2 men straight up. They want him to be bowling the heavy ball. They want him to be bowling outside the off. He's got 2 balls wrong. Here we go again. Okay, he goes again, and it's going to be 3 sixes on the spin. The scores are tied. Can you believe this? Oh, it is Lala time, everybody. Lala time.
Oh, well, Lala o'clock has arrived. Unbelievable. 3 balls, 3 sixes. That's why I said sometimes you got to know your opponent, and suppose something you don't get to do very much here in the European Cricket League, where you probably never played against each other. And now Lala has 3 chances to win the game. Now, Pulsar, a wicket here would be super interesting. I think you pretty much run for everything, don't you, here? Hit and run. Pulsar uses his bouncer too. Scores tied. And that'll do it. Prague CC, a memorable moment for Czech cricket, and they have knocked over the big dogs Wimbledon here in match number 8 of Group B. And Lala, the hero, and he just sweats on that one. He puts it out of the ground, and Pulsar gets taken the distance. Reality check for Wimbledon here, as little Prague CC have won, and they've won with 2 balls to spare.
Before the start of that over, I said 19 of 6 balls. Can they do it? Can Lala do it? You bet he can. And you know what? He didn't need 6 balls. He only needed 4. 6, 6, 6, 6. Oh, yeah. Shaka time at the Cartama Oval. Well, Wimbledon, they've been involved in an interesting match here. One they thought they had won, but it's not to be. They've learned that some of the cricket that's been played on the European Cricket Network is cricket like they have never experienced before. And Prague CC get the win. Well, what happened? Lala, baby, Lala.
Look, I mean, Lala has just had an absolute heater. I had this feeling at the start of that last over, this could be the over that is famous in Czech cricket. And in the end, it won't even take you that long to play it, because there's 4 balls, there's 4 sixes, And Prague CC, well, never mind just grabbing a point, never mind just getting some batting practice or being competitive. When you go out and you're representing that club on the Cartama Oval, you want to win. You want to make memories that will last a lifetime.
Hey, you know the thing here now? Hornchurch could do Prague CC a humongous favour. If Wimbledon get nothing in the next game, who knows what could happen?
I don't even know what's happening anymore. I tell you something for sure, though, is Hüdinger and Mechelen Eagles, they've got a lot of catching up to do, and only one of them will be able to stay for finals day. And look, their teams, both those teams, Hüdinger and the Eagles, that could really just get on a winning run on finals day as well, but it'll be curtains for one of them. Let's go back and look at the highlights of this second innings, and it's a game I'm sure that all the cricket fans around Czechia will be talking about for years to come.
Oh, it's unbelievable stuff. This is what dreams are made of, and that is what nightmares are made of, as unfortunately Aaron, he has an absolute
So
nightmare.
that turned out to be great. I don't know how this even happened. How about Weir? Put the mockers on him. I mean, it wasn't an easy catch, but he had pretty rough 10 overs at the office, didn't he? But, well, Prague CC. Now, it was Davitsi. They stayed with him at top of the order. I think Aditya played some nice shots before he chopped on, but it almost just felt like it was meant to be. Lala coming out at that exact time. We'll see that in a moment. Before that, this game had kind of swung against the Czechs.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, wonderful cricket. This is what dreams are all about. And Prague CC, they've had a few nightmares, didn't they? Remember how they lost out yesterday to Hornchurch? Forget that. Remember how they lost out to the Mechelen Eagles in the very first match of the day when they only needed 9. Vinny, they needed 9 of the last over. They couldn't get it.
Yeah.
This time they needed 19, and you get 24 of 4. This is what European Cricket Network is all about. This is why this format is just absolutely amazing. This is why this format is taking the world by storm. It is cricketainment at the best.
Yeah, and it's weird because they made some real bonehead errors in this innings as well, Prague CC, but they just stayed alive in the game. Lala came out, and it turned out to be the perfect time, didn't it? I mean, with Arun Ashokan and Sudesh Wickramaseka of the Beast both going to needless runouts, and he just kept them in the contest. Ramakrishnan did his bit. I think Mendon did his bit, don't forget, at the end of the night to get it down under 20. And then, well, we saw it creep up closer and closer. There was nothing creeping up about it at the end, though. All of the last 4 balls disappear. And Lala, well, he's back, and he's back with a vengeance. And Prague CC have won. And, well, just acknowledging everyone around the ground there. Big moment there. And the captain's at the crease, the first to congratulate him. Prague CC of Czechia have beaten the English T20 champions here in the European Cricket League. Don't forget, Wimbledon beat out literally hundreds of clubs in Europe to be here, but they're not good enough to pull off the win on this occasion.
Look, you can talk about a lot of things. For me, I think, in fairness, Wimbledon probably had it covered until the last. I'm very surprised they don't go back to Benning. That really does surprise me. I think they decide to go for Richie Lamb. But when I looked at the way the field was set, I mean, you saw before the first ball, they had 3 men behind the bat on this side, and they're basically thinking that Richie Lamb is going to be bowling short and across the right-hander, but he pitches it up the first time. Nobody straight. Lala goes straight down the ground. Then he goes too short. Lala pings him. Then short again, and he pings him again. That is just an amazing finish, and that is why we're so excited about this European Cricket League. That is why this is the Champions League of cricket, because you're going to see matches and finishes like this.
Yeah, crazy stuff, really. Whipple 3 wickets, best of the bowlers for me. But it's amazing. The last 5 balls, because remember, Kushal Mendon hit a ball for 6 off the last ball of the night. The last 5 balls disappear for 6. And Wimbledon, like I said, it's never plain sailing all the way through a group. So they have a bit of a reality check there, I suppose. I don't think they'll be thrown too much by that. They'll have a big game against Hornchurch tonight, and Hornchurch have had their moments as well, and that probably will be for top spot. But right now, Prague CC, just got to say congratulations. I know a lot of people work very, very hard in Czechia on cricket and to make the game more established, and that's a moment that I think they can be really proud of for a long time to come.
It's a memorable match, and it goes down, I think, in our archives, is one that we remember for a very, very long time.
Yeah, you won't get too many bigger upsets than that as far as cricketing nations. Anyway, we'll take a quick break. We'll be back soon. It's 2 teams that will show, but one will have to go after match 9 in Group B. Until then, it's Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo with Rico Full. We'll take a quick break. Back soon with more European Cricket League.
The European Cricket League is proudly brought to you by Dream 11, HCL Software, La Junta de Andalucía, Paramatch and Norcane. And the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme. Hello and welcome back. Group B action continuing now, and a real crunch match is coming up in match number 9. Huddinge of Sweden and Mechelen Eagles are going to do battle out in the middle of the Cartama Oval, and really there's only room for one in finals day tomorrow. So this is a huge one. Match 9 on the way. Ian Ramage has the giant coin, and it is a giant coin toss here. Let's see what happens.
Huddinge, you're the home team, you'll toss the coin, yeah? Mechelen, you're the away team, you will call, yep. There you go.
A European cricket.
European cricket's been called, it's come down Dream 11, so you've won the toss.
Yeah, we're going to bat.
Okay, toss won by Huddinge, who will bat first.
Choosing to bat after winning the toss is Emil Zuvak, the Huddinge skipper of Sweden. So I think he'll be going for the old pump and dump, pump a lot of runs and dump the opposition at the bottom of that mountain. And look, let's be honest, these are the two teams that I think, and I've seen them both a fair bit, they haven't quite reached their potential. They've got potential. They've got the biggest gap between where they could be and where they're at. And really, it's a shame that one of these teams is going to go out before we get to see what they can really do. So this is basically the first of the finals, if you ask me. Match number 9 is on the way. Who's going to step up for these two teams? We're about to find out. Rico Full will take you further. News from the toss, Rico, in match number 9 is that Huddinge, they've won the toss and they're going to have a bat.
Thank you very much to Mr. Maximo Vinny Sandu, and welcome world to the European Cricket League. You're watching the European Cricket Network, and this is the Champions League of cricket. And there's one thing that you'll know from the matches you've seen already: be prepared for anything. Anything can happen on the European Cricket Network. Even when you think a match is done and dusted, it is not. What a fantastic win that was for Prague CC against Wimbledon, chasing 138, and they did it in style, leading 19 of the last. It was Lala who went berserk, hitting 6, 6, 6 and 6 to win the match for Wimbledon. So Prague CC, they are finding their form when it comes to the end of this group action, and maybe that form will take them all the way into finals day tomorrow. You never know. Another two teams that could do with finding their form are teams that we see in action here. This is the crunch match of the group so far. Whoever wins out of this match, we will see tomorrow in Group B finals day. Whoever loses out, now we're not going to see them again in the finals day, or see them for the rest of the European Cricket League, because their dreams, their hopes are going to be over. The win predictor is predicting that Huddinge will be the winners here, 72% to 28% against the Mechelen Eagles. Let's see which way it goes. What I can tell you is that it's a beautiful afternoon here in the lovely province of Andalusia, Spain. We are, of course, in Malaga. This is the Cartama Oval. Currently 5:30 is the local time, and nice temperatures. A little bit of wind that stuck around for the week, which has made it harder for right-handers to hit straight on into that, particularly into that long off area. The wind really holding the ball back, but the balls in that third man area and final leg have been absolutely flying, and square leg as well. So something for the batters to be aware of, but they know that. They've been in action already, haven't they? Huddinge, they lost out to Hornchurch. They pushed Hornchurch all the way though, needing 110 for victory. They got to 101. Hornchurch winning just by 8 runs, and then of course the Mechelen Eagles getting a win against Prague CC. So here we go, it's the first delivery, and it's Rahim, Abdul Rahim, that opens with the ball. Bowling to Sher Ali, and we haven't seen the best of Sher Ali yet. And is he a little bit like maybe Naeem Lala saving the best for when it matters. He's out there with his captain, Zuwak. That, of course, is Imal Zuwak. Here's the non-striker. That's a good, tasty delivery. And Sher Ali, well, he doesn't like it. He ducks out of the way of it. It sort of follows him. It looks like he's getting ready to play a shot outside the off. Look, gets ready, and then he says, hang on a minute. This Grizzly is coming right back at me. 2 balls. 2 dots. Hang on a minute. There's some conversation here between the umpires, and I think this might be, once again, there's something that sometimes bowlers are not aware of. In this day and age, you're not allowed to put any saliva on the ball, so I think he just gets reminded of that. Raheem. 3 balls, 3 dots. Nickel Eagles got their first points on the board this morning with that win against Prague CC. They have won a match in this series. Hoolingham haven't. And that's the first run. He goes down on one knee. Gets right underneath this, angles it over the man at backward point and gets 4 runs. Needed this boundary. It's just the right length for him to play this shot. Nicely played. Gets the blade right under it and angles it into that backward point area. Good shot from Sher. And this one will test the fielder out mid-wicket. Oh, that's a terrible mistake. That really is. And, well, Janazab Gul Rahman, who's probably is the key fielder out there for the Eagles. He's taken some good catches. He's totally mucked this up, and he's given away 3 runs. And there's no excuses for this, not on this outfield. And he just gets it all wrong. So 3 bonus runs. And that will do nicely. That's probably the first one that Sher has hit down the ground with any real conviction. So after 3 dots, we have 3 boundaries. So that over a little bit of everything. And the first Maximo as well, 2 4s and a 6 to end. And 14 the score after the first. So Raheem starts well but doesn't finish well. And just have a look at that so far. Even Stevens on winning batting first or second. And you can see overall as well there. Group A, Group B. So he at the moment 50-50. Chasing was what worked well in Group A, 8-6. Something to bear in mind, and of course what we saw in the last contest, well, proved that from Prague CC. And it gets a swivel on it. Not completely out of the middle, but when you're in the power play, that'll do well. Now remember that the captain had a good knock in the last match. He started well with them. And then when he faded away, they had Tarek Zuwak, who came in and took off, and he almost got them to an unbelievable victory over Hornchurch. They just fell 8 runs short. So they've got some batting. Thing is, though, and it's the same story for both sides, can they click? And down the throat. Thank you very much. There's the catch that's taken. And it will be Vivek Mohan Kumar who will take the catch, and that's the end of Imal Zuwak. He gets 1 4 away. And just like he did the last one, didn't quite time it properly, but at least he got a bit more meat on it and he got it over Vivek. This time it's straight down his throat. Thank you very much. And Sharakula picks up the wicket. They don't come any easier than that. And the first wicket goes down. And it is Vivek that holds on to the catch. A disappointment for the captain. Could that be the last time that we see him with the bat? Imal Zuwak. Just hasn't happened for him. But as he walks back, he hopes that his departure means that somebody like Saeed Ahmed can do the difference. Now, remember Saheed against Hornchurch, he goes out, hits 2 sixes, and then he gets run out. If that hadn't happened, who knows? And it was VJ that ran him out with a direct hit. Okay, 18 for 1. We know how they play. They'll keep swinging. And this one will be a wide. Moving very early there, Saeed Ahmed. He's walking down. He's surely far better off just staying in his crease and waiting to see what comes his way. Shakarula finds himself going up the top of the order here now. Koigani. Pick up and throw. A little apology from the bowler. Yeah, Shakarula is somebody who has really found his form with the bat. He's been coming up the order after playing some cameo roles, and with the ball he's been given the nod before 1 or 2 others. Well, everybody's tuning in from everywhere and anywhere. Everybody's heard about the European Cricket Network, of course. Great delivery. Really good delivery. He knows that and maybe Ahmed wants to walk down and try and play the Hollywood shot. He says, well, I know how to keep you in your crease. And he bangs this one in. Both अच्छी bowling. पता ना कि बैटर बहुत मूवमेंट करता आगे आ रहा कहता तू आगे आजा मैं तेरे शॉर्ट बॉल दूंगा, and he does. A little bit of spice, a bit of masala in the middle. Crunch match this. Crunch match. Drops the bat on it, should just be a single. It's been a very good over so far from Shakarula. Just a 6 from it. The ball to go. He's picked up the wicket as well. It's a good wicket to get. That of the captain, Imal Zuwak. Yeah, they're going to be nervy. Both sets of players are going to be nervy. Pressure match. This is like a final. This is the final between the champions of Sweden and Belgium. A good heavy ball. And Sher sees another one that gets past him. End of the over. 20 for 1. 2 overs complete. Let's have a look at how the standings are looking, and then you'll understand why this match is so important. You want to really just look at the bottom 2. Here we go. Both Gooding and Michelin Eagles are on 3 points. The one who wins this match will survive and go into tomorrow's finals day. The loser, well, won't be able to catch any of the teams above them, and that will be it. That's your lot. And look at Prague CC. They are sitting in 3rd, and I suppose it's very unlikely, really, that they can finish 2nd. I was just thinking if Hornchurch did one over Wimbledon and got all the points from them, and it becomes a big loss, that may be a net run rate, but you can see that doesn't look like that's likely at all. It's got to be something very, very improbable to happen for them to take 2nd. But what a win, and that win will give them so much confidence going in tomorrow. So looks like what our lineup could be tomorrow is that the eliminator could be the winner of this match against Prague CC. Well, after a promising first over, which finished with 3 boundaries, things have dried up just a little bit as Dutala Shazad comes on to bowl. He was given the player of the match for his 2 for 16 in the win against Prague CC. That's in the air, and it's brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. What a catch. Shaba. Kinna sona ke badhiya catch fal liya. Shaba, zabardast. That is fantastic. Ke chulo, ke wai, ke genial. Esta hombre, Koigani Sharagula. That is an amazing catch. Well, after a very good second over, coming in, diving forward, and taking the catch to remove the dangerous Saheed Ahmed. What a brilliant catch that is. That is quality. Absolute quality. Well, I suppose Maybe. When you watch that again, the Eagles have landed. They've got to win first up this morning. They're on a high. And they're sensing that they can do this. They, of course, come into the match as the underdogs, even though they've got a win to their name. And Hooding haven't. Great catch. Fantastic. 20 for 2. Saeed Ahmed, just the one to his name this time. And 1 of 6 deliveries, so he's chewed up a few as well. All right, Tariq now joins Sher Ali. Tariq Zuwak, he scored 45 against Hornchurch. He'll get a wide here, first time from Shazad. And that's the first runs that's come off this over. A lot of people on our chat enjoying the action here. A few people still couldn't believe the outcome of that last match. We'll see a lot of this from Gooding. Going for those big shots, but just not getting it right, are they? And Sher Ali just having a little bit of a chat here with Tariq. Probably saying, Yard, Aram se. Take it easy. Let's try and get a partnership going. Don't be swinging wild. Okay, high up in the air. Where's this going to land? Oh, that's going to be close. I think it's 6. Yeah, the fielder is signaling 6 runs there. Good sportsmanship there from Shinwari Mujib. He puts them up and says, yeah, that goes all the way. So not quite where he's probably looking for it to go. But Tariq Zuwak does open his account with a 6. Sher Ali says, yeah, that's the way. That's the way. Come on. Me and you. Let's get this partnership going. It's high up in the air, and the partnership will come to an end. And Sher Ali is just, oh, he can't believe it. If you took a picture of Sher Ali there, he is so disgusted with Tariq Zuwak, who just gets a boundary, and then he plays an ugly shot here. And Shazad, he picks up his second wicket, 27 for 3 at the end of 3 overs. And Sher Ali needs somebody to stick around with him. It's a horrible shot. Just look how he finishes here. One hand coming off the bat. No mistakes there from Sharagula. He's having an absolute blinder. Big player. Somebody who's been getting better with each match. And I suppose that's what you could be saying about the Micklin Eagles. They didn't start well at all. We know that. But after that win this morning, they seem to be pumped. So Tariq Nawaz gets 1-6 and he gets out 6 of 3 balls. Saeed Ahmed was 1 of 6. The captain, Imal Zuwak, 4 of 2. And now Sher Ali was giving out a bit of advice. Now he needs to take some. This now for me becomes the huge partnership. If they're going to get a score on the ball to defend, the partnership between these two now is key. It's Nasir Baluch that joins Sher Ali. Need a big partnership. And Sharagula is bowling, and I think the captain's done the right thing to go back to him. Giving himself a little bit of room, but still can't make it. The interesting thing here with the shots that Sher Ali is attempting, so he's trying to hit the ball straight down the ground. He's not going forward into the shot. So he's relying on brute force and power. We know already, the way the day's gone, that anything that's been hit straight, unless you're absolutely crunching it and throwing everything at it, it ain't going over the rope. So 2 men are waiting for this shot. And that's a better option. That is a much better option and a much better shot. And we know what he's capable of. He needs to, I mean, if you're Sher Ali here, you need to be saying to yourself, all right, 3 wickets have gone. This is now an opportunity for me and Nasir really to say, right, for the next 4 overs at least. Me and you are staying here. We're punishing the bad ball. We're taking singles, and we're rebuilding. And then after that, we get going. And that's a good shot. I tell you what, this is a good shot. He knows that anything in this area is going to fly. So he opens himself up here. It's a clever shot. Opens himself up, gets a good swing, and the ball sails to the boundary. He's got to be thinking, got to be playing smart cricket. Got to be thinking here now, look, if we're out of the way here, he's done and dusted. See that there? Gives himself a bit of room and then opens up the blade of the bat. He knows exactly what he's trying to do here. And even though this fielder's back on the boundary there, it's very unlikely that they're going to make that stop. Okay, 37 on the board. And now he does go down the ground. Is he going to get lucky? He does. And that's what I'm talking about. You can see the difference. Hitting out to point. The ball goes like a bullet. Hitting out into the third area. It gets sucked in. But hitting down the ground, the wind gets hold of it and it goes nowhere. But he gets lucky. All right, Nasser Baluch facing, getting his first ball here. And he crunches it for 6. Well, that's a good start. 6 runs straight away, but he's got to stay there, hasn't he? End of the 4th over. And after that, quite a disastrous 3rd over, where only 7 runs came from it and 2 wickets went down. That's a better one. So 44 for 3. And that over from Sharakula. A little bit expensive. It ends up going for 17. So score-wise are okay. Let's see the recovery after those 2 wickets. They start to get moving upwards again. And the wicket-keeper, that's Cameron Zazai. He's got his lid on. That means we are now going to see a little bit of spin. And that means it's going to be Arafat Afghan who's going to have a bowl. And he's been very good, hasn't he? As Arafat Afghan, he started to find his rhythm with the bat as well. So here we go. Spin comes in. So now some of those shots that have been sucked in by the vortex of 3rd maybe come out the equation. And the thing is, that's not a good start. And Sher Ali, well, it's time to go into what we named the Christian corner. This is short and horrible. All right, watch out. The Grizzlies are coming your way. So Afghan starts badly. 50 on the board now. So the acceleration is good. But Mickelson Eagles will be thinking, we need to find a wicket. And that's a really good shot. 1 bounce, 4 runs. So Sher Ali, with every ball, just seems to be picking up with confidence. And look at this. Doesn't try to hit it too hard. He knows there's nobody there. It's a controlled shot. And, well, some of the Hornchurch spectators there in Cockney Corner having to take a little bit of evasive action. All right. So 2 boundaries off the first 2 deliveries. As Afghan gets ready to go again, Vinny Sandy joins me in the commentary box.
Yeah, nice to be back. Afghan, a bit of a tough day today compared to yesterday. This is a laser beam, really, from Sher Ali, who's up and away. Crunch game for 2 teams, and Sher is just building, like you said, with every ball that he stays there. He's thinking he wants to turn this into a really big score.
Yeah, I mean, you can see the disappointment from him when he's lost partner after talking to him. Nobody's been taking note. To be honest, he swung and missed at a few himself, but he's still there and he's making it count. And I said, Vinny, that this partnership is the key here between these 2. Ah, beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. And, you know, when you watch something like this, I know we talk a lot about big hitting. We talked about Lala, all those 4 6s to win the game. We've talked about Sher here when he smashed the ball to all parts of the ground. But still, the finesse and the class has to be there as well, and that is a beautiful stroke.
Yeah, really nice shot. And the thing is, yeah, with Afghan putting pace on the ball, it's an intelligent shot. It's a fairly low risk shot as well. Sher Ali into the 40s.
Okay, he wants to go down the ground, and this is where the errors have come. Sher is just standing and watching. He knows he's in trouble, and he will go. So, for all the good work that he did, he still falls for going for this shot. I said this at the time when he was going for it. Forget about it. It ain't going to work. He doesn't listen. He goes for it. It goes high. but it's catchable and it's caught. 43 he'll make quickly, 43 of 17. But that is the end of Share Alley, and just like that, the Eagles come back in it.
Yeah, and you're right. He went from kind of a low-risk, high-return to probably a high-risk, low-return here because a lot of these balls are holding up. That's trying to hit into the vortex. Nicely taken as well by Kurab Chima. Share Alley did not move one step once he hit that. He was praying that that would be put down, but no luck for Share. Goes 43 off 17. 9 4s and 6s in amongst that as he departs at 62 for 4. Hey, I've got to say, nice to see Baluch back up the order. I mean, I was surprised he was so low earlier on. But he's left there. As we'll see this one just played out, and we'll get to the end of the 5th over at 62 for 4. Sammy Romani, the new batter, also a very good hitter. Let's welcome you into the commentary box. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, for the European Cricket Network. And I've got Rico Full with me. Just quickly, I want to remind everyone about our official charity partner. It was great last year. We had this target, and literally tens of thousands of meals were donated to those in need. So if you'd like to get behind that, we would love for you to do that. If you scan the QR code, you can donate a meal for normally less than $1. It's in the cents, and it can really make a big difference.
Yeah, 70 cents, 70 cents. And I know a lot of you did. And those of you who did, thank you very much. Thank you for your support. And, you know, we are a big cricket community, and if you can help, it all makes a big difference.
We genuinely want to make the world a better place as well. We try to keep ECN free as much as possible. Obviously, it's something that's building momentum very, very quickly, but it's just our way of giving back. We'd love for you to get involved as well. Well, this is a shot and a half, isn't it? It's just laced away. It's Baluch who steps to leg and whacks to off, and 4 runs to start the 6th over.
Yeah, it's a good shot. Too much width. Just want to have a look at the footing there off the bowler. I don't know if we get it. He, again, goes very wide. And there you go. This is Abdul Rahim, who was in the wars yesterday, if you remember. So that's been smashed away. Just this is the thing here about Hooding. They will keep on trying, won't they? They'll keep on trying. They'll keep on swinging. So Nasser Baluch, good shot from him. That's 2 boundaries that he's got in the innings so far. Oh, that's been hit pretty hard. Fielder trying to come across the gutter. Can't do it. He can't do it. Well, there you go. That's a better option. If you want to go in that area, go along the ground and not in the air. Yeah, it looks like that the ground missiles are going better than the ones that go throughout the air. That's nice. He played. I'm so glad that Rahim doesn't get a foot on it. Remember what happened to him yesterday, the poor guy. He dropped about 4 catches. He was another guy that had a few stitches in his hand. You don't want to lose a foot as well. Oh, this is.
Well, I can tell you this: if he had actually stopped that with his leg, he'd be hoping that his mate Jake the Peg with the extra leg might be able to give him a lender. Yeah, he's got to watch his back foot here, doesn't he, Rahim? I picked that up too. Cannot touch that return crease, the sideline there. Keep an eye on it here. That's no problem at all. This is up, it's in the air, and it's going to be out of the ground. So must win for Hoodinga and Mechelen Eagles right now. This game is all over the place, really. Walking 677 for 4.
Yeah, well, this one goes over Cinderella's castle. And the castle was in the firing line for the moment, but that's a good, solid shot. Well, there goes the Grizzly. Adios. And, yeah, nice hit. Nice, firm strike. So
good start by Baluch here. Really good start.
And, oh, it's a chance. He'll get a second chance at it. Well, he's down and he's out. And the batter is out. Well, Nasser Baluch, he throws everything at it. He ends up on the floor. And now he's going to have to pick himself up and walk off. What a good take this is. This has gone really, really quick. And the work there from Kamran Zazai has been absolutely superb. Brilliant, brilliant work. This is going so quickly. He hits his gloves. And then he gets the second chance and he holds on to it.
Yeah, what a swing there, because talk about throwing the kitchen sink. He literally throws himself off his feet here. Look at this. Was going to be a wide, and it's pretty good composure from the keeper. Zazai hasn't had an easy day at the office so far. It's really flying with that edge, but he knows it's gone up. He's just determined to keep his eye on the ball before he worries about how he's going to fall or anything like that. He just had that awareness, didn't he, to catch it on the rebound. Baluch, wastes a good start there. 20 off 5 for him as he goes at 77 for 5. And these two teams, they've struggled with losing wickets in the first half of the innings. Really, this is no exception.
That's nicely played. There's a fielder It's in that spot. Yeah, Nasir Bullock chasing a wide one. I suppose we've said this before, if you're going to chase him, throw everything at it and give him his due. He did throw everything at it. He threw so much at it, he ended up on the deck. But the keeper does well, piles it up, takes it second time round. And it's another one that goes, okay. We've got Romani out there. We know what he can do. Well, he wants to do the same thing, and he's going to get 4 runs. Cuatro carreras. So this is the way they play.
Yeah.
They throw the bat at everything, Hurting, and it's going to be 4 more. It's the end of the over, and the score now moves into the 80s, 82 for 5 at the end of 6 overs.
Yeah, Raheem has a bit of a journey, doesn't he? All things considered, 1 for 34, his figures. 4 overs to go, and look, 2 kind of genuine threats at the crease as well. Sammy Romani is so exciting to watch. Comes out at 6 and runs his eye as well. Hits a long ball. Could see the youngster in there, Yassine Khan, in for his first ECL match. I'll have to check how old he is now, but I think he got special dispensation to play as a 14-year-old and picked up a 5 in the ECS Sweden last year. I can confirm he is older now than he was then.
Go to Ismail, who he bowled the incredible over in that win against Prague CC. Remember, Prague CC needed 9 off the last over. They had wickets in hand, and this guy bowls an incredible over. Only went for 4 runs, and he wins the match for his side. So he's going to give himself a little bit more to do this time. The captain, short, and that should be whacked away, and it is. It's not a good delivery. Ball short as a but Mario shot. Up in Romani, and he'll get the boundary. Nicely hit.
Wimbledon eyeing up a few bargains there in the Grizzly tent, the Merch tent as well. Yassine, who is into the side, he is playing at just 15 years of age now. Had his 15th birthday back in December. Good young player.
Yeah, let's wish him well.
He took 5 for 26 against Kristianstad last year in the ECS Sweden. Whether he gets bowl or not, I guess we'll find out. Interesting, he's been brought in for this do-or-die clash.
Yeah, he didn't get... Okay, is he going to get it? He goes down the ground. Not too many batters have, and he does get it. Well, there you go. That's probably the first of many to succeed. Many have failed going this way, but Romani, he says, don't worry, Rico. I've had a couple of alu porontas. I'm going to clear that boundary. Don't you worry about it.
Yeah, you can do it, but you got to get it exactly right, don't you? Misses out in the next one. It comes down to things like margin of error. So you have more margin of error, and you probably have too much margin of error behind because those edges are flying for 6. But in front, yeah, if you get it middle of the bat, it'll go. But if not, probably holds up for a catch.
Okay, he's dragged this out to the man at mid-wicket, so they'll take the single. That means that there's a ball to play here now for the man who's not got off the mark yet. Beg your pardon, he has got off the mark. Zazai, he's got 2.
He's been creeping around. He wants to go large here, though. Last ball, the over.
It's short, and it's clubbed, and it's going to go up the top of that hill. Well, there you go. That's Grizzly Hill. Here's another one that's got to be climbed and fetched. That's 6 more, so 100 comes up at the end of 7 overs. So though they're losing wickets, one thing they are doing is they're still crunching boundaries. Just going to have a quick look at the number of 6s there. I think that's 10 6s already in the innings, 10 6s, and something like 10 4s as well.
Yeah, hitting plenty of boundaries. This is where we're at with Championship Week. Of course, only the group winners will return. Brescia, the qualifiers from Group A. Kind of a come-from-behind victory, really. After Skanderborg, we're leading the pace there. And, of course, we'll be able to add another name to that Championship Week list tomorrow night. Funnily enough, you do have one team with Championship Week experience in this group, being Hornchurch.
Yeah.
That made it all the way to second in Europe last year.
Yeah, they did. And the French overpowered them in the final.
French Revolution.
Good delivery. Well blocked out. Good smart cricket as well. And said, okay, it's a good ball. We'll still take the single. Now, both these batters are hitting the ball well. And yeah, darts the leg stick Yorker in. So it's well blocked out.
Yeah, Majib. Back to the drawing board for him. That's a good start. Let's keep it simple here, I think. Won't be giving any length to these guys.
Yeah, a bit of a grunt there from Zazai, I think he knows he should have
hittable.
done a bit better.
Yeah, that's why. I won't be giving length. See, a lot of these shots, they like to kind of hang back in the crease. They love to kind of hit the ball on the up. So I think if you can get in the block hole, you take that away from the batter.
Okay, high up in the air, wicketkeeper says,
Oh, no.
well, where's he's going to land? Right in the middle. I thought the keeper was going to go here. Probably, I think he's probably going to make a dart for this.
Yeah, well, he starts and then he just checks his run. He calls mine straight away, goes up. And this was always going to blow back in his general direction. I think he was the only player that could have reached it. Of course, because he called it, everyone else had stopped going for it. That's super lucky. I don't know how you can hit a ball that high on this field and not have it go to hand.
Trying to hit it as hard as you can over there, but they're scuffing most of these. So at the moment, this over, it's just been tiki-taka, tiki-taka. It's a good one from Mujib.
Such a good game in this, actually. And Mechelen are probably undervalued on that as well because we haven't seen their batting click, and they're very, very capable of doing that. These two teams, I think they're the most similar to each other in this group. They both have a kind of no-holds-barred approach to the game, even more than usual.
Slower delivery, which is, it's worth a try, but he needed it to go straight. So goes for the slow delivery, gets the line wrong, it goes down the leg side. He'll have to bowl it again. But still, compared to the overs before him, it's not a bad over at all. Remember, the one for the captain before did go magical. This one is just 5 from it so far. And that one goes through him as well. Just moving too much, the batter here. If you look at Samuel Romani, I mean, the shot is there to play, but he's moving. He doesn't look, his feet are moving, he's still moving here, legs are moving. He never really gets himself in a good, stable position.
Tell you what, it was a good ball. He actually, that's a slight slower ball, just a very slight slower ball into the pitch after he bowled a fast bouncer. That was the slower one.
Well, this one is not slow. It's hard, it's fast, it's big, it's 6. And that's a good way to end the over. So they'll...
Well, Rico, hold that thought. He's overstepped here. And so it's going to be a 7 up. And Mujib has committed the cardinal sin. That was called at the bowler's end. See the back foot or front foot? My guess it's probably front foot. But let's have a look what we got here. Where is he?
Oh, yeah. What a call that is from the umpire.
Very good umpiring. Not great. Bowls this from miles behind the line. Doesn't cost him more than 1, though. So end of the over. Rico, you're shaking your head. I'm glad I'm not a coach sometime. It's 114 for 5 after 8.
And just if I got a couple of euros for every time, yeah, look at him. He's he's feeling what I'm feeling. The number of times the free hit has gone unpunished has been criminal here today. I mean, you got to put those away, but for that short ball, he's just not getting in a good position. And if I'm the captain of the Mechelen Eagles, I'm thinking, yeah, keep firing the short balls at Romani because he doesn't like it. Okay, here we go. He's getting to the last 2 overs.
What happens in the 9th?
All right, in the air, catching. Somebody's got to want it this time. The keeper this time does go for it, and he does take it. He's got a big smile on his face, and he's huffing and puffing, but he gets there. Cameron Zazai this time takes the catch, and that's going to be the end of Omran Zazai. Well, one Zazai getting out of the other.
Classic history repeating, although this one wasn't quite as high, and it was a little bit closer to the centre of the Cartama Oval, wasn't it? And I think Zazai, look, for the most part, he's kept really well. It's not easy out there. But also some of these slow balls bouncing in front of them, they're tough takes. Hasn't let really anything get behind him. This is taken, again, slightly uncomfortable. He's still calling mine when it comes down. Shirzad, he read the room as well and left it to the gloveman. Zazai, on-run Zazai that is, goes for 10, and it's 114 for 6.
Yeah, both the Zazais in action there. And Shazad, by the way, has picked up his 3rd wicket. Still got 5 more balls here, so we could be in for maybe another 5er here. Who knows?
Iqbal's going to swing.
Well, he does swing, and he misses.
Yeah, so stretching the order. And Nasir is a guy, I mean, he was listed at 5 in the batting order, so a lot of these guys are kind of interchangeable. You never know who's going to be hot and who's going to be not. That's the X factor in this game, isn't it?
This is another one that goes straight through the batter. So Dot balls coming in at a very important time. Dot balls, gold dust.
Working their way back in. I mean, 135, I think it's 130s. I actually feel like it's a bit more of a 50-50 game. I know they're 26%. The Eagles have been really struggling with the bat, but they could turn it around at any moment. They're very capable.
This is just hurting. It's, you know, when you're watching this as a neutral, or if you're watching this as somebody who's watched a lot of cricket, you're probably wondering, all right, you've got a new batter that's just come in. You've got Romani on 25. Why hasn't Iqbal just taken the first ball, just played it into the acres of space everywhere, got the single, got Romani on strike?
Not just that, he's running out of time to even take the single now. So now he'll have one ball here. Now Romani's got to make a decision. I think his decision will be he wants to pump it into the next galaxy. But still, this has been a brilliant ninth over. It's all happened in all the right ways, hasn't it, for the Belgians in the ninth?
Yeah, well, Shazad, I mentioned it before, he was the player of the match for brilliant bowling in that win against Prague CC. And now, well, he could be, again, player of the match. 3 for 8 so far. And that's going to be unlucky. He's going to go for 4. And this is why you got to, if you're Iqbal or any batter that's at the other end while a set batter's there, you got to give him the strike. He only gets to face 1 of the potential, 3 balls he should have had at the end of that over. And the one he faces, it goes to the boundary. And now Iqbal surely has to be thinking of getting him on strike straight away at the start of the last over. 119 for 6 after 9.
Yeah. What an interesting game, especially because it's basically an elimination final. Dave has a question in the comment section. He wants to know, is this the most catchingest tournament ever? Now, I like that word that you've made up. I would say as far as the proportion of catches taken and dropped, I think this has been pretty good. Now, I think especially given the complexity of some of the chances. Now, here's one, and, well, I've jinxed it pretty good and proper there as well, because Mohana Kumar had to try and keep it in the field to play at a bare minimum. Instead, it goes through his hands, and it's Maximo. And I'll just turn my microphone off quietly.
I just wonder, though, whether he's already gone over the rope when he's touching this. I don't know.
So.
We'll never know. He's off the air trying to keep it in.
I think it would have been all right if he'd been able to push it back in. Anyway, 6 to start the over.
And they're running hard. And, well, this one is going to be close. Joe Foster seems to think he's made it okay. Yeah. We'll have another look. I'm just wondering if he has his foot or anything down as he's going past the stumps.
He kind of puts the bat down, and once it's in, he might lift it up again. But as long as he gets it in at least once, see here, see the bat's down.
Yeah.
Great stuff by Spring Media as well to show us that replay. And so safely home. But they do run, which doesn't surprise me. They run on the miss. Romani does steal the strike back.
Yeah, well, that's good. I suppose Iqbal smashes a 6 and then gets Romani on strike. Now, Romani, he can't commit the sin of swinging and missing. He's got to get back on the ball. They've got to do that. They've got to try and get to this 135. To the
Mohana Kumar's injured his hand attempting that catch, and so he's going to go off, and we'll have a substitute fielder out there. Mia Kelya is listed as the 12th player for this game. Romani's a perfect man for that job. Flying away. Of course, Bizaway, our official travel partners at the European Cricket Network. They get us all around Europe, which is a bit easier now than it was. Back in 2020, it was pretty tough.
And, well, speaking of Bizaway, that is a Bizaway Super 6. Thank you very much. Just clips it away. Well, that is flying as fast as the plane that we saw in the skies just a moment ago. Not a good delivery, down the leg side, and that's a nice shot. It's a clever shot. He waits for it and whips it away.
Well, Cockney Corner had to wake up there because there was an incoming missile. Luckily, nobody was harmed. He's got Christian Corner, which is up the top of the hill. We've got Cockney Corner down the bottom.
Yeah.
I don't want there to be a Maximo Corner because that probably means I've copped a Grizzly somewhere.
We've got Grizzly Hill.
Exactly.
Shot. Shot. Get out of the way, boys. If you want to catch it, have it. Well, I don't think does he get this or does he get him? I think he gets him.
That's Whipple.
It's a bit of Grizzly action there.
That's Whipple from Wimbledon, and he's almost taken the catch of the tournament, and he's taken it near the merchandising tent. Look at him get off the ground here. Charlie, be a hero. Unfortunately, can't reel it in. That had some legs on it, though, didn't it, from Romani, who I said was the perfect man for the job. Majib sticks with the short stuff. That's taking a lot of time to come back, though, that ball, because it went over the tent in
Those boys are supposed to be looking after the girls in there. That's Freya, and I think Judith was there as well. Well, they're not doing a good job, are they? Come on, boys. They're Freya there. What a great job she's doing, by the way.
Snapping up the bargains. Yeah. That's a €5, the bargain bin.
Yeah, there's James Cantor.
So all the Corey-related merchandise has been discounted now.
Down the ground and gone. Oh, this is an absolute beauty. Bolle, Guinness zona. Que guay, que genial, que grandes. He's got hitters. What a hit.
Well, a second ago we were talking like 130 as realistic, but this has exploded in the last over. We've had 4 sixes and a bye in the first 5 balls, so it's worth 25. It's gone magical. Majib hasn't quite got it right. 144 for Hudinga plus this ball.
And this is going to be out. And he's going to be very disappointed here because it's the sort of delivery I was thinking, he's bowled that, he gets a 6, 150 is going to come on the board. Where has it come from? How did it get there? It doesn't. He gets a wicket. I don't know how he gets a wicket because it was a bit of a gundy ball. But still, I think Huding will be very happy with the 144 they've got on the board. 144 for 6. And Ramani, he's the last to go on 47.
Yeah, will be 7th wicket in the end. But yeah, what a knock from Sammy Ramani. Loves batting out here at the Cartama Oval again. I don't think the Eagles bowled that well to him. I just didn't see enough Yorkers, didn't see enough block hole stuff, challenging him with some length kind of tactics, but he was up to the challenge. So Hudinga, they will get the opportunity to defend 144 for the right to stay alive in the competition. Remember, they haven't actually won a game yet in the competition. The Eagles have, because they were blown away in their other 2 games before this. They will need 145. Well, 2 teams arrive. Only one will survive to finals day. And one of these 2 teams, they've got to go.
Yeah, it's, well, in the crunch match, you want a good score on the board, and they have got a good score on the board. But it didn't start well. Well, it did start well for Vivek, because he took the catch to remove Zuwak. And they were watching from all over the place, and, well, some people had a good seat. And, well, you needed a good seat to see that one. That was a great catch there, taken by Chima. Big wicket. They needed the wickets, didn't they? But, well, Huning, got to say, the way they play, you got to admire it. They come out, they take chances to go for shots. Sometimes it works, sometimes it don't. And Sher Ali, well, he played some lovely shots, and we thought, well, maybe the big Sher was going to go into a big score this time. He got to 43 pretty quickly, but then he also, once again, goes for that shot down the ground, and the wind gets him out after he played some really nice shots.
Yeah, just played the one shot that he was meant to keep away from, like testing out the electric fence, really, and this was it. Went into the vortex, and it came blowing back into the safe hands of Kuram Chima. Yeah, I've been looking forward to this game all day because I think about 2 heavyweight fighters just swinging punches wildly at each other for 10 overs each, and that's what we're going to get. This was a bit of a moment as well, wasn't it? Buluch chased one he should have left alone, and the keeper, that's Cameron Zazai, he knocked it up at the first instance and then was able to recover. As luck would have it, the ball stayed in his general area. Nasser was looking on. He'd hit 4 boundaries in the 4 balls before that, and they had a few of these dead spots. You could see they're not making the most of every opportunity. Probably the second swing was my favourite there. But look, just when it seemed like that they were working their way back into the game, only 12 runs came off the 8, only 5 came off the 9. But the last over went magical, and Hudinga went from perhaps posting something about 130 like to 144. It's a lot of runs, but the Belgians, they only know one way, and they'll be giving this a real crack because they won't want to go home just yet. The Cockney corner was in a little bit of trouble there towards the end, but Ramani, he was the perfect man for that job, wasn't he? He put together a really good last over.
Yeah, he certainly did, and it was a really good finish from them. I mean, they brought the 100 up at the end of the 7th over, so you can see just how well they went in the last 3. The split there, 62 of the first 5, 82 of the second. There's that scorecard. So it's Sher Ali. He gave them the stability at the top. There was not good work there from the captain or from Saeed Ahmed. They got out cheaply, as did Tariq Zuwak this time. But then Nasir Baluch, quick fire 20 from him. Samuel Romani, great knock from him, 47 of 16. And, you know, everybody towards the end there just played their part to try to get them to this score. And it's a good score, especially in a crunch match like this. I mean, it is a final between these 2 teams, Huding and Midland Eagles. The Eagles, let's have a look at their bowling here very quickly. 3 wickets points for Shazad. I think he was absolutely outstanding. He really bowled brilliantly, but some expensive ones in there as well.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, they kind of share the wickets around, but yeah, Shazad, couldn't agree more. I think he is a real key player. Whether he gets another chance to bowl in the series will depend on whether the batters can get 145 for the Eagles. If they do, they're going to finals day. Otherwise, the Swedes will be flying the flag once again at the Cartama Oval come day 3 of Group B. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, with Rico Full. We'll take a quick break. One team will be eliminated after 10 more overs of cricket. You are watching the Champions League of European Cricket, the ECL.
The European Cricket League is proudly brought to you by Dream 11, HCL Software, La Junta de Andalucía, Paramatch and Norcane. And the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Hello and welcome back. Yes, together we can make a difference. And what a good day it would be if you can't help. It is, of course, Baba Mata Day, or Matiso. It's the day that's all about health, respect, love, happiness and gratitude. And gifting friends, normally with red and white string with tassels on. But maybe we can do it a different way this year. If you can, why don't you scan the QR code and see if you can make a donation to our charity partner, Share the Meal. Okay, that's the bonus point equation there, 100. And, the target here is 145. That's going to take some doing for the Eagles. Here's the first delivery, and Baluch just strays down the leg side. He had an issue with this yesterday. They do hit the stumps, and then it has to be chased after, so the batters can't get another. So Chima get one to his name. They're off and running. And I say Baluch, he's got some pace, but yeah, he just didn't get the line right yesterday to the right hander. Now they've stuck with Mujib out there, Janwari, who sort of ate up a few deliveries early on. He never really got going. So maybe he's been given another chance. Well, it could be the last chance. And yeah, he spoils that one, you see. So once again, this is an issue that, and it was in this match actually yesterday, that Baluch just couldn't get the ball going outside the off peg of the right-hander. And as try as he did, he couldn't. He bowled very well to the lefty. Let's see if he gets this one right this time. He's got to be really trying to get this ball. You can see what he's trying to do. He's trying to use that action to get the ball to come in Yorker length. But he's got to stride a bit wider. That's better. It's been dragged away, and the fielder, well, makes a stop. I think maybe more more by luck than anything else. There's Fahad Mamand. Hello to everybody in the chat. It's been a glorious day here, and I've loved the interaction with our supporters and fans around the world. I hope you've enjoyed a wonderful day. So many people watching from the Indian subcontinent, from Canada, Australia, Austria, Switzerland. This one gets played out. It'll just be a single. They're still having a go. And that's probably hurt Nasir Baluch. Yeah, he's dancing around. He's doing a little bit of the Lulu, skip to my Lou there, isn't he? Lost my partner, what shall I do? Or lost my pinky, what shall I do, maybe? For Baluch. That was a spicy one. Yeah, so going back to where people watch from, the Caribbean, watching by Spots Max from Germany, Deutschland TV, La Liga Sports Worldwide. We also have Star Times in the Sub-Saharan and in Africa. It's played away, will be just another single. The NBC group for people tuning in North Africa and the Middle East, and of course to our friends there in Francois, to Sports in France. So welcome to you all, welcome world, welcome to the European Cricket League, which of course translates to the Champions League of cricket. 35 clubs, 33 nations will battle to see who is going to be crowned the champions. That will do nicely. And finally, Baluch does get punished properly for bowling down the leg side, and he just launches into this. That's a good hit from Chima. It's a boundary, the first boundary that comes right at the end of the over. Only 10 come from that over. I think Nasir Baluch, he's got a little bit lucky because he did bowl too many deliveries on the leg side and on the pads. Some of them got spoiled by the batters just scuffing it by getting a pad onto it. But that one goes the distance. 20 matches since the golden ball. Oh, the palm trees tell you a little bit about the breeze around the ground at the moment. And that breeze hasn't really changed. So once again, a lot of you have seen the ball not going over those fences that often because the wind is stopping it doing so, but going over the third man area. This one is okay. The batter doesn't like it. I think he just sneaks this in. Two batters having a chat. I know what he's saying to him there. I think Chima's saying, hey, anything like that, just try and play it away to get it into that the third man area where the balls are being sucked up. A bit of a wormhole. And he does sort of flat bat this to the fielder. They'll take a single, so running hard and running whatever they can get at the moment. Yes, some of the other days. Today is Zero Discrimination Day. Every individual has the right to live with dignity regardless of appearance, race or geographic belief. That's another dot, so tidy stuff here from Ahmed as well. Yeah, they want a good start and then keep the pressure on, then maybe introduce a little bit of spin as well. And to all the Welsh, happy St. David's Day. And look, everybody, give each other a compliment because it is World Compliment Day, and I'm going to start it off. I'm going to give my compliments to Chima and say, Chima, very nice shot for 6. There you go. That's the way we do it. You can make somebody's day, can't we? Whether it's just talking about liking somebody's shoes or telling someone they're doing a great job. And I think Chima so far is doing a great job. Good shot. So Ahmed gets it for his first boundary, and now he goes short outside the off. This is swung and missed that. He does like to bang the ball in short. He does, Saeed Ahmed. He hasn't gone for too many Yorker length deliveries. Walks back to his mark. Turns, spins, and comes right back at Chima. And there's the short one again, and just keeping an eye at the square umpire. He's happy with that. It is the end of the over. So 17 off 2. I suppose he does get hit for one boundary, but other than that, there's just a single off the over. It's again quite nicely. You've got to keep an eye on that rate here to the Michelin Eagles. It's going to around about 16, but hey, when you think how the last match finished, needing 19 off the last, and they got it off 4 deliveries, I suppose there's no worry. This is how it's looking, and you can see just why it's so important for these two teams. They're on the same number of points. Whoever wins goes through to finals day tomorrow for Group B. Now, he doesn't play a shot here, surely. Surely he doesn't play a shot here. Let's have a look at this. See, the leg by signal, but does he play a shot? I don't believe he does. I don't believe he's playing a shot here. That's not playing a shot, surely. And let's see what the umpires think about it. It's a good time to welcome Vinny Sandhu back in. Vinny,
yeah.
Shot or no
well,
shot?
There is a kind of a second bit. Is he trying to get out the way of it? And I think in the end, I actually think I agree with the call. I know some people might have their eyebrows raised.
I don't.
One of them might be right next to me. But if you're trying to play a shot or if you're trying to get out the way of the ball, and I think you look, see, he's trying to lift his leg there. He doesn't want to be hit by that ball.
But if he brings the bat down, fine. He's trying to play the shot.
No, you know, he's definitely not trying to play a shot. But is he trying to avoid the ball? So the laws say if you try to avoid the ball, you're still entitled to take a leg by. So I think he was trying to get megged, and he just wasn't quite quick enough. Understandable against this guy, because he's rapid now. This is an old hit and run, 360.
Out.
Well, maybe we're in the NBA, and they hit their fast bowler on the way back in.
He's been clocked twice now, bullet on the same hand. He can't yaar ki gal meri ungaliyan hami torniya hale meri lower hai pata. Well, Baluch, he's been the wall. He's been hit twice. He said, look, it's my little pinky again, he says. It's my little pinky again.
That's almost something Steph Curry would be proud of, that move from Zuvak, but then can't really drain the jump shot. Ouch.
Yeah, big time.
Non-bowling hand, though, so he'll be fine.
Well, this time it's him who's doing the hitting. That's actually a clever delivery. That's a slower short ball, which doesn't get picked by the batter. So it will be a leg by. Just not getting what they need out of the power play so far, are they? But then having said that, I have to say that Huninga, they didn't do very well in their power play either. Their power play just went for 27. So just keep an eye on it. It's pretty comparison at the moment.
Yeah, it's not easy someone like Bellucci's slow ball is so much more effective because his just regular ball is so fast. And I like that they're bowling him out in the third here. For me, he's a 1 and 3 bowler, and yeah, I just think that's where you get the most value. Maybe if batters really got hold of him early, then maybe you don't bring him back, but it's rarely the case. Chima face out one more thunderbolt.
And it's put away. Now that's been the difference. That's 6 runs. That's a good hit. He uses the pace of the bowler, but the difference between Bullock bowling to Chima and bowling to Mujib. Mujib has been wasting them, but Chima, look, anything that's down the leg side, he's put away. That's the second boundary that he's hit of Bullock. So Bullock, like he did in the first over, finishes with a boundary being hit of him of the last ball. And he's just been straying down the leg side a little bit too much. That's something that he really needs to work on. He's not bowling well to the right-handers. He's bowling 3 deliveries more or less every over into the pads, which batters, good batters, will put away. So I told you that the power plays are very similar. And you saw there, 27 to 28.
Mujib. More things change, the more they stay the same. He's 5 off 8. Poor guy, can't take a trick. That's probably flying away into the outfield, maybe beyond, but he picks out the fielder. You're a bit surprised they've stuck with Mujib at the top of the order?
I'm very surprised. I thought that when he came out. So obviously they've told him, all right, we're going with you, but you got to go a bit more. Yeah, I'm with you. He plays a nice shot there, probably a bit unlucky. And wow, that's the short stuff. And he's been called a wide for height. Well, let's have a look on the height of this. So it gets banged in. We'll see it from both angles. So, yeah, I get the feeling that's on the way up. I think when we look at this side on, this definitely is going over his head. Okay, he is. I think close one. Umpire score. I think if he's standing upwards, maybe it's going to just sneak in. But it was called a wide, and then he comes back with a clever slow delivery. I'm glad that Saeed Ahmed is actually thinking a little bit more about his bowling. I think the last time we saw him, he was just happy, just kept banging the ball into the deck. But he comes up with a slower ball and he gets instant success from it. No runs. And that's the slower one again. This is in the helmet. This has hurt him. It's hurt him. And well, I don't think they're going to try and run him out anyway. This has hurt him. We saw a nasty one yesterday. So the way it looked like to me here, that this lid doesn't look like it was strapped on. So let's have a look. That's a worry.
It's shaken up there.
Yeah, that's a worry.
It's very sporting. I mean, Hoodinga, they were never going to run him out here. They're just checking that he's all right. And yeah, we'll check this one out. It's good to have the medical staff on hand here. They've been kept busy, of course. That's pretty much gone. It's almost burst through, but not quite. I mean, there's certain regulations and about the distance the grill needs to be from the peak now, but that's hit his helmet with force, and or maybe he's just worn a little bit of that as well. So it's gonna be a no ball, is it? Because it must be for the second bouncer in the over. I think it has to be.
Yeah, I mean, I wonder if any of it came off the bat. I don't think it did.
It's flush.
So I think that will be a no ball. Vinny, you know what? Only the beginning of this year did we make it mandatory, right, for batters to wear a lid. How many batters before never used it? Can you imagine some of the damage that could have been done if that mandate wasn't enforced?
Team is a key player first. He's going to retire not out, so he will be able to return if he can recover, but he's going to have to pass the concussion test. He's going to have to just take a seat for a second. So it'll be a free hit coming out. Result backyard cricket rules now, because you can't get out first ball. For Hediatullah Shirzad. So it's 31 without loss. Free hit to come now.
Can't be out.
Oh, he might have forgotten it's a free hit. He might have forgotten. Oh, and he just gets in. Well, maybe it wasn't communicated. It was the second bouncer of the over that hit the previous batter, Chima, in the head, and then Shirzad thinks he's gone, but it's free hit, can't be caught.
Yeah, look, it's almost like everybody forgets. Oh, that's a wide.
Yeah, gee, I think he might have heard it just in time, or maybe it was a very loud ECN commentator that might have given him the hurry up. And maybe just got a little bit of a whisper from his teammate going, look, run, you're not out yet.
Get out there, get in. I'm glad he makes it. That wouldn't have felt right with me if he was run out there anyway. He wasn't. Good delivery, nicely played.
Tell you what would have been funny though if Chima had aced the test and then came straight back down the stairs if he was out.
Yeah, he looked shook up there, didn't he?
Honestly, I hope he's all right though. Obviously,
I think it hit right on the brim, which I'm imagining the inner part of the helmet sort of dug into.
If a ball hits with enough force, sometimes you do see them slip through. And most helmets these days, actually, it depends. Obviously, we mandate that they wear helmets. You know, we're not necessarily strict about what the standards of those helmets are, because in Europe, sometimes you just kind of use with what you got around you.
Yeah.
But certainly in the old days, some batters would have enough space for the ball to slip through between the grill and the peak. And if a ball's delivered with enough force, it can kind of jam its way in there. I know I used to have sometimes the ball would stick in my helmet if I was keeping, for example, would take a little bit of a deflection. Anyway, Ahmed, the enforcer, he finishes none for 14 off his 2 overs, and the Eagles are behind in this cricket match. They're 35 without loss after 4. They need something to turn around very, very quickly. Otherwise, they're going to have to pack up the Belgian ball and take it home.
Yeah, I mean, that rate now has crept up to over 18. We're not saying that's the point of no return. We've had a good think about this over the last 18 months of saying it's around about 20 because we've been surprised a few times. But yeah, this over now becomes very, very important. If they don't get a good over in here with the bat, then that rate will go up to the 19-20. Then it's going to be very difficult, and it's going to be Romani to bowl it, who had a good time with the bat earlier. Well bowled. They're just going for that fuller delivery, just darting it in, which is clever. Well, I suppose I'll tell you who's not, Saeed Ahmed. He still wanted to bang it in.
They're executing better at the moment, hitting it. Simple as that. Romani comes on, hits the block hole straight away. Tell you what will be interesting is when we do change ends, and we'll change ends after Group C,
right?
To see if there's still this kind of bounce from the other end.
No.
You know, we always say this. Maybe with this batch of Grizzly balls might be the extra bouncy ones. I don't know.
It'd be interesting to see. I know in the night fixture, definitely. That's going to be a chance. That's a great catch. That is a really good catch. I tell you why. Well, he now runs out of the way because he thinks he's going to be hit by the same ball he's thrown in the air. Well, that is Saeed. Well, he likes dishing out the short stuff. Well, now he got one blasted at him, but he was ready for it. Big smiles on his face. This is a great catch because the sun's coming down. He's in that part of the ground where there's a bit of sun, there's a bit of shade. That's been absolutely crunched, but it's a cracking catch. Look at this. He's hit this with a little force. It has come out the middle. It's pinged off the middle of the bat. He takes the catch and he says, hang on a minute, where's the game? Let me get out of the way. We don't quite see that on the replay, but he has to run for cover because he thinks he's going to knock himself out. The man he does knock out is Mujib. Once again, is that a blessing in disguise? I think yes.
I've got to be honest. I mean, Mujib is very, very capable, I think, at the top of the order, but he just hasn't got it together today. You know, he's 13 off 15 first game. This time he's going to go for 7 off 13. I think with the tournament on the line, maybe you need to look for another option up there. I think maybe not enough flexibility in the thinking of the Eagles. I mean, I understand it's tough because you also want to back people in that have gotten you that far.
Yeah.
You know, he's obviously played well domestically to be given that responsibility. But right now, they do need more than 20s. And now we see this ball hit him on the foot. They go the... Oh,
they could come again. They've got to go again.
They will, but that would have been out if it had hit. Shahzad, very slow to get going.
Well, we know he loves playing this, the reverse Malachi Shakarula. He's done it in every match that we've seen him play.
That's a good decision because you'd be tempted to give it just because of the shot, but I think it hits him just outside the line of off stump. Umpire's having a pretty good day today, I've got to say.
Kogiani, Shakarula.
And have to go full Belgian ball, turn the clock back here to get back into this game.
Just not getting the feet in the right place. That's the sort of shot that if you're going to execute, you just take a little step outside the off stump and then play it. He misses out on it. What an over. Well, this man at the moment is high contender of player of the match. He scored 47 off 16 and then he's just bowled that over and he's only gone for 1 on 1 wicket. We're loving the interaction with you wherever you are around the world, loving what you're doing on the chat, and loving all the messages coming through on our social media as well. We use this platform to thank you for all your lovely comments. I know a lot of people are loving this European Cricket League and we're loving your interaction.
Yeah,
we're loving your comments.
I'll pull a couple out at random. PJ Shepherd messaged me today, who's loving the coverage. He's watching all night in Australia, and so is Kyle, also from down under. So the Australians, they've certainly taken the opportunity to say hi. This is into the gap, and that's going to be 4. Well, now it's kind of now or never, to say the least. You need to string together a bunch of magical overs, 20 plus. I often say it's a bit like stringing 5 or 6 numbers together in the lottery. You need to line them up in a row now, otherwise the Belgians will be the first team eliminated from Group B.
That was a lovely shot. It wasn't a bad delivery, actually, from Ranzai. I could never do that. I could never eat gum a bowl. I always swallowed it.
Ooh,
I couldn't do it.
Sounds dangerous.
Okay, he goes for it, and he's going to get lucky. Yes, 6. All right. They need special stuff to happen from here on in if they're winning this match. And that rate, as I suspected and feared for them, it did go past the 20. Of course it did, with the last over only going for 1. But the next 2 balls have gone for 10. All right. Can he keep this going? We know he's going to keep trying, Shazad, and he's got Sharakula out there with him. Sharakula, come on. I want to see another reversimo from him.
Kind of need 4 boundaries and over from here. Well, there's 2 and 2.
Well, what's this called? The bat or the shoulder? I think the shoulder. So it's being taken. There's not a big appeal from behind the stumps either from Imal Zuwak, so I think he knows it as well.
Rolling cutter beats the... Ooh. Oh.
Yeah, I think that's a shoulder. You're not convinced?
Am I crazy? Can we see that again? Go on. Just, save it for next ball, because I didn't see it the way everyone else did. Maybe. Well, this will be safe, and it will run away for 4. Okay, we see the 4. It's not that good. Can we see that caught behind again?
What do you mean it's not that good? All right, that's 3 boundaries.
I mean, sorry, it's a good result.
All right, let's see it again. Just for Vinny. Just for you, Vinny.
I don't know. Let's have a look. Okay. I'm still curious about the ball before. Come on, Spring Media. It's been a long day.
Nah.
You sure?
Yeah. Okay.
Whoa.
Yeah, baby. Yeah, baby. Bring it on. Well, we've already had 1 sensational finish to 1 match in the day. Could we have another here with Shazad? He has not given this up yet. And, well, that's 20 off the over. With a ball to go, they need to go at 20s. They're going at 20s.
Yeah, well, this is one of the magical overs.
Right.
Spring Media, they've been pretty good. They've earned their siesta this afternoon. That's fine.
Even B, you're being nasty.
You.
You're being nasty now.
Now I'm going to have to go back and...
Go have a banana or something. Go have a banana. Feed your ducks. Go feed your ducks.
Okay.
Don't make them angry or they'll
I've had another look privately.
They were right.
Prepared to concede. It was off the shoulder.
Thank you. Now
I thought
you know.
It was originally.
You know what? Hey, Spring Media, I'm giving you permission to come up here and feed Vinny's ducks. There you go. So come up here with a bucket of water and sort him out.
Sounds like a weird euphemism, but that's fine. Next ball will just be 1. Yeah, they are the best in the business, though, aren't they?
Simply the best.
They are incredible right now. That one goes for 21, but the scary thing is I don't actually think it brings the rate down. But that's the end of 6, and the Eagles still fighting. They're 59 for 1.
Yeah, the problem is that I think you might as well just go, if I'm captaining, I'm going back to Romani and said, right, do it again. Do it again. Come bowl us another one.
You've got Spring Media in your ear now, Rico.
I was talking, what did Martin say?
Yeah. I mean, you are always very complimentary to the crew.
Of course I am.
Yeah, when they're around.
Okay,
here we go. It's going to be over number 7.
He's
start
gone.
with a wicket. Yeah, well, this one, there is no doubt. He backs away, little outside edge. And really, despite having all those wickets in hand, remember they did lose Chima to the retired hurt situation. But hitting it, they've got the kind of the body language of a team that feels like it's in the bag. Mechelen Eagles, 59 for 2.
Yeah, it's a brave effort there for Shazad. He got them 20 in the last over. It's a lot to do to keep doing it. He's going to go for 24 of 10. And Romani, well, what are these figures so far? Amazing. 2 for 1. And I said, you've got to go straight back to him. Finish the game off. You get a good over in here, that rate goes to that sort of 24, 25 mark. Thank you very much. So brave effort from Shazad.
Yeah, he's battled hard, Hadiatullah Shazad. That's got a feel for the Belgians. Really strong club cricket team there in Belgium. One good thing about Belgium is it's a fairly small country compared to some others. So, you know, the teams can be spread around the country, but they can still play each other. Anyway, Sammy Romani with the wicket.
That's nicely bowled. And yeah, all right, I suppose Dean Islam thinks I'll just get off the mark and give you the strike. Well, thing is, Islam, you've got more runs than Sharagula. He's had 3 balls for 0. Come on, reverse Malachi. Come on, I want to see the reversimo go for 6 again. He says, I'll do it this way first, Rico. All right,
It's actually
fine.
a good
Get your
shot.
eye in.
Well, ball retriever looks up and, well, obviously the fence won't stop it. If you've just joined us, we do have a fence to ostensibly keep the cricket balls from the other side of this Cartama Oval complex, but it has holes in it that are bigger than cricket balls. The old fly-wire submarine conundrum.
I think it's more there to stop the footballs coming this way. We're more important than the football.
How,
we don't want footballs
how
over
inaccurate
this
are
side.
they over there?
Hey, I've noticed the floodlights are on. We're getting ready for the party in the dark, or the fight in the night.
History will be made tonight, Rico.
It will be.
History will be made. By the way, the Swedish national team won a game from exactly this situation, the impossible chase. But they're losing the race at the moment, the Eagles.
Do you remember, I mean, I remember that game very well, but
Yeah.
a game not too long ago, what were the percentages for them to win towards the end?
It got down to about 4%.
4%.
Oh, I don't know if it got that low. So I remember it. By the way, Sammy Romani, he was actually at the crease when they pulled off that impossible chase, where they were about this much after 6 overs chasing 150 against Belgium. This is Sweden back in ECC 21. And ended up pulling it off. See there, half a foot behind, half in front. That's okay, as long as some part of the bowler's front foot is behind the line when it lands. Doesn't necessarily have to be grounded.
He has no idea with his game, and this might not even beat the vortex. Early.
He tried to be careful. He can be too careful. And he can laugh about it now because I think they're winning by a fair bit. But Saeed says, I'm going to let it bounce and I'm just going to pull it back. I don't have to go for the catch. I don't want to knock it over the boundary. And then he makes an absolute 3-course meal out of it.
He bundles this over. Watch this. He wrestles the Grizzly to the boundary rope.
They can have a laugh about it in the end, probably because they're ahead in the game here, 70 for 2 after 7. Hey, this is what we're talking about. History will be made tonight here at the Cartama Oval because 2 English sides will go head-to-head for the first time in over 5,000 matches on the ECN, and Hornchurch have won the toss. They're bowling. Wimbledon batted first for the first time earlier. Couldn't defend their score against the Czechs.
Yeah, this is going to be a really good match. And I know that Hornchurch, they're looking forward to this match. Why? Because they're playing under lights, and that's where they went down last time. They believe that they need to get as much practice as they can under lights. So talking of practice, Islam, he gets an opportunity and he says, thank you very much for the opportunity. He smashes his first boundary and it's a 6.
Yeah, it is. It's short and wide and wasn't too zippy from the bowler.
This is the young man, right?
Yeah, this is Yassine Khan. So I had a great opportunity for him to get a bowl at the Cartama Oval. He's only 15 years of age, coming through the junior system in Sweden. And yeah, he's actually grown a bit since I last saw him. Can he pick up a wicket?
And this is going to be 1 bounce, 4 more. So he starts with, well, 6 and 4. Well, I suppose the batter, Islam, he's hungry for more. But you know me, I'm going to go for the young man. I love seeing the youngsters out there. And Yassine Khan, how 15 you said now?
He's 50, yeah, just turned 15.
Just turned 15. Well,
He's got a 5 on the network.
What
Surprised
a
they didn't plug the vortex.
amazing moment this is for the young bowler. And that's cut away. And it's stopped on the boundary. Just maybe a little bit short and a bit too wide. But look, can you imagine what's going through his mind at the moment? He's young. There's probably a lot of pressure on him. Now that one doesn't go to the boundary. That would mean, okay, he probably thinks, yeah, okay, I'm good now. The world is watching the young man perform. And the world is watching to see if Sharagula can hit another reversimo. He's hit one in every innings that he's played so far. This one was certainly on, but he misses out on it.
Yeah,
Dot ball.
he does.
And he misses. This is all well bowled, and look at the reaction there from Yassine. It's pretty close to just knocking the bells off. I'm liking this.
Yassine's a really good example of a youngster. You know, in a European country that he loves watching ECN, he loves being part of the community, he's often getting in touch with us. It's great to see him getting an opportunity here.
That's a nice looking shot, and they don't quite plug that gap effectively enough. I think they put the man on the third boundary, but he needs to be just a little bit wider. So that's a nice looking shot. It is the end of the over from Yassine Khan. He goes for 15, and I hope he gets a chance to bowl another one. I think if the game is pretty safe, then he may do, and it's well, pretty safe at the moment because, well, they need to really be going at 30s here now for the last two. 60 required in 2 overs.
Yeah, that's a tough one for the Mechlin Eagles. I mean, they are winners. Don't forget, they're winners to be here. Actually, the last time we saw them on ECN, they won the European Cricket Series in Belgium. That was back in September 2022. I'm showing my age now. Anyway, here's Umran Zazai, and first one up in the block hole, played back. It's hard to pinpoint where it went wrong for the Eagles, except to say, in this 3-day group phase, or essentially 2-day group phase and finals, you know, if it's not happening, it's not happening. Maybe if in another series, if they had the 4-day group phase and then the finals, maybe they have time to hit form, get players in form, pick up the wins, pick up enough points to make it. Yeah. But it's kind of do or die from the get-go here, isn't it?
They just haven't batted, and a lot of people have made some good points, and I'll go to them now. This one, catching opportunity, yep, taken. Sher Ali, he just doesn't. It's a key, fikr na kar, catch me falling. No problem, no worries. Sher Ali takes the catch, makes it look easy, and Umran Zazai picks up another wicket. So Islam will go for 12. But yeah, going back to that, don't forget, I mean, you can practice indoors, right? There's so many drills you can do. You can stretch, you can work on your fitness. Yeah. Bowlers can probably turn their arm over, but you can't bat indoors. You don't get range hitting done indoors. You've got to go outdoors. And a lot of these guys, I mean, in Sweden and in Belgium, you're not playing cricket outdoors until when? You know, what, May time?
May,
so
normally.
You're coming out, trying to hit big balls, and you're just not into it at the moment. You're not climatized, your body's not adjusting to hit those big balls. And that's what I'm seeing here. These guys normally, both sides, hit the ball big, and they're not. The only time it's going big is when that vortex over there is going, sucking them in.
I was about to say before that, it was 10 sixes to win. And there's one. And as long as we're talking about the lottery, it is kind of Powerball from here. You got to get 10 out of 10. That's not a bad start, though, for Mohammed Ismail. He was a bit of a last over hero earlier.
Yeah, well, he was a hero in their last match with that win over Prague CC, but that was with the ball. Can he be the hero with the bat? Well, he says, well, yeah, how many more, he's saying? How many more, Vinny?
Well,
how many more?
8 more, but that one has hit table 4 over there. Never mind the 6. Have a look at this. Springs off the table in the fan zone. The heaters are on over there. That's a bit chilly when the sun goes down.
Well, I think it went to no chance to now 1%. Well, it does get chilly. It gets hot there. It gets spicy as well. All right, here we go. Okay, catching practice. Who wants it? Keeper says leave it to me. It doesn't look comfortable. And there you go, down it goes.
That's because he's not comfortable, and that's the wind. But what it does do is it stays on the field. It's siesta time for Imal Zuvak. Yeah, this ball, because of the wind, it's always blowing back towards the boundary. And we knew bat time there. But yeah, Zuvak doesn't quite handle that higher ball. But again, you got to read the wind, and you almost need to go behind where you think it's going to land, so that when it does blow back, it blows back towards you. In the end, he couldn't hold on.
Yeah, he doesn't have the hand underneath it, does he? That's not the first one he's dropped, though. That's 2 he's dropped like that. Not in this match, 1 in the last match as well. This one gets dragged down the ground. He will get 4, though. He gets it through the gap. That's cuatro carreras más. It is the end of the over. The score now gets to 102. I mean, all right, they're getting a point, but it means nothing. They're getting a point means nothing because now they've got to try and do the impossible.
Yeah, the arcade, maybe they could take their point and try and cash in for a stuffed toy, but unfortunately, it's time to start the car for Belgium. Got a feel for them. Yeah, I guess everyone would know what it's like if you've played in a high-level tournament, or even any tournament where you've trained hard. You know, you've done your best to prepare. You've been very excited, but then it just hasn't quite happened. It's one of the mysteries of sport. Sometimes it happens, sometimes it doesn't. Yassine gets the second over.
And this one is going to go all the way. Well, that's 6. Now, the only thing you can hope for here is keep banging the sixes. Maybe the young man will make a foot fault and give you a 7-up.
I'll tell you something.
Go
We've
on.
had an over go for 45 before on the European Cricket Network. They needed 43 at the start of this one. In fact, back in December, we had Mohammed Waris of Spartans Hospital go for 43 in his second over. He went for 30 in the first. He had none for 73. Now, that's a record, I think, of 2 overs that won't go down for a long time.
One thing I'm thinking here, though, Vinny, I'll go back to it after this ball from young Yassine. And, all right,
This is
high
wicket.
up in the air. Big moment. Yassine, 15 years old. He takes a wicket. And look at the celebration from the youngster. He's firing arrows our way. I'm firing love his way. Well done to the youngster. Yassine Khan picks up a wicket. And I'm loving the confidence of the young man as well. He gets down and I think he fires an arrow our way. I hope it's an arrow of love, but that is the end of the captain. He's going to have to go. And there you go, folks. 15 years old, playing in the Champions League of cricket here at the Cartama Oval, and he picks up a wicket.
Yeah, what a great moment for the youngster. And really, a lot of what we do here at ECN is geared towards the next generation. And I think Yassine is one of those players that could be part of the next generation. And here we go. He sees it get taken and then goes down. The old flaming archer celebration from young Yassine. Love the confidence. Ismail fights hard, whacks 3 sixes, but goes for 19. It's 108 for 4.
Okay, they're all coming out swinging now. Yeah, the point I was going to make before Ismail went, we haven't seen him with the bat until now, have we? And
No.
so if he's a guy who can hit the ball, why haven't we seen him?
Yeah,
You
I
know?
mean, yeah, you never know who's going to work and who isn't going to work. And I think you look at the order, they needed to tinker a bit more than they have.
All right, could be 2. Come on, fire some more arrows our way. It will be 2. Come on, send me another one. That's the way to do it. Ah, look at this. Sheer joy. That boy is not going to sleep tonight. I'm telling you now, he's not going to be sleeping. He's going to be on his mobile. He's going to be sending clips of this to all of his friends around the world. And, well, this is one magical moment for the youngster, Yassine Khan. And look, you know the beauty of the European Cricket Network? Well, he can go back and he can show this to everybody and anybody. He's a young man. He's 15 years old. He'll be showing this over to his girlfriends, to his wife, to his kids, and then eventually one day to his grandkids as well.
Eventually. Hey, Baluch, he has a bit of a laugh. He said, I had no idea how I caught that. He gave it the kind of half effort. It's a Peacock Friday duck for Cameron Zazai. It just kind of stuck to his hand. I don't think it was perfectly into the mitts.
The Eagles are leaving. The Eagles are leaving. I don't know if you can see it in the skies. The Eagle is on its way, and yeah, the Eagles are departing. It's time for them to go.
Well, Yassine, one silver lining about the wide is he gets another chance to take a wicket.
Yeah, make the
Baluch
most
was
of it.
funny then because he said, "Oh, how did that land in my hands?"
He's
Anyway.
blowing bubbles while he's bowling. He is. All right, here we go. It's number 3. Can anyone get there? Dive, dive, dive. Oh, come on. Make an effort, dive.
Would have got 3. Afghan will get a run.
Watch
Michelini.
this. He's blowing bubbles with his gum as he's walking about. That's the confidence of the
You know,
youngster.
it's actually, I don't want to encourage people to swallow gum, but they reckon it's a myth that whole stays in your body for 7 years.
I told you before earlier, I couldn't do it every time.
I
It's
don't want
like-
to be giving you CPR.
Nah.
Just keep the gum away. Last ball of the game
Look, you
will
put
not
him
be
off.
bowled yet.
You put him off.
Hey, let's just spend...
He's
as-
worried about the gum now.
I know we'll roll it pretty quickly to the next game, but let's spend a moment just to wish the Eagles the best. Who knows, maybe we'll see them again in the ECL. His last ball.
Yeah, that's the shot we were waiting for. It's not the 6, but he says, Rico, before I go, just for you, because I know you like me playing the old reverse Malachi. It's not a reverse mode for 6. That one will be a highlight that will be up on our social media for plenty of times to come, but he does get a single. It's shaking hands time, but they know that it's time for them to get going. But yeah, you're right, look, the Michelin Eagles, it hasn't gone well for them. The thing is, though, it just goes to show the importance of that bonus point, right?
Yeah, definitely.
Because yesterday, they finished the day with 2 losses, but no points. Hoodingham, on the other hand, finished the day with 2 losses, but 2 points.
Yeah, so it rewards teams for consistency, and that's just something that the Mechlin Eagles weren't able to do. Look, credit to Hoodinger. Somehow, they've made it into the 4, and that's their first win in the ECL, don't forget. First win here at the Cartama Oval. Coming up, we have match 10, the final group match in Group B, with Hornchurch taking on Wimbledon. A bit of news there with Billy Gordon. He's being rested. He's got a slight niggle. So Ted Coney comes in for Hornchurch Wimbledon. Well, I'll be hoping to get back on the winning train because don't forget they lost the earlier game today against the Czech champions Prague CC. Let's go and have a look at the highlights of this one. Just to remind you though that we'll be back in about 25 minutes with the first ball of match 10. The first time we've seen two English clubs going head to head. A win's a factor. Vortex activated Baluch. Well, he was breathing fire once again, but the Belgians, it was their last chance to make an impression on this ECL competition, but it was Baluch that found himself the victim of some friendly fire there.
Yeah, one thing that we want to, of course, touch on is we're hoping that Chima is okay. He never came back out to bat after getting hit on the helmet. So, you know, our thoughts are with him. He's batting really well. Don't forget, he was going well. He was on 21 before he got that one on the lid. But him going out the equation, at the time while he was there, he was hitting the ball pretty well because Mujib wasn't. We saw some nice shots there from Shazad, hit the ball pretty well. He had to try and keep him in it because by that time, he needed to be scoring around 20 and over. And after getting 20 the over before, where you went to start the same way in that one, gets a little nick on it. Then this was quite funny as the ball was bulldozed over the rope for 4.
Well, they can laugh now because they end up running out fairly comfortable victors. But yeah, again, I think maybe needed to try and make a change at the top with Majib not really coming off. But the question is, if not him, then who? Because it wasn't like anyone really ever batted to their potential for Mechlin Eagles in this tournament. That one disappeared. It had to be perfect almost, but then it's kind of a perfect finish for Yassine Khan, the teenager, getting a couple of wickets late in the piece.
It was time to shoot the Eagles out of the sky. Well, that was one.
And look, like I said, he's a big fan of ECN. I know that he follows our tournaments all around Europe, and he's got a bright future. I've seen him competing, like I said, in the European Cricket Series. That is senior cricket. He took a lot of wickets there, took that 5-wicket haul. That's the one that Baluch had a little bit of a wink, saying, yeah, I'm not really sure how that stuck in my fingers, but when it's all said and done, it's time to say adios to the Belgian champs. The Eagles will exit the group stage in 5th place.
Yeah, what a lovely moment that was there right at the end. Tariq Nawaz, Zuak, pardon me, putting his hand over the youngster Yassine Khan and saying, well bowled, young man. Yeah, well bowled. He got a bit of tap, but you know what? It takes a lot of guts, and you've got to be pretty brave to be out there as a youngster and bowl at this level. And he picks up 2 wickets for his troubles as well. They finish on the Nelson, 111 for 5. But of course, it is the last time. This time, we are going to see the Michelin Eagles. And look, they did win earlier. They provided us with a very entertaining match where they pulled off a surprise win against Prague CC when it looked like they were going to be down and out there.
Yeah.
So they did fight. They gave themselves some hope, but the batting just never clicked for them.
That's a good point, actually. Looking at the bowling figures, Romani was excellent, wasn't he? 2 for 12, but he wasn't alone. Baluch and Saeed Ahmed, both very hard to get away. Yassine with those couple of wickets at the end, and the other wicket went to Omran Sasai. I think you touched on it well, Rico. The Belgian team, they will have that memory of that win this morning, even though it ultimately wasn't enough to get them into the 4. They did pick up a win here, and it was a really character... it was a win full of character, I should say, because they were hard against the wall there. They were behind in the game. They came back and won. But that will be all that they'll take away from Group B. We'll take a break, then back in around about 20 minutes to take you into match 10. And it will be England on England. I can't wait to see Hornchurch and Wimbledon doing battle when we return for more cricket live under lights from the Costa del Sol. You're watching the European Cricket League.
The European Cricket League is proudly brought to you by Dream 11, HCL Software, La Junta de Andalucía, Paramatch and Norcane. And the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme. Hello and welcome back. Time for the night game. The lights are on and we are home and we're ready for match number 10. Well, a bit of history in the making. I'm here in the Grizzly Sports tent and I'm telling you that the Grizzly people, they've been wonderful. Got Andrew behind me here and business has been pretty good here as well. So if you do come down to the Cartama Oval, you should check it out. Right now we're going to check out a bit of history because two English clubs will go head to head on ECN for the first time ever. That's in over 5,000 matches. A little bit earlier, Ian Ramage had the two captains of Hornchurch and Wimbledon. And let's see who wins the coin toss.
Hornchurch, you're the home team, you will toss the coin. Wimbledon, you're the away team, so you will call. Yeah, there you go.
Norcane.
Norcane has been called. Let's come down European cricket, so you've won the toss.
We'll have a bowl.
Okay, toss won by Hornchurch, who will bowl first.
So Mark Whitlock wins the toss for Hornchurch and they elect to bowl first. So Wimbledon will get the chance to bat first. Now remember, earlier on when they did bat first for the first time in the series, they weren't able to defend their score. Prague CC with one of the all-time ECL upsets. So now we know kind of what the floor looks like, but we don't really know how this game's going to go. But Andrew, he says that he knows. He says he's got the shirt of the winning side. And who's going to win this one? Oh, he thinks England are going to win. Well, that's playing it safe. One guy that won't be playing it safe will be Rico Fool because it's time to put the pedal to the metal. Let's get ready for the night match, match 10. The Hornchurch guys have won the toss. They want to put in the Wombles. It's over to you. Let's get ready for the first ball.
Well, that's staying pretty neutral, isn't it? Yep, it's time. It's that time. It's ready for the fight in the night. The Fiesta de la Noche ahí in Andalusia. In Malaga, this is the Cartama Oval. Looks absolutely stunning at this time of night as well. The last of the natural light starting to disappear here at 7:30 local time. We see a beautiful skyline here. I just love it. I just love it at this time of night. And I tell you what, I also love the two teams going at it at the moment because I reckon they're going to give us an absolute humdinger of a match here tonight. I really do think that. We saw a superb match between Hudding and Prague CC last night. It was an absolute thriller, wasn't it? And I think this one could be one as well. Hornchurch, they get a chance to do what they couldn't do well last year when they lost this night final to Drew. And I think they know the importance of this is pretty key. And they're going to be looking to do really well. And of course, Wimbledon, this is the first time that they're going to be playing by night. Now, they are a team that they suffered their first defeat, didn't they? It was quite an incredible one against Prague CC. And you know, I always say that teams, no matter what team you are, you will always learn something from playing against each other. Well, I think a lot of teams will learn a lot from Wimbledon, but Wimbledon would certainly have learned something from Prague CC, and that is these European cricketers do the unexpected. And ready to go. I like the way that Paul Murray is trying on some of the dark shades that are being worn there by Arthur George. And yeah, Arthur George is wearing some kind of shades, but I don't know how they're going to help. And Murray says, no, leave these, I don't want these, you can keep them, leave me out of this. Anyway, welcome everybody, we're ready to rock and roll. Here's the battle of the bat versus ball, and the umpires out there are ready. It's going to be Tyrone Peters and Joe Foster. It's ready for the night battle between two teams from England. Hornchurch, we're taking on Wimbledon, and I get the feeling that the win predictor probably has Wimbledon just in front, maybe because of the woes that Hornchurch have had with the bat. But for me, this is very much a 50-50. Certainly, yes. Here we go, and it's going to be Edwards to start with the ball, and that one really does shape away. One thing we know, that in the night this pitch comes to life. Now it's been pretty lively during the day. It's very much like we saw on day one. We've only seen the one half century so far in the day, and that was again in the very first match of the day. So it's been like that, and that was Saba Wundovici of the Prague CC. Oh, good pace, really good pace. And I think this is the first time that I'm seeing Lesbourne Edwards bowl. I don't think he's bowled yet in this series, so they've been keeping him sort of hidden. He's coming out here now, bowling to the captain, Jonathan Webb. So no change in the batting order from Wimbledon either. It was Tim Lloyd who faced the first delivery, and now it's the captain, Webb, and he gets beaten again, looking to play down the ground. And the reason he's looking to play down the ground is simply because he got the two men straight at mid-on and mid-off. They're not on the boundary. The boundary man at the moment, either side of the field, almost in symmetrical form. You got the backward point on the boundary, and you got the man on the behind square on the 45 on the boundary as well. So an interesting field. Just bat on ball, they'll take the single, so the second run. So both batters have got off the mark. It always gets a little bit chillier as well at this time of night. There's a bit of a nip in the air, and we're not going to see too many of the Hornchurch or the Wimbledon supporters now sort of in their shorts and t-shirts. I think they've got the jackets that are on now. It is nippy, and that also means that there might be sometimes just a little bit of moisture out there in the middle, which means that the pitch comes to life. That's a good stop there. Slides in, makes a stop, and it's just going to be a single. And well, looking forward to seeing that man there, Gavin Griffiths, with the ball as well. He has bowled beautifully, and he's just a pleasure, a joy to watch when he's bowling. He's got so much rhythm about him as he sort of sails in. He really is a class act. So in comes Lesbourne Edwards again. And this one will go all the way. Manos arriba, 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 arbitro, porque eso es 6 carreras. Que guay, que genial, que grande. And right on cue, you didn't want to finish the over without a boundary, and he will get one. And that has been hit clean as a whistle. Lovely shot. Takes the score to 9 off the first. It was a pretty decent over there from Edwards, apart from that very last ball. So good strike there from Webb. The captain hits the first boundary for Wimbledon, and Tim Lloyd will be on strike for the start of this, the second over. And upcoming events, some of the events that we got coming up here, of course, we've still got plenty of time here at the Cartama Oval, but after here we will go to Portugal, and we do something else that's different as well as the European Cricket Series. There we have the Western Shield. Now we've been looking at some of the teams for Team Europe, and also the British and the Irish Knights, and I can tell you what, there's going to be some very exciting cricket. This one's just down the leg side, and it's sort of been played without too much intent there. I'm quite surprised there. I don't know whether if Tim Lloyd just got a little bit surprised by that ball being the leg side, but I thought he would be whipping that one away. Anyways, was not to be. So Arthur George. Okay, this is going to be almost coming into the box. Well, that's quite amazing. That's into the vortex, and it hits us with a thud. Well, Maximo, wake up, Maximo. Hey, everybody, there's a Maximo not just out there, but there's a Maximo in the house.
Now remember your emergency training, Rico. Rule 1 of the ECN commentary box is protect the equipment, and this one was on my side. I much prefer them when they're on your side. Well, that's the accidental Maximo, if ever I've seen one. That one's right up the back of the coaching manual. We've got some guests in here. You get to meet them in a second. They almost got to meet the Grizzly Ball first up, as this one is almost an instant replay. Well, are we seeing cricket change before our very eyes? Back to back, a dozen. Oh, it's a shot that you won't find anywhere. And I thought these Wimbledon guys thought they're going to play some traditional cricket. What's going on here?
Look at the face of Arthur George. He cannot believe what's happening here. Hey, you know, I'm not a great tennis player. What's the shot when you run and you just flip the ball over your head? We've seen that in cricket now. Wimbledon are the team to do it, right?
I think what you're referring to is a tweener.
It's a tweener.
That's when you get it between your legs. I tell you what, you might be pulling that one out because we've seen everything else. Here's Webb. And now he plays down the wrong line. Well, football race on. And I think there's the famous Cartama bat plug. And somehow George has missed the goals from close range.
Having it all, a bit of cricket, a bit of tennis, and now a bit of football. It all happens here at the Cartama Oval at the European Cricket Network. Entertainment of the highest class.
Yeah, look at that. Decides on a foot race and well, proper wipeout. There goes the bat, kicks it, back gets kicked, ball gets kicked. I'm loving these English clubs getting a taste of what the ECN's all about. I can tell you what though, they are both up for it, Rico.
Yeah, this is just extraordinary stuff. I'm liking this. It definitely is a fight in the night, isn't it? And this is going to be played away. There is one man out there, but he's going to have no play on this at all. And this over, it could go magical, you know. That's 18 of it, a ball to go. And at the moment, both batters are having a little bit of fun out there. That's Lloyd. They get the boundary. Nice shot, 4 runs.
What a weird over, hey?
So Arthur George, and he walks back to his mark with some purpose, doesn't he? Right, here we go. Will it be a magical second? Lloyd. Well, he does go for it. He's played this shot a few times but missed out. So end of the over. It's been an exciting one. It certainly has. 2 big sixes and a 4 from it. It's 18 off the over and the score at the end of 2 overs, 27 without loss.
Yeah, well, looking at the table, look, I did do some numbers. You know that I love my calculus, and I found out Wimbledon, if their score was to get chased down in 10 balls or less, they could actually lose second spot. But as Corey would say, I think there's probably more chance of the world stopping and spinning the other way, considering they already have a few on the board. But look, it looks like this is a preview of the qualifier 1 tomorrow. These two, depending on how things go, could actually meet each other 3 times in the tournament. They're going to go back to Les Edwards here. Starts with a dot.
Good areas from Edwards. Just wants to keep that ball in that off-stump corridor. He's bowling with a bit of pace as well. And I'm liking this. It's a fiery start. What did you reckon about the change here of the openers then with the bowling? So they've gone with Arthur George and Lesmore Edwards.
Well, I think the thing is Gordon's out of the lineup. He's got a slight injury. We know he's very injury prone for a guy his age. This is a miscued pull, but he's going to get away with it. He'll get 1. So I think, you know, they go to another bowling option. And it is, look, for a game that both teams want to win it. I think Hornchurch found that the hard way. They had a game that probably wasn't going to affect the standings the night before the finals, and they got absolutely poleaxed, I think, for 189 by the French team. And they never quite regained those alpha points. They got done in the final. So you want to win, but also it's a game where you can try a couple of options that you've wanted to try along the way, and I think both teams will probably do that. Well, that's proper. That is out of here. It's over every structure we got. Go and fetch that one, says Lloyd. Maximal, 6 runs.
Oh, you beauty. That is sweet out in the middle, isn't it? Ese golpe es muy guay, muy genial, y muy dulce también. Más dulce de tarta de chocolate. Bring it on. What a shot. Ay, ay, ay. Well, he's got 13 on the back, hasn't he, Lloyd? Unlucky, maybe, for Hornchurch.
Dentro de anochecer, into the sunset. My Spanish is getting better slowly, Rico.
You're doing good, you know. I was going to say, I reckon that, you know, maybe by the start of next week, you're going to have to do an over in Spanish. There you go. You're going to have to go to.
That's actually
your
a good one.
And I'll be here. I'll
Maybe
coach
we'll
you
wait
through
for
it.
one of the local games that don't have as big of an audience. But anyway, it's a little push and run here. Good follow-up from Lloyd. Good comeback as well from Les Edwards.
So you know what you'd say for a bowling in Spanish? Lanza.
Lanza. Yeah, I know that.
Yeah,
A lanzador. Hey,
Yeah.
this is random question time, and I know we've got a guest coming up, but last night I had my Spanish lesson, and you know I just talked to my coach Carlos,
Okay.
his real name.
Yeah.
I don't mind using it. Oh, that could be another 6. It is. Well, edges are plenty, but who cares? It's web time, baby. And Maximo, Wimbledon up into the 40s. They see the funny side of it as well. The Vortex claiming a few victims.
Well, I'm telling you something. I want to see for today, right, where the runs have been scored in general in the day. And I can tell you where most of them have been scored. Right over there.
Yeah, if you put
that Vortex has been sucking them in.
If you put this wagon wheel on a wagon, the wagon would fall over because it's not balanced. I was going to say, though, last night we watched the Game 5 and talked through it in Spanish. True story. Última pelota.
4 more. 4 más. Qué guay. Qué genial. Ese golpe muy bien también. 4 más. And they're looking really good here at the moment. That is the end of the power play. And it's a good one. 45 come off it. So Hornchurch may be thinking twice about electing to let Wimbledon have a bat first.
Yeah, well, it's been an interesting power play, but 45 without loss. Pretty productive one for Wimbledon CC. Back-to-back overs of 18 following up the 9 in the first over. Rico's going to step out for a second because I've got a special guest commentator, and they're really excited to have this guy in with me. And I heard he's kind of the spiritual captain of Wimbledon Cricket Club. I'd love to welcome Tom Weston to the commentary box, and also welcome to the ECL.
Thank you. Lovely to be here. Honestly, it's such a lovely place to be.
Yeah, I know that you guys worked very, very hard to get here in the first place. I mean, it must have been a dream run last year to win the T20 competition in England. So tell us a little bit about that journey.
Yeah, I mean, well, first of all, you've got to get out of our kind of regional bit where we've got, well, the Surrey Prem is a very difficult competition.
Strong competition.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And then you've got to keep winning from there.
Yeah, and it's a lot of like knockout games in a row, right? Here's Hankins getting a bowl, I think for the first time in the series with some off spin, and first ball knocked away for 1.
So yeah, no, I mean it's a really difficult competition to win in the first place. You get a lovely finals day, and the Surrey one, and then on from there it's kind of regional finals and other finals.
Yeah. Well, I know Hornchurch know what that journey's like as well, having done it the year before. This one is going to go around Whitlock. I'm not sure he picked that one up because there wasn't a lot of movement, but it will be 4 more. You must be happy with this start. In fact, that brings up the 50 for Wimbledon and the 50 partnership.
That's looking good. Tim Lloyd out here in the middle. He's looked good start of the tournament. I'm really excited to see how it goes in this game.
David Lloyd plays for you as well, right?
David Scott, yeah.
David Scott, pardon me.
Yeah.
David Scott plays for you, playing for the England 11 last year. David Lloyd would be a good pickup. Anyway, this is short and it's going to be whacked away. Maximo Webb on, and he moves into the 40s. Good shot.
Oh yeah, Webb as well. He's former captain. He led us to victory last year in the competition, and he's an absolute cracking player and really good guy as well.
Yeah, so obviously it's quite a unique situation. So we've got the 2022 champions of England, the 2023 champions of England doing battle on Spanish soil, and this is history for us because it's the first time 2 English teams have met. Here's Hankins again, tosses that up a bit, just worked away for 1. Okay, so tell me, how do you prepare for an ECL? I mean, have you been watching some of the games? Have you been watching some games from last year? What's been the approach?
It's a great question. I think the main thing for the guys was just getting in and getting back to cricket, and actually kind of just get feeling things. But then also I think we turned our attention maybe a couple of weeks ago.
It's Hankins again. Goes the slog sweep, wasn't really full enough.
We started really with some range hitting and things like that, but also we've started to look at a little bit of the data as well. Watched a few of the games, kind of understanding how it flows, pass score. Yeah.
Another good ball by Hankins. Hankins bowled some kind of medium stuff last year. He goes to the spin, it kind of works out all right. So that could be an example of, for example, the Hornchurch guys trying something there. That over goes for 12, and Wimbledon 57 without loss. Many sound to here, Mr. Maximo, with Tom Weston of Wimbledon CC. So tell us a little bit about Wimbledon Cricket Club.
Yeah.
I'm still learning. So tell us a little bit about Wimbledon.
So we're right opposite the tennis. So you know where the tennis is. We are literally right over the road.
Wow.
A lovely ground.
Do you ever get the odd ball over, you whack it over to centre court, or is it too big of a hit?
That would be quite a big hit. But I think it's probably
court
done
17
before.
or something.
Exactly. Yeah. But no, we kind of long-standing club, successful. We've won the English competition before, back in I think 2007, something like that.
Right.
So previous history in it, and it was great to go all the way last year as well.
Yeah, that's wonderful to hear that. Okay, VJ gets the ball now. I don't think we've seen him during the tournament either. This first one takes a little bit of a deflection. It might have just grazed the batter on the way through. It doesn't. Murray can't handle it. It'll be a bye. I've got questions coming in from the live chat as well. Now, but I've got one for you straight away. Because if we're going to start at the beginning, let's start at the beginning of our ECL journey back in 2019. I believe you were following the tournament back then. Is that right?
I was indeed. I was following on TV and watched a lot of it.
Is that right? Maybe you're the secret weapon, in fact, that you've been paying attention. I mean, things have changed a lot for us. I mean, they were our first real games on ECN that we televised, and now here we are over 5,000 later. It's absolutely insane.
Crazy.
It was meant to be 3 days a year, and now we're going 49 weeks a year of of cricket, so it's absolutely insane. Get your thoughts after this ball from VJ, who's bowling to Webb on 42, and he gets it wrong. Well, in more ways than one, that's going to be a no ball. It's going to be 4 byes. Well, Murray will probably want to take that one to a higher court because he doesn't want to be felt criminally responsible for the 4 byes there. He hurls the helmet away. Now, Murray doesn't like keeping in the helmet. It is in our regulations now. It was a pretty good helmet throw, though, as far as they go. And Murray is then look at this. And then Murray has then thrown the ball into the stump, something that he probably should have done yesterday when they kept stealing a run to him when he was keeping back on the circle. But anyway, funny side of that. Yeah, so you've been part of this story in a way from the very beginning.
Yeah, I mean, and it's been amazing to watch the growth of it. From, what was it, 8 teams or whatever?
8 teams back in 2019. Yeah. Now we've got 35.
Yeah. Fantastic to see it.
Not just the growth in quantity, but also in quality. You know, some of these teams having a lot of belief. Well, this is going to be runs. In fact, it's going to be 4 more byes. Well, Murray's going to blow a gasket here because that's hit the stumps and it is a free hit. And that means that he's now gone for 8 byes that I think are pretty unavoidable. It's a chaos version of cricket, isn't it?
Oh, it really is. You only have to look at some of the hitting as well from Prague earlier in our game. It's unbelievable stuff to see how it's grown and to see the chaos he still gets at some stages like this.
Murray's a character. He's a guy who he's been around the game a long time. He's been with that club for a long time, and I don't think he's ever really had 8 byes in 2 balls quite like that. Anyway, Webb eventually will have to hit one, you'd imagine. It's on 42, and now he does hit one into the sky though, and this looks like it's going the journey, and it has Maximo. That one's put high into the sky, into the night, and out of sight. 6 runs.
Little pitching wedge, I think, there onto the green. It's a lovely little shot.
It's a very, very good cricket shot in the end. Again, it's just a pretty remarkable shot because it's kind of fighting the wind a bit, but I love watching the white ball fly through the black sky. I was actually asking John before the toss as he squeezes this one away. But if he runs hard, he might think about the 50. I think he's smart to turn it down. And they'll just get a single. Moves to 49. So yes, we've got questions coming in, and one of them is just kind of what's your reaction to T10 cricket? I was asking John Webb earlier on, by the way, how they play much under lights. Said you do play a bit under lights, but it's just a bit different, isn't it?
Oh yeah, this little bits and bobs, but honestly, this is a completely different experience. It's a wonderful chaos, I think.
All right, here's the last ball of the over. And it's hit pretty hard. That one is certainly out of here. Lloyd gets in on the action. Well, he hits the Rhino. We know Rhino will be here on the weekend. Andrew Ryan to join the commentary team right now. He cops one right in the hide. That'll be the end of the 5th over. And the score is 81 without loss. A nice finish to the over. Well, let's welcome you into the commentary box. Got Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo as always. I've got Tom Weston here from Wimbledon CC. Welcome to the Cartama Over. I will shake your hands because yes, I've given you the electronic hand warmers.
How good is that?
These are amazing. Anyway, I'm possibly going to get a sponsorship deal, so I
much.
won't mention the brand name just yet. But Tom, thanks for your support of European cricket. We're so excited to have you. But I've got to say, the guys, they must have had a bit of a reality check earlier going down to Prague CC.
Oh, definitely. I think it's one of those things where you can't really prepare for that kind of situation until it's right up in front of you. And there was some seriously clean hitting from Prague.
Yeah.
And really, I think the boys have learned a lot from that experience.
I know you've seen a lot of it, right? And
exactly.
So you have to expect the unexpected. But I think the guys can bounce back.
Yes, 100%. I think they've got to see a little bit of that to understand what maybe they need to tweak going forwards. And having a game like this tonight, knowing that going in tomorrow they can tweak a few things.
Obviously, your club's a bit bigger than just the first 11. So how's the whole kind of wider club and the community felt about this experience?
Well, we've got a really good junior setup, and they've been following at large on YouTube.
Hello, all the Wimbledon
everyone.
juniors. Hello. Well, we'd love to have you here. And who knows, if you get high enough in the competition, maybe you can get one of those automatic qualifier spots back. We still don't know whether it's definitely if you win it, you get to come back. If you're lucky, depending on the format and how many teams. I mean, Hornchurch got the lucky ticket because they finished second last year. So that's why we've got this English derby. So I often wonder what people in England must think of this, to have 2 English teams going head to head. But certainly after seeing a lot of ECL cricket, you must understand that this is a kind of format that translates a lot to Europeans as well. The 45 minutes per innings, it's very similar to football, and it's very digestible. They love it.
It really is. It really is. It's a wonderful package. I've watched a lot over the time, and it's been brilliant in terms of those short, sharp packages.
Yeah, exactly.
Really good watch.
It is hard to go back to longer forms of the game. Once
T20.
once-
That's a
yeah.
snooze fest, isn't it?
It is funny. I'll come back to it in a second as we got Womble making an appearance there as this is up in the air. And this will be 4, so Webb will bring up his 50, brings it up off 20 balls. And obviously, Jonathan Webb, he is the captain, the opening bat, a lot of responsibility right now. He's put together a nice little innings, but I think he wants more.
Oh yeah. I think Webby can really keep going here. It's a fantastic start, and he's more than capable to turn up, I think.
Whitlock, the offie. Pretty good length there. Had him in 2 minds. Well, pushing to get 1. Question coming in from Ian, and yeah, he's asking about a couple of the Wimbledon players. Of course, Premier League Cricket Show podcast covered something earlier, but right now this is a hanging full toss and it's down here. Maximo asking for trouble and getting it. Time to round the bases, 6 runs. Yeah, so his question was about a couple of your players, Nick Welsh and Jack Boyle.
Yeah.
Do you think that they will be available for finals week if you qualify?
We've been talking about it. I think Nick, we'd have to get in. He's gone off to Zimbabwe. He's been following his dream to go and play for Zimbabwe. So,
Yeah.
but we have spoken about it. I think availability is always kind of an issue with these things. So.
Whitlock with a comeback ball, and this is nicely picked up as well. So that was just a kind of good length ball, and these openers clicking now. This is one thing that you haven't had it all your own way so far. Certainly not today, but this is a very promising opening stand.
Oh yeah. I think they stepped up. So Nick was our actually opening bat during the all of the English tournament. Cracking player.
As Whitlock go to here. Yeah, good footwork there. Pumps it down the ground, but finds the fielder. Interesting, we haven't seen Malik bowling and Gordon out with just a precautionary out with a slight injury. So yeah, I always wonder with these games, because we seem certain 99.9% that you'll meet tomorrow in the 1 versus 2. So a bit of the cards close to the chest maybe from both teams. But Whitlock trying to avoid this one going magical. Of course you know what a magical over is, don't you? 20 plus. Tom says, yeah, of course I know. All right. Last ball of the over. This gets the gap. Not that it would have mattered because that has travelled as well. I think that's gone all the way. But might have just pitched inside. In fact, 4 runs in the end that are scored. It brings up the 100 and the 100 stand. I remember when a 100 opening partnership used to take hours. Right now it happens in 6 overs. There you go. Confirmation. 1 bounce 4. And it's 103 without loss after 6. Okay, so how does it feel to be in the commentary box? So Tom, obviously you've watched a lot. I always love it when people get the opportunity to come up here, and sometimes some of our super fans, when they get the opportunity to come to Cartama, always make sure to get them up here. But yeah, it's quite incredible from humble beginnings. And
oh yeah,
as you probably know, the origins of the European Cricket Network come out of German Cricket TV, which was a fairly rudimentary operation. So I think sometimes we pinch ourselves when we think of how far we've come. Here's Hankins back for a second over. Too short, and this is up in the air, and it's up the stairs. Well, Cerveza time for that grizzly ball. Maximo. Wimbledon building a big score here in match 10.
It's brilliant to see the whole operation though. It's fantastic. Being up here, absolute dream come true. But to see you guys and to have a chat with you guys and to meet Daniel as well, absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, Daniel Weston, of course, who I believe has a birthday coming up. We're into March now. The Western Shield's going to be pretty exciting. And that's the other thing. They have picked the British and Irish Knights squad, but just looking at all the players out there, say if someone wants to pick up an injury or something like that, I mean, that'd be another feather in your cap that potentially some of these players could be playing for. This is a little bit short again, and once again, it's hit out of the ground. Maximo Lloyd playing catch-up. He's on the verge of a 50 as well. This game was a 50-50 at the beginning, but now, obviously you can see by the percentages, we've been pretty heavy favourites. Hey, so Tom, tell us then, what does the season ahead look like for Wimbledon? What kind of cricket are you playing? How many teams have you got? What kind of formats are you playing?
Yeah, so we've got 5 senior sides.
That's a pretty good shot as well. Hankins gets a bit too straight. It's raining Maximos now. 50 for Lloyd. He brings it up in 18 balls and another 6 to the total.
Really, really well batted, Timmy Lloyd. But yeah, no, we've got a great senior setup, but we've also got a really strong women's team coming through.
That's good to hear.
Really building strong. We were talking about trying to get them here at some stage.
That'd be great. I mean, it's one thing we would like to have in our longer term plans as a women's ECL as well. That's a good shot again, Hankins. Well, he's going the journey here with these offies. That one's over the tents. Maximo and Lloyd, well now he's caught Webb and he wants more. Still 2 to go in the over. This has gone 6, 6, 6, 6. So, 1, 2, 3, 4 Maximos. Could be on for the perfect over here. And if it is, Tom might settle into the commentary box for the rest of the tournament because he might be Wimbledon's lucky charm. 127 without loss. Hankins, is he going to go back to medium? He is not. Oh, well, this is going to be a better result. Probably was a worse ball, though, from Hankins. Isn't that funny, though? Good balls can go for 6. Bad balls can get wickets. This is a total chaos
Vinny,
form of the game.
I'm a bowler that doesn't take any wickets. What do you think I tell myself the whole time?
Yeah, that's it. Bowler's always hard done by. How do you think he'd go with the edges going for the vortex here? Last ball of the 7th, and now this is an opportunity. VJ doesn't drop too many catches, and it will be the first wicket as Webb will go. Kind of went cold at the other end for a while as Lloyd caught up with him, but now Webb has to go for 58, and Hankins has something to cheer about, but the damage was done at the end of 7 overs. The score is 128 for 1. So, I'm just reacting here. So some people saying, Hornchurch, how are they taking this or that? But to be honest, we saw them actually go the journey under lights. There's precedent for this. I mean, you probably remember Drew last year whacked him 189 without loss. So at least they've taken a wicket. It hasn't always been the case under lights. But I really like that innings from John Webb. 6 Maximos, 4 4s in his 58 of 23 balls. Good catch by VJ to get rid of him. And it's 128 for 1. Well, tell me, give us your analysis, because obviously you know the players a lot better than we do.
Yeah.
What's your take after 3 and a bit games in this ECL adventure?
Well, see, you're never quite sure which guy's going to come off. When you're coming into a tournament, you've never played the format, you've never played on an artificial wicket and see how it's skipping through, you've never played under lights in this kind of context.
Yeah.
You're never quite sure who's going to come off, but it really seems that the guys at the top of the order, the clean hitters, are the ones that are really doing well. Yeah.
Got to get them in form, and I think they are in form. They're looking good. They picked it up rather quickly. Anyway, this is up in the air, and it could be 2, but it might not be, because that is going to carry as well. Maximo! Lloyd wants more, and I'll just say it. I'll put it out there. I'm going to mention the C word. We haven't had a century in week 1 of this ECL. We did have 21 centuries in Barcelona, which is quite a lot, considering we had 14 in the whole year in 2022. Anyway, he's going to go again, and he's going to get it. Well, I thought it was the classic jinx, but Lloyd moves into the 70s with another 6 runs. So, okay, I've got some more questions. Now, I've got another question from a mystery caller asking, why did you buy the Packeye Care shirt today in the fan zone? So it's an anonymous fan. Yeah. Talk us through that after this ball from VJ, which is going to disappear. Well, that's proper slog sweppers, and that's a roof job. Maximo, 78 now for Lloyd.
Wow, that's a proper cricket shot, that. The Packeye Care shirt.
You got a Packeye Care shirt?
Yeah, I did. So, I mean, I think it was the 2021 tournament, my house, the 4 of us in the house, we all watched the tournament. We all got so into it that we each supported a team.
Yeah.
So,
and Packeye Care knocked off the English in the final, Tunbridge Wells.
Exactly. Real fighters.
Very
real
patriotic of you. Anyway. Oh, it's caught a wide. Well, actually, I wonder if they might change this. In fact, he will change. He was quick to... That's where Murray wants the wide call there, so at least he can put up his hand and say, hey, there was nothing on it. But you can see it's a clear deflection. And to be fair, Joe Foster, he realises soon after that there was an edge on it, so that won't be a wide, it'll be a top ball. But Murray, well, he's having a bit of a rough night. Anyway, it's going to hurt because the next one's out of the ground. Lloyd was dropped on 78. He's dropped again in the crowd. Maximo, and now he's into the 80s. And Rico Fool, you ain't getting the microphone back because Lloyd is flying with Tom here on the mic. 84, 16 away from a ton.
Timmy's such a good player. He's been on Surrey's books before, and he's looking really strong tonight.
Oh, probably was just a wide. Got a little bit of the blue paint. VJ's finding it hard He moves into the naughty 40s. That's a wide call that Joe actually called so early that he called it 2 balls ago, but that time it'll stick. Wow, what a knock. Well bowled though, it's full and played away for 1. They're going to come for 2 on the slight fumble. And that's Teddy Coney, normally one of the better fielders, but he does allow the 2, but it means that Lloyd loses the strike. He's got trust in Whipple, and why not? It's 155, 1 after 8. Okay, so you were following Packard Care
Yes.
in the 2021
Yes.
series, and look, they're a team, you can support them again, because they'll be here, I believe, in Group F.
Well, let's see. If we qualify, there's only one team I'm supporting here, Vinny.
Yeah, well, that's true, but, you know, you can go through the other groups, you can have
Very
your
true,
favourites.
very
You're not in
true.
direct
We
conflict
always
just
do.
yet.
We always do.
Not just yet. I also often say to people in countries, if they haven't had their team qualify, they need to go for their team's club, and I'll tell you why. As we have a look at the centuries, we've had 23 of them this year. Whipple, he's not playing for the 1, he's playing for more, and he puts this straight over the umpire's hat. And a boundary to start the over. It's Horns, baby, Maximo. And Whipple, he's the guy who's impressed me with the bat and the ball.
Yes, yeah, really good prospect. He's taken to this format really, really well. He hasn't quite mastered the reverse sweep yet. I don't know if you saw it earlier.
Yeah, I did. They look easy on TV, don't they? The reverse sweeps. Whitlock back for a second. And this is slightly mishit. And so well mishit. In fact, it won't be a chance. Yeah, so the reason I say you should go for your country's team, even if it's your arch rivals, depends how petty you are, because if your team does well enough and if they win it, then there's 2 spots next year, not just the 1, right, for your country. Anyway, it could be the end of the road for Lloyd. It's a steepler and it's been taken, and VJ is not the man you want to see under the high ball if you are the batter at the crease. And Murray, well, he ditches the helmet. I think that helmet's going to need a helmet itself to protect it. The helmet might need the concussion test, but Lloyd, he ends up on the Maxwell Smart 86. But what a knock. One of the innings of the tournament so far. But as he walks back, it's 162 for 2. And now you know, Tom, why you can't say the C word on the air. Because as soon as I mentioned it,
Got that list up.
his odds went out. And Murray, he's proper cranky, and I like that. Look at him. He's got kids, so they would know that face of Paul Murray. But hey, what about Lloyd? 12 sixes, only 1 single 4. That's some serious ball striking, going at about 320. But he has to walk back at 162 for 2. Oh, well, that was a really good display. It's a taste of what's to come as well, I think. Whitlock gets the wicket. Here's Hamish Merriman coming out at 4. And he's not going to waste any time, although this could be one of the all-time great catches as well. And it's taken, so 2 in 2. Well, Hamish, critical injury of pad rash as he walks out, and he has to run back just as quick. Way to keep warm. But suddenly, how quick the game can change. Whitlock's on a hat-trick, and it's 162 for 3. Oh, well, that's a pretty good catch. I mean, I think it's really important as well to play under lights. I think it's a bit of an advantage to at least have a night game under your belt. In fact, all 4 teams that will take part in the finals tomorrow have at least played a night game. It is a little bit different, especially catching under lights. We saw Hornchurch struggling a little bit in last year's tournament. Anyway, Hamish, at least he worked on the cardio, walks out, walks back, and he'll have to go. It's 162 for 3. Well caught by Hankins in the deep. Hat-trick ball here. And it is no hat-trick, as this guy, I was curious about his relationship, Brandon Tatum, to a shake and bake. I did my rudimentary Spanish in some of your profiles.
The shake and bake, yeah.
Help me through the shake and bake. Last ball, the 9th. Goes for it. Does he get it? Maybe not quite. And it's dropped. Well, ghosts of seasons past there, because Harry Hankins hasn't looked like dropping one in this series, but he drops one under lights here. End of the over. The score, 164 for 3. Okay, talk to me.
The shake and bake, well, everyone's got to have a Spanish phrase, right?
Yeah.
That's your kind of thing, like, dos cervezas, por favor.
Yeah.
That one.
That one.
Brandon loves a shake and bake. I think we asked him earlier what it actually meant, because obviously you brought it up earlier. And
it's from a movie.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it's shake and bake.
I think it's actually quite a good description of his batting as well, to be honest.
Yeah.
If you shake him up, and we have done, because we haven't given him much of a bat in the tournament, and then he's coming out swinging.
Yeah. Well, I like it. Whitlock ends up 2 for 31. That's very Whitlock. That's typically what happens when he gets his allotment at 2. Goes for a few, but also picks up a couple of wickets. It's last overtime. Arthur George is going to come back for the 10th. I've got a couple more questions. Last chance, really, to have a chat with Tom Weston from Wimbledon CC. Oh, high-ish. He might be caught. It might be 6. In fact, it is 6. But I think this might be one of those ones. Now, we are a bit stricter on these for safety reasons, so anything that's waist or above will be called no ball. I think Whipple, he's pretty tall, though. He's got high pants, but yeah, for me, that looks like it's hitting him in the belt. I just know how they umpire these. I feel like that'll probably get called, but we'll wait and see. Tommy High Trousers. Oh, I haven't called that. Well, probably grew 2 centimetres too much then. Not that you need the runs at the moment. 170 for 3. Means it won't be a free hit. It's game on. Now this is in the air, and I think that's going to go as well. Maximo! But George bangs it in. I suppose this is the difference with this tactic of banging it in compared to guys that are a bit more used to the pace and a bit more used to playing those horizontal bat shots. Some of the continental teams have struggled a bit. Some exceptions, Lala being one of them from Czechia. But yeah, that was a cracking pull shot.
Yeah, I think these guys, so used to the short ball that it's a tee-off shot.
Pitches up a bit, and this is driven in the air. Another steepling catch. This time it's taken. It is Coney who takes that one rolling to his left. So Whipple, nice little cameo from him. He goes for 20, and it's 176 for 4. So, yeah, I suppose my question to you is, how do you think you'll go tomorrow? Tell us a player maybe that we haven't seen the best of just yet through the group stage.
Ooh, that's a great question. I think Joe Baldwin's my man.
Okay.
You saw a bit of him with the ball.
Yep.
But he's a man that just with his quite snappy, quite skiddy action.
Yeah.
He could actually take a few.
Probably suited to it. Yeah.
Exactly.
And we've seen bowlers that are like that. You kind of call them hybrids sometimes because their spinners are not really trying to bowl a lot of spin. This is one guy that I think will bowl some spin in a little bit. Charlie Whipple goes for 20, 176 for 4. One thing I will tell you as well, and you know this very, very well, that the highest chase here, 183, was set the last time we were here for a men's tournament. That was in the ECC finals day of Championship Week back in October. So it's not a done deal yet here at match 10.
No.
James Weir gets a bat. He gets a little bit of bat on it. Squirts away for 1. All right, almost finishing our time here, but tell us a little bit about Spain. Have you been to Spain before?
Yeah.
Have you got a chance to see the sights?
So Wimbledon, as a club, we've actually visited this very ground a couple of times before. Yeah, got a taste of the action, which is lovely. But yes, it's lovely to be around this part of the world, get sunshine in February.
It's called the Costa del Sol for a reason. It's another bit of a nasty one. Foul ball onto the leg. Foul result really for Tatum. Well, might need to be the rub, shake and bake after that because that's missed the thigh pad, I think. Oof. Felt that one up here. I'm loving the kits as well. You must love the kit. You happy with it?
So good, yeah. I think the boys are buzzing about it. It's got a little hidden windmill in it. I'm not sure if you've seen that.
Yeah. I've seen the motif. I like it. Some people said it might have been Webb that designed it because it's a bit webby. Anyway, this is a standard deliver job, and he'll swing them into the 180s. 183. So actually, if 184 is chased, it will be a new record for highest chase. But Hornchurch, they're put to the sword. And the Wombles are smiling after that 10 overs. 183 for 4. And Tom, you've got to be happy with that.
Oh, yes, definitely. Well, a really, really good batting performance. And now they've just got to follow it up in the field.
Yeah, well, Tom, I want to say big thank you so much for joining us. I want to wish you all the best for the rest of your ECL experience, whether it lasts a day or a month. You don't know right now. Thanks for your support of ECN as well. It's been really, really nice to speak to you, and I look forward to finding out even more about what you're made of tomorrow on finals day.
Thank you, Vinny, and happy birthday show.
Yeah, happy birthday then. Tom Weston there of Wimbledon CC. Well, it's smiles for Wimbledon after earlier on they went for plenty, didn't they, in that last phase of the game versus Prague CC. Well, the English derby would descend on the Cartama Oval for the first time. Well, Murray, the sunglasses upside down. He was probably wishing that he could put the blindfold on because he won't want to look back at this 10 overs. And really, Hornchurch, I suppose it's hard to say exactly where it went wrong, except that they had different personnel issues. They made some different choices. But I think when it's all said and done, you still got to bat well. And the openers certainly did. Jonathan Webb won the race of the half century. A 7-over opening partnership worth 128 set this up. And you could really see that Wimbledon are confident, especially with the bat in the format. Batting first today in both their matches. You see the 50 came up. They wanted more. They were going to get more too. And then Lloyd, well, he took over, didn't he? He absolutely just went bananas. He only hit 1-4 in his 86 off 27 balls. And yeah, you can see the windmill design there in the Wimbledon kit. All the kits are fantastic and unique to the European Cricket League. Finally, there was a wicket and VJ was able to hold on to that one. He would catch well. In fact, he catched both openers in this contest. And yeah, Whitlock got his 2 overs. And yeah, typically you see him picking up a couple of wickets. He's almost an offer that's too good to refuse, isn't he? As Lloyd got oh so close to the century, but had to go with it in sight for 86. And then, would you believe it, Merriman, he said, well, they're making it look easy. Unfortunately, it wasn't his night with the bat as he top edge, and Hankins would pouch him first ball. And then they weren't quite done yet. Hornchurch fighting back with Ted Coney taking a good catch to get Whipple, but not before he'd whacked 3 out of the park. And Wimbledon CC strike the biggest score of the group so far, 183. Well, the Wombles, they have arrived, and they've arrived in style, haven't they? In match 10, really turning up. And in fact, that is the biggest score of this ECL so far. And it was that opening partnership that set things up. Webb was the first to go for 58 off 23, but 86 off 27. An innings to remember for Tim Lloyd. Gets the UK rivals, apart from that Whipple with a little cameo, 20, including 3 Maximos. That'll finish it off with 1 large one. 11 extras in there, including a weird kind of 8 buys that Murray will want expunged from the record, including 4 that went off the stumps. Mark Whitlock, 2 for 31, takes the figures, but no one really had a good night at the office. Les Edwards showed a bit of fire early. I liked him with the new ball, but no Gordon in the lineup tonight. Arthur George was 1 for 37. George Hankins did take a wicket as well. Identical figures, but they were expensive in that 10. Well, Hornchurch, they might as well have a crack at this. They'll remember that Drew knocked 189 off them under lights. So if they could do something similar, maybe they could pull off a record chase. We'll find out pretty shortly. Big thanks to Tom Weston again from Wimbledon CC for his commentary with me in that innings. But for now, it's Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo. Rico Full will rejoin me in the second innings after this short break. It'll be 184 for Hornchurch to rewrite the record books and storm into finals day here in the European Cricket League.
The European Cricket League is proudly brought to you by Dream 11, HCL Software, La Junta de Andalucía, Paramatch and Norcane. And the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme. Welcome back. It's lights on here at the Cartama Oval, and we've got our first ever English derby. Wimbledon, the 2023 champions of England, taking on the 2022 champions, Hornchurch. Right now, 183. Well, that's large. It's the biggest total we've seen in this ECL so far, though it is the early stages. I think eventually we'll see that go down. Right now, Hornchurch, 128 or less would mean they'd walk away with no points. It's all kind of academic here, though, because these two teams, we're certain now that they'll be in the top two positions come tomorrow. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. Joining me once again back in the box is Rico Ford. And Rico, what a power hitting display that was by Wimbledon, particularly the openers. Very, very destructive.
Thank you, Vinny. What a display it was. Well, I was enjoying myself just sitting and watching and admiring while you were chatting to Tom West. And Tom, lovely to have him up here as well and telling us a little bit more about Wimbledon. I think he was glad to be here because watching his side, he had the best seat in the house as well. But it was a great performance.
Yeah, lovely guy, Tom. Loves his cricket. And Wimbledon, they're loving life right now. Benning to open up. He's going to start by getting whacked away. And let me tell you something, this Hornchurch order, if they get going, yeah, there'll be no better warm-up than finals day than a large chase. In fact, it's a chase that's bigger than any chase that we've ever seen completed on the European Cricket Network.
Yeah, and a lot of people were saying that George Hankins is a guy that can click for them. If he can get going, then maybe he can spark something for Hornchurch. I mean, the batting hasn't been at their best. Let's not forget that. They certainly could do with a good finish here, and that's a great start. Well, I suppose there's no pressure, and we've said this before, when it's a high score, batters have a different approach. They have this, like, might as well go for it, rather than if it's the score around about the 135 or something, it's starting to think different. When you got so many you got to get, when you need to be going 18 and over straight away, sometimes that works in your favour.
Yeah, here's the thing. I mean, you've got no real cloak and dagger tactics with the bat. I mean, with the bowling, they used a couple of different options. Didn't want to show a couple, I think. Yeah, this would be the highest chase ever. 184 is the target. That 183 was an incredible game. Netherlands 11 knocking out Spain in third place in the Euros last year. That was on the 20th of October. Could we go one better tonight? Benning gets this very wrong. Well taken by Weir down the leg side.
Yeah, Benning, he's sticking with this shorter one at the moment, but we do know he has a pretty useful Yorker, but he doesn't like to show it straight away. He'll hold on to it till later on at the end of this over, I reckon, but he's a good player. I was quite surprised they didn't use him in the last over in that defeat to Prague CC, so
yeah,
he's got a point to prove, has Benning.
Hindsight's 2020. Goes short, and he's ready for it, and that was violent in Cockney corner. Hopefully it's all right, but the result's going to be 6 runs.
Yeah, I mean, that was pretty close to some of the youngsters who were watching by the fence. Well, they moved out of the way pretty quickly. They had to, because this could have been dangerous.
Luckily, it was an empty chair. That we've had 3 more supporters here, then maybe that could have been ugly. As it is, it's looking pretty ugly first half of the over. 17 have come off it. Now, it's pretty close, and he's gone. Hankins doesn't like the call. It's full, and it traps him in front. Hankins goes for 16 and 17 for 1.
Well, that's the Yorker I was talking about. I knew he has it, and he uses it. He goes to it, and it's ear swinging, but I don't think it's moving that much to miss the sticks. That's what the umpire, Charan Peters, is thinking. Look, he comes forward, so you make your own mind up. He does come forward, so it's got a bit of a distance to go to the ball. He doesn't like it, but the umpire believes it's going to go on and hit.
At the end of the day, it's one that he needed to hit. I mean, it's leg side-ish, but I'm not convinced it's missing either. You know, I'm not convinced it's missing. I know he's going forward. It hits him in line. I know he gets in a little bit of a step, but Benning bites back, and Hankins has to go.
Yeah, we just knew he would have to go for the Yorker. And yeah, look, I think for me, you got to go say this is umpire's call. Umpire's in the best position in the house, standing wicket to wicket. If he thinks he's hitting, he's giving it.
I always just do a simple experiment. I visualize that with no batter in the way, and I try and track the ball. I think it Might have been taking a piece.
2 and 2.
But that's out. That's out. Yeah. That one goes away, VJ.
All right, this time it gets away with it. This is pretty full as well. I think Jennings this time has a little knock to the umpire, says, I think you're right this time.
Actually, that one, to be fair, you can see 3 stumps. That's the difference.
Yeah.
I got a bit carried away, but Tyrone Peters keeps his cool. And I think you can justify both those decisions, even though the one before called a 50-50. VJ survives. He's a very good player, VJ, though. He's done it in bursts here. Saw him play one good knock yesterday. Likes to charge, but I don't know if that's the play against someone like Benning, who's trying to get the most out of this pitch. Interestingly, he's pitched up a couple of times and had relative success. Last ball of the first over. Slightly slow ball, classical shot. Oh, that is so good from VJ. He's off the mark, and the first does go magical. It's 22 for 1.
Yeah, I mean, that one had it all, didn't it? Had some sensational hits the first 3 balls, and then the big fast bowler comes back with the Yorker that we know Matthew Benning has, and he gets the wicket off the dangerous George Hankins, who went for 16, 2 sixes and a 4 on his way to that. And then, well, a couple that went wayward. And then Jalpash finishes with a boundary of his own. So it's going to be one of those matches, isn't it? It's going to be one of those matches. 21 matches since the Golden Ball.
That's right. Now, some of our astute super fans have mentioned that last time we had some company in the dream box up here. That was when we had that 183 chase. We had Dave B and Julian and Sarah and a few others up here in the box. And that was history. Well, maybe Tom has... will be a part of history himself. Murray gets to face. Tell you what, all will be forgiven if he can get a few runs away. He'll have positive memories of this game. Right now, watches the first ball go past. I think this is going to be called something, but I think the bowler, Speller, blocks the umpire's view, so that's why he's asking for some help. Does this bounce on the pitch or not? It's an interesting one. It does look like it bounced on the pitch, but it depends whether they think that's the edge of the pitch or not. Yeah, I think if in doubt, you call it a wide.
Yeah, I think it gets a little bit, so it's called a wide. Speller, they used him in the last game. I thought he bowled just a little bit short at times. Let's see how he goes here.
Well, this is miles in the air. Weir wants it. He has to run a long way, and he can't quite get there. Well, needed the afterburners, but I like that he puts his name on it, but there were 2 fielders that could have reached it. Whether they would have caught it was another thing, because it was a mile high. I often say the keeper should call for anything he can reach, but I normally add the word comfortably to that, and it was an uncomfortable chase. In the end, Murray gets lucky.
He was never going to get to this for me, never. I mean, I'm glad I like the enthusiasm, but he had 2 fielders there that were better placed.
I think they were pretty relieved he called him off it. Anyway, next one's hooked away. That's over Cockney corner. That's large. Maximo. Great shot by VJ, who conquers the short ball.
Yeah, well, I did say Speller does like to bang it in a little bit short. There's the short one, and there's a response from Jalpash VJ. So JP looking the business here. We have seen some good batting from him. He's always started like this, hasn't he? And I think in the last match when they were batting, I said, yeah, I've heard a lot about this guy. I actually want to see some of it. He played some lovely shots, and I thought, here we go. And then he got himself out. So this time, maybe he's there to stay a little bit longer.
This game is not over. Speller with the comeback ball. Pitched up, and he gets nailed. Good shot, good option, and 6 more. 6 carreras más.
Yeah, lovely hitting. And this is exactly what he showed us last time. JP, he hooked well, pulled, cut, he drove, but he never stayed there long enough to get a big score.
Just an organised player. I know that Jayesh Mahane is saying hello, and he's supporting JP, his former Wembley teammates. And so hello to you, Jayesh, and hello to everyone. No matter who you're supporting here, if you're a Wimbledon supporter or a Hornchurch supporter, if you're a neutral, if you're just an ECN supporter, it's great to have your company. Cricket Under Lights on a Friday night. Live from the Costa del Sol, VJ 16 off 5. Is going to get more here. And again, it's a nice, free, easy swing of the bat. 6 more. And Hornchurch, well, that'll be a magical start now. They're 42 with the ball to go in the second over.
Well, they couldn't make up their mind, the spectators there from Church, whether it's 4 or 6. Well, I can tell you, turn it the other way. It's 6. Put the 6s up. 6 runs, beautifully timed. And, yeah, liking this. And what a better way to start your weekend than tuning in to the European Cricket Network and watching this. Two big giants going head-to-head from England.
Pitches up. They'll get one here. It's probably not a bad one because VJ's controlling the game at the moment. It's 43 for 1 after 2. Well, that was a better result that over, but only just. 21 came off it after 22 came in the first.
Well, they're etching away. The rate is coming down. It looks like it's going to be a pretty decent power play. They're only 2 behind of where Wimbledon were at the end of 3 overs. This is what they're playing for.
Yeah, so let me give you the skinny. So Wimbledon now cannot drop below Prague CC even mathematically. So the question is who will finish top? Now, does that matter? Probably not, because it would matter if, say, there was an abandoned match due to rain or something like that. Luckily, we don't have any of that in the forecast. But basically, whoever wins this will finish first, and whoever doesn't win this game will finish second. Okay, time for Richie Lamb to have a go. Is he the answer?
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised to go to Richie. I think I would have gone for a bit of spin here, you know. I mean, maybe you go for one of the twins, or you could have gone for Charlie Whipple. I think you just want to take, I know you're still in the power play, but maybe take the pace off.
All right, here's over number 3. First one will be called a wide. Great entertainment, though. So one thing is, if Hornchurch were able to pull off a record chase here, they'll just feel super confident going in tomorrow, thinking, hey, we didn't even bowl Griffiths, we didn't bowl Adil Malik, Billy Gordon didn't play because we left him out of the side. It'll just give them immense confidence. Richie Lamb, though, is determined to make sure that doesn't happen. Takes a bit of a risk stepping across his stumps and turns down the run. And poor Weir, don't know what he's done to his teammates, but they've tried to knock his head off a couple of times today with the returns. Hello to Gary Wheeler, who's in the chat. Hello to Charlie Hunt as well. Oh, he said he heard Wembley, so his ears are burning. Of course, Charlie's studying broadcasting and business, and sometimes he studies at Wembley. All right, well, that's going to fly for 6 as well. I just feel like with VJ there, I'm not going to count him out. The 50 comes up in just 14 legal balls for Hornchurch.
They're ahead, Vinny. They are ahead, and VJ, it's almost like he decided, you know what, it's a high run chase. I'm just going to go out there. I'm going to play my shots. And sometimes, I know when I'm with Charlie, we often talk about this. Sometimes you're better off having a big run chase for your good players to click, and that seems to be happening here with VJ.
Like I said, this 183, it's not even the most we've seen Hornchurch moved for under lights. All right, it's going to be a lucky one, and well stopped, really well stopped down there by Tim Lloyd.
That's really good. Bit of fielding from Tim Lloyd, the man who made 86 of 27 deliveries. A great knock from him.
And it gets VJ to the other end, and Murray's only faced the one ball. That was skied, and that's the one that Weir thought that he was Usain Bolt.
Yeah,
Even the wind might have helped him out. The wind, I think, died down for those 5 seconds and it never came back.
Yeah, but don't forget the wind there. It's actually probably taking it away from him the way it's been today. But anyway, it's not a bad delivery. It's a dot ball. Great bit of fielding.
Just spotted a name in the comment section. Azitadinma Onwuzulike, who is wishing his Hornchurch teammates victory. Well, hello to you, and yeah, look forward to seeing you in the chat from time to time. Hello to Terry Wyatt as well. Lots of interaction here. And wouldn't expect anything less with the English derby. Murray couldn't quite catch up with that. Good length again from Lamb. So that's the beauty of that boundary stop. You've got Murray in there who obviously hasn't had too much of the strike and hasn't been able to hand it back to VJ either.
Yeah, good over this. He's taking this right back to more or less where it started from. Unless this ends up being a boundary, I reckon he'll try and squeeze another one here. I think Murray's got to be swinging here. He's got to have a swing at this.
Oh, well, even this kind of doesn't work out for him. I reckon he might have tripped over 3 black cats and walked under a ladder today, because Murray got a beamer up to the stumps and went for 4 byes. Then the free hit the stumps and went for 4 byes. And he thought that's pretty unfair. Now he basically spoils a wide. He gets the end of the bat and it keeps a strike that he probably doesn't want either. But right now the score is 52 for 1, and much better over for Wimbledon, only 9 conceded.
Yeah, I mean, just have a look at how many magical overs. First of all, they are ahead because of those 2 magical overs to start with. And you can see that Wimbledon, they didn't start hitting magical until he got to the 5th. But then after that, they didn't stop really, did they? It was only that one really good over that from Mark Whitlock, of all people, the 9th. But so you can see right now, Hornchurch, they are ahead. And if they can keep on going, and if VJ can stay there and stay on strike, who knows? But Whitlock, I think he's got to try and get either to the other end or start blazing a few himself.
Yeah, Murray, who's facing up now. So Charlie Hunt said he was actually at Wembley this morning in a lecture, and he definitely wasn't watching the cricket. I definitely believe you, Charlie.
Look, the UFOs are in. The aliens are now even tuning into the European Cricket Network.
Makes sense. Down the
Not a
leg
good
side.
delivery.
The only thing that would have finished Murray's night is to get a little glove on that. And then I think we might have seen the dugout clear out. Everyone might have had to go walk for a bit of air, because if he gloved this down the leg side, it would have been brutal. This is Ollie Pike, who's into the side tonight. A swing and a miss. So Murray's one of those players, seems to step up in the big games. We saw him be the player of the match in the Group A final last year.
Yeah.
And he's very capable with the bat, but he's batted kind of at all corners of the order.
Do 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 do. Do, 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 do.
We are not alone, Rico. We are not alone.
Everybody's tuning in. Of course they are. How could you not? 2 teams, top teams from England, going head to head. The aliens, the unidentified objects, are also hovering around the Cartama skies.
Misses again. They can't get a run. Good change of pace there from Pike. Well, I think he might be
He's retiring himself.
Is he retiring out?
He's not leaving it to anybody else. He says, I'm out of here. He says, I'm out of here.
There's one of 2 things happening. He's either changing his gloves, but that's the strut of a man that's had enough for the night. And really, you can't blame him. He feels like it's just not happening for me. In a way, it's very unselfish, because I bet he'd love to gain a bit more confidence with the bat. So Pike, if you could award a wicket to a bowler, you probably will, because it's the last straw. And Murray is going to be retired out. He pulls the pin on himself for 2 off 7. Hornchurch, that'll be 53 for 2. Now, well, I wouldn't get too close to Paul Murray with the camera right now. If I was down there,
Why did I see a bail flying there? What did we miss while he walked off? Did something happen? Did they throw the stumps down or something? I think they did, because I saw a bail there.
probably didn't have to, because he had already gifted you the wicket. Wimbledon saying, well, that's weird. I don't really have that happen very often.
Well, I think it's a good choice. He's a team man, team player.
Yeah,
if he's
that's
not
true.
clicking, get out of the way. And he's probably thought, look, I'm not doing myself any favours here. So, okay, there we go. It's new batter comes out. Oh, well, this is a bit of a proper nutmeg, isn't it?
That went late. That went really late. We saw Pike roll his fingers on the ball before to Murray, but it was so late, and it went. And in fact, if he'd got inside of that, I would have been interested to see if Weir could have made that take, because that really started swinging. It's one the keeper, I think, is pretty happy. He's intercepted by the leg. This is Lesbourne Edwards coming out at number 4. Oh, another one bites back at him. So, yeah, Pike, what an inclusion. And this is also good info, because no one really understands these things, but is it something that, Pike underlights, is getting the ball to do something paranormal?
Yeah. Well, we know that the UFOs are above us, and now, well, maybe alien forces at work here, but that's 2 great deliveries. He's getting this ball to move around. Look at that.
Just going back, actually, he hasn't retired out. He hit wicket. That's apparently what happened.
I was
Is
saying,
that what happened?
I was saying, well,
Yeah.
I did see Bale, so that's what I was saying.
Yeah, okay. Well, I didn't pick that up.
Unless he just thought, I'm getting myself
I was
out and
gonna
hitting
say,
his own wickets.
If
Probably that's what he
If he
did.
was going to hit wicket on purpose, there'd be 3 stumps out of the ground, because he was pretty annoyed.
Look, here
Yeah.
we go. So watch this. There.
He hits his wickets over.
See? I knew I saw a Bale.
Yeah, well, it wasn't the reason that I didn't see it, because it wasn't in the execution of the shot.
He's happy about it.
It's
Look, thumbs
immediate
up.
after-
He says, thumbs up. It's all right, because
Yeah.
I can go and hit the Victorias now.
Yeah, okay. Well, I've never quite seen that. So actually he does gift a wicket to the bowler Pike. All right. So missed that at the time. How's that though? Have you ever been tempted to do that? Most people have thought about it, but they've never actually done it. And now Murray can tick that off the bucket list.
Thing is though, that's clearly what. If I'm doing it, I'm like you. If I'm doing it and I'm playing that bad, I'm gonna do it in style.
I would have.
They either have
the stumps would not have been in the circle.
Yeah, they even
anymore.
They're either going to have to find new stumps or new barrels, one or the other. That's a nice looking shot. And oh yeah, baby, bring it on. This is what I'm talking about. A little bit. No, that's not the sexy cricket.
No.
Let's go back to the sexy cricket. What a stop.
That's Murray packing up his kit bag and getting on the bus. I don't think he's going to wait for
Jump again. That was unbelievable.
Well, we talked about the shake and bake earlier. And this one is aerial. How do you like that? I tell you what, he was trying not to smirk there, but he was so happy that the cameras were on that time. What a stop by Brandon. It'll be 1 to the total, and the score 56 for 2 after 4.
Well, it is Friday, and that was fan-dazzy-dozy, I'm telling you. What a great stop that was. It all happens in the night. And you know how quickly they got to 50? Well, they can't get out of it at the moment.
I got a question for you. This is you, because you're a bit more experienced than me. How many minutes before you try and talk to Murray would you?
No, straight away.
No?
Straight away.
Oh, you're brave.
No, you can see, he knows. He says, right, by the time he's walked up those steps and he sees the bar over there and it's open, he's happy.
I'd have the colour chart up and it is various shades of red. And once it just kind of goes a bit more back towards the pink side, then you might be safe. Anyway, this one's hit back pretty firmly. And it's well covered again from Tatum, who fumbles. And it'll be a single.
Richie Lamb almost gets a hand to this. Just have a look at this. He's leaning backwards, but it's close to.
The old hit wicket. I wouldn't be giving the bowler my wicket. I'd say I'm going on my own terms.
Yeah.
Anyway, Lisborne will get one. We had a bit of fun, didn't we? Hey, VJ, don't forget, he's just been left on the shelf, hasn't he?
He's finally
like an ornament.
Finally gets back on the right
end. Hey, I've watched my partner throw himself off the proverbial cliff. But remember me, I'm 32 off 12. Now, he's going to be facing Richie Lamb. Oh, good shot. Really good shot. Again, he's just choosing the right option every time. And maybe he's the yin to Murray's yang here in match 10 because VJ moves to 36 in style.
This is a delightful shot. It really is. I mean, it's a really good delivery. If you're the bowler here and you're bowling this and the ball still finds its way to the boundary, you're thinking, how? How can that be? But that's just quality batting.
I just had a thought. Imagine if Murray went to hit the stumps and he missed those two. Tomorrow's the new day, Muzz.
Ah, dear.
I know you'll be watching this back, or maybe you won't be. All right, in the air. VJ is going to be... Oh, he's going to get 6. Oh, he put the foot down. I thought it might have just been inside. Good sportsmanship down there. It's the first time VJ's looked vulnerable, really, but he's going to get the minimo maximo, the shortest possible. That's 6 runs.
I think the foot only does catch the rope. Only just have a look here. He's trying to stop himself.
There. Came down on it. And so Lamb won't be too impressed. Now this one's a hanging slow ball. That's going to go as well.
That's the height on this. I think this could be a no. I don't think this is tipping as much.
It's going to come down, but did it come down in time? And remember that VJ's only knee-high to a grasshopper as well. And yeah, I just got a feeling. Oh, the phones are back. That's a throwback.
He's a long way out of his crease, but where's this? Nah, I think he's going to be all right. I think if you follow that ball down, if he's staying in his crease.
That's a real tough call. Probably is all right.
Yeah, it's okay because 6 is called because he's a long way out of his crease. The ball, it's a slower ball. It's on its way down. So, yeah, I'm happy with that call.
Yeah, probably right. That step saves the bowler. Anyway, good shot by VJ. Gets 6 more.
He's absolutely motoring along, isn't he?
Could be a third 50 in the game. And this will be just the one. It'll be a leg by, but it does mean that JP will retain this try on 48. It's 75 for 2 after 5. Let's welcome you into the commentary box for the last time during play tonight. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo with Rico Full. Now Corey is off today and he has been reasonably quiet. For good reason as well. Hey, but one thing I love about ECN is in over 5,000 matches, we still see things for the first time. And I've got to admit, I've never quite seen a batter get out in that fashion.
A genuine hit wicket. Well, you know, when things aren't going your way, he's probably thinking, I know you're talking about it. I know you're thinking of calling me off. I'm not giving you the satisfaction. I'm getting myself out one way or another.
A bit surprised we didn't get a bit of a verbal from the stump mic on the way out as well. But anyway, hey, we love this kind of cricket. Tomorrow is going to be a huge one. In 24 hours' time, we may know, even by now, who's going through from Group B. Or we'll be very close at least.
Yeah.
So stay with us. Huge, huge day coming up. I think with the crowd and everything, this could be one of the biggest days of the tournament. So it's going to be huge. And yeah, well, now we know that these two will play in the 1 versus 2, even though Hornchurch, with a miracle, they could still keep top spot by winning. But we can lock in that Prague CC will take on Hudinge in the 3 versus 4 eliminator. That's first up in the morning, 10 o'clock GMT, which is 11 o'clock in Central Europe, and 3:30 p.m. in India. Long day for the Hornchurch faithful. They've been here all the way since the second match and had the 2-match break today. What a day. I mean, talk about your ups and your downs. You kind of got to just roll with the punches emotionally because, you know, you can't get too excited at the good things. You can't get too down at the bad things as well. And don't forget Wimbledon, earlier in the day, they were kind of shell-shocked when Prague CC pulled off an unlikely victory against them.
Yeah, and look, can I just say though, while VJ's still there, the same sort of thing could happen. I know you're probably thinking, nah, come on. Yeah, they're needing over 21 per over from here on in, but stranger things can happen, and this guy is hitting the ball beautifully at the moment.
This is going to be up and over the top for 4. And VJ gets 50. Good innings and good science. Like him at the top of the order. I just think he's a guy, came in championship week last week and kind of thrown in the deep end. He did kind of keep afloat and really provided a couple of good contributions, but he's looking really composed. I think pound for pound, he's the one in the best form of any of the Hornchurch batters. Brings up his 50 and 17 balls.
Well batted.
Now this is into the night. Well, that's a shot and a half, really. Ain't no net stopping that. Holes or otherwise. Maximo! What a shot. That has to be one of the biggest hits of the day.
This is an absolute beauty. A lot of batters have struggled to get the ball over for a 6 at that part of the ground, but this is just magnificent. Look at the footwork. He dances down. It's Friday night. He's at the dances. He dances down the pitch and he absolutely clobbers it. And Jalpas VJ, look at the business. Pata mino e chori prone kha ke aaya kisne bana ke ditte hone inno. This is just amazing hitting.
Whipple. Yeah, spooks him a little bit. Be called a wide. I've got to say, I'm a little bit surprised we're seeing Whipple because he's that kind of mystery spin option. And I thought maybe a bit like Adil Malik, they might say
hide him
until tomorrow. But you know, credit, saying a lot, see him at some point. This is chopped away at the moment. I think that Wimbledon are pretty happy to see VJ at the other end. Yeah, it's interesting. Even with the game situation, I don't know. But I mean, also, put your cards, have the confidence. Yeah, this is what he's going to bowl. Just seeing him for an over or two probably isn't going to make a difference. He probably only bowls to 1 or 2 batters, maybe more if he goes well. Wrong end. And I love that one. Fun to try and pick these kind of spinners. Well, there's a bat plug there. Just watch this one on the replay.
Yeah, it's another one that, well, plugs
Be
in
careful.
the Cartama turf.
Actually, it's fine because it plugged post line. But the famous Cartama oval bat plug, I think there's more to come as well. Again, throw out that coaching manual, run on the pitch. Now goes in the air. Has he got enough on this? Not sure. Ew, he's gone. And well, a little stagger back towards the line, but VJ is going to have to go for a spirited 59. And look, it probably won't be enough with almost 100 still required. But that's a magnificent innings.
I think
he's in great form.
Let's just wait here. I think the fielder is saying, I don't know. So I just saw the umpire there just telling VJ just to wait there from a moment.
I reckon the light's blocking the camera here.
Yeah,
you know?
I mean,
so I got a feeling that they're going to have to stick with the on-field call. Let's see what we can gather. Okay, taken there. This might be the best look we get.
I don't see the rope moving at all. This one won't help us. If we go back to the other one again, if we can, we just keep an eye on the rope and nothing else. Just see if we sense any movement from the rope.
Yeah, the fact he said he's not sure surprises me a little bit, because I feel like he takes a definite step. Have you seen him movement out of the rope here? The other thing is the benefit goes to the fielding side. And for me, I mean, you can't really tell there if it was grazing the rope, but I think on those pictures, you couldn't say for sure he was on the rope. So that will be a wicket. And VJ, I think he's real positive in this innings. Just couldn't quite get that one. And Whipple gets him in the end as he departs. It's 88 for 3.
Well batted. And I was saying that I've heard a lot about this guy, VJ. I know that he's a classy bat. He's finally shown us what he can do. And another man who is pretty classy as well, Adil Malik, who we do know what he can do. He hasn't shown us really yet this time. But you know what? Once again for him, he can just go out there and think, yeah, you know, we're needing 20, what is it when he goes out there, 23 per over. I'll go out there, I'll have a go. Why not? You know, got a bat in my hand. I'll swing. I'll try and get us there. 94 for 3 at the end of 6. Yes, we have a look at the scorecard. This is how it's looking at the moment. So George Hankins, he was disappointed when he was given LBW, but I think when he goes back and look at it, you can understand why the umpire's giving it out. And Jerpas VJ, excellent knock from him. Paul Murray, well, he was out on a way that we've never seen before on the European Cricket Network. And that's, we've seen over 5,000 matches.
I don't really know what to say, and that doesn't happen very often. Les Bourne just struggling to get going here. Pulsar, oh, he finally gets back on the horse. And it's not going to get much better for him. Don't forget he was whacked for 4 sixes in 4 balls earlier at the death. Right now, this is clipped away nicely by Edwards for 4.
Yeah, I mean, those things happen to bowlers. We know that. Jack Pulsar, he knows that. You know, I heard Tom Weston talking about it. These sort of things happen. Bowlers have to pick themselves up and come back. I mean, this is, in this format, batters are going to go after you from the very first ball. So, the first one goes for 4. Jack Pulsar goes back to his mark and he comes again.
That's an all right shot as well, but should be handled. I just noticed in the comment section, Joey Marples, good to see you. He's saying been a top comeback from Wimbledon after their loss against Prague earlier. Couldn't agree more. Hopefully everything's great with you. Hello to Ian from the TPL Cricket Show as well. Jeff is saying, no matter who wins this, he thinks there's going to be a lot of close games tomorrow, and it'd be hard to bet against that, Rico. It's been a really competitive group. Really, all groups are throwing up some pretty interesting contests. Here's Pulsar. And Malik, he's another guy they'd love to get some batting into.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think of the positives here. And one of the positives is maybe Malik and Edwards, who already has a half century in the series, can get some precious batting in.
Yeah, well, just remember, I mean, we know what the first eliminator tomorrow is going to be, and that's going to be Hudinge taking on Prague CC. And what a great match they provided us. First time they played, match number 5, and it was 122 was the chase. This is gone all the way. Yep, 6 runs. Manos. Arriba, arbitro, porque eso es 6 carreras. Edwards hits his first 6. Yeah, going back to that, Hudinge put 122 on the board, and Prague CC winning, but with 4 balls to go. So we're going to have an absolute cracker, and then the first qualifier between these two is going to be sensational. So great cricket coming up tomorrow.
What's Pulsar thinking right now? Oh, well, it's probably just verging on the too wild side there. You got to walk in the wild side now and then. I just love, you know, these guys play a different type of cricket, even short form cricket, 20 over cricket in England. I just don't think they're really playing these kind of strokes. I just think it's great to see them try to adapt. Pulsar, last ball of his over coming up. Oh, he stands and puts that one so high. Is it catchable? Is it not? It is out of here. Maximo! Les almost brings the rain on a starry night, and Hornchurch finished the 7th with a bang. It's 112 for 3.
Yeah, that one goes for 18 for Pulsar, but the thing is, they need a lot more than 18, don't they? So it's still going to be okay. It is 112 now at the end of these 7th over. Yeah, I'm just loving the way these guys play. Can you imagine? Look, you know, right? Let's have a look at this first. So this is what I was talking about. Those two in the eliminator, they're going to provide us with an absolute classic match, because the time they met earlier, it was a 120 affair, and it was done with 4 balls.
It was under lights.
CC winning.
Yeah.
Right. So they're doing it again tomorrow, and then these two do. I mean, it's going to be mouth-watering stuff at the weekend here on the European Cricket Network.
It's going to be good. Here's Pike. I liked his work earlier. He's really getting that to bend. And you can see there Malik. He's very capable, but kind of steps away a little bit to leg and can never get back.
Yeah, but what I was going to say to you, when you got class cricketers, top cricketers who are playing normally the longer format of the game, when the coaches are saying to them, get yourself in, don't play any rash shots, don't be too aggressive, start off with, they come here. It's the complete opposite. They're being told, right, go out there and start swinging from the word go. They're saying, what? Yeah, go out there and go ballistic. They're loving it out there at the moment. It's almost like, like when you got kids, and kids always have to be well behaved wherever you go. And then all of a sudden your parents say, you know what, go wild.
Stay up late,
Yeah,
don't go to
wild.
bed.
Yeah.
Stay up late as long as you like. I'm hearing you.
So this is what I think the batters are loving it. The bowlers probably don't like it so much.
Good bowlers stand out though. That's something that we know from our time here at ECN. And this is pitched up now. This is really high, and I mean really, really high, and it's going to be 4. Well, that would have looked like a little tic-tac that had been dropped from his satellite. And in the end, I'm just glad he's not underneath it, because it might have been time for a new face. The result's 4 runs.
Yeah, Tim Lloyd, he sees the funny side of it. He's got a smirk on his face. But, yeah, he's watching it, and then right alert, he's going forward, backwards, and right there, he just can't get hold of it. I think that ends up being 4, right?
Yeah, it's only 4. But like I said, if he was under it, could have been time for our nightly trip to the hospital. Just saying. The quicker it goes up, the faster it's travelling when it comes back to earth. This one's a bit loose. Oh, Malik. Oh, it's 1 runs, 1 doesn't. They go to the top end.
Oh, they've messed it up. Can
That's
you
it.
believe it?
Well, the social media is going to be full tonight. There's been plenty of material here. That was one that was probably top of the pad high.
We know that he doesn't like running, Malik, and, well, how does he mess this up? Well, Malik, at least he does run this time. Normally he's already walking back to the dugout.
Does everything right, the bowler as well. Ollie Pike to get back to the stumps, just couldn't handle a pretty spicy throw. It's actually a pretty good shot.
What a crazy shot.
You know what? He's like,
what a crazy shot.
It's like he's running sideways like a crab in handcuffs, to use Andrew Ryan's expression. And yeah, they say back and across, but he's backed away and he's just running to get back where he started. But Pike can't believe that he's caught up with that.
It's almost like he thinks, oh no, I've gone too far down the side, but I'm going to run back and get there. I'm going to get there. And he does, and he hits it for 4.
Last ball of the 8th. Oh, again, gets good movement there, but a beautiful clip away. Well, that's got miles. Maximo. Edwards heating up at the end of 8 overs, 131 for 3. Hey, could they? 53 off 12. Couple of large overs.
They could. They could. They could.
If this goes 25, then we'll talk again. Hey, you know what I'm loving about this? First time we've ever had 2 English sides go head-to-head. If you think the craziness is just because these players are from countries that are in Europe where the game's in a different place and maybe there's not the infrastructure, think again. Think about all the crazy stuff we've had happen in this game. Yeah. That's why I think that this ECN cricket format, you could take it global.
It is cricketainment at the highest level. That's the only way to put it. And you know it, folks. You know it. Wherever you're watching, that's why you're sharing it, everybody. In terms of entertainment, there's nothing like this. There's nothing like this on the planet. It's the most entertaining format of the game on the planet, and that's why everybody is loving it. People are tuning in around the world. They're talking about it. They're sharing it. It's all over social media. It's just fantastic to watch. It's entertaining. That's what you want. You want to be entertained, and that's what we do.
Speller comes back for a second over. Here's the thing, like in a test match, that can also be like obviously very, very thrilling, but it takes a long time and a lot of investment to get there. So I think, but hey, pretty respectful.
When's the last test match went 5 days?
Thing of the past. She's saying they're too short. All right, goes for this. This is what Malik can do, you know. We just haven't seen it this week. Probably haven't seen it right back since the group stage in 2023, but that's a huge hit over extra cover. Maximo.
Yeah, but look at the difference. He's smiling, right? He's smiling because the pressure's not on. It's a case of, all right, I'm going to have a go. From the moment he went out there, yeah, all right, I'm going to have a go. I'm going to swing hard. If it works, it works. He smashed that. Well, look at that. That's what it's about. And when players have got that, they've got a bit of swag. Yeah, things could go your way. And, yeah, that's good. He doesn't want to spoil this wide. He knows what he made a mistake in the last over. He played it. It got stopped. He could have been and should have been run out. Don't forget that.
Yeah.
He really shouldn't be there. So, yeah, have a go. And you never know. You could make history, because this would be a historic run chase.
Yeah, would. I'll keep him coming, though. And doesn't quite get it. Or does he get enough? He does. Well, that's the power of the man. That was down towards the bottom of the bat. He can't believe that's gone for 6, but it has. Maximo. 6 more.
Yeah, and just look at him. He's just walking away. He's going up to Edwards there. Both are smiling. So, yeah, you know, no problem. No problem. We're here. We're going to do this. These two had a cheeky little chat, you know, before the start of this over. And I reckon they said to each other, hey, we can do this. You can hit 25 here. I can hit 25 in the next. Come on, let's bring it on. Let's give them something to talk about.
I got a
here.
call, if they do pull off this 184, Murray, player of the match, for strategically getting himself out at just the right time. That'd be an interesting highlights package. 1%, well, one's more than none. And now, Adil Malik, number 1.
It's gone from none to 1, can I just tell you that?
Nice.
It was already at 0.
They turned the computer off, and just when it said, are you sure?
It
They
sparked back
said
to
no.
life. This computer did spark back to life. Just checking the field here, saying, hang on a minute, field is still walking about.
What I was going to say earlier, though, a test match can be so thrilling, but it takes so long to get to that point, and then it can be heart-stopping. Okay, some of the Ashes tests last year were incredible. But this is like, it's constantly that heart rate pounding. All right, good luck. Well, I'd probably be jogging through. It's taken. That's a very, very good catch. I tell you what, he might be putting in for a trade, because Lloyd, he's been under a couple of proper skiers. Malik goes for 28, but I do like some signs there from him. Hornchurch lose the 4th wicket. 1 for Speller that time. It's 144 for 4.
I was shaking my head saying, nah, he ain't going to get there. This goes so high. Lloyd is running in from the boundary. And what a good catch this is. It's a really good catch. The ball is moving around as well in the air. Look at that. He runs it. Yeah, that expression says it all. That's a tremendous catch. It really is.
I mean, that was so high, but the scary thing was, it was probably only 3/4 of the height of the one that almost, well, I think it left an impact crater, actually, the one that bounced just inside the boundary line. 3 6s and 2 4s for Malik. I think it's a net positive for him there, as he starts kind of deciding what's working, what's not. I think it was better when he just stood still there and kind of minimise. It's weird to say minimise your footwork, but I think sometimes your footwork can be counterproductive. And I think when he just kind of stood and hit the ball, it looked very good there. Speller, he's a guy that had to get a new kind of size of neck hole, I think, to get his sweater on him. And he
2
looks
Edwards. A Luke Edwards and a Les-Bourne Edwards. Okay, they'll run hard here. They will take no leg bite.
Oh, Luke will be thrilled with that. He's probably convinced the umpire on the way through. Yeah, I got a bit on that. Hasn't been too well. Had a bit of a mystery illness the last couple of weeks, Luke. So he's still sounding like a pony, a little horse. But anyway,
It's good to have him here with us.
Yeah.
And
he's back.
continue your recovery, my friend.
Oh, it's good bat speed. But that'll be the end of the 9th over. It's 145 for 4. Still a decent score here from Hornchurch. Interesting innings.
Well, they don't seem to be too bothered. I'm sure there was Murray there who was sitting in the back with a big smile on his face. So, yeah, I think these teams, Hornchurch probably more than Wimbledon, see this more of a bit of a dress rehearsal for them, I think. Remember, the 2 teams will do it again tomorrow and may, well, depending how things go, maybe doing it again for the 3rd time as well. A little bit like what we saw in the Group A. Gina Brescia and Skanderborg did play each other on 3 occasions. Skanderborg won on 2 occasions, but when it mattered in the final, it was Gina Brescia that were the winners.
We're no closer to knowing who will qualify from Group B. Anyway, the last overtime, Benning is going to bowl it. Bowled the first to bowl the last. And it's a pretty good shot. It's almost a ridiculous catch. at cover, but it creeps over, and Luke Edwards gets his first boundary of ECL 24.
Jonathan Webb, but if he caught this, I would have said he is Spider-Man. He's got the name Webb, and this one would have been just outrageous.
And the two L Edwards, you should be able to tell them apart, obviously, because Luke is right-handed and Lesbourne is left-handed. Good shot.
Yeah.
Mistimes this slightly. I'll come through for a single. I want to see more of Lesbourne trying to swing that hard, because if he does and he connects, then we're going to find out what's on the property, the other side of the property next door over the trees.
We're going to find out what's on the moon, never mind anything else. He swings hard. All right, here we go. And don't forget, Benny's got a fair bit of pace, though he may, once again, just make it a slower delivery.
It'll go further. Oh, 4 buys. Oh, well. They're 4 buys that probably he earned there, Weir. Unlike poor Murray, who had him coming off the stumps and all sorts. Second bounce. It's the mystery bounce for keepers. Unfortunately, Weir couldn't make the stop.
Yeah, both the English keepers here haven't had the best of nights.
I mean, it's a tough take. But quite seriously with Les, I think he's got to stop backing away. I mean, all of these are wides if he can get inside the line of them. I think he's been allowing the bowlers to follow him tonight. Anyway, 3 to come now. Oh, there we go. He's going to swing hard, doesn't quite get it. 2 fielders come around. I was worried there'd be a collision, but it's taken out there by Hamish Merriman. And well, let's just say it was taken. There's slight disagreement as to who it should have been, Tim Lloyd. But he's saying, hey, Lloydie, you've had enough. Go your way. Let me take this one. And Hamish does the trick. Pretty interesting innings there from Les. Sometimes he did, sometimes he didn't. I think he might learn a few things from that innings when he goes back and watches it, because, of course, we know these two will tangle at least once more tomorrow. But that's Les Edwards, who has to go for 30. The score 154 for 5.
He says, I was there, you know. He says, I was there, but I'll let you have it. One thing to point out, I think Wimbledon, bearing in mind it's the first time they're playing under lights here at Cartama, and don't forget, wherever you play under lights, it will be slightly different. It's never going to be the same. I think they've done very well. They've taken some really good catches, so it looks like they've been prepared for it. Looks like they're ready for it, and they've done some outstanding work.
Anyway, they've got a couple of balls to come. George gets a hit. Oh, wow.
Well, it's not just George who gets a hit. Benning gets a hit as well.
I think
oh dear.
Is this a drop catch? Because where I come from, it gets you on the full. Bennings just there, wants a nice, quiet finish to the night.
Oh.
I mean, it could have gone on the stumps. It's like the old Rabona. Well, this won't be the most fun last ball. I tell you what, ECN cricket throws up. I don't care where you're from. You can be from Switzerland, from Belgium, from Mars, from England. Doesn't matter. The chaos is going to come. Now, Benning on one good ankle. Last ball, and he'll get it in there. It'll be a single, and that'll do it. What an entertaining match we had there. It's 183 to 156 in the end. So 339 runs in 20 overs. And Benning, well, he goes down to the turf. Probably shouldn't have bowled that last ball, but in the end, look, a lot of mutual respect between these two teams, I'm sure. They're having the time of their lives out here, but it's a weird one. And someone get the ice bucket, because I think Benning's going to need it. It's Wimbledon that run out the winners of the first ever English Derby by 27 runs.
Oh, what an entertaining match. And, well, like I said, it is Friday. It's Peacock Friday. It is also the start of the weekend. And, well, if you enjoy that match, you got to agree with me, it's the perfect start to the weekend. I love the way when Benning gets hit. He only just hobbles back to his mark, but then he turns around and he steams in. I've never seen anything like it.
Yeah.
Hornchurch, well, their supporters are still happy. We are the Hornchurch, they say. We'll be back. And even though they do lose this one, I think they're already looking forward to what's going to be a cracking day tomorrow. Well played to Wimbledon. They will win by 27 runs. And I think everybody's just saying, come on, cue the highlights. We want to have a look. because we saw some exciting and entertaining cricket.
What an interesting group so far, and this is the beauty of the 3-day format. So, yeah, we roll straight into finals. Now, Wimbledon, they do grab top spot. It doesn't matter for too much because we know they'll play Hornchurch again, the 1 versus 2. Prague versus Huddinge in the morning. PCC, they finished third. Huddinge from Sweden. They had to fight for fourth by accounting for the Eagles in match 9. Join us. It's another finals day every 3 days. I'll have the gold shoes on and I'll be here 10 a.m. GMT, which is 11 in Central Europe, and 3:30 p.m. in India. Now, the windmill is proudly on the badge of the Wimbledon Cricket Club. But early on, with Hankins there whacking a couple, we had JP batting very well. We thought maybe we could see a record go down.
Yeah, well, the first 3 balls were boundaries. And then there was this one, which, yeah, I mean, Benning wants it. He goes for that Yorker, and umpire gives it. When I look at that again, I almost see it almost started to shape back in as well.
Yeah, I just think it's more likely not to hit the stumps. That's my cold, hard reading, but depends who you're going for as to how you'd see that one. But how about VJ? He's such a talented player. Murray, well, we know he can do it, but the only thing he hit with his own stumps really during his innings, he'd had enough, and then everyone gave him a wide berth, I think except the cameraman, who maybe didn't read the situation. Anyway, it was Pike as well. I liked what he did under lights, really got the ball to talk. He was getting it to go late, and there was some Superman stuff as well from Wimbledon in the field.
Yeah, that was great from Tatum. Really good stop from him. And there was some classy shots being played as well there. But yeah, I mean, VJ was clubbing it to all parts of the ground. And while he was there was always hope. The ball was flying around all over the place.
Yeah, some positives in there, I suppose. If you're a glass half full kind of person, I mean, VJ, it's a really classy knock. He's got all the shots, doesn't he? Whipple, again, they showed him. I'm not sure if I would have, but I can also understand, he needs to bowl. You can't expect him to come in. The more bowling, maybe he gets better as well. So VJ ended up holding out. Malik, well, he put this one to the moon and back, and under it was poor Tim Lloyd, probably wondering what he did to deserve it. That actually pitched just inside for 4, and time to have a few laughs. That Malik would put another one into the sky not long after, and actually thought he hit some really nice shots. We actually thought with a big finish they might be able to stay in the hunt in the game.
Yeah, and then, well, this is the catch. Lloyd, he didn't get hold of one earlier, as we saw, but this time, but that was a difficult one as well. Not only did it come in a long way, but that ball was moving around all over the place. And, well, the Grizzly was moving around all the place. Now, how about this? This was a snatch and grab, wasn't it?
Yeah.
A snatch and grab.
Now, listen, that's fine. If that's what you want to do. He's probably saying, you had your turn, now it's mine.
Yeah.
And look, in the end, I think it's a really good point made that, with not that much at stake except bragging rights, I suppose, there probably wasn't a lot of pressure on the batters. And that's maybe one of the reasons we see such a high-scoring game because, not the kind of pressure we saw in some of the earlier games when survival was on the line. And that's the way it'll be tomorrow. 59 for VJ, really classy, not going at more or less 3 a ball, 30 for Lesbourne Edwards. And Adil Malik with a bright 28 in there. Hankins made a good start, got the worst of a 50-50 decision, I think. Murray, well, he just had the worst. 13 extras in there, 8 wides and 4 byes in that 156. It'll win you a lot of games here at the Cartama Oval, but not tonight. It was Wimbledon that get the win.
Yeah, I mean, it's a group that's been, let's face it, compared to Group A, a little bit low scoring, but didn't we have a high scoring thriller here? I mean, how can you not be entertained when you see over 300 runs being scored in a T10 match? There's the bowling figures there.
Yeah. 2 for Benning and then wickets also for Speller as well as Pike and Whipple. I think Pike was really good. I really liked what he was getting the ball to do. But interestingly, the wind had actually kind of died down in that last game. And I think you started to see the batters have the confidence to hit the ball down the ground and get value with those strokes again. So just something that I noticed in Game 5. Well, once again, I want to welcome you one more time into the comedy box. It's been a great day. It's been a Peacock Friday. And to be honest, there weren't that many Derricks. I think they were all on my shirt, Rico. But what a day of cricket. I mean, obviously we had to say goodbye to the Mechelen Eagles and we wish them all the best. Obviously, they are ECN trophy winners before in the ECS in the series in Belgium in 2022. But for me, the big story of the day were Prague CC. They had the down, then the up. They kind of botched a chase in a way, although, you got to give credit to the Eagles who broke through for their only win. But then for Prague CC, for a team from Czechia to knock off the English T20 national champions, I mean, that's something special.
Yeah, it is. And when you look at all of their performances, every match that they played, and they were always in with a chance of winning. Against Hornchurch, we know that. We know that they threw one away this morning against the Eagles, but they're always so close. And then when one that they looked unlikely to win, they go and pull off that win with those big sixes there.
And no matter what happens tomorrow, that is a match that they will talk about for years to come. We'll be talking about it for years to come as well. Let's have one more look at what's coming up tomorrow. Prague CC finishing in 3rd, taking on Hudinga, who finished in 4th place. Wimbledon versus Hornchurch in Qualifier 1. Remember how the format works? The Qualifier 1 winner goes straight through to the Group B final, and then whoever loses that game, they have to go the hard way through the winner of the Eliminator. So join myself, Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo, with Rico Full for the morning, then Coy Ruckers. We do believe he's still somewhere in an undisclosed safe house, but he will be here in the second half of the day. Rico, what a day. I think it's one that we'll never forget.
It's been a fantastic day, yeah, it really has. It's been super, super entertaining. We've seen some close games. We've seen some amazing finishes, and I think that last match, and you know, I put it to you, wherever you're tuning in from, if somebody says to you, the European Cricket Network, the European Cricket League, what's it all about, what does it do? Tell them to go back and watch this match.
Yeah,
go back and watch this match, and then they'll be hooked forever.
Well, you could go back and watch the whole day, but we understand you probably need to sleep a little bit. We do too. So our crew at Spring Productions have done a magnificent job of putting together some of the best bits of Day 2 here in Group B. Just a quick reminder before we go to like the video if you are watching on YouTube, ECN. If you are able to subscribe and tell your family and friends, that'd be great as well. Don't forget the website, europeancricket.com. And finally, our social media. Hopefully it's recovered from crashing. That's at European Cricket. Let's have a look at these highlights then. For now, it's Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo, for the European Cricket Network on behalf of the Blue Crew. And, of course, this man, Rico Full, and everyone here at the Cartama Oval. Stay happy, stay safe, have a great night, but then set yourself, because tomorrow is a big one. Group B finals on the way. Who will qualify? We're no closer to knowing. We'll see you tomorrow, and we'll find out right here in Spain for more European Cricket League. For now, it's hasta pronto.
Hasta mañana, mi familia.